Chapter 1. The Life of Entering the Beast World. Today marks the 20th day since Qianxia found herself in the beast world. At this moment, she stands by a small creek, preparing to catch fish. The fish in this realm are all large, and plump one fish is sufficient to sustain her for an entire day. Gazing at her reflection in the water, Qianxia lets out a sigh. Despite her diligent efforts to eat, she remains remarkably thin, devoid of any noticeable flesh. Her stomach emits a gurgling sound for some inexplicable reason. She has been feeling exceptionally hungry since yesterday, compelling her to venture out for fishing earlier than usual. Qianxia retrieves a small piece of beast meat, placing it into the woven basket she has prepared and submerged in the water. This piece of meat was allocated to her by the tribe, but it is far too scant to satiate her hunger. Thus, she resolutely decides to use it as bait. Before long, one or two fish, lured by the scent of the raw meat, swim nearby. They do not immediately dart into the basket, but rather circle the entrance for a moment, ensuring there is no danger before finally entering. Qianxia's eyes sparkle with excitement to fish today. Once she confirms that both fish have fully entered the basket, she swiftly pulls the vine tethering the basket, causing it to stand upright. The two fish, sensing danger, immediately thrash about in resistance. Observing this, Qianxia rushes forward to firmly press down on the basket. After what feels like an eternity, the commotion subsides, likely because the fish have exhausted their strength. Fortunately, they are too weak to struggle, and so is she. Qianxia secures the basket's lid and then binds it tightly with some resilient grass, ensuring that the fish cannot escape. Once satisfied that they are trapped, she lies down on the grassy ground beside her, utterly fatigued. Woo woo woo. Qianxia cannot help but sob quietly. She was tragically struck by a vehicle in the prime of her youth, and upon opening her eyes, she found herself transported to the beast world. This body does not belong to her, but fortuitously, this face bears a striking resemblance to her own, albeit far too gaunt, with sunken cheeks. Upon her arrival, she was situated in a vast cave. Shortly thereafter, a figure appeared, not merely a person, but a beast man. He tossed her a large, bloody piece of beast meat, a gesture that truly terrified her. Noticing her fear, the beast man furrowed his brow. Then, as if struck by a thought, he raised his hand slightly, and the meat before her was enveloped in flames. Qianxia was astonished. This must be the supernatural abilities described in the Beast World novels, she thought. When the fire extinguished, the meat emitted a tantalizing aroma. Starving as she was, she approached to grasp the meat, only to forget it had just been cooked, resulting in a painful burn that left her with blisters. A shriek escaped her lips, and tears streamed down her face as she recalled her unfortunate circumstances. Suddenly, a ring of frost enveloped her injured hand, alleviating the pain of the burn. With tear-streaked cheeks, she looked up at the towering beast man, who coldly gestured towards the meat, saying, "Ugly and foolish, you may eat now." With that, he turned and exited the cave. Once the beast man departed, Qianxia immediately consumed the meat, but she retched after the first bite. Though it was cooked, it was overwhelmingly fishy and devoid of flavor. Nevertheless, through tears, she forced herself to eat until she was full. The piece of meat was substantial, leaving a sizable portion remaining after her fill. Qianxia gathered some straw from the cave to fashion a makeshift mat, placing the remaining meat on it. Just as she settled the meat down, a sudden wave of intense pain struck her head, causing her to faint. Unbeknownst to her, when she awoke again, she found herself in a searing embrace, with sharp pain radiating from beneath her. A stark realization hit her: she was enduring something unimaginable. She wept and struggled, but to no avail, and then, time stretched on endlessly. Recalling this, Qianxia trembled. The initial moments had been excruciating. She had been a young maiden in the 21st century, and yet, on her very first day in this new world, she lost her innocence. Although, in the beast world, such purity seemed to hold little significance. Upon awakening, she discovered new memories flooding her mind, memories belonging to this body. Through them, she began to grasp the nature of the beast world. This body also bore the name Qianxia, currently residing within the Lion King tribe. Why currently? Because she had sought refuge here, not being a natural female of the Lion King tribe. She and her family had been scattered by wild beasts, only to be rescued by a beast man hunting for the tribe. The beast world favors robust females, those deemed too frail are considered incapable of reproduction. The males of this realm prefer well-rounded females, symbolizing health and reproductive strength. This body had just come of age and had undergone the rite of passage in the Lion King tribe, which primarily entails the selection of a beast husband. The choice of the first husband is crucial. He must be powerful enough to assert dominance over any subsequent suitors. Regrettably, this body was too weak, and not a single male sought her hand. Without a lion partner, she could not be regarded as a female of the Lion King tribe and would not receive proper care from the tribe. Here, for a female to join a tribe, she must find a mate from that tribe. This body longs for companionship, yet no beast seems to find her appealing. The tribe provides her with minimal rations to ensure she does not starve. To secure additional food, she must forage alongside the other females. Unfortunately, her frail physique limited her ability to gather food, leading to her demise during an outing. Tragically, her absence went unnoticed. Even the beast men delivering meat failed to realize she was missing. This unfortunate beast woman perished alone in the wilderness, and thus Qianxia found herself in her body. Shortly thereafter, she was retrieved by that same beast man. Later, seizing an opportunity when the beast man was absent, Qianxia stealthily escaped. Following the route etched in her memory, she stumbled upon a hidden path leading home, a path likely discovered by the original owner of this body. Upon arriving at what she thought would be her home, Qianxia was taken aback. There was no home to speak of, merely a dilapidated cave, furnished only with a straw nest and little else. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. She wept for the plight of this body, which had suffered so greatly. Unable to find a husband due to her frailness, she could not join the tribe and thus receive no proper care. How could she hope to gain strength without food? She had fought valiantly to survive, otherwise she would not have endured such hardship to forage with the tribe. Alas, fate was cruel, and she could not endure. With this thought, Qianxia placed her hand over her heart and whispered, "Do not worry, I will live on for both of us." Chapter 2. Striving to nourish herself. It has been 2 days since Qianxia caught those 2 fish, and 22 days since she arrived in this world. Her once barren home has transformed into a cozy refuge. In her youth, Qianxia delighted in learning weaving from her grandparents in the countryside, skillfully crafting baskets from bamboo and vines. What had once seemed a mere pastime would prove invaluable in this new world. Although bamboo was absent, she found plenty of resilient vines, which she used to create numerous baskets for gathering. Qianxia discovered that the small path leading from her home seemed unknown to the beasts, and her cave lay at the far edge of the tribe, secluded and tranquil. With no neighbors, she lived a relatively comfortable life. Behind her home flowed a creek, which, for Qianxia, was anything but small. The water was crystal clear and sweet, a testament to its purity, and all her household water was sourced from here. The area behind her home was abundant with flora, and the creek teemed with fish. Yet the beasts of the tribe had never ventured here, never casting a glance at this little haven. It was not that the Lion King tribe was oblivious, they simply regarded this small body of water with disdain. The male beast men were typically towering and robust, requiring vast amounts of sustenance daily. If one were to inquire about the existence of frail males, they undoubtedly existed, but such individuals rarely survived. Should a tribe possess a weak male, it was likely due to an exceptionally doting mother beast, whose powerful mates could provide for him. However, such scenarios were virtually non-existent in the beast world, which revered strength. Most mother beasts would abandon weak offspring. Qianxia often slipped out of the tribe via the small path, though she only dared to forage at the outskirts, for her frailty prevented her from venturing far. Her sole goal now was to nourish herself and gain weight. In her past life, she had been a dazzling beauty. This face bore an uncanny resemblance to her previous self, and she was determined to grow plump, so that the other beasts would recognize her true beauty. She, Qianxia, was not an ugly female, but rather a stunning one. With this thought, Qianxia sighed again. Despite her efforts to eat heartily and nourish herself over these past days, she remained devoid of any noticeable weight gain. Her face still appeared gaunt and sunken. This, indeed, was not an appealing sight. Strangely, her appetite had surged these past 2 days. Previously, a single fish would last her an entire day, but now that she had caught 2, she consumed them both in a single day. For the past couple of days, she has been incessantly searching for food, her hunger gnawing at her with alarming swiftness. The fish behind her home have all been caught. That day, After finishing her breakfast, she ventured once more to the hills behind her home, determined to delve deeper into the wilderness, as she had already scoured the outskirts. Qianxia, with a wicker basket slung over her shoulder and a stout wooden stick in hand, began to strike the ground as she walked. To her surprise, she stumbled upon a grove of chestnut trees, several of them. In fact, she picked up a stone and then gathered a fallen chestnut, for one swift blow of the stone revealed the glossy, round chestnuts within, reminiscent of those she had encountered in her past life. In this beastly world, everything is oversized. The fish are large, these chestnut burrs are large, and the chestnuts themselves are no exception, Qianxia remarked, gazing at the chestnut in her hand, which was as big as her fist. At that moment, her heart brimmed with joy. Once, chestnuts were merely a snack, but now they could serve as her staple food. With such an abundance of chestnuts, and of such considerable size, she could finally indulge in a hearty meal today. Heaven knows how long it had been since she had truly felt full. The only time she had satiated her hunger was with a piece of beast meat from a certain orc. Casting a glance at the chestnuts strewn across the ground, some still encased in their prickly shells while others had burst open, she decided to gather the already split ones, sparing herself the effort of cracking them open. The chestnuts were so substantial that even after collecting a mere fraction, her basket was brimming. Thus, she turned back home, eager to prepare a chestnut-laden lunch. Yet, in the short time it took to return, her hunger began to resurface. Her stomach truly was a relentless beast. As she walked back, she gently caressed her famished belly, feeling a wave of melancholy wash over her. In this beastly realm, a female may possess multiple beast husbands, while a male is bound to a single female. Once they form a partnership, the male is tasked with hunting and caring for the female. Centering his life around her, he must heed her every word. After returning to the tribe, she had stealthily explored its perimeter, only to find that no other beastmen had noticed her presence. To her astonishment, she discovered that nearly every adult female in the Lion King tribe had several partners. One female even boasted as many as 20 beast husbands. This particular female was also the wealthiest among them, pampered by the support of 20 males, her figure flourishing. However, for Qianxia, possessing the soul of a modern individual, she found that beast rather unattractive, her weight likely exceeding 180 pounds, and she walked unsteadily. With such formidable husbands, there was no need to fret over sustenance or clothing. The female merely had to tend to the young. In truth, the majority of childcare fell upon the male's shoulders. Viewed through a contemporary lens, the men of the beast world appeared almost ideal. Males bear the burden of providing, while they also take on child-rearing responsibilities. Females, on the other hand, simply express their desires, enjoying life's pleasures, with the freedom to decide when to bear children. Here, partnership takes precedence, with children secondary to their parents' bond. The more she pondered, the more despondent she became. She had accepted the reality of her transmigration and her existence within this beastly realm. Yet now, she could scarcely sustain herself. She couldn't even find a husband to take care of her. Lost in thought, she could not help but weep once more. Woohoo, this is so difficult. Watching them feast on meat makes me long for a taste as well. Woohoo. And so, amidst her tears, she made her way back home. Chapter 3. The Serpent Shock. In the blink of an eye, it had been over a month since he arrived at the southern continent, and he found himself far more enamored with it than the eastern continent. This day, as usual, Xuanqi returned to his cave after a satisfying hunt, his massive serpentine body coiled together. Just as he closed his eyes, preparing to drift into slumber, he was abruptly jolted awake, his pupils elongated in shock. Xuanqi was utterly astonished. He had just sensed something profound. The power of his bloodline, indeed. It was his very own lineage. Suddenly, memories of a month prior surged back, the absurd mating that had transpired in this very cave. That day, while hunting, he had encountered a prey imbued with a semblance of intelligence, and after a prolonged chase, he found himself amidst a sea of vibrant blossoms, a breathtaking expanse of crimson flowers, the air thick with their intoxicating fragrance. After capturing his quarry and indulging in a hearty feast, he returned to the cave to rest and digest, since there was a female residing in the cave. He had opted to rest in his human form. He dozed. An inexplicable heat began to envelop his body, a painful pressure building in certain areas. The sleeping female beside him inexplicably drew him in, and ultimately he could not restrain his instincts that he vividly recalled the frail female beneath him, her cries and pleas echoing in his mind. Xuanqi's expression grew peculiar. He never imagined that such a singular encounter could result in her carrying his bloodline. He was, after all, a Xianwang serpent. The Xianwang serpent lineage faced tremendous challenges in nurturing offspring, and even if they managed to lay eggs, the chances of successful hatching were uncertain. Closing his eyes, he began to meticulously sense the power of his bloodline once more. And this realization left him even more astounded that he hastily shifted into his human form, gathering the items he intended to take from the cave into his spatial abilities, before transforming back into his beast form and rushing out to hunt. His speed was now double that of his previous pace. He sought to capture the largest and most tender beast. He had just sensed the power of 3 bloodlines. This meant that the frail female was carrying 3 of his serpent eggs. What a miracle was this! The Xianwang serpent lineage had never heard of a female bearing 3 eggs. It was typically 1 egg per pregnancy, yet she was miraculously expecting 3 in the beast world. After 30 days of pregnancy, the father could sense the bloodline, and by 60 days, it would be apparent whether the offspring were male or female. The Xuanqi's urgency stemmed from a fear that his offspring might perish in utero. The Xianwang serpent lineage was powerful, yet the pregnant female required an abundance of food and nutrients to sustain the developing fetuses that if energy was insufficient, they would consume the mother's energy. And should the mother fail to replenish it, death would ensue, taking the offspring with her. The mere thought of that frail body filled Xuanqi with a complex swirl of emotions. Such a weak frame. Yet she had conceived his bloodline and, astonishingly, 3 at once. He was at a loss for words. Xuanqi murmured to himself, feeling an undeniable sense of trepidation. Today marked the 30th day of gestation. Had she eaten well? No. Why was he contemplating such a foolish question? If she could eat well, would she still be so frail? Lost in thought, Xuanqi resolved to hunt a couple more beasts. Meanwhile, Qinxia sat at home, gazing mournfully at a pile of chestnuts beside her. She had food, but no pot. How was she to eat these chestnuts? It was a dilemma that left her on the verge of tears. Contemplating her predicament, Qinxia picked up a smaller wicker basket. Intending to venture to a nearby water source to look for shrimp or other edible delights, as well as to search for suitable stones to use as a frying pan. Today, she chose not to take the back paths. She would approach through the main entrance. She was unaware of where the beasts in the tribe went to wash or bathe, and the main entrance would allow her to inquire with the gatekeeper. Previously, she had stealthily traversed the back routes to avoid contact with the other beast men, as she was still adjusting to her new circumstances and feared she would not know how to converse with them. Now, having acclimated, she felt less apprehensive about engaging with the beast men. Perhaps it was true that Qianxia's home was rather secluded, for the further she walked, the more she heard jubilant cheers and exclamations. As if a celebration was underway. Upon reaching the front, she beheld a large clearing in the center of the tribe, filled with beast men. The males exhibited expressions of excitement and fervor, while the females gazed with admiration and affection. Following their enamored gazes, Qinxia found herself staring at the chief and a strikingly handsome male standing in the center of the clearing. This male stood approximately 6 feet tall, his muscular physique boasting an impressive 8-pack. And his golden hair was stylishly cropped that he bore a slight resemblance to a youthful Leonardo DiCaprio. Qinxia glanced to the side and, tapping the most familiar-looking female, asked, "Hello, what is happening? What joyous occasion is this?" Coral jumped at the sudden touch on her shoulder, turning to face the newcomer, and was startled anew. How could there be such a frail female in the tribe, appearing as though she were merely a walking skeleton wrapped in skin? "Who are you? I have never seen you before," Coral inquired, her gaze tinged with pity. This frail female was clearly without a mate, and lacking a male to hunt and provide for her. She must fend for herself. Her emaciated state suggested she had not been able to consume meat. Feeling embarrassed under Coral's scrutinizing gaze, Qinxia scratched her head awkwardly and said, "I am Qinxia, residing at the far end of the tribe. I usually do not venture out, as I am unwell and cannot walk. It is understandable that you have not seen me. I apologize for disturbing you." Coral's heart ached at Qinxia's confession. She recognized this frail female as one who had been brought to the tribe, assigned to the cave at the farthest end. During the coming-of-age ceremony, she had been the only beast not courted by a male, thus remaining outside the tribe. Yet, she never anticipated that this female would be living in such dire conditions, resembling a mere cub, we are celebrating the emergence of a 7th-tier warrior in our tribe. Currently, only our Lion King tribe has produced a 7th-tier warrior among the surrounding tribes. Hence the chief has commanded us to celebrate, Coral explained, her eyes glistening with emotion. Chapter 4. The first friend upon hearing Coral's words. Qianxia pondered briefly, recalling a fragment of information regarding the hierarchy of male beasts in this world. Most male beast men were born with a level of power, typically ranging from the 1st to the 2nd tier. While those who achieved the 3rd tier were considered prodigies that as they grew, their strength could be enhanced through hunting and energy absorption. Each tier represented a formidable divide. The higher the tier, the more fearsome the power. To achieve the 7th tier at such a young age was indeed remarkable. Qianxiao acknowledged this in her mind before promptly inquiring, "What is your name? I would like to know where you all go to bathe." Upon hearing this, Coral felt an even deeper sense of pity, realizing that Qianxiao was so unfamiliar with the tribe that she did not even know where to wash. "That I am Coral. Are you headed to the water's edge?" "I am also on my way. Let us go together." At Coral's invitation, Qianxiao's face lit up with delight. How fortunate to have someone to guide her. But in the next moment, Coral called out, "Qis, come quickly. We are going to the water's edge." Then, Qianxiao beheld a tall, handsome figure striding towards them, who upon reaching Coral, transformed into a colossal golden-haired lion. Qianxiao was momentarily stunned. "Qis, look at how thin she is. She also wishes to go to the water's edge. Could you escort her?" Coral asked the majestic lion that in the beast world, it was generally forbidden for a male with a mate to allow another female to ride on his back, as it was akin to betrayal. However, since it was a request from his mate, and given how pitiful Qianxiao appeared, Qis consented. Thus, Qianxiao was afforded a ride on the wind of fortune. Throughout the journey, Coral regarded her with sympathetic eyes, making Qianxiao feel somewhat embarrassed, yet her heart swelled with warmth. "That I have scarcely seen you in the tribe. You should venture out more. Who knows, perhaps a beast may take a liking to you," Coral gently suggested. Qianxiao fell silent for a moment, lowering her head, and after a long pause, she softly replied, "I am too thin. No beast would find me appealing. That if there were, it would have happened during the coming-of-age ceremony." Coral was momentarily taken aback, feeling a wave of awkwardness wash over her. Then, with a bright smile, she said to Qianxiao, "Then let us focus on getting you healthier. I have 5 beast husbands, all of whom are quite powerful. I will ask them to bring back extra when they hunt, and they will deliver it to your home." Upon hearing her words, Qianxiao's head shot up, and perhaps due to having suppressed her emotions for too long, tears streamed down her face. Having lived alone in this beast world for 20 to 30 days without friends or companions, struggling daily for food and warmth, the prospect of someone offering her a share of the hunt from their partner felt like a divine blessing. Hey, please don't cry. Don't cry, just don't cry. I won't send anything. Just don't cry." Qianxiao halted her tears at the mere mention of not sending anything. "What do you mean? I won't send anything?" Coral hurriedly interjected, noticing her abrupt cessation of tears. "Please don't cry. I won't send anything." A slight twitch graced the corners of Qianxiao's mouth, but she had never intended to accept such generosity. It felt too awkward to rely on another partner for sustenance. What Qianxiao did not foresee was that her partner was on his way. Soon, they arrived at their destination. Qianxiao gazed at the towering waterfall in the distance, her mouth twitching as she looked at Coral and exclaimed, "You call this the water's edge? This is the water's edge. The tribe gathers water from here. Come, let us hurry and wash." Coral requested her partner to arrive a little later to fetch her. And then she took her hand, leading her toward a slightly more level area ahead. Gazing at the crystal-clear waters, Qianxiao couldn't help but exclaim in wonder. Indeed, this unpolluted beast world not only boasted fresh air, but also pristine waters, with flourishing plants yielding exceptionally fine fruits. Qianxiao set her wicker basket aside and diligently began to wash the 2 tattered animal hides draped over her. As she scrubbed, a sigh escaped her lips. It seemed today she would not be catching any shrimp. She had not anticipated that this water's edge was, in fact, a grand waterfall. From her current position, she was not far from the base of the falls, and there were no shrimp to be found here. Once she finished cleaning, Qianxiao stepped ashore, unclothed, and hung the animal hides on a nearby thicket to dry, with no other beast folk around, just her and Coral. She felt no embarrassment. After all, what she had, Coral also possessed. Observing her silhouette, Coral covered her mouth, her eyes reddening. Without the animal hide, the bones on her back were starkly visible. Coral spoke, her voice quivering slightly. Chinxia, why not come to my home for dinner tonight? My beast husband has caught a gigantic cow beast, and even with several beast husbands, we cannot finish it all. Come join us. Chinxiao's eyes sparkled with delight. How wonderful it was that she wouldn't have to go hungry tonight. That sounds great. Thank you, Coral. I'll bring you some good food another day, she replied with a smile. What Chinxia failed to notice was that, upon hearing her words, Coral immediately turned away, her body trembling slightly. That moment, Coral felt her eyes welling up. Chinxia had just offered to share good food with her, despite her own frail appearance and the worn, tattered hide she wore. How truly kind she was, oblivious to the emotional turmoil she had unwittingly stirred. Chinxia continued washing while keeping an eye out for suitable stones, as she intended to craft a stone skillet. Just yesterday, she had discovered that fish had begun to reappear in the back mountain. She had set her basket down, uncertain if she would catch any, but if she found a suitable stone, she could make a stone skillet for frying fish. Unfortunately, until dusk, when Coral's partner came to take them back, Chinxia had yet to find an appropriate stone. There were plenty of large pebbles, but none could be fashioned into a cooking pot. Chapter 5. Shocking all beasts, perhaps due to the time being a common return for hunting, coupled with the ongoing festivities, many beast folk still lingered in the heart of the tribe as they entered the village. Chinxia felt numerous gazes upon her. Coral, what is going on? You actually let another female sit on your beast husband's back, exclaimed a robust, dark-skinned female with a disdainful look directed at Chinxia. What business is that of yours? I don't mind, and neither does my partner. How amusing that you, an outsider, would care, Coral retorted, her face cold and unyielding. Yet the dark-skinned female persisted. Who is she? I've never seen her before. She is so thin, utterly ugly. Whereas your beast husband? Oh wait, isn't she the one living at the end of the village, the one no beast wanted for the coming-of-age ceremony? She sneered. Coral, you're one of the most beautiful females in the tribe. How could you associate with such an eyesore? Kina derided Coral. That moment, Coral, infuriated, pounded her fist on the lion's back, signaling for her to let her down. And Chinxia jumped off the lowered lion. Chinxia's surprise. Coral marched straight over and slapped the female, then kicked her down and mounted her to continue the assault. The suddenness of the altercation caught Kina off guard, and her partner rushed forward to intervene. But Q's swiftly blocked him, his eyes filled with fierce intent that I end the beast world. While females could fight, males were forbidden from intervening in female disputes, should either side show any intent to strike. The opposing male would immediately step in to defend. What are you doing, Mushin? Are you just going to stand there and watch me get beaten? Kina shouted, her companion Mushin pinned down by Q's. Hearing the commotion, another of Kina's partners hurried over, but he was met with Q's icy voice. Have you all forgotten the rules? If you dare to touch Coral, be wary of Silverwind taking your legs. Silverwind was Coral's first beast husband, a 6th-tier beast man. Lingxi, distressed at the sight of his partner being beaten, turned away, his fists clenched tightly. The rules must be upheld, and he knew he was no match for Silverwind. Coral held Kina down, one hand pinning her wrists while the other delivered stinging slaps. You think I'm afraid? I've let your jealousy slide before, but now you've overstepped. You dare to insult Chinxia? I'll show you just how wrong you are. Coral scolded furiously, embodying the fierce protector of her cub Chinxia, that if you're not satisfied, let your beast husband fight mine. Let us see how cocky you can be. Coral declared boldly. Her first beast husband was indeed a 6th-tier beast man, and her other 4 husbands were 5th-tier, making her a formidable presence in the tribe. Yet here was this oblivious female, intent on provoking her. Chinxia stood in shock at the unfolding events. Coral, who appeared so gentle, was revealing such ferocity that, oh dear, what am I thinking? I need to step in and mediate. The crowd of onlookers was growing, and Chinxia hurriedly grasped Coral's arm, exclaiming, Coral, stop! Please, get up! Coral halted her assault, concerned for Chinxia, and stood up, casting a cold gaze at the onlookers. From this day forth, I will protect Chinxia, that if I find out anyone dares to bully her, whether male or female, I shall not let them off easily. At that moment, Chinxia felt tears welling in her eyes. How incredibly brave! She was overwhelmed with emotion. What a delightful companion she had found, so willing to stand up for her so soon after their acquaintance. Hearing her partner's declaration, Q's glanced at Qianxia, his brow furrowing slightly as Coral stood up. Qina's partners rushed to her side, cradling her injured face, which had swelled from the blows. Unexpectedly, Qina retaliated, slapping each of her partners in turn. Useless fools! You can't even protect your own partner. The two beasts were taken aback, their eyes filled with hurt. They had never anticipated such treatment from her. Seeing Coral about to charge again, Qianxia swiftly restrained her. That you're infuriating, Qina. Do you not understand the rules? Why blame your partner? You were the one who provoked her first. Was I wrong to strike you? Or do you wish to be hit again? Coral glared at her fiercely. Qina, intimidated by Coral's fierce gaze, huffed and turned to leave, her two partners trailing behind in silence. Qianxia watched their retreating figures, shaking her head with a sigh. Many males found themselves in such predicaments. They were not oblivious to the nature of females. However, in this beast world where males outnumbered females, they needed offspring, and thus they endured. After this incident, Qianxia felt too embarrassed to accept any further invitations for a meal. Regardless of Coral's enthusiastic pleas, she declined. She was already quite content with the day's events. Upon returning home, Qianxia first went to check on the situation at the creek in the back mountain. Fortunately, she found a fish in her wicker basket, promising a satisfying dinner for the night. She retrieved the basket and, after killing the fish with a stone, began to scrape off its scales using a small stone shard she had fashioned into a makeshift knife. Once she had prepared the fish, Qianxia carried it home to start a fire for roasting. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to her, the males outside the Lion King tribe were feeling the oppressive aura emanating from the high-tier beastman. The chief and his son, Han Chuan, the 7th-tier warrior, paused their meal, preparing to step outside when a beastman approached with a message. Chief, there is a beastman at the entrance requesting to see you. Lion Mountain and Han Chuan hurried towards the village entrance, their hearts racing with trepidation. Judging by the intensity of the aura, the visitor's tier was likely higher than Han Chuan's. However, what business could such a powerful being have in their tribe? Chapter 6. A beast husband falls from the sky, unaware of the tense atmosphere at the entrance. Qianxia was meticulously roasting her fish. She had just realized she could toss some chestnuts into the fire to roast as well, which brightened her mood considerably. As the fish cooked, she squatted on the ground, savoring each bite. Suddenly, a commotion arose, growing louder as it approached. Xuanqi never expected that when he saw her again, she would be in such a pitiful state, her emaciated figure squatting on the ground, clutching a roasted spiky beast. She was painstakingly tearing into it, piece by piece. Who would choose to eat such a creature? Only those unable to hunt or afford proper food would resort to such a meager option. It was the most inferior choice in the beast world. In an instant, his heart ached. The Lion Mountain behind him stood still. He had clearly arranged for someone to bring meat. So why was this female still so emaciated? Even reduced to consuming prickly beasts to satiate her hunger. Is this how your tribe treats females? She is still a pregnant female. You allow her to eat prickly beasts. Xuanqi was genuinely furious, unleashing a powerful aura that rendered both Lion Mountain and the accompanying Han Chuan immobile, even forcing them to bend at the waist. Chief Lion Mountain was taken aback. This beastman was actually a 9th-tier beastman. 7th-tier beastmen were already considered the elite in this continent, and a 9th-tier beastman was simply unimaginable. Han Chuan was also stunned at the sight of Qianxia. How could there be such a frail female in the tribe, so pitifully reduced to consuming prickly beasts to survive, and pregnant at that? He thought to himself that he needed to conduct a thorough inspection of the tribe. Recently, he had been preoccupied with his advancement and had neglected to properly oversee the tribe, resulting in a female living in such dire conditions. Qianxia had been enjoying her fish when she was suddenly interrupted. She looked up at the newcomer, startled, almost dropping her fish, but managed to steady herself. Observing her flustered attempts to protect the prickly beast, and noticing the many tufted fruits scattered on the ground that she had even picked up to eat, he, as a beast who had always wandered alone, had never considered the idea of taking a mate or bearing children. Therefore, when he returned from hunting that day to find her missing, he had no particular thoughts about it. But now, seeing her in such a state, he found himself regretting not having searched for her. After all, she was his female. Why are you here? This, Qianxia stammered, sensing he seemed to be looking for trouble. Upon hearing her words, Xuanqi retracted his pressure and swiftly approached, wrapping his arms around her tightly. Qianxia. Huh? Then he placed his hand on her belly, slowly channeling energy into her. Qinxia instantly felt a wave of comfort wash over her, alleviating much of her hunger. Xuanqi tossed a massive chunk of beast meat from his space and addressed the chief. Arrange for me a spacious, well-equipped cave, and have your tribe shaman come here immediately. Lion Mountain stared in astonishment at the enormous piece of beast meat. It was the meat of the giant bull beast from the Misty Forest, a type of energy-rich meat. The Misty Forest was fraught with peril, and very few beasts dared to venture there, as it was perpetually filled with miasma and inhabited by ferocious beasts. Such a large piece of energy-infused meat could easily fetch 300 blue spirit stones. Truly, a 9th-tier beastman was impressive. Lion Mountain did not accept the meat, as he had his own thoughts. Now that this female was pregnant, he knew that Xuanqi would remain close to her in the tribe, that if the tribe had a 9th-tier beastman as its protector, the Lion King tribe would undoubtedly become the strongest in the forest. Chuaner, you are responsible for cleaning and preparing the cave, and immediately summoned the shaman. Han Chuan complied and swiftly transformed into his beast form to run off. Lion Mountain then turned to Xuanqi and said, "You can keep the meat. It is my fault for not managing the tribe properly, allowing a female to suffer so greatly. Your name is Qinxia, right? I apologize for my mismanagement. From today onward, you shall stay in the tribe to nourish yourself and your unborn child, that I will ensure my son, Han Chuan, brings you supplies." Xuanqi scoffed lightly. "Who needs your supplies? With me here, what prey can I catch? You only need to make the arrangements as I instructed." Lion Mountain felt embarrassed and smiled awkwardly. Yes, I will make sure everything is arranged." Qinxia remained utterly bewildered. Why was this beastman here? Why did he embrace her upon arrival? And why was the chief bowing and scraping to him? Had she just overheard them speaking of a pregnant female? Qinxia suddenly glanced down at her belly. "What? Pregnant?" She trembled as she asked. What did you just say? Am I pregnant?" Sensing her quaking body, he tightened his embrace and replied, "Yes, my dear. You are carrying 3." Qinxia's eyes rolled back, and she fainted, her mind racing with a single thought. It's over. When Qinxia awoke, she found herself cradled in the arms of a man, with an elderly female shaman checking her pulse before her. The shaman was somewhat astonished. She gazed at this exceedingly frail female and was taken aback. For this female possessed an immense reproductive capacity, despite her frailness. She was nurturing 3 lives within her, a shaman. She was already aware that the powerful beastman before her belonged to the Xianwang snake clan. She had heard tales of the clan's challenges with reproduction. Typically, they bore only 1 child at a time, yet this young female was carrying 3, each with vibrant life force. The shaman smiled kindly and said, "You are taking good care of your children. They are very healthy, that I will prescribe some medicine for you to take for 4 days, which will benefit both you and the little ones." Qinxia felt a wave of frustration wash over her. Now she understood why she was always so hungry, consuming so much yet not gaining weight. It was all being consumed by the lives within her. "Thank you, elder." The next moment, the elderly shaman cheerfully inquired, "Would you like a mark?" "I can give you one." "What is a mark?" Qinxia asked, perplexed. "To mark," the shaman explained. Qinxia. In the end, Qinxia, in a daze, received the mark, and afterward, a snake emblem appeared on her chest while the beastman bore a rabbit emblem on his heart. Am I a rabbit?" The shaman smiled deepened as she observed the beastly markings on the 2. Chapter 7. So she has a husband now. Qinxia had unknowingly become a partnered beast, and her husband was impressively powerful. However, upon learning that her husband was a snake beastman and that she was carrying 3 little snakes, she fainted again. When Qinxia regained consciousness, she found herself in an unfamiliar cave, lying on a fragrant, soft nest of grass, covered with a soft beast hide. Her tools were neatly arranged nearby, and there was a large flat stone table in the cave, laden with an assortment of fruits, including familiar green apples and snow pears. Previously, when she woke up, she had felt a gnawing hunger that sometimes even pained her belly. But today, she felt none of that, which piqued her curiosity. Could it be that the father of her children had arrived? Did the little ones sense their father's presence? Qinxia, are you awake?" It was Shancoral calling her. Qinxia stepped out of the cave to find Shancoral and her partner waiting at the entrance. No, not the same partner as before. Seeing her come out, Shancoral cheerfully approached and linked arms with her, saying, "Do you like this cave? I decorated it for you." I heard Han Chuan say he would prepare a cave for you. So I volunteered to take this one. Thank you so much. I'm very comfortable here, and I love it, Qianxia replied with a smile. Suddenly, Shan Coral leaned closer and mischievously said, Wow, Qianxia, you found such a formidable beast husband. No one will dare bully you from now on. Formidable? How formidable? In her memory, she truly had no recollection of this aspect. Had she forgotten? Let us just say you can walk through this forest with confidence. And you could even traverse the southern continent without worry, Shan Coral said earnestly. Wow. Is he really that impressive? Qianxia, out of habit, blurted out a phrase from her past life. What does wow mean? What does impressive mean? Shan Coral asked, puzzled. Qianxia sheepishly rubbed her nose, having been so accustomed to speaking that way in her previous life that she couldn't change it immediately to, oh, it's nothing, haha. Shan Coral suddenly pulled her toward another cave, saying, You must be hungry. Your beast husband told us you would eat with me today, so eat as much as you want. He gave me a huge piece of beast meat and said he would be back with some supplies, leaving me to look after you. Wow. Shan Coral is my neighbor. This is great. Upon arriving at Shankoral's home, for males were busy cooking and tidying up when they saw the two of them enter, the beast man. Q Eyes, whom she had met before, immediately exclaimed, Shan Coral, it's time to eat. Shan Coral eagerly pulled her to sit down, while the other 5 beast men sat nearby. Qianxia guessed that the one who had stood with her at the cave entrance was likely her first beast husband. In Feng, as they ate, the scene shifted to the beast men serving Shan Coral, while she took care of Qianxia, which left her feeling somewhat amused that wasn't this what a good friend was for. That evening, they feasted on roasted beast meat, which, just like before, lacked any flavor and was quite gamey. Yet, Qianxia still forced herself to eat in the beast world. Most males consumed raw meat, and some females did as well. However, many females were delicate and could not eat raw meat, leading the males to often cook food for them. Qianxia observed the items in Shankoral's home and concluded that they primarily roasted their food. They did not yet understand the concept of cooking. Do you all only eat roasted food? Qianxia inquired, and shortly thereafter, Shanhua nodded. The other beastmen wore expressions of confusion, clearly perplexed by Qianxia's question, as this was how everyone had been eating. Allow me to teach you a novel way of consuming food. But first, we require a stone pot. Once we have the stone pot, we can cook and enjoy a meal. We can prepare soup to warm ourselves during the cold season, which would be absolutely splendid. As soon as these words were uttered, every beast present lit up with excitement. Warmth during the cold season. How wonderful! Qianxia, what is a stone pot? Shanhua's question left her momentarily at a loss for words. After a moment of thought, she replied, Your beastman should possess the ability to carve stone with his unique powers, correct? Of course, my first beastman, In Feng, is a 6th-tier warrior. His ability is wind, which he can use to slice through anything. As Shanhua spoke, she affectionately embraced her partner's arm, prompting a sweet smile from In Feng as he observed her endearing gesture. Qianxia, upon hearing this, felt a surge of joy. It was as if a pillow had appeared just as she was about to doze off. Shanhua, let us proceed to the water's edge, to the spot where we bathed last time, that I have spotted several large stones that would be perfect for making pots. Thus, Qianxia, Shanhua, and her beastman set off towards the water's edge. Initially, Qianxia intended to wade into the water to retrieve the stones herself, but Shanhua firmly prevented her from doing so. Shanhua directed her beastmen to carry the 2 large river stones that Qianxia had designated to the shore. And then Qianxia began instructing In Feng on how to cut and craft the stone pot. Once completed, they polished it to a smooth finish. Consequently, 2 exceptionally high-quality stone pots were created. Qianxia even fashioned 2 complete sets of stone bowls. Spoons, plates, rice bowls, and soup plates, ensuring everything was well arranged as the sky had not yet darkened. Qianxia suggested they explore the vicinity to see if they could discover any treasures. Remarkably, she stumbled upon chili peppers and ginger. The small millet chilies of this beastly world were impressively large, each pepper measuring about the size of 3 of her fingers. The ginger was even more astonishing, exuding a robust aroma, with one piece being as large as a watermelon. However, after a thorough search, she found only 2 or 3 chili plants and a single ginger root, a tea that moment. Qianxia's heart brimmed with exhilaration. With ginger, she could savor meat devoid of any fishy taste. She plucked some chilies and instructed the other beastmen, under Shanhua's guidance, to carefully uproot the root, as she intended to take it home for planting. Although she had never planted before, she thought it was worth trying. Qinxiao introduced these two plants to Shanhua and her beast men, and they hurried back home, carrying the crafted stone pots along with the chilies and ginger. Chapter 8. The first taste of human delicacies. The group returned home without pause. Shanhua's beastmen divided their tasks. One immediately kindled a fire, another cleaned the stone pot, while a third prepared the meat, ginger, and chilies as per her instructions. Observing the beastman washing the pot, Qinxia couldn't help but marvel at the convenience of his water ability. Wishing to find a beastman with similar powers in the future to alleviate her concerns regarding water, the cold meat was placed into the pot filled with water. She added 2 slices of ginger. Once the water boiled and foam began to rise, Qinxia deftly skimmed off the foam, yielding a clear meat broth that on the way back, Qinxia learned that there was indeed salt available, albeit a rare and precious commodity, typically used sparingly. Only indulged in during moments of craving, at this juncture, Shanhua produced the salt which appeared as coarse yellow grains. Better than nothing, certainly. Qinxia pinched a small amount between her fingers and added it to the broth for flavor. Initially, she had contemplated adding chilies directly but hesitated, fearing that some beasts might find it too spicy, so she instructed them to add it individually. Qinxia prepared a bowl of meat broth for each beast, who expressed their astonishment, as they seldom consumed cooked food, and when they did, it was often leftovers from the females, without any proper utensils, usually waiting for their meals to cool before eating. The meat had a strong fishy taste. Yet they had no choice but to eat it to stave off hunger. This was the norm for everyone. As they each took a sip of the broth, their eyes widened in disbelief. The meat had no fishy taste whatsoever, and instead, it was incredibly fresh. Qinxia added some chilies to her own portion, letting it steep for a moment before tasting it again. The flavor was quite delightful. Seeing Qinxia add chilies, the others followed suit, and it was as if a door to a new world had swung open, their eyes sparkling with delight as they savored the dish. One male beastman, having added too many chilies, began to gasp. "My mouth feels like it's on fire. It hurts and burns." "That's called chili. You've added too much. What you're experiencing is called spiciness, a reaction of our taste buds," Qinxiao explained with a smile. The others noticed that Qinxiao had added only a modest amount, so they did the same, resulting in a pleasantly stimulating, mildly spicy flavor that was just right. This method of preparation, which would have seemed nonsensical in her previous life, was now considered an extraordinary delicacy in this world. "Qinxia, you are simply amazing. How do you know so much?" Shanhua exclaimed, sipping her broth with admiration. "I should explore more often to see if I can discover anything else that— Oh, by the way, Shanhua, what happened to those fuzzy fruit I had when you cleaned out my cave?" Qinxia suddenly remembered her chestnuts. With a pot now available, could she not enjoy chestnuts? Shanhua pointed to the corner of the cave entrance, saying, "I was going to throw them away, but hadn't gotten around to it yet." "Thank goodness you didn't toss them. They are food," Qinxia sighed with relief. However, as soon as she mentioned food, the other 5 beasts sat up straight, their expressions serious. "That in this world, food was always of paramount importance. Discovering new edible items was a boon for the beast men and worthy of celebration." Yinfeng looked at Qinxiao earnestly and inquired, "Are you serious? These fuzzy fruits are food and can fill our bellies?" "Absolutely. Otherwise, why would I have collected them? This is called a chestnut. Before it ripens, it resembles a fuzzy fruit. Now let me teach you how to eat it. Bring the pot and boil some water." Another flurry of activity ensued as they washed the pot and boiled water. Qinxiao instructed Yinfeng to make a small incision in the chestnuts before placing them in the boiling water. After a while, once the chestnuts had opened significantly, she fished them out and ran them under cold water. Grabbing one, she cracked open the shell and took a bite. So sweet and fragrant. The familiar taste nearly brought tears to her eyes. The others imitated Qinxia, and soon 6 pairs of astonished eyes were staring back at her. With a smile, Qinxia asked, "So, how does it taste?" "It can also be boiled in the meat broth for an even better flavor. I absolutely adore these chestnuts. They're soft, sticky, fragrant, and sweet. Simply divine," Shanhua exclaimed between bites. While her beast men exchanged knowing glances, it was clear that for the foreseeable future, Shanhua's household would be enjoying chestnuts daily. Qinxia also taught them how to extract oil, explaining that cooking without oil renders dishes lackluster, as even frying meat would lead to it sticking to the pan. The oil was derived from the fattiest parts of wild beast meat, and once it was prepared, the enticing aroma wafted through the air, enticing the other beasts outside, who began to inquire what was cooking. Finally, Qianxia used the freshly rendered beast oil to fry a tender piece of meat, seasoning it with the scant salt and chilies available. The group feasted with immense satisfaction, realizing how delightful these flavors were, reflecting on the coarse existence they had previously endured. "Qianxia, you are truly remarkable," Shanhua said, her belly round from the meal. That it was her first experience with such delectable food. Devoid of any fishy taste, tender and fragrant, and she had discovered a new food source. "Qianxia is truly impressive." Shanhua's words prompted Qianxia to smile back at her, that if you enjoy it, eat as much as you like. Then, turning to Shanhua's beastmen, she said, "Since Shanhua loves to eat, you all should learn well." The males nodded vigorously in agreement. After a long day of busyness, Qianxia felt quite fatigued. Once sated, she began to feel drowsy and was about to head home for a good night's sleep when Shanhua stopped her. Before leaving, her beastman had handed over the medicine given by the shaman to Shanhua, requesting that she ensure Qianxia took it. Consequently, Shanhua directed her beastmen to prepare the medicine for Qianxia, and after she had taken it, Shanhua escorted her back home, demonstrating an exceptional level of thoughtfulness. Indeed, a pregnant woman would sleep as soon as she hit the bed, and in the middle of the night, she vaguely sensed someone wrapping their arms around her, gently caressing her belly, though she was far too tired to stay awake and quickly drifted back into slumber. Chapter 9. The beginning of the fattening plan. Qianxia was fortunate to have enjoyed a restful night. As she sat up in her nest and stretched, she suddenly noticed that she was no longer clad in yesterday's animal skins. Instead, she found herself wearing a garment akin to a bandeau and a short skirt, crafted from a sheer, gossamer-like material in black. This was far more comfortable than animal skins and kept her cool. An abrupt realization struck her. Could it be that her beast man had changed her attire? "He is my husband. It's entirely normal," Qianxia reassured herself as she tidied her bed and stepped outside. That moment, Shanhua was seated at the cave entrance, observing her beast man with long black hair clad in a black serpent skin skirt, as he engaged in learning alongside her own partner. What were they studying? Learning how to care for a partner has become essential. Xuanqi returned last night, and by the time he arrived, she was already lost in a haze of sleep. Gazing at the figure lying beside him, an inexplicable sensation welled up within his heart. Now, he too has a partner and offspring. Having been solitary for so long, since his birth, his father beast had never once cared for his well-being. And his mother beast was even less concerned. At such a tender age, he had to fend for himself, relying solely on the legacy of their serpentkin to hunt and enhance his strength. Fortunately, he proved to be quite formidable, achieving the 9th tier at a young age. Among the lands he traversed, the central continent, the eastern continent, and currently the southern continent. Only in the eastern sea of the eastern continent was there a 9th tier merman. The northern continent was unknown to him. Its climate was unsuitable, with a brief hot season and an extended cold season. For a serpent beast to venture to the northern continent would mean enduring a long hibernation. He had never been to the western continent and only heard whispers of a formidable race residing there. When Qianxia emerged, she saw Coral seated upon a large stone at the cave's entrance, gazing intently ahead. Following Coral's line of sight, she realized, was that not her partner alongside Coral's mate? "Infeng? Qianxia, you're awake? Are you hungry? There's meat simmering in the pot. Let me serve you a bowl." Coral, spotting her first, hurriedly descended from the stone. Upon hearing Coral's words, Xuanqi immediately turned around. From his angle, she was perfectly silhouetted against the light, clad in the serpent skin garment he had crafted, with her dark hair cascading over her shoulders. In that moment, he found her to be quite beautiful, that he quickly approached and wrapped his arms around her waist, his voice low and resonant. "Did you sleep well last night? Are you hungry?" The deep timbre of his voice sent Qianxia into a delightful daze. Her cheeks flushed inexplicably as she nodded. "I'm hungry." Suddenly, Coral seized Qianxia's hand and led her toward the cave, chattering excitedly. "Let me tell you, this pot of meat is incredibly fragrant. It was caught this morning by your partner and Infeng, far tastier than the meat we had yesterday. The shaman also advised you to eat more of this meat. It's nutritious, and you're too thin." Infeng watched as his partner pulled Qianxia away from Xuanqi, his heart skipping a beat, and could only manage a sheepish smile. "I apologize. My partner is a bit clumsy." She just saw that Qianxia was hungry and wanted her to eat, Xuanqi nodded, saying nothing to AT that moment. Yin Feng's palms were sweaty. Facing a ninth-tier beast man was indeed a daunting challenge. Coral led Qinxiao to sit beside the stone pot, where succulent meat was being stewed. Qinxiao observed the meat in the pot, which resembled chicken, both in appearance and aroma, that a layer of yellow fat floated atop the broth, while the tender white meat beneath invited her appetite. Coral filled a large bowl to the brim and placed it before her, exclaiming with excitement, "Qinxia, hurry and eat. This meat is packed with nutrients. The shaman advises that females with poor health or those expecting should have their partners bring this back to eat for nourishment." Qinxiao was puzzled by Coral's enthusiasm, but her priority was to eat. She needed to gain weight. Coral was elated, having just learned that Qinxiao was expecting, remembering how busy she had kept her the previous day. She called out towards the cave entrance, "Yin Feng." "Yin Feng." Moments later, Yin Feng entered, followed closely by Qinxiao's beast husband. "What is it, Shanshan?" he asked gently. "Do you have the white fox pelt? I want to give it to Qinxia." Coral stated with great generosity, while Yin Feng felt a jolt of surprise. His partner cherished that white fox pelt and had been reluctant to use it for clothing, yet now she was offering it to someone else. "Why are you giving me the pelt?" Qinxiao inquired, mouth full. "Oh, I didn't even know you were expecting. Yesterday you were busy teaching us how to make stone pots, how to cook with them, how to eliminate the gamey taste from wild meat, and even how to refine fat, that a mere white fox pelt pales in comparison. That my beast husband is incredibly skilled. If I wish for more, he will catch it for me. Just accept it," Coral insisted earnestly. Yin Feng, in full agreement, promptly retrieved a large piece of white fox pelt from his space and handed it to Xuanqi. At this moment, Xuanqi was momentarily taken aback. His female was truly remarkable. When he awoke that morning, he had found a stone pot in their home and was utterly perplexed by its purpose. Stepping outside, he noticed the neighboring cave using a similar stone pot to cook meat. He approached with inquiries, and Yin Feng began to teach him how to prepare meat soup in the pot, even how to fry the meat. After tasting a piece, he was astounded by its deliciousness. It was a revelation that food could be prepared in such a way. Thus, Yin Feng proceeded to instruct him on how to prepare meals for females, and he diligently began to learn. After all, he was no longer a solitary beast. It was said that females were delicate, and he had no experience in caring for them, so he needed to learn well. Suddenly, he recalled the scene of tossing her beast meat in the cave. The slender female clearly appeared to be undernourished. He had to wait for the meat to cook thoroughly before she would eat. Wasn't that a sign of delicacy? Chapter 10. Not disliking offspring, Qinxia did not refuse. She turned to her partner with a smile and said, "Then let us accept it. Store it well. It will keep you warm in the cold season." At that moment, Qinxia realized just how strikingly handsome her partner was. The first time they met and during these past 2 days, she had scarcely paid attention. Upon their initial encounter, she had just arrived, disoriented and hardly in a state to appreciate a handsome man. Their second meeting occurred when the chieftain came with him. She had been eating and was startled to see him, mistakenly thinking he had come to seek vengeance for her stealthy departure. In the beast world, there existed an unwritten rule. If a male found a female while out, and he was single, she became his partner, that if he already had a partner, he would typically bring the female back to the tribe, allowing her to choose whether to join them. Generally, females would select a male from the tribe to form a partnership. However, Qinxiao was an exception. No beast was willing to accept her, that must be said. Upon closer inspection, her partner was truly devastatingly handsome. How had she not noticed this before? Perhaps she had been too hungry, her head spinning from lack of food. With a high-nosed bridge, deep golden eyes, thinly pressed lips, long black hair cascading to his waist, sharp contours, and an impressive height of nearly 2 meters. He even possessed well-defined abdominal muscles. His physique a perfect display of muscle. He wore a skirt made of the same material as hers. This model-like face and comic book physique drew her gaze inexplicably to a certain area, that if she wasn't mistaken, there were two. Qinxiao felt a blush creep on her cheeks in the 20-odd years of the 21st century. She had found herself a remarkable husband in this beast world within mere weeks. Suddenly, something flowed into her mouth. Just as Qinxiao reached to wipe it away, she found herself swept into the man's embrace. Coral, witnessing the swift disappearance of her friend, gasped in surprise, barely managing to call out. After a moment, she turned to Yin Feng and asked, "Is this the speed of a 9th-tier beast man?" Yin Feng nodded, a mix of shock and embarrassment on his face, When Qianxiao appeared before the shaman, she finally noticed the blood on her hands that, oh no, how did I end up with a nosebleed from looking at a handsome man? Quick, check on her. Why is she suddenly bleeding? Xuanqi exclaimed, worry etched on his face as he held her closely. Feeling utterly mortified, Qianxiao wished for a hole to hide in, tugging at his arm to whisper, I am fine. I just got a bit too excited. Excited? Why would you be excited? Is the beast meat really that delicious? I'll catch more later, Xuanqi replied, puzzled yet still filled with concern at that moment. Qianxiao felt a wave of frustration. Communication in the beast world could be quite challenging. After pondering briefly, she shyly gestured for him to lean down and whispered in his ear, I just found you too handsome, and I got a bit overwhelmed. I'm okay. Let us hurry back. Xuanqi found himself both amused and bewildered by her words that it was the first time he had encountered a beast who bled from mere admiration of beauty. And he couldn't help but let a smile tug at the corners of his mouth. The shaman observed the interaction between the two with a warm smile, feeling gratified by the young beast's affection. Since they were here, she thought, they might as well stay a little longer. The kindly shaman spoke gently, as Xuanqi obediently cradled the person in his arms and then knelt partially before the shaman, ensuring that the individual he held was more comfortable. Qianxia, too, extended her hand for the shaman to take her pulse, her curiosity piqued by the fact that pulse diagnosis still existed in this world. It appeared that the shaman was indeed part of the lineage of traditional Chinese medicine. Truly, the profundity of Chinese culture was remarkable, but I digress. She had previously suffered from inadequate nourishment, resulting in some loss of vitality. Moreover, with the pregnancy, as you well know, the unborn child required a significant amount of sustenance that it is imperative that you ensure she is fed and hydrated sufficiently each day. The medication I prescribed must be taken daily, without fail. Her current thinness is a consequence of insufficient energy intake. Good child, you must also consume more food. Just refrain from overindulgence. The shaman's words were directed toward both individuals. Grandmother, are you implying that my current nutritional intake cannot keep pace, and that what I consume is entirely absorbed by the child, hence my inability to gain weight? Qianxiao inquired. The shaman withdrew her hand and regarded her with a benevolent expression. Indeed, you may interpret it that way. Your beast husband belongs to the Xianwang snake clan, a lineage endowed with formidable innate abilities. Even in gestation, the child requires an ample amount of energy. Should it fall short, it will begin to draw upon the mother's vitality. However, do not fret excessively. Your beast husband is extraordinarily capable, and you need not worry about your food supply. Just do not harbor any resentment toward the child for its unconscious absorption of energy. A child that is despised by its mother may very well be born with deformities. Once your energy is replenished and the child has received enough sustenance, you will regain your strength. So it is crucial that you eat well to that moment. Xuanqi's grip around her tightened slightly, his heart racing with anxiety and feared he had neglected the reality that their union was not a natural occurrence, but rather one he had compelled. Though he had found her in the wilderness and had taken her back to his cave, he had done so out of concern for her survival. Not knowing if she would make it was only later that he learned the flowers in that meadow were called Yu Qinghua, whose fragrance incited intense desires among beasts. Unfamiliar with these flowers, he had paid them no mind while hunting, but their overwhelming scent had ignited his own desires, leading him to act upon them against his better judgment. Sensing the tightening of the embrace, Qianxia presumed he was worried she might resent the child. She placed her hand atop his and, looking into his eyes, said, You need not worry. I could never resent the child. It is my offspring, and I cherish it dearly. Upon hearing her words, Xuanqi's eyes shimmered with unshed tears, his nose tinged with emotion as he softly murmured, You are truly wonderful. Chapter 11. Xuanqi's open heart on their return journey. Xuanqi carried her in his arms. Qianxiao felt as though she had overlooked something significant, and after a moment of contemplation, it dawned upon her that she did not even know her husband's name. You never told me your name. How absurd that I find myself pregnant without knowing the name of the father of my child. That I asked that reasonable? Qianxiao began to pout. Xuanqi, amused by her petulance, smiled as he formally introduced himself once more. My apologies for my oversight. I am Xuanqi, a 9th-tier beast man, and my beast form is that of a snake. That delightful tone. I love it, she exclaimed. I am Qianxia. Yes, I know. You know? How do you know? Xuanqi found himself both amused and perplexed. I am not deaf. That female named Shanhua has been calling you by your name incessantly. When we changed caves, she mentioned that she was your dear friend and had come to assist in determining what needed to be arranged, which led her to help care for you. Qinxiao realized, feeling somewhat foolish for asking such a simple question, that Xuanqi's expression turned serious, and he tightened his hold on her, guilt washing over him as he spoke softly. I apologize for forcing you into mating. That was my wrongdoing. However, I wish to explain that it was not my intention. I found you in the forest, near death. Females are precious, and I had no knowledge of whether you would survive. I knew that if I left you there, you would surely perish, so I brought you back to my cave. That on the day we mated, I had gone hunting. The beast I pursued possessed a degree of intelligence, and I fought it for a considerable time before chasing it to a grove filled with red flowers. The air was thick with their fragrance. Having come from another continent, I had never seen such flowers, and thus paid them no mind. After my hunt, I returned to my cave to rest and digest, and that is when everything transpired. That I passed by that flower field again today while hunting with Feng, and upon inquiring, I learned that the flowers are called Yuqinghua. Their scent is known to induce desire, and it is common for beastmen to gather a few for mating rituals. That I inhaled an abundance of their fragrance. As Xuanqi spoke, his voice grew softer. I am truly sorry, Qinxia. Please do not harbor resentment toward the child. I possess the strength to provide for both you and the little one. That his voice choked with emotion. He buried his face in Qinxia's shoulder. Sensing the dampness upon her shoulder, Qinxia gently stroked his head and replied, I understand. Perhaps I should thank you, as you have saved my life. As I mentioned, I could never resent the child. After all, it is my own. What mother could resent her offspring? Consider our meeting to be a blessing from the beast god. That I was on the brink of starvation in the wild, and you found me, brought me back to your cave, and provided me with sustenance. Then, well, I became pregnant with your child. Perhaps this is fate. I had no prospects in the tribe, and perhaps the beast god took pity on me and delivered you to me. Qinxia chuckled at her own musings. Upon hearing her words, Xuanqi lifted his head, his eyes red and brimming with unexpressed emotions. That in that moment, he silently vowed to care for her and protect her throughout their lives, ensuring she would never suffer again. She deserved nothing less than as they made their way back. Qinxia and Xuanqi attracted the attention of those around them. Who would have imagined that the most overlooked and frail female in the tribe would possess a legendary high-tier beast husband? And to add to the astonishment, she was pregnant with triplets. The fact that she bore 3 children was a testament to her extraordinary reproductive capabilities. Who could have foreseen that such a seemingly fragile creature, akin to a walking skeleton, could conceive triplets and possess such remarkable fertility? In the beast world, birthing was no easy feat. Females did not always conceive during their heat cycles. The difficulty of reproduction caused the beasts to place great value on their offspring. The strength of a tribe depended on the prowess of its males and the number of females. Powerful males attracted more members to the tribe, leading to prosperity. That in this forest, the Lion King tribe held significant power. It was comprised not only of golden lion beastmen, but also included many other beastmen, such as eagle beastmen, bear beastmen, snake beastmen, and wolf beastmen. That a higher number of females indicated a tribe's strong reproductive capacity, drawing more males as they were rare and precious. The strong protective capabilities attracted beasts to join, while the presence of females attracted males. With more males, the tribe's strength increased, leading to offspring that would grow and continue the cycle. Thus, this seemingly frail female had been underestimated. Indeed, during the coming-of-age ceremony, no one had chosen her. Who could have imagined that this scrawny frame could bear 3 children? In their tribe, only Muna had given birth to triplets, and her physique was incomparable to Qinxia's. That is this what a 9th-tier beast man looks like. So handsome, so powerful, and yet this frail female is so fortunate. Had they known of her remarkable fertility, they would have chosen her during the coming-of-age ceremony. However, at that moment, Xuanqi dared not utter the words, as his strength was merely 4th tier. Amidst the whispers and murmurs, Qinxiao approached the entrance of her cave. Chapter 12. The gratitude of the people. As Qinxiao reached the entrance of her cave, she discovered it was crowded with beasts. Just as she was puzzled, she heard Shanhua's voice. This is a stone pot, this is a stone bowl, this is a spoon, and this is a plate, all for holding food. At this moment, Coral was meticulously enlightening a group of beasts. After Qinxiao departed, she began to eat by herself. Before long, a beast arrived, drawn by the enticing aroma wafting from the stone pot, which was currently simmering with meat. Shortly thereafter, several more beasts made their way to her abode, leaving her utterly bewildered. She inquired why they had all come to her home and what business they had, to which they responded that they had followed the delectable scent. Upon seeing the stone pot filled with cooking food, they expressed immense curiosity, eagerly questioning her about every detail concerning the pot. Coral patiently explained to them. Meanwhile, one of the beasts spotted the returning Chinchilla and called out, "Coral, Chinchilla is back." In the Lion King tribe, the name Chinchilla was known far and wide. Hearing that Chinchilla had returned, Coral immediately dashed outside, and the beasts instinctively parted to create a path. "Chinchilla, come quickly. They all want to learn. They also desire stone pots and bowls," Coral exclaimed while leading Chinchilla into the cave. Chinchilla surveyed the cave, now nearly filled with a throng of individuals, and expressed her astonishment. "You all want stone pots?" "Yes, we all want them. We also wish to learn how to cook food," they chorused, nodding vigorously. "Chinchilla, the method of cooking meat that you taught me yields incredibly delicious results. Do you know how they came here?" "They followed the aroma," Coral exclaimed excitedly, never imagining that one day she would be gazed upon with such admiration by so many. She was overjoyed. Chinchilla suddenly recalled that these beasts were completely unfamiliar with the use of tools. The females did not consume raw meat, while the males simply roasted it over an open flame to serve to them. The males were even more straightforward, devouring their prey raw, while the cubs merely drank milk. They had no containers for their food. They either placed it directly on stones to cool before eating or consumed it as is. Reflecting on this, Chinchilla thought, "Goodness, in my previous life, I read numerous novels about beast worlds, where the heroine taught the beast to use and create tools. Now, it is my turn to assume the role of the heroine. Who would have thought I would actually traverse time and space?" Nevertheless, she resolved to embrace her fate and teach these beasts, who bore a millennia-old cultural heritage. "All right, gather your beast husbands, and we shall head to the water's edge shortly, that I need to eat first. Once I am full, we shall set off." The crowd responded in unison, "Understood." Then they dispersed to summon their beast husbands. Coral sat by, gazing at her with a mix of admiration and excitement. Chinchilla felt a bit uncomfortable under her gaze and asked, "Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? Flowers? What flowers?" "You have no flowers on your face," Coral replied, puzzled. Chinchilla realized she had been careless, inadvertently speaking in ways the beast did not comprehend. "It's nothing. I meant to ask why you were staring at me." As Chinchilla ladled the meat broth from the pot, she savored the enhanced flavor it had developed during her absence. "That I am simply happy. They just came to me, expressing their desire for a stone pot and wishing to exchange methods with me. I told them that you made this stone pot and these bowls, and they were utterly astonished. Thinking back to their expressions fills me with joy." She genuinely felt elated that in the past, the females of the tribe had looked down on the frail Chinchilla, but now she not only had an extraordinary beast husband, but also possessed a formidable reproductive capability that they envied. Even the stone pot and bowls they coveted were her inventions. Delivering a resounding blow to their pride, it was delightful, exceedingly delightful. Chinchilla smiled and said, "As long as you are happy, I will teach you many more things in the future." Upon hearing her words, Coral's eyes sparkled with excitement. From this day forth, she would be Chinchilla's #1 fan. As Chinchilla enjoyed her meal, commotion arose at the cave entrance. "Quick, bring this beast skin to Chinchilla. Hurry, present this prey to Chinchilla. You can hunt another one later." Coral and Chinchilla exchanged glances. Then, with bowls in hand, they ventured outside together. The cave entrance was filled with beasts, the females seeking stone pots accompanied by their beast husbands. The entrance was piled high with various items: prey, beast skins, unfamiliar fruits, and several objects resembling sapphires. What is all this?" Chinchilla asked, astonished. "This is our token of gratitude. Please do not hesitate to accept it. We cannot let you teach us for free. Indeed, we heard you are expecting cubs. You must eat well. Look at this piece of beast meat. It is excellent for your health. There are no prey left at home, and we cannot hunt now. The remaining beast skins are not pretty enough for me to take, so here are 10 blue spirit stones for you." They cheerfully insisted, their faces alight with joy. "Chinchilla, please accept this. It is everyone's heartfelt intention," Coral urged from the side. Chinchilla nodded in acknowledgement. She would not take it without giving in return, as she still had much to teach them. Thank you all. I will have Coral inform you to gather at the tribe's entrance shortly. I have not yet eaten my fill. Take your time. We shall head back now, they replied in unison. Yes, eat well. We will wait for news, they said as they bid farewell. After parting ways, Chinxia gazed at the abundance of goods strewn across the ground, feeling a pang of worry so much. How will we store it all? Coral, do you see anything you like? Take whatever you wish. Upon hearing this, Coral quickly shook her head that no, I do not need anything. This is all a gift for you. What could I possibly want? Thank you. She knew Chinxia was the best. Xuanqi, who had been silently observing her troubled expression, smiled and said, Xia, are you worried about how to store these items? Now, he looked at Chinxia with deep affection. Although Chinxia remained slender, with sunken cheeks, he found her extraordinarily beautiful. Yes, our cave cannot possibly accommodate all of this. She never imagined that one day she would fret over having too many supplies. Chapter 13. The marvelous ability. Xuanqi stepped behind her, wrapping an arm around her waist. Upon touching her slightly protruding abdomen, he felt a surge of joy. With a flick of his other hand, the previously scattered items vanished in an instant. Chinxia stared wide-eyed at the spectacle before her. What is this? Is this akin to the spatial abilities depicted in novels? It just absorbed everything. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she looked up at him, who towered over her and eagerly asked, Is this a spatial ability? Xuanqi found her reaction amusing. She resembled a small cub discovering something wondrous. Yes, I possess 3 abilities. Ice, fire, and space, he replied with a smile. At that moment, Yin Feng, who stood beside Coral, was taken aback by his words, his eyes widening in disbelief that he actually has 3 abilities. In the beast world, males awaken abilities as a blessing from the beast god, allowing them to survive better. The timing and strength of their awakened abilities depend on individual talent. The earlier one awakens, the stronger the talent. For instance, he had awakened his abilities at the age of 5, which was considered quite early. Han Chuan, who awakened at 4, had awakened earlier than him. Among the awakened abilities, those of natural elemental powers often proved more formidable, including wind, fire, water, earth, lightning, and ice. Within the realm of natural elemental powers, there exists a particularly rare ability known as the power of nature. This ability governs natural restoration and healing, enabling rapid plant growth and energy recovery through vegetation. One could say that as long as there are plants, one could continuously heal and restore. Generally, those possessing this ability are advanced shamans, who reside in super tribes and command the respect of all beasts. Typically, ordinary beasts awaken only a single ability, while those with dual abilities are considered exceptionally gifted. The more abilities one awakens, the greater their natural talent. However, possessing only one ability does not necessarily imply a lack of talent. It varies from beast to beast. The chieftain's son, Han Chuan, awakened dual abilities, both of which were natural elemental powers. His extraordinary talent had allowed him to become a 7th-tier warrior at a young age. Xuanqi himself had awakened dual abilities, wind and space. While he may not possess the same level of talent as Han Chuan, he was still a standout within the tribe. He had previously thought Han Chuan was formidable, but he never anticipated that Xuanqi's talent would be even more extraordinary, possessing 2 natural elemental abilities along with a spatial ability. No wonder he was a 9th-tier beast. Spatial abilities are indeed the powers that many beasts yearn for. With spatial abilities, one can store a substantial amount of food, for food is the essence of survival. These abilities are classified into lower and higher tiers. The lower tier allows for a state of suspended time, where the space is limited to inanimate objects, while the higher tier boasts a more expansive capacity and can accommodate living beings. His spatial ability is of the lower tier. However, through his diligent efforts, he is now on the verge of ascending to the higher tiered, in a higher spatial realm. Time does not cease, yet one can manipulate it at will. You may choose to preserve your food in its current state indefinitely, or hasten its maturation. Furthermore, you can enter and exit the space freely, which serves as a means to evade numerous dangers. This ability is capable of evolution. As the strength of the beastman enhances, the lower space will evolve into a higher one, and its dimensions will expand correspondingly. Wow, that is truly impressive. Is your space the kind that can maintain the state of whatever is placed within it indefinitely? At this moment, Chinxia felt an exhilarating thrill. She had only read about such things in novels, never imagining she would witness them firsthand. I can indeed preserve its current state. My space is under my complete control. Xuanqi replied with a smile, lifting her and walking into the cave. This moment. Yin Feng thought to himself, damn it, this is truly the favored child of the beast god. Two elemental powers combined with a high-level spatial ability. This is a case of the beast surpassing the beast. Let us eat first. Make sure you eat plenty. Now, I can cook using a stone pot, and I'll prepare a meal for you this evening. That he gently set her down in front of the pot, taking her bowl to fill it once more. Coral had prepared a large pot of food, having saved a significant portion for her after having eaten some herself. Qianxiao was astonished to find that she had consumed an entire pot of meat soup. Upon seeing her finish, Coral excitedly stood and said, Qianxiao, I'll go inform them to gather at the tribe's entrance. You tidy up and come over, okay? All right, I'll be there shortly. As Coral turned, Yin Feng transformed into a majestic lion, lying down for Coral to climb onto his back. Once she was settled, he leapt out of the cave. Wow, this lion is truly magnificent, Qianxiao thought to herself. She turned to Xuanqi, her eyes sparkling mischievously as she said, I want to see your beast form. Xuanqi chuckled at her playful demeanor, affectionately agreeing with a soft all right. Before shifting into his beast form, he intentionally reduced his size significantly. Otherwise, given his rank and innate species traits, the cave would hardly suffice to contain him. Wow, your beast form is stunning, Qianxiao exclaimed, captivated by the glossy black scales that shimmered with a spectrum of colors in the light. Truly a kaleidoscope of beauty. In his beast form, his golden eyes were remarkably wide, reaching her shoulder. Unable to resist, she reached out to touch him, pondering, this spot must be where his nose is in human form. The texture is delightful. I'll have him transform into his beast form for sleeping tonight. It's so refreshing. Suddenly recalling something, Xuanqi reverted to human form and produced several gem-like objects resembling sapphires. It was then that Qianxiao noticed a bluish light emanating from the stones. What are these? She inquired, puzzled. Xuanqi took her hand, placing the 10 blue spirit stones in her palm before producing a full bag to offer her. Qianxiao examined the stones closely, noting their beauty. These are called blue spirit stones, the currency among beastmen. When we hunt, some prey will contain these spirit stones within their bodies. The stones can be used by males to level up, while females utilize them for strengthening. Higher-grade spirit stones can even extend a female's lifespan. Although using them requires assistance from a male, as generally, females lack special abilities, Xuanqi explained. Qianxiao seized upon a key phrase, generally females. This implied that some females could also awaken special abilities, didn't it? Such occurrences are rare. Generally, females who awaken abilities become shamans, and those with exceptional capabilities may rise to become high-level shamans, typically residing in super tribes. Super tribes? Qianxiao suddenly felt the need to delve deeper into the cultural nuances of the beast world. There had been no mention of this in the memories she inherited. Chapter 14. The stone bowl is too heavy. Let us switch to wooden bowls. Take this bag of blue spirit stones for your use. If you run low, I'll provide more, as I have plenty in my space, along with purple spirit stones, Xuanqi said indulgently. Purple spirit stones? She pondered, her confusion evident. Noticing her bewilderment, Xuanqi felt a pang of sympathy. It was surprising that a female like her was unaware of blue and purple spirit stones. Typically, if a beast were to have a female offspring, it was a matter of great pride, and both the father and mother would shower affection upon her. He wondered how her parents had cared for her. With a thought, a purple spirit stone appeared in his hand, which he placed in the palm of hers. Carefully explaining, blue spirit stones are the lowest quality, commonly found within ordinary beasts. Purple spirit stones are held by slightly higher tier beasts. 10 blue spirit stones equal 5 purple spirit stones, and beyond that. There are red and black spirit stones, with 10 purple spirit stones equating to 1 red spirit stone. The value of black spirit stones is immeasurable. In terms of beastmen hierarchy, blue spirit stones correspond to tier 3. Purple to tier 5, red to tier 8, and black spirit stones are said to be equivalent to tier 12. In all my travels across the continent, there are only 2 tier 9 beastmen. I am one of them. Qianxiao listened to him. A surge of complex emotions welled up within her. She could not quite comprehend it. Yet at that moment, she felt an overwhelming desire to kiss him. Lower your head, she instructed. Xuanqi obediently complied, and in the next instant, a warm pair of lips pressed against his serpent-like pupils widened in surprise, and he swiftly lifted her, deepening the kiss. "Who understands?" he mused. "Your ability to walk boldly is because I am invincible." It truly stirs the heart of a beast. When they finally parted, both wore a rosy blush. "It's time to go. Otherwise, Coral and the others will be waiting too long." Qinxia placed the spirit stones back in his hand, and with a mere thought, Xuanqi returned them to his space. Transforming into his beast form, he coiled his serpent tail around her and gently placed her atop his head before swimming out. The feeling of companionship was delightful. Upon seeing Qinxia approach, Coral began rallying the others to set off toward the water's edge. This time, the number of participants had increased as they had gathered at the tribe's entrance. Curious beasts questioned their purpose, and they informed others, leading to a ripple effect. Soon, all available beasts were joining in. While the others headed off, Coral waited at the tribe's entrance for Qinxia to arrive before proceeding together. "Are there really so many beasts?" "Yes," word spread quickly, "and now everyone knows. All available beasts have come," Coral replied with a smile. Upon reaching the water's edge, Qinxia stood aside, guiding everyone on how to select stones suitable for crafting stone pots. "Have you all spotted that enormous stone? Those with larger households should take that one. It's large enough to cook food for everyone. Over there, yes, those with smaller households can choose that one." Once everyone found suitable stones, Yin Feng began demonstrating the cutting process, with Qinxia providing explanations alongside that don't cut too deep, as the base needs to withstand the heat. If it's too thin, it may burn easily, and if it's too thick, the food will take longer to cook. Pay close attention to Yin Feng's cutting technique. After the cutting, they commenced the polishing stage, which required mutual assistance since some males lack such abilities. Yin Feng utilized his wind powers to create a whirlwind for polishing, and those with wind abilities began assisting others. In this manner of mutual cooperation, everyone ended up with a smooth stone pot. Observing the large trees by the water, Qinxia conceived an idea. Stone bowls were somewhat heavy. Wooden bowls would be far more convenient. Judging by the immense tree before her, it would be more than sufficient to craft bowls for everyone. "Husband, could you fell that tree from this position and then split it in half? Everyone else, please step back." "Husband? What does that mean?" Xuanqi wondered, albeit understanding that Qinxia was addressing him. With a slight motion of his hand, a razor-thin ice blade swiftly flew through the air, causing the massive tree to crash down. Another ice blade followed, splitting the tree cleanly in two. The stone bowls are still a bit cumbersome. They are not very convenient. "Today, let us teach everyone to make wooden bowls." Qinxia orchestrated her husband to chop the tree into various sizes. She simultaneously directed Yin Feng to craft wooden bowls, as if he were fashioning stone bowls. The gathered beasts were left bewildered. Before long, a complete set of tableware was meticulously crafted, each piece polished to a delightful sheen, thanks to Yin Feng's gentle breeze. Have you all taken note of this? Do you understand the process? Then, feel free to get started yourselves. Communicate amongst one another and determine the appropriate sizes for your bowls. This time, she had made additional cups, creating two distinct styles, a tall cup and a short one, reflecting her deep affection for this exquisite tableware. Wasn't this a quintessential embodiment of rustic wooden dining ware? One could not help but notice the astonishment on Xuanqi's face. He had not anticipated such a possibility. His partner was indeed remarkable, and he felt a sense of pride. The tree was immensely large, and after everyone had completed their work, a considerable portion of wood remained. Xuanqi seized that leftover wood and, following Qinxia's guidance, crafted another set of tableware. Qinxia had intended to create a second set as well, for the first set had merely served as a demonstration, and she needed two sets for her two partners. Xuanqi, in secret, etched a small rabbit onto the set he had made. Chapter 15. She might just be ushering in a new era as the assembly of beasts finished their bowls. Qinxia initially planned to return to the tribe, but suddenly recalled that she had been dining in Coral's cave for the past couple of days. One of Coral's partners possessed water-based abilities, making the use of water exceedingly convenient and worry-free. However, Xuanqi lacked such abilities, and their home was devoid of any water storage tools that if she desired a drink, especially in the middle of the night, would she have to trek to find a water source? Observing the crowd, Qinxia inquired, "May I ask how you all manage your water needs? What do you do if you find yourselves thirsty in the middle of the night?" "Well, we typically go to the water's edge when we need water. Bathing and processing our catches are done near the water, and once we've cleaned up, we return to the tribe that if we're thirsty at night. Our beast husbands simply fetch water for us. Indeed, during the day, we come here to drink, and while we're at it, we might as well have a bath that if we become thirsty at night, our husbands go to fetch water. The females chimed in, their voices overlapping that Qianxia's lips twitched. How could she have forgotten? They cooked their meat directly over the fire, bathed by the water's edge, and quenched their thirst there as well at first glance. It seemed they had little need for water. Casting her gaze upon the males present, they appeared unfazed by such practices, even if they had to walk a distance in the middle of the night to fetch water for the females. They seemed to take a certain pride in the beast world. Being needed by a female and performing tasks for her was considered a mark of honor. That moment, Qianxia felt as if she might just be on the brink of ushering in a new era. But don't you find it inconvenient? Look, while the water's edge isn't far from the tribe, it still requires a journey. When we're thirsty, we only drink a few sips, yet we have to make this trek each time. To fetch a few sips of water in the middle of the night, your husbands must venture out. Now that I've taught you how to create vessels for food and water, think back to how challenging it must have been for your husbands to fetch water without such tools. I imagine they would have used large leaves to carry water back for you, correct? Qianxia stated, gazing at the assembly. The females exchanged glances before nodding in agreement. While the distance to the water's edge may not have seemed daunting to the beastmen in their beast forms, they would have found it quite difficult to fetch water once transformed. They likely had to shift back to their beast forms to collect water and then return to their human forms while cradling the water. These were merely Qianxia's conjectures, but they appeared quite evident. They had no tools before, and leaves were their only means of carrying water. She remembered playing in the water during her childhood in the countryside and realized that once they transformed, it would be nearly impossible for them to hold a large leaf filled with water. Thus, they had to carefully carry the leaves, step by step, back home. At this point, Qianxia couldn't help but marvel at the males of the beast world. They truly were. Upon hearing her words, several females suddenly turned to their companions, their eyes filled with surprise and emotion. So, this is how you went to fetch water, Xiangshan? One female asked, her gaze filled with tenderness as she looked at her partner. She recalled a night when she had been thirsty, and her partner had ventured out to fetch water for her. After a long wait, she finally got to drink, and she had vented her frustration at him for taking so long. Now, reflecting on it, he must have been carefully carrying the water back. That was my fault for being slow and making you wait so long, Xiangshan said with a smile, holding her hand. His words caused Duoli to tear up. She realized that she had been unreasonable. She had never considered how he had fetched the water for her, and she had even scolded him for taking too long. No. You're wonderful. It's my fault, Duoli replied, unable to contain herself as she embraced her partner, burying her face in his chest and crying. Xiangshan felt a wave of guilt wash over him. How could he allow his partner to feel such sorrow? He glanced at Qianxia, who stood at the forefront, her expression a mix of complex emotions. That a female beside Duoli seemed to recall something and covered her mouth with her hands, her eyes brimming with tears as she trembled and spoke. Qinku. She remembered a time when she had been intensely thirsty at night, and her beast husband, Qinku, had gone out to fetch her water. He had actually left the house, only to return shortly after, accompanied by another beast man. Not long after, water had been brought back, but it had been the other beast man carrying it. Her husband, Qinku, was an eagle beast, a ruler of the skies, known for his swift flight, while the beast man who had accompanied him was a rabbit beast. That if her suspicions were correct, Qinku must have allowed him to ride on his beast form while he carried the water back on a leaf. She had wondered why it took two beasts to fetch water. She lived next door to Xiangshan's family, and when Xiangshan returned late after fetching water, Duoli had been furious, her raised voice echoing even through the walls. In the beast world, it was deemed highly dishonorable for a partner to ride on another beast's form, and she had never thought her husband would go to such lengths for her. She resolved to reward him well, perhaps by starting a family and giving birth to a little eagle beast. The expressions of the beasts around her varied. Most of the females appeared touched or pained, while the males wore expressions of pure delight. Their joy stemmed from the acknowledgement of their contributions by their partners. They were genuinely grateful to Qianxia. Qianxia sighed softly as she observed the gathering. The females in the beast world were few and precious, and it was only natural for the males to care for their partners. However, The females had grown accustomed to enjoying the fruits of their partner's labor, often taking it for granted without ever affirming their efforts. Yet fortunately, the crowd of females before her seemed to be receptive to her teachings. Xuanqi couldn't help but hold her tighter. His partner was truly brilliant. Furthermore, she acknowledged the contributions of the males to the females, a rarity he had never encountered before. That moment, she radiated an ethereal beauty. Suddenly, he recalled how he had once called her ugly and foolish in his cave, and he felt a surge of shame. Qianxia, I apologize. I was wrong to say you were ugly and foolish. Please forgive me. I deserve your rebuke. He tightened his embrace around her. Qianxia turned to him and playfully pinched his chest. I'll pinch you to death. Chapter 16. A newfound grandeur. All right. What I wish to convey to you all is the significance of having tools at your disposal, as well as the importance of recognizing the efforts your partners make for you. You must believe that your partners love you more than life itself, so be sure to treat them with kindness. Qianxia couldn't help but think of the female named Qina, whose treatment of her partner was downright atrocious, a creature that was inherently flawed and beyond redemption. Upon her remark, Qianxia's stature in the eyes of the crowd soared dramatically, particularly among the males, whose eyes now shimmered with tears of emotion. They had been taught from a young age to care for the females, to place them on a pedestal. They had even come to believe that all their efforts for the females were merely their duty. Now, however, someone had told them that their contributions deserved recognition, that their partners should validate their efforts. How could they not be moved? All right, everyone, please compose yourselves. From now on, treat your partners with greater kindness. Now, I shall teach you how to create water storage tools. We cannot afford to dawdle any longer, or it will soon be dark. Thank you. Qianxia did in unison. The myriad beasts spoke as Qianxia selected a rather stout tree, instructing Xuanqi to fell it using the same method, subsequently dividing it into several sections. She then directed Yin Feng to hollow out the center of the wood, thus creating a large wooden barrel. The next step was to smoothen it. Before long, a well-crafted wooden barrel was completed. Qianxia even orchestrated the creation of a lid and a wooden ladle for scooping water. This vessel, known as a wooden barrel, was designed to hold water, with the lid serving to prevent insects or dust from contaminating the water, as unclean sources could lead to illness among the beasts. The ladle, referred to as a wooden scoop, was intended for drawing water. Qianxia provided a detailed explanation and demonstrated the process, filling the barrel with ladlefuls of water from the shore until it was thoroughly cleansed. Now, this is a clean wooden barrel for storing water. Have you all understood? If so, let us begin. She encouraged to be cautious when selecting trees. Do not recklessly chop them down and destroy the forest. Although she wished to convey the importance of maintaining ecological balance, she knew the beasts would not comprehend. The trees in their world towered high and loomed large. For a single beast, 2 or 3 trees would suffice for a barrel, and she had already felled one. Despite the abundance of trees, teaching them to craft tools might inspire them to think of other uses for timber. Hence her warning against indiscriminate deforestation that a group of beasts chose their trees, while Xuanqi busily assisted in felling them and cutting them to the desired sizes. Indeed, it was they who were working, as the males were more attuned to the needs of their families. However, the tasks were largely uniform. After all, the purpose was to gather water. Some households with numerous younglings required larger barrels for bathing. Shanhu, joyfully clutching the wooden ladle crafted by Yin Feng, rushed to the water's edge to fill it, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Qianxia is truly brilliant, she exclaimed, diligently filling the barrel ladle by ladle. Yin Feng, wishing to spare her the effort, contemplated using his wind abilities to fill the barrel. Yet, Shanhu declined, eager to fill it herself, relishing in the sense of accomplishment it brought her. The other females mirrored Shanhu's enthusiasm, curiously filling the barrel ladle by ladle. This moment, Qianxia felt hunger pangs. In truth, she had been hungry for a while, planning to wait until everyone finished before returning. However, her patience waned. Glancing at the man beside her, he immediately wrapped his arms around her waist and softly inquired, "Are you tired? Are you hungry?" Qianxia nodded against him, replying, "I am hungry. I wish to eat grilled meat." Upon hearing this, Xuanqi released her and transformed into his beast form. With his serpent tail, he lifted her onto his head and coiled the barrel, submerging it in the water until it was filled. Alas, he had forgotten to retrieve the lid and ladle. "Qianxia is hungry. I shall take her home to eat now. Yin Feng, please bring the lid and ladle for me. I must leave." Qianxia hurriedly added, "Those who wish to learn, remember to come to my home later and bring your bowls." With that, he vanished into the depths of the water. Yin Feng remarked, "Such an impatient beast." After all the beasts had filled their barrels, they soon realized that in their beast forms, the barrels were cumbersome to carry. Only the bear from Duoli's family could manage it, the others being either eagle or lion beasts. Found it quite challenging. Ultimately, Yin Feng suggested they carry it back, and everyone readily agreed. The strength of the beastmen was immense, rendering the weight of the barrel inconsequential. However, the males felt a twinge of regret, wishing they had brought another beast along, thus allowing their partners to avoid this trek. The females, however, were unconcerned about the journey back. Instead, they felt a sense of joy, having always traveled atop their partners' beast forms. They had not walked properly in ages, and observing their own partners carrying the barrels stirred a long-forgotten sense of affection within them. "Chinka, sleep with me tonight," one said. "Xiangshan, you too," another chimed in. Soon, the other females joined in. The males, both excited and flushed, carried the water back to the tribe. Chapter 17. Beginning to lead the trend, the gatekeeper beast of the Lion King tribe observed a throng of beasts approaching from afar. Each male bore a hefty wooden log upon his shoulder, while the other hand clutched a large stone. The two beasts exchanged bewildered glances. "That is that not Chinka. What on earth is he doing with that massive log? Why does every male carry one?" The gatekeeper beastman, Lan Feng, inquired. "That I do not know. We shall ask them shortly," replied another gatekeeper bowman. Before long, the large group arrived at the tribe's entrance. "Chinka, what is the purpose of that large log you are carrying? And why are you handling it so carefully?" Lan Feng asked, perplexed by the sight. "This is a water barrel. It holds water for convenient use at home." Chinka's partner, Lily, promptly explained. "That a water barrel? For holding water?" Lan Feng was further puzzled. "Oh, I won't bother explaining. You wouldn't understand anyway. We are heading home now," Lily declared, striding towards their dwelling, with Chinka closely following. The sight of each male bearing a large log piqued the curiosity of those who had not participated, prompting them to emerge and observe. Confusion was etched on their faces as they wondered what this spectacle entailed. "What are they doing, carrying large logs and stones?" "I do not know. I see Lily's family has some. And Duoli's family too. Let us inquire." Thus, the news of the beast returning with large logs and stones quickly spread throughout the tribe, igniting curiosity among those unaware of the situation. Many sought out familiar beasts to inquire about the commotion. "What is happening outside? It seems so lively," asked Chief Lion Mountain. "That I shall go see, father," Han Chuan said, promptly exiting the cave. Just outside, he spotted the last bear, Xiangshan, returning home with a large log. The tribe's excitement stemmed from the gathering of beasts eager to witness the log bearers. Han Chuan followed Xiangshan to his home, observing as Xiangshan carefully set down the stone he held, followed by the gentle placement of the large log. The log was polished to a smooth sheen. Further piquing his curiosity, "Xiangshan, what do you intend to do with that large stone and log?" Han Chuan inquired from behind, startling Xiangshan. "That oh dear, Han Chuan, when did you arrive? You startled me," Xiangshan replied, exasperated. Seeing Xiangshan's startled reaction, Han Chuan found it amusing that such a large beast could be so easily frightened. "That you're a bear. How could that frighten you? Come now, answer me. Did I see your group has all brought back large logs? It's not merely wood. It is a water barrel, meant for holding water. That in the future, we will not have to trek to the water's edge when we need it. When the barrel is empty, we can simply refill it," Xiangshan explained. "This is a stone pot, useful for cooking meat, making soup, or grilling. These are wooden bowls and spoons for holding food." Xiangshan elaborated as Han Chuan listened in astonishment. "A water barrel? A stone pot? Soup? How does one make soup?" Han Chuan's curiosity was piqued, as he had never heard of such a concept. Throughout his life, he had either consumed raw meat or roasted meat over a fire, never having encountered the notion of drinking soup. "That I am not certain. We will seek Qianxia later. She will teach us," Xiangshan replied, lifting the lid of the barrel to scoop water into the stone pot while cleaning it and the wooden dishes. He had to wash them thoroughly after a flying beast had dropped waste into the pot during his return. Observing Xiangshan's actions intrigued Han Chuan, though he was puzzled about how this related to the slender Qianxia. "You mentioned Qianxia. What does she have to do with this?" he queried. "Everything. The water barrel, stone pot, and wooden bowls were all crafted under her guidance, and she will teach us how to utilize the stone pot." Xiangshan asserted, washing the pot and bowls a second time, that if you're so curious, why not accompany me to see for yourself? Han Chuan nodded, glancing at the large wooden barrel filled with water. It was fascinating, yet he felt it unnecessary. That barrel does not hold enough water to clean a catch. We still must go to the water's edge for bathing. Why go through the trouble? Han Chuan remarked in confusion. Xiangshan rolled his eyes, retorting, you single beast know nothing. After tidying up, Xiangshan decided to head to Qianxia's home. However, realizing he could not go empty-handed, he retrieved some freshly crafted beast skins from the previous day. Off I go. At this moment, Qianxia was at home, savoring the delicious pan-fried beef, once again marveling at the exquisite quality of the meat in this beastly world that as for the beef they referred to as moo cow. It was truly succulent and tender. Merely seasoned with a hint of chili and a sprinkle of salt during cooking, it was utterly delectable that in her past life, she had indulged in numerous steaks. Yet none compared to this one, that she attributed its delightful taste to the fact that the cows of this world feasted on pure, untainted grass, which contributed to their flavor. Well, she thought, it seemed somewhat off to say it that way. Yet she couldn't quite pinpoint what was amiss. Regardless, it was simply delicious. You seem to have quite the appetite for this beast's meat, Xuanqi remarked with a smile, flipping the meat in the pan while observing her satisfaction. This meat is so delicious, rich and tender, she replied with delight. Then I shall grab more for you. Eat to your heart's content. Watching the handsome man cook for her, while uttering what she considered sweet nothings, she suddenly felt that the hardships she had endured previously were not in vain. Indeed, having a husband was wonderful. She could enjoy hearty meals every day. Chapter 18. The chef training course commences. Qianxia continued to relish her meal. Unbeknownst to her, many beasts had already arrived outside that moment. Shanhua was at the entrance of Qianxia's cave, stopping them. Please wait. Qianxia is with child and is likely still eating. That I'll go in first. And once she's finished, I'll come out to call you. The beasts nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Qianxia was still diligently eating. That in truth, she was nearly full, but recalling the words of the shaman, she decided to eat a bit more, ensuring she didn't overindulge. This was for her unborn child and to gain some weight herself. After all, she was a beauty and couldn't bear to look at her skeletal appearance with sunken cheeks. Qianxia, how are you doing? Are you full? Today, my beast husband found some milk fruit. I asked him to pick more, and he'll bring it to you later, Shanhua said cheerfully as she approached her side. Milk fruit? What is that? Qianxia inquired, chewing on her meat. That it's a fruit whose juice is as white as milk, with a sweet and sour taste. It's favored by females and cubs alike. Qianxia's eyes lit up. It sounds somewhat like a yogurt drink. Thank you, Shanhua. Come, let's enjoy the meat together. It's truly delicious. Qianxia extended an invitation, but Shanhua waved her hands in refusal. That I've already eaten. You enjoy yours. By the way, everyone is waiting outside. Once you're full, I'll go out and inform them. Shanhua spoke excitedly, and Qianxia couldn't help but find her amusing. She resembled a little sun, always brimming with energy. Haha, Shanhua, why are you so excited? You seem so happy. Qianxia asked, her eyes twinkling with mirth. I don't know. I just think you're amazing, and it feels so satisfying to see those beasts who once looked down on you now regard you with admiration. Shanhua replied, her eyes sparkling with joy. Qianxia understood. This was protective loyalty, and she couldn't help but laugh. Thank you, husband. I'm full now. Please bring out some more meat. As she spoke to Xuanqi, she asked Shanhua to bring in the beasts. Meanwhile, Xuanqi's mind was racing. What does husband even mean? Why does my partner keep calling me that? Though he didn't understand, he silently complied with her wishes. That he quietly retrieved the already cut and clean pieces of meat and set them aside. Just as Xiangshan and Han Chuan arrived, they saw Shanhua emerging, calling everyone into the cave. You came at just the right time, Xiangshan remarked as he hurried inside to secure a good spot, with Han Chuan following closely behind. In no time, the cave was filled with beasts. Qianxia sat at the center, surrounded by a throng of beasts blocking the light. Most of them were males, with a few females accompanying their partners. Now listen to my instructions. Stand in a circular formation, with the females crouching in the front and the males behind. No beast should stand in front and block the light. Otherwise, we won't be able to see anything. She commanded after organizing their positions, with everyone in place. Qianxia began her teaching. She picked up a nearby stone bowl filled with solidified grease, scooping a spoonful into the stone pot. See, Your stone pot should be arranged like mine. And then you can start a fire underneath. The white substance I'm adding is called fat. It is extracted from the fattiest part of the beast's meat and will make our food more delicious and fragrant. Most importantly, it prevents the meat from sticking to the pot. As the fat melted, the cave filled with a tantalizing aroma. How fragrant. I could eat several pieces of meat right now. Wow, I didn't know fat could be used like this. We must have wasted quite a bit in the past. Qianxia is truly remarkable. Who would have thought that the fatty meat we usually discard could be transformed into something so delightful? A wave of murmurs spread through the crowd. Now that the pot is hot and the fat is melted, we can begin frying the meat. As Qianxia spoke, she used 2 twigs to flip the meat. She realized she had forgotten to make chopsticks, intending to ask Xuanqi to craft a pair for her later. Glancing up, she noticed the beasts were curious about the chopsticks in her hands. With a gentle smile, she said, "Let me introduce these. They are called chopsticks, a rudimentary version. Later, I will ask my partner to make a proper pair for me. The males can learn how to create them from him, while we continue to learn how to fry the meat." Xuanqi, caught off guard, was momentarily stunned before a smile crept onto his face. Living in a community was quite pleasant. Why had he wandered alone for so long? Oh, right, it was because he had met her that life became wonderful. The fire for frying the meat must not be too high. Otherwise, the meat will become tough and chewy, ruining its taste if you don't know how to control the heat. Just fry it slowly over a low flame. As Qianxia continued her demonstration, she flipped the meat again and added a pinch of chili. Instantly, a stimulating scent filled the entire cave. Cough, cough, cough. Although she had added only a small amount, she was surprised that some beasts reacted to the strong aroma. Remembering what she had read in a book in her previous life about allergies, she hurriedly called out, "You there, beast, go outside for some fresh air. My water bucket is by the entrance. Drink some water and wash your face, then come back in. Your partner is here. They will learn, and if you have any questions, just ask them." The coughing beast, a female, complied without fully understanding why, but she promptly exited, feeling a bit uncomfortable. Chapter 19. This is truly delicious. Once the female had stepped outside, Qianxia sprinkled some salt into the pot and resumed her teaching. The salt was from Shanhua, who had shared it with her. She asked Xuanqi to bring out a whole batch of chili peppers. Over the past few days, while they were busy crafting tools, she hadn't had a chance to plant the peppers. Fortunately, Xuanqi's space could freeze time, so the peppers were as fresh as when they were harvested. Look at this red fruit in my hand. It's called chili pepper, a seasoning plant that enhances the richness of our food. However, some beasts may not be accustomed to it. All right, the meat is ready. Husband, please cut it into small pieces. Otherwise, there won't be enough to share. Upon hearing Qianxia's instructions, Xuanqi moved his fingers, and the meat in the pot was neatly divided into bite-sized pieces. Having abilities truly made things convenient, Qianxia mused. All right, come up one by one. Everyone brought bowls. Right, she said as she began distributing the meat. Fortunately, she had remembered to ask them to bring bowls. Otherwise, they would have struggled to share the meat as soon as the beasts received their portions. They immediately began to eat in an instant. The rich, tender meat, combined with the savory salt and a hint of spiciness, completely overturned their preconceived notions about meat in their eyes. Meat was never seen as a particularly delicious food. It was merely a means to fill their stomachs. They had never considered that meat could taste so exquisite. Previously, they had always consumed raw meat, while cooked meat was primarily reserved for the females. Even when they had cooked it, it was merely roasted over a fire, lacking any flavor and still retaining a fishy taste, making it tough to chew. Now, the meat Qianxia had fried was fragrant and tender, with no trace of fishiness. With each bite, the burst of juice flooded their taste buds. "This is so delicious." Han Chuan, lacking a bowl, snatched a piece of meat from Xiangshan's bowl. Upon taking a bite, his eyes widened in astonishment. Is this how meat can truly be enjoyed? It's so fragrant and tender. Han Chuan glanced at the slender figure focused on frying the meat, his heart stirring. "Qianxia, could you give me another piece of meat? My partner is still outside the cave, and I want her to try this delicious meat as well." Yuming spoke somewhat shyly, only to be met with a firm refusal from Qianxia. "No way. This meat with chili cannot be given to your partner." As soon as Qianxia finished her sentence, the previously boisterous sounds abruptly ceased, and the beasts exchanged puzzled glances, each looking at the other in bewilderment. They found it curious that despite Qianxia's apparent generosity, she was unwilling to part with even an extra piece of meat. Just moments ago, she had readily given several beasts an additional couple of pieces. Their gazes soon shifted to Luming. Had Luming and her companion done something to displease Qianxia? Indeed, Qianxia was not one to be so stingy. There must be a reason she refused to share even a single piece of meat, suggesting that Luming had inadvertently offended her to know, I haven't done anything wrong, and neither has Chi-Chi. This is our first encounter with Qianxia. We merely followed everyone to the water's edge, Luming exclaimed in a flustered manner, shaking his hands in protest. Qianxia was taken aback. She had rejected Luming but had yet to articulate the reason for her refusal, and now the situation had escalated. Wait, you've misunderstood, she interjected quickly. Upon hearing her voice, the crowd fell silent, while Luming's eyes brimmed with tears. Observing Luming's pitiful expression, Qianxia felt a pang of sympathy. The sight of the little puppy-like face, red-eyed and glistening with tears, tugged at her heartstrings. That I'm sorry for making you feel wronged, that I'm not refusing you meat, nor do I have any grievances against your companion. When I was frying the meat, I added very little chili. Although your companion was not positioned too close, she was still affected and has been coughing ever since, has she not? The other beasts did not exhibit such reactions, indicating that the chili was particularly irritating for your companion. I was merely concerned that it might make her ill, which is why I declined to give you the meat. Upon hearing Qianxia's explanation, the beasts who had previously accused Luming felt a wave of guilt wash over them, and they promptly began to apologize. That I'm so sorry, Luming. I was too impulsive and misunderstood you. My apologies. I completely misjudged the situation. Wiping away his tears, Luming smiled at them and said, I accept your apologies. He then turned to Qianxia and expressed his gratitude. Thank you. Qianxia had no need for thanks. Just remember to prepare some fried meat for your companion to make up for what she missed today. Qianxia replied with a smile. That moment. She reflected on how endearing the little puppy was. As she surveyed the males present, Qianxia noted that they were quite handsome, each possessing unique traits. Some were rugged, others more gentle, and a few strikingly beautiful, including one who bore a striking resemblance to Yen Mokong. Truly, this world of beasts was a paradise for women. Turning her attention back to Xuanqi, who stood behind her, she couldn't help but smile. There were many handsome males, but the most handsome and formidable one was hers, and she had acquired him without effort. In her heart, she chuckled. This is too amusing. When Xuanqi noticed her smiling in his direction, he wondered if she needed anything from him. Is something the matter? Do you require my assistance? He inquired with a smile. That infernal deep voice. No, I was merely admiring you, she replied. Xuanqi stepped closer and squatted down before her, gazing at her with a warm smile. Then feel free to admire me, he said. Suddenly, a voice pierced the air, shattering the delicate atmosphere that had just formed. Qianxia, where can I find that chili? I truly adore its flavor, a female beast inquired. That I found this chili by the water's edge and only discovered a few plants, so I dug them up with the intention of cultivating them in a suitable location to see if I could grow more. Qianxia explained that on that day, she and Shanhua hadn't ventured far, only locating 2 or 3 plants, but there might be more if they continued down towards the water. Qianxia presented the chili plant to the assembled beasts so they could clearly see it. Take a good look at this plant. When unripe, its fruit is a tender green, but once fully mature, it turns red. Shanhua and I discovered this plant by the water, so you can search along the water's edge for more. If you find it, just pick the ripe fruit without damaging the plant. Once it matures again, you can harvest it once more. As she spoke, she demonstrated how to pick the chili, worried that these robust beasts might mishandle it. Chapter 20, Chef Training, Episode 2. Having completed the segment on frying meat, Qianxia was ready to teach everyone how to prepare meat soup. Shanhua, please bring your stone pot over. It's still too hot to clean right now. Sure, I'll send Yinfeng to fetch it, Shanhua replied with a smile, turning to her companion who stood beside her. Upon receiving the signal, Yinfeng headed outside the cave to retrieve the pot. Everyone, please take note. After being heated, the stone pot remains extremely hot, so exercise caution while cooking to avoid burns. Those with ice or water abilities should be particularly careful. Once we finish cooking, extinguish the fire and add some water to the pot to expedite cooling. However, ice ability should not be used to cool the scorching stone pot, as the sudden temperature changes could easily cause it to shatter. Qianxia advised, feeling quite confident in her role as a teacher. She articulated her instructions with clarity and precision. That moment, Xuanqi felt a twinge of awkwardness as he subtly wiped his nose. When Qianxiao mentioned the pot's heat, he had contemplated using his ice powers to cool it down. Fortunately, he refrained. Once Feng returned with the stone pot, Qianxiao instructed him to set up another fire pit for cooking. The fire pit was simply 3 stones arranged in a triangular formation, upon which they would place the stone pot. Xuanqi stood by, ready to assist. Now, let us begin teaching everyone how to prepare meat soup. First, we add water to the pot, then I'm filling it to the brim, because I'm preparing enough for everyone. When cooking for yourselves, adjust the water according to how much you wish to eat. It is advisable to add slightly more water than needed, as some will evaporate during cooking, reducing the overall volume. Next, we'll add the meat. Qianxiao instructed that as she explained each step, Xuanqi followed suit, as all the ingredients were in his possession. The beasts had never attempted such a method of cooking before, yet they all acknowledged that the meat had a distinct odor. Right? Qianxiao exclaimed, resembling a kindergarten teacher. She couldn't help but chuckle at the sight before her. Although the beasts were tall and strong, they resembled children who knew nothing and were attentively listening to her instructions. While they were familiar with making meat soup, some herbs could help eliminate the meaty odor. A few days ago, I found a plant called ginger, which effectively removes the unpleasant smell of meat, Qianxiao continued, reaching out as Xuanqi handed her a couple of slices of pre-cut ginger. This is ginger. Unfortunately, I only found one plant, so I can't provide you with the whole plant as a reference, but it's quite large, and I'll distribute a small piece for everyone to take home. How wonderful! Thank you, Qianxiao, the beasts exclaimed, their spirits lifted. However, Shanhua interjected, don't just say thank you. Tomorrow, each of you should bring a prey as a token of appreciation. Qianxiao is pregnant and still going through the effort of teaching you how to cook. Not to mention sharing her precious ginger with you. Bringing a piece of prey is hardly excessive, is it? Shanhua was quite forthright, as she could not allow Qianxiao's generosity to go unrecognized. That's reasonable. We'll definitely bring something tomorrow. Absolutely. Then Xuanqi chimed in, Qianxiao enjoys mooing cows. All right, we'll ensure to bring a mooing cow tomorrow. The beast chorused. With a smile, Qianxiao responded, then I won't hold back. Please thank you all for the provisions for my little one. Ha! The atmosphere was undeniably cheerful, filled with camaraderie and warmth. Now, let us get back to business, that we'll add the ginger to the pot. Remember, add the meat to cold water along with the ginger slices before igniting the fire. As Qianxiao spoke, Xuanqi lit the fire. Controlling the heat is essential when making soup. The flame shouldn't be too high. Otherwise, the water will evaporate too quickly. For those who aren't in a hurry to eat, a low flame is preferable, while those who can increase the heat, do you see that layer forming on the surface? That's the impurities that need to be skimmed off. Use a ladle to remove it until the soup is clear, then we can let it simmer for a while. Suddenly, Qianxiao recalled the chestnuts and hastily asked Xuanqi to retrieve them. To illustrate her point, she specifically took out an unblemished chestnut, still covered in its spiky husk. Isn't this a prickly fruit? Qianxiao, what do you intend to do with it? One beast inquired in confusion. Yes, this is indeed a prickly fruit, but I must inform you that it's called a chestnut, a food that can fill your stomach. As Qianxiao spoke, Xuanqi sliced open the chestnut, leaving the beast somewhat astonished. Previously, this furry fruit had fallen in abundance, and even in times of scarcity, they had never considered it edible. Behold, once cut open, it revealed small black round pieces, its true fruit. How does one consume this? You ask, simply make a small incision on the surface and boil it in water. This moment, Qianxiao felt a twinge of regret. She ought to have prepared some peeled chestnuts, for then they could have savored a delightful chestnut meat soup. Alas, she had forgotten to prepare them. Well, for now, you can observe the cooking process. Ideally, the soup should be made with pre-peeled chestnuts that I will toss in a few unpeeled ones to cook alongside the broth. Later, the females can share and taste the chestnuts. However, do not emulate my mistake of adding unpeeled ones to the soup. I simply forgot to prepare. Normally, one should boil them directly in water, and for the soup, peeled chestnuts are essential. Qianxiao spoke with meticulous detail. There was no alternative. She believed that if she were not thorough, the beast would simply replicate her actions without understanding. She knew how to cook and eat, and her intention was to facilitate understanding. Yet, those beasts were unaware, so she elaborated on each step with great care. Chapter 21. A glimpse of insight amid the eager anticipation of the beasts. The pot of meat soup was finally ready to be served. Qianxiao first fished out the chestnuts and instructed Xuanqi to cool them down. Once cooled, she peeled off the outer shell and scraped off a layer of chestnut paste with a small stone shard she had used earlier. It was perfectly cooked, deliciously soft and glutinous. Come, everyone, bring your bowls that I've decided that everyone should sample the taste of chestnuts. I will serve that as Qinxia spoke. Coral swiftly stepped forward to receive the bowl handed to her. The process unfolded as Qinxia placed the chestnut paste into the bowls, followed by Xuanqi pouring the soup and Coral returning the bowls promptly. Soon, the chestnuts and meat soup were distributed, and Lu Ming and his partner also indulged in the feast. The beast savored the meat soup and tasted the chestnuts, and such delectable fare filled them with joy and contentment. This is exquisite. The meat soup has no trace of gaminess, and the meat itself is sweet and fragrant. Indeed, and the chestnuts are delightful, soft and sweet. Now this is what food should be. Previously, we merely ate to survive. That a wave of excited chatter ensued to be why this point, Qinxia began to feel drowsy. Her teachings were nearly complete. Well, I've finished the tutorials on frying meat and making soup. Now let my beast husband distribute some ginger. Line up to receive it. I shall take my leave to rest, just as Qinxia finished speaking about resting. She was swept off her feet. Sleep well. Call for me if anything arises. Xuanqi cradled her gently and carried her into the cave, placing her carefully on the grassy nest. Although Qinxia had intended to say something, she fell asleep the moment she settled down. Watching her slumber, Xuanqi felt warmth in his heart. He infused her with a bit of energy. When she had enough, the little one would be at peace and would not draw on her energy. When Xuanqi returned outside, the others had already tidied everything up, and the pot was sparkling clean. He took out some ginger and, with a few deft movements of his fingers, sliced it into many small pieces. Line up to receive, he said calmly. Each beast was given a small piece of ginger, and they eagerly returned home. On the way back, Han Chuan looked at the small piece of ginger in his hand. Reminiscing about the delicious meal they had enjoyed, that he too desired a stone pot. Xiangshan, can you make a stone pot? He turned to Xiangshan beside him and inquired that of course that as soon as Xiangshan finished speaking. He was pulled along by Han Chuan. Come on, make one for me. You're not behaving like a beast, Han Chuan. I need to return to cook for Duoli. It's fine. Doesn't Duoli adore my tiger pelt? Make me a complete set of pots and dishes, and I'll gift it to you. This temptation was one Xiangshan could not resist. His partner adored that pelt that as he gazed at the sky. Now painted with the hues of dusk, Xiangshan quickened his pace that he needed to hurry. Otherwise, he would miss the opportunity to cook. When the sun disappeared, the Lion King tribe was filled with the enticing aroma of food. Chief Shirshan looked at the stone pot before him, where meat was simmering. The entire cave was suffused with the scent of meat. After tasting a spoonful of the meat soup, his pupils widened in shock as he gazed at the exquisite wooden bowl and the delectable broth in his hand. You mean to say this stone pot was made by Qinxia and she taught everyone how to use it? Yes, father, that I witnessed it myself. Tonight's meat soup was prepared following her instructions, Han Chuan replied as he ate. Qinxia, that child who was overlooked by males during the coming-of-age ceremony. Correct, spoke the chief's female, Kanglin, who was also Han Chuan's mother. Indeed, that is her at that moment. Shirshan's heart grew heavy when he first learned of such a frail female. He had merely sent some meat her way and then forgotten about her. That it was not until the coming-of-age ceremony that he saw her again. Aside from that occasion, he had not encountered her until her beast husband came looking for her. It was during that visit that he saw her for the third time, and she had been eating roasted spines. The words of his partner startled Songlan that it should be known that no beast would dare eat spines, for they are unpleasant and filled with thorns. Long ago, a beast had attempted to consume one, but choked on its spines and perished. Now, here was a female who consumed spines, indicating that her life had become so dire that she had no other meat to eat. Shirshan, do you not regularly send meat to her? Though it may not be much, it should suffice for her sustenance. How did she end up reduced to eating spines? Kanglin questioned. Not only was his partner perplexed, but Shirshan himself couldn't fathom it either. Although the Lion King tribe had rules, they were not enforced rigidly. While Qinxia had not formally joined the tribe, it did not mean he would neglect her. The tribe was well fed and clothed, yet she, a female taken in, was struggling today as chief. It was his duty to care for the frail female. Besides, she had not yet reached adulthood. Thus, he had allocated a portion of his food for her. The coming-of-age ceremony was the second time he had seen her. She stood there, yet no male sought her affection. That he and his partner assumed the female was simply too frail to attract suitors. They believed that once she gained weight and became healthier, males would come after her. Consequently, he had sent more meat in hopes that she would soon regain her strength and find a husband. "Father, who did you send to deliver meat to Chinxia?" Han Chuan inquired. It was then he realized that his father had indeed been sending meat to her. Yet why was she still so thin? Reduced to sustaining herself on spines? He had assumed it was due to his preoccupation with advancement, that he had overlooked her dire circumstances, that if his father was aware and had been caring for her, then the reason she could not acquire meat must be that someone had greedily taken the meat intended for Chinxia. "I sent Hu Yu. At the outset, he happened to pass by as I was leaving, so I asked him to deliver it. After that, I let him handle all the deliveries," Shi Shan replied. This left Han Chuan in silence. Hu seemed reliable. Since joining the tribe, he had adhered to the rules and had not exhibited any misconduct. "Father, I will take care of this matter." Chapter 22. You need to find another beast husband. Chinxia slept deeply through the night. When she awoke, it was already the following morning. Oh dear, have I truly slept for so long? She had expected to wake in the middle of the night, as she had dozed off around sunset. One drawback of life in the beast world was the absence of clocks. She was unsure of the hour. Just as she pondered this, Xuanqi returned from a successful hunt, and, upon entering the cave, noticed she was awake. "What brings you up so early?" Xuanqi swiftly scooped her up and carried her toward the entrance. After living together for several days, he had become quite familiar with her habits. For instance, she always needed to cleanse her mouth with fragrant wood twigs upon waking, then wash her face before eating. "Perhaps I fell asleep early yesterday, so I woke up early today," Qinxiao responded. After he helped her wash up, she settled in front of the stone pot. "Are we having fried meat again today?" Xuanqi inquired while lighting a fire. She nodded in agreement. "Have you noticed that my sleeping hours seem to be increasing, and my appetite has grown significantly?" Qinxiao looked at him curiously. "You are carrying a little one. It is entirely normal to require more sleep and a larger food intake, especially since you are bearing the offspring of a royal serpent. Your current appetite is still modest, in about 45 days. It will increase further," Xuanqi explained. "And how long until I give birth?" Qinxia had once pondered what it would be like to become a mother, but she never anticipated that she would actually find herself in that role. The offspring were 3 snakes, and gestation took over 2 months, approximately 70 days. Once the hatchlings were born, she would need to incubate the eggs, which would take roughly 60 days. As Xuanqi spoke, he suddenly realized that Qinxia had only him as her partner. Once the hatchlings arrived, he would be preoccupied with incubating the eggs, leaving him unable to care for her. Frowning slightly, he felt a pang of melancholy. He had never considered finding another beast husband for Qinxia, as none could surpass his strength, and he was fully capable of caring for and protecting her. Yet, now, once she laid the eggs, he would be committed to a 2-month incubation period. He could not leave the eggs unattended. They had specific temperature and humidity requirements that if he were to step away, the eggs would cease to develop and perish. Thus, the breeding process for the Xianwang snake clan was arduous, and the outcome depended heavily on successful hatching. If the scorching season arrived, he would need to dig deep into the ground to ensure adequate humidity for incubation, which meant he could not hunt and would have to endure 2 months without food or water, waiting for the hatchlings to emerge. Noticing the sudden pallor on his face, Qinxia felt a flutter of concern and quickly inquired, "What is wrong? Why do you look so distressed?" Xuanqi knelt before her, his expression serious. "Qinxia, once the snake eggs are laid, I must focus on incubating them. During these 2 months, I cannot leave the eggs. Otherwise, our offspring will not hatch." Qinxia felt a wave of relief wash over her. She had feared it was something far more serious. "Well, once the hatchlings arrive, you should focus entirely on the incubation." "Qinxia, my inability to leave the eggs means I cannot care for you or hunt for food. You will need to find another beast husband, perhaps even more," Xuanqi stated earnestly. In their world, it was common for each female to have at least 4 or 5 partners, with some even having dozens. Although he did not wish to, it was indeed unreasonable for Qinxia to have only him as her mate. At that moment, Qinxia felt as if her mind was buzzing. Her husband was suggesting she seek out another partner. "I can take care of myself. You just focus on the incubation," she comforted him. "How can you care for yourself in such a state? When I wasn't around, you resorted to eating the spiky beasts to fill your stomach. If I cannot hunt, will you eat those again?" Xuanqi retorted, a hint of irritation in his voice. Qinxia sheepishly touched her nose. The beasts in this world were indeed peculiar, referring to fish as spiky beasts. Chinxia, it is still spring, a season of rapid plant growth and reproduction for both beastmen and wild creatures. So food is plentiful. However, the scorching season, rainy season, and cold season will follow, and I may not be able to care for you adequately. Especially during the cold season, I will hibernate, as hunting becomes exceedingly difficult that if you rely solely on me, you may not survive the cold season. Moreover, with the impending arrival of our offspring, my advice is for you to seek a strong partner. Xuanqi spoke with utmost seriousness, prompting Chinxia to consider his words carefully. Indeed, she recalled from the stories she had read that during the latter seasons, food would become increasingly scarce. Thus, the beastmen would stockpile provisions during spring. Reflecting on her memories, she remembered that the parents of this body had begun digging for food stores around this time. Once the scorching season arrived, the land would be parched and wild beasts would scarcely emerge, let alone during the rainy and cold seasons. The rainy season would bring relentless downpours, with the constant threat of flooding, necessitating relocation to higher ground. That I end the cold season, snakes would uncontrollably hibernate, with Xuanqi unable to provide for her. Where would she find sustenance with her frail limbs during the cold season? Sighing softly, Chinxiao finally said, I understand that at that moment, a voice called out from the cave entrance. Chinxia, are you awake? Who is calling for me? Chinxia wondered, I'll go take a look. After Xuanqi said this, he turned and walked outside, shortly returning with the golden-haired beast man she had seen previously. You are not. You are that. She recognized this beast man from the celebration she had attended with Shanhua. Han Xuan froze, realizing he had not formally introduced himself to her. I am Han Xuan, the son of the chieftain, Lion Mountain, Ditto. Han Xuan, what brings you here? Chinxia inquired at this moment. Xuanqi scrutinized Han Xuan closely. On the day Han Xuan had come to find Chinxia, he had been focused on seeing her and hadn't paid much attention to him, that a 7th-tier beast man and the chieftain's son. He was quite presentable, though perhaps not quite as impressive as Xuanqi. He was still commendable. That I have come to inquire about certain matters. May I sit and discuss? Han Xuan asked, smiling at Chinxia. Please be seated. She gestured towards a stone bench. This bench had been crafted by Xuanqi for her convenience, as sitting directly on the stone would have been quite uncomfortable. She had also asked him to make a few smaller stools to place beside the stone pot, making it easier for her to dine comfortably. The large stone bench fit perfectly with the big stone table. Han Xuan glanced at the bench beneath him and remarked, This is quite impressive. I shall have one made for myself when I return. Let us return to the matter at hand, that I wish to ask how much meat your tribe has sent you previously, Han Xuan inquired. Chinxia felt perplexed by his question. What did he mean? Did he wish to reclaim the meat? Xuanqi's eyes narrowed, and a tense atmosphere enveloped them, that if this young man were there to demand the return of the meat, he would promptly be thrown out, and he would ensure the chieftain learned a lesson he would not forget. That it was undeniable that Han Xuan lacked perception. Even Chinxia could sense Xuanqi's displeasure. Yet he sat there oblivious, as if nothing were amiss. Chinxia exchanged a glance with Xuanqi, who responded with a faint smile. What do you mean? Are you suggesting that now that I have a beast husband, you wish to reclaim what your tribe has given me? Chinxia spoke calmly. No. How could that be? It is quite the opposite. Yesterday I prepared a pot of meat soup for my parents using the method you taught me. Upon discovering that you invented and shared such a valuable culinary technique, my father felt immense guilt. Han Xuan hurriedly explained, a hint of urgency in his tone. Guilt? Chinxia asked, puzzled. Yes, he believes that as a chieftain, aside from sending meat to you, he has not paid sufficient attention to your well-being. He was unaware of the hardships you faced and how you had to resort to eating spiky beasts to fill your belly. He considers this a dereliction of duty. Given that you have endured such difficulties while contributing such invaluable knowledge to the tribe, he feels remorseful. But my father has sent me quite a bit of meat. For a female like me, it should have been sufficient. How could I have ended up eating spiky beasts to satisfy my hunger? Han Xuan continued. This statement left Chinxia in silence as she reflected on her memories. In the early days of her arrival at the tribe, she recalled receiving substantial portions of meat, more than enough for her needs. However, from the 3rd day onward, the quantity dwindled, and eventually, the meat dispatched to her was only enough for a single meal, and not even enough to satiate her hunger. Moreover, following her coming-of-age ceremony, no males had sought her as a mate, and she had not fully integrated into the tribe. This body had assumed that the tribe had begun to reject her, leading to the reduction in meat provisions. Indeed, during my 1st and 2nd days in the tribe, The meat provided was ample. However, as time passed, especially after the coming-of-age ceremony, the meat dwindled to a mere meal's worth, forcing me to search desperately for food. Qinxiao shrugged her shoulders nonchalantly and spoke. Upon hearing Qinxiao's words, Han Chuan's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that this seemingly quiet and unassuming Qinxiao would dare to indulge in the food meant for the weaker females, especially one that was exceptionally frail, that he could hardly bear to think about it. If Qinxiao were to perish from starvation within the tribe, residing at the very edge of the settlement, where few beasts traversed, it was likely that her death would go unnoticed. The mere thought of this made Han Chuan gaze at Qinxiao at that moment. She appeared quite thin, yet her spirits were markedly better than when he had first encountered her. And there was a hint of color on her face. She at least resembled a beast more than before. When he first saw her, she was squatting down, consuming a spiny beast, her eyes sunken, cheeks gaunt, and her skin pallid with a sickly hue. He had been utterly taken aback then. Little did Han Chuan know that the former Qinxiao had long since perished. Our tribe does not have a practice of offering up our prey. Han Chuan began to explain to Qinxiao about the tribe. As Qinxiao listened to Han Chuan's introduction, she gained her first insights into this tribe. The Lion King tribe was a hybrid tribe that had welcomed many foreign beastmen to strengthen their numbers. This tribe did not resemble the hunting teams depicted in the beast literature she had read. Instead, it functioned more like a modern family, with each household managing its own affairs. Each female had several beast husbands to care for her. Furthermore, given the tribe's advantageous location, nearly every family thrived. What about the elderly and weak females in the tribe? What do the males do? Qinxiao inquired. Han Chuan responded, the females will bear offspring, and throughout their lives, they will not have just one cub. When she and her beast husbands grow old and lose their hunting capabilities, her cubs will support them. Why then? Her cubs will be at their most capable age. Thus, hunting and providing for them is not a difficult task. Moreover, elderly beastmen do not consume much. A medium-sized prey could sustain them for a day. Additionally, females will bear numerous cubs throughout their lives. So there will always be food delivered, ensuring a comfortable old age. The beastmen hold great respect for their fathers and mothers. That does bear a resemblance to modern living arrangements, Qinxiao remarked. But if that is the case, where did the meat that was sent to me come from? All right, I understand. Just tell me what you wish to say, Qinxiao interjected after listening to Han Chuan's explanation, feeling that he was merely beating around the bush without getting to the point. I want to clarify that the meat sent from the tribe actually comes from my father. He took a large portion from his own food to share with you. I inquired to ascertain how much meat had reached you. Now that I have my answer, I hope you understand that the tribe has not withheld food from you due to your inability to find a golden lion beast husband, or because you have not joined the tribe. Han Chuan stated, looking at Qinxiao with a resolute tone. Qinxiao was amused by his firm demeanor. All right, I understand. Thank you for the food sent by the chief. However, I do have one question. To go ahead. Why must one seek a golden lion beast man as a partner to be considered part of the tribe? I have been here for a while now. Doesn't living here for an extended period qualify me as a member of the tribe? This was a point of confusion for Qinxiao, that if you were a male, it would not pose an issue. However, the situation is different for females. They are scarce and precious. Regardless of which tribe they join, they are regarded as valuable assets. In the past, we encountered a situation where a foreign female joined our tribe. She had no beast husband and lived here for some time. Although she did not choose a golden lion beast man as her partner, the tribe still treated her as one of their own, providing her daily sustenance. Eventually, she met a wolf beast man and decided to leave with him to live in his tribe. When a female leaves our tribe to join another, it is customary for the new tribe to provide a portion of resources as a gesture of gratitude for the care received from the original tribe. However, this female simply left without any compensation, claiming, I am not a female of your tribe. Why should I owe you anything? Thus, from that moment on, the tribe established this rule. Han Chuan elucidated. After hearing this, Qinxiao felt something was amiss. Yet she seemed to grasp the reasoning behind it. It was somewhat akin to the modern practice where a family raises a daughter, and when she marries, the groom's family is expected to provide a dowry in appreciation for the upbringing. Then I have another question. If the tribe operates independently, how does a female without a beast husband receive food? You mentioned that her sustenance was provided by the tribe. How is that arranged? Don't tell me that it is the males who pursue her and provide her with food, which you then categorize as food from the tribe. Qianxiao was not foolish. If the tribe was self-sufficient and did not require contributions, how was the food provided to her? Surely it could not be that the chief was supplying it. Of course not. The matter of males courting females is their own affair. Any gifts exchanged have nothing to do with the tribe. This is a long story. Han Chuan began to recount another tale. One day, a female arrived at the entrance of the tribe, expressing her desire to join that time. The Lion King tribe had very few females. So welcoming one was undoubtedly a positive development. Consequently, the females settled within the tribe. Initially, the single males courted her, offering prey and furs, even beginning to engage in the duties of a partner. However, she merely accepted their offerings without showing any goodwill. And gradually, the males ceased their pursuits. When she found herself without food and no males to provide for her, she approached the chief, weeping inconsolably that I asked the chief of the tribe. It was his responsibility to care for the beasts under his leadership. The female explained that it was not that she did not wish to choose a golden lion beast man. She simply needed more time, as her beloved beast had perished while protecting her on her journey here. She wished to wait a little longer. Yet, even after the chief relayed her words to the single beast men, none were willing to pursue her. The chief thought it best to wait. Once she was ready to accept a partner, there would surely be beasts eager to court her again. Thus, the chief began to share a portion of his own food with her daily. This arrangement continued for a lengthy period. My father was so kind-hearted. Yet it resulted in such an outcome. All we sought was to pray in return, as a token of gratitude for the tribe's care. But who would have known that this female would be so malicious? Han Chuan expressed his emotions running high at the recollection of the female's actions. Qianxia, upon hearing the story, could not help but twitch her lips. So it was indeed the chief who provided the food. This made her understand the reasoning behind such a rule. The chief was truly a good person. Even when no males were interested in her, he still ensured she received meat. Qianxiao initially intended to voice something. But after some thought, she realized it was unnecessary. Since there were no other foreign beasts in the tribe, there was no need for the tribe to provide food or care, that if there are no hunting teams, then why is there a foraging team? Qianxiao recalled that the original owner had gone out with a foraging team and had perished outside. The so-called foraging team was in essence a group that collected fruits and other foodstuffs, primarily allowing the females and young cubs to enjoy some leisure time outside. The gathered items were returned to the tribe for equal distribution. Han Chuan added, females are not permitted to venture outside the tribe alone. At least one beast husband must accompany them. Sometimes, the females in the tribe wish to take their young cubs out for a bit of fun, so they will apply to the chief, who will then organize a foraging team and assign stronger beasts to ensure their safety. You might wonder why, if those females all had beast husbands, they could not simply go out together. Why was there a need for such arrangements? Qianxiao looked at him in surprise, not expecting him to grasp her thoughts. Han Chuan found her astonishment amusing and remarked, the strength of the tribe's beasts varies greatly. This forest is not home to just our tribe. There are other tribes that can be quite vicious, capable of abducting females and even killing young cubs for that purpose, that we cannot afford to take such risks. So we naturally arrange for stronger beasts to accompany them, ensuring their safety. Understanding dawned upon Qianxia. She realized she should refrain from expressing opinions indiscriminately, as there were reasons behind the actions of others. At that moment, a slender hand extended a bowl filled with meat, accompanied by a plaintive voice. Xia, it's time to eat. Chapter 25. What should she do? Qianxia glanced at Xuanqi beside her, who at that moment resembled a forsaken beast, his eyes brimming with resentment. How peculiar, she thought, feeling somewhat alarmed. It seemed she had been so engrossed in her conversation with Han Chuan that she had lost track of when Xuanqi had finished cooking the meat. Indeed, when one is deeply focused, it is all too easy to overlook other matters. Qianxia took the bowl from him, and noticing his sullen expression, she flashed him a sweet smile and said, "Thank you, my dearest snake." The previously displeased Xuanqi, upon hearing her words, found his irritation dissipating, a flush creeping onto his cheeks as he stammered. And no need to mention it. This is, what I should do as your beast husband. Is it delicious? There's more once you finish. Qianxia smiled and nodded as she ate. Xuanqi couldn't help but smile faintly, then returned to his task of frying the meat. Meanwhile, Han Chuan observed from the side, feeling an inexplicable discomfort in his heart, that sorry for the interruption, that I've gathered the information and will inform you once I have results that I shall take my leave now." With that, Han Xuan stood and departed swiftly, leaving Qin Xiao without a chance to say anything that he left rather hastily. She hadn't finished her inquiries. Qin Xiao muttered quietly to herself. From Han Xuan's words, it was evident that there had originally been enough meat allocated for the original owner. Coupled with her own memories, she realized that the quantity of meat delivered had been dwindling since the third day, especially following the coming-of-age ceremony, where the provisions barely sufficed to fill her stomach, not enough to sate her hunger. Where had all that meat gone? Qin Xiao pondered, trying to recall the visage of the beast man who delivered the meat, but to no avail. That moment, she felt a wave of sorrow wash over her. She had initially thought that once Han Xuan uncovered the truth and exposed the greedy beast man, she would ensure they faced consequences. But then she wondered, how could she do that? Only she knew that the original owner had perished, starved to death by that wretched beast man, leaving her to inhabit this body. Only she was aware that to everyone else, Qin Xiao was still alive. Though frail, she was still alive. She could not make the beast man who had hoarded the meat pay a heavy price. While that beast man would likely face only a minor reprimand, she felt an overwhelming sense of injustice, yet was at a loss as to what to do. Lost in thought, a large hand suddenly took the bowl from in front of her. "What is wrong? Are you smitten with Han Xuan? You look so forlorn now that he is gone, that if you want him as a partner, I can help you steal him away," Xuanqi said, shoving a bowl full of meat back into her hands. "My, such a strong scent of jealousy." Qin Xiao accepted the bowl, teasing him as she ate the meat. "Really? You can steal him away?" she said playfully. Xuanqi abruptly halted in his cooking, setting down his chopsticks and gazing towards the entrance of the cave. "Goodness, you truly have taken a liking to that lion. You said you wanted me to help you steal him, and now you actually want him." Seeing his sulky demeanor, Qin Xiao found it amusing. She stood up and approached him, squatting down to meet his gaze. "Why the long face? Didn't you say you'd help me steal him?" "I agreed. So why are you upset?" At that moment, she felt an overwhelming urge to laugh out loud. But she held it back, not yet finished with her playful banter. "That I... Xuanqi stuttered, unable to articulate his thoughts as he turned his gaze away from her, that he was confused. He had just mentioned finding her a new partner. Yet now that he witnessed her interest in another beast man, even agreeing to let him help, he felt a pang of discomfort. Suddenly, a pair of arms wrapped around him from behind, a gentle voice resonating at his back. "I am just teasing you. When did I ever take a liking to Han Xuan? I was merely pondering what punishment the beast man who hoarded my meat would face once Han Xuan finds him. If the punishment is too lenient, I wouldn't stand for it, considering I nearly starved to death. That if it's too severe, well, how severe could it truly be? After all, I'm still here, leaning against his back." Qin Xiao spoke, a hint of sorrow in her tone. In an instant, she spun around and found herself straddling his lapum. Xuanqi was taken aback, facing her directly. The position inexplicably quickened her heartbeat. "That if you wish, I could kill him for you," Xuanqi said, locking his gaze on hers with a resolute tone. Qin Xiao fell silent. She yearned for the greedy beast man to pay a price, but upon hearing Xuanqi's offer to kill him, she felt it was unnecessary. Yet, the original owner could not have died in vain. Suddenly, she felt utterly exhausted. What should she do? "I'm tired. I want to sleep," she said, leaning against him, deflated. "I'll think about it later." Xuanqi lifted her effortlessly and carried her into the cave, gently placing her on the grassy nest. "Sleep now. I'll stay outside. If you need anything, just call for me," he said softly, covering her with a soft hide. Chapter 26. Dreaming of her. Qin Xiao dreamed a dream where she encountered a girl who looked exactly like her. Had she not seen the tattered bee-skin skirt the girl wore, she would have likely mistaken her for herself. This skirt was the very one she had worn upon her arrival in this world. "You are Qin Xiao, aren't you?" Qin Xiao asked, gazing at her. The beast woman Qin Xiao remained silent, merely staring at her intently. A wave of sorrow washed over Qin Xiao. The beast woman before her shared her features, yet exuded an air of innocence. Her eyes clear and untainted, reminiscent of Qin Xiao's own youthful self at 15 or 16, naive and innocent. She had forgotten that this body was also merely coming of age. Not much different from her past life. Qin Xiao sat on the ground and patted the space beside her, inviting her to join. The beast woman remained still, her gaze fixed upon Qin Xiao. "Did you come to see me?" Qin Xiao asked again. Still, there was no response. Unperturbed, Xinxia began to speak that I come from another world, a lively and prosperous one, rich with 5,000 years of civilization, that I in that world. I was just an ordinary worker, toiling diligently to make a living. One day, after finishing work, I was struck by a runaway car on my way home that it truly hurt. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself in this world. Becoming you, what a coincidence. We look exactly alike, and even share the same name. Since arriving in this world, Xinxia had not once contemplated returning, though she was uncertain if she ever could. An orphan, she grew up in a children's home, later receiving support from kind-hearted individuals, allowing her to complete her education. After graduating, she entered one of the world's top 500 companies. It was hard work, but fulfilling. Who would have thought that fate would play such a cruel joke, causing her to die so young? Yet she didn't fully die. Awakening in this other world was a bizarre twist of fate. Did you have anything you wish to say to me? Xinxia prompted her once more. This time, the beast woman finally responded. Yes, she spoke softly, and upon hearing her reply, Xinxia beamed with joy. She was willing to converse with her. What is it that you wish to tell me? Xinxia curiously gazed at her and inquired that moment. The beastkin Xinxia approached her and settled beside her, precisely in the spot she had just patted. The beastkin Xinxia began to recount her tale. I hail from the northern continent, belonging to the rabbit beast clan. The winters there are exceedingly protracted, rendering it a most inhospitable place for our kind. Consequently, my family resolved to relocate to the more suitable southern continent. Our journey was long and fraught with peril, and by the time we reached the southern continent, we had suffered significant losses. In total, there were 11 members in the beastkin Xinxia's family. Her mother, father, 4 additional fathers, and her 5 siblings. As spring began to unfold, her family hastily set out for the southern continent. Initially, all was well. They traversed for over a month until they arrived at the very edge of the southern continent. It was here that their nightmare commenced. A band of malicious strays inhabited this borderland, and upon sighting the arrival of her family, they harbored ill intentions. Her parents offered to relinquish all their possessions and supplies, pleading for their lives. The rogues consented, and her family believed them. However, shortly after they ventured into the southern continent, this nefarious group attacked. These vile beasts sought to abduct her mother for breeding, for rabbit beastkin possess a remarkable reproductive capacity, endowed with 2 wombs capable of gestating simultaneously. The rogues, having perceived the marks on her fathers, recognized her mother as a rabbit beastkin, and thus their malicious desires ignited. Her fathers valiantly resisted, while her mother fled with the children. Regrettably, during their escape, she became separated from her family. As she wandered in search of them, she found no trace of her mother or siblings, unaware of how far or how long she had traveled. Ultimately, she collapsed and was rescued by the Lion King tribe. If possible, I hope you can assist me in locating my kin. It has been so long, and I remain uncertain if my fathers are still alive or if my mother is safe. Yet, if my mother still lives, my fathers would undoubtedly seek her out. The beast mark can sense its counterpart. The beastkin Xinxia gazed at her and inquired, Are you referring to this mark? She revealed a black serpent-shaped mark on her chest, having parted the snakeskin garment. You are bonded. The beastkin Xinxia's eyes widened in astonishment. Before her demise, she had attempted to approach various single males, yet they all shunned her. Even when she claimed her reproductive capacity was considerable, no one believed her. Indeed, her frail figure resembled that of a mere skeleton, who would take her reproductive claims seriously. She was emaciated, yet with adequate nourishment over time, she could regain her health. Indeed, I am bonded. My partner is a 9th-tier serpent beastkin, and I am currently with child with 3 offspring. Xinxia gently caressed her belly, a subtle smile gracing her lips. That moment, the beastkin Xinxia was once again struck with disbelief. A 9th-tier beastkin partner, and she was with offspring. She regarded the Xinxia before her, who bore a striking resemblance to her former self, and was filled with confusion and curiosity. How could you, so slender, have found a beast husband? Your present appearance is no different from my past self. How could a 9th-tier beastkin be interested in you? The beastkin Xinxia posed her question, genuinely perplexed at a 9th-tier beastkin. What a concept! I had only heard of such legends in the northern continent. It is said that deep within the snow-capped mountains dwells a 9th-tier beastkin of unparalleled strength, capable of commanding the wind and snow. Yet now, I am told that you have bonded with a 9th-tier beastkin. Well, That is a long story, Qianxiao replied sheepishly. She had unwittingly acquired a partner. How could she possibly know? Chapter 27. The tale of the world. This dream was exceedingly long. Within the dream, Qianxiao posed numerous questions to her, such as why, despite possessing her memories, there were still many things she did not comprehend. She informed Qianxiao that the memories she held were merely fragments from a brief period before her demise. Hence the gaps in understanding, such as the matter of the beast mark and its sensing abilities. Now, in the dream, they could converse, and naturally, she sought to clarify her inquiries and gain a deeper understanding of this world. The beastkin Qianxiao meticulously explained the intricacies of this realm, particularly regarding the beast mark. The prerequisites for forming a bond are to mate and subsequently seek out a shaman to inscribe the mark. Once successfully inscribed, both parties would bear the other's beast form mark, the location of which is variable. After forming a bond, one can sense their partner's condition through the beast mark. Should one party incur an injury, the other will feel a corresponding sensation. However, if one were to perish, the other would experience profound anguish, and the beast mark would fade to a lifeless gray, should a female wish to dissolve the bond. There are two methods. One may seek out a sorcerer to conduct a severance ceremony, allowing the male to pursue another partner without repercussions. The other method, more brutal, involves the female directly slashing her beast mark. This act would sever the bond, resulting in the male suffering a backlash, leading to immense pain and a subsequent halving of their strength. To illustrate, if an 8th tier beastkin were to have their mark severed, their power would plummet to the 4th tier. Those who have had their beast mark removed are cast out, ultimately becoming wandering beasts. They would be rejected by females and shunned by tribes, condemned to a life of wandering. However, in the beast world, females typically do not abandon their partners. Such occurrences are exceedingly rare, particularly the latter method. Qianxiao was deeply intrigued by the beast mark. What if someone were to forcibly sever the mark from a female? Wouldn't that? The beastkin Qianxiao shot her a glance. Rest assured, the beast mark resides within the female's bloodline. Only the female herself can influence it, and if it were so easily severed, what if a female were to accidentally fall and scratch her mark? Would her partner simply vanish? Do you think the beast gods and goddesses are fools? Indeed, Qianxiao conceded, feeling somewhat sheepish. She realized the absurdity of her previous statement. Surely, the gods of this world would possess an understanding far beyond her own. For this world inherently follows its own order. The beastkin Qianxiao continued to elucidate. The beast mark not only facilitates mutual awareness between partners, but also nourishes them. Males experience enhanced vitality, and their cultivation to augment strength progresses more swiftly, while females not only bolster their health, but also enhance their beauty. The more beast marks a female possesses, the greater the nourishment she receives. Qianxiao was fascinated to learn of the myriad benefits bestowed by the beast mark and sought to understand the reasons behind it. Thus, the beastkin Qianxiao elaborated further on this aspect of the lore. This knowledge has been passed down through every beastkin, ingrained in their minds from a young age. The beastkin Qianxiao had once inquired about this from her parents, who in turn shared the tales they had inherited from their own parents. It is said that long ago, the number of beastkin was scarce, while the wild beasts vastly outnumbered them. Furthermore, at that time, the males lacked any special abilities, relying solely on brute strength for hunting. It is easy to imagine the dire outcomes they faced. Consequently, over time, the population of beastkin dwindled. Reproduction was already a challenging endeavor, and the scarcity of food left females inadequately nourished, resulting in poor health and leading to complications during childbirth. Tragically, many females perished during the birthing process. Witnessing the dire plight of the beastkin, the beast gods knew that if they did not intervene, their kind would face extinction in this world. Thus, they bestowed blessings. From then on, every male would awaken special abilities, the strength of which depended on their innate talent. This was the blessing of the beast gods, aimed at enhancing their hunting prowess, ensuring they could feed themselves and adequately protect their female counterparts. The beast mark was the blessing of the female goddess, who recognized the bonds of affection among the beastkin. She desired for females and males to choose one another, to be united by love, just as she and the beast god were. Therefore, she meticulously selected two beastkin, a shaman and a healer. Initially, she intended to appoint only a shaman to perform the bonding ceremony for those wishing to unite, as well as to communicate with the divine. However, considering the difficulties females faced during childbirth and the injuries males sustained while hunting, she chose to include a healer, granting her unique abilities to tend to the ailments of beastskin. With the blessing of the beast mark, females would gain nourishment from their partner's strength, gradually improving their health, thus ensuring they would possess robust bodies. The enhancement of beauty stemmed from the goddess's own love for aesthetics, and she incorporated this into the blessings of the beast mark. Qinxiao remarked, "Indeed, all women are the same. Regardless of the world, the love for beauty is an inherent trait. The males, endowed with formidable hunting prowess, and the females, possessing robust and healthy physiques, along with the care of their partners, found the process of reproduction no longer so arduous." Soon enough, the population of orcs began to gradually increase. The lineage of shamans and healers, having endured the ravages of time, has now reached a point where contemporary healers are capable of performing engravings. Though they are still unable to conduct separation rituals for the orcs, due to the passage of time, some exceptionally gifted parents beget offspring of remarkable talent, and certain females may awaken extraordinary abilities. Such females often ascend to the role of shamans. Upon awakening their powers, the shamans regard them as heirs, imparting knowledge from a young age, eagerly awaiting the day when they will inherit the mantle and protect the orcs and their world. Chapter 28. A pleasure to meet you. As Xuanqi gazed at the deepening twilight, his eyes shifted to the still slumbering Qinxia. A wave of melancholy and uncertainty washed over him. She had been asleep for an extended period. Ever since finishing her meal that morning, she had succumbed to slumber, and even now, as the sun dipped below the horizon, she remained in her dream state. While it is true that pregnant females tend to sleep more, a full day without awakening or partaking in sustenance felt amiss. Yet he found himself at a loss as to whether he should rouse her. After much hesitation, he resolved to awaken her. "Xia, Xia, please wake up." "Awaken." Xuanqi called out, his voice laced with concern. "That I, in her dreams." Qinxia was engaged in conversation with the orc version of herself, fascinated by the wonders of this orcish realm. Since returning was not an option, she had resolved to live fully in this world. Just as they were conversing, Qinxia seemed to hear someone calling her name. "Wait, why do I hear someone calling for me?" She paused to listen intently. A voice seemingly emanating from afar, calling her name. The orc version of Qinxia regarded her with a complex gaze, perhaps tinged with envy. "You should return. We have been conversing for quite some time." The orc Qinxia spoke softly. Turning to face her, Qinxiao expressed confusion. "Have we truly been talking for that long?" "Haha, it matters not, for it is merely a dream." That moment, she remained oblivious to the passage of time. "It is getting late. You ought to return," the orc Qinxiao insisted. After her demise, she had experienced a sensation of rising from her frail body. The sunlight pierced through her translucent form, and she felt a warmth envelop her. Ascending higher and higher, as she merged with the clouds, she beheld a towering figure illuminated against the light. This silhouette bore semblance to both a lion and a tiger, yet remained indistinct in the brilliance. "Are you the beast god?" she inquired cautiously. "Indeed, child," came a gentle, resonant voice, reminiscent of her father. Thus, it was revealed to her that the deceased orcs truly encountered the beast god. The elders had not spoken falsely. The beast god informed her that all things are bound by fate. He had witnessed her plight from the heavens and felt sorrow for her. However, he was unable to intervene, for it was her destiny to bear. Yet, the beast god later revealed that her body had been resurrected. Confounded, she watched as his grand hand gestured, and in an instant, she found herself on the back mountain. There, she beheld the shoe should have perished, now capturing prickly beasts with a contraption crafted from vines. The purpose of this object eluded her. She observed as she lay exhausted on the grass after capturing the prickly beasts, and then she began to weep. Not in great sobs, but with a soft, pitiful whimper, filled with sorrow and restraint. Though she could not comprehend why her body had revived, the sound of that weeping resonated within her, stirring her own sadness. After a time, she heard her say, "Do not worry. I will live well for both of us. For my sake." In the blink of an eye, she returned to the presence of the beast god. He informed her that this universe harbors countless worlds, and the orc world is merely one of them. Within her body resides the soul of another world. She had perished in her own realm at the same time as her own demise, an unfortunate twist of fate that allowed the cosmic fluctuations to intertwine their destinies. Thus, she was reborn. The she who performed the markings referred to the Qianxia who had traversed realms. Out of compassion for her plight, the beast god granted her a single wish. Without hesitation, she expressed her desire to meet her. The beast god consented. Yet she later found herself regretting her choice. Why had she not requested to see her own parents instead? Cursed be her emotions for clouding her judgment. Consequently, the beast god enabled her to enter her dream for their encounter. To her surprise, upon meeting, the other immediately recognized her and candidly divulged her origins and how she had come to inhabit her body. She was aware that she had come specifically to meet her. How astute! Yet, she had not anticipated that her life had taken a different course. Without any apparent changes, she had found a partner, an orc of the 9th rank, and had even birthed 3 offspring. It was undeniable that she felt admiration for her. Before her own demise, she had received no suitors among the Lion King tribe, while she effortlessly secured a partner whom she deemed legendary. The disparity was infuriating. She inquired about various matters concerning the orcs and their world, and she reciprocated by sharing all that she knew. Her only hope was that she might help her find her family. Even if she might never learn the outcome, the thought that her mother and father or her siblings might see her brought a smile to her heart. No one knew that the original Qianxia had perished. In everyone's eyes, Qianxia still lived. Reflecting on this, the orc Qianxia suddenly felt a twinge of pity, her death unnoticed. Yet she soon found solace, for as the beast god had said, this was her destiny, and she accepted it. Their fates were intertwined. Otherwise, she would not have been reborn in her body, would she? It was all part of destiny's design. Listening to the increasingly frequent calls from afar, the orc Qianxia rose to her feet and remarked, "You say we look identical, and our names are the same. Is that correct?" "Indeed, it is quite the coincidence that I was astonished when I discovered you bore the same name. Especially when I later realized we looked alike, that I began to wonder if you were my past self." Qianxia replied with a chuckle as she stood. "What season were you born in?" the orc Qianxia inquired with a smile. "I was born in the rainy season," Qianxia answered, returning her smile. She recalled her caretaker mentioning that she had been found at the orphanage in August, just after her birth, abandoned at the doorstep. August is summer, which in the orc realm corresponds to the rainy season. The orc world experiences 4 seasons: spring, summer, autumn, and winter, much like the modern world, each lasting 3 months. "Then I was born before you, in spring. So, could you perhaps call me sister?" the orc Qianxia said with a smile. Qianxia felt a bit bashful. In her previous life, she had been 23, while this body was barely 18. Nevertheless, she thought, what harm could there be in calling her sister? With a sweet smile, she obliged, "Thank you, Qianxia. Live well." As soon as the words left her lips, the orc Qianxia vanished from sight. Chapter 29. Not merely a dream. When Qianxia awoke, still hazy from slumber, she found herself staring into the anxious face of Xuanqi. "What is the matter? Why do you look so worried?" she asked, rubbing her eyes. Seeing her awaken brought relief to Xuanqi, who half squatted before her, saying, "You have been asleep for quite a while, since you finished your meal this morning. You have been in slumber. The sun has set, and you still did not wake. I was quite concerned and intended to rouse you, calling for quite some time before you finally stirred." Understanding dawned upon Qianxia. The voice she had heard in her dreams was indeed Xuanqi calling for her. Wait, Xuanqi was calling me? I heard him. Then, I truly met that orc Qianxia. This is not merely a dream. Xiaxia, are you hungry? What would you like to eat? I shall prepare it for you, Xuanqi inquired, observing her dazed expression. She had not eaten all day and was uncertain about her condition, while she had been asleep. He had expended a considerable amount of energy to ensure the offspring did not consume her own vitality. Qianxia, interrupted from her thoughts, snapped back to reality and replied, "Anything is fine. I am a bit hungry." "You decide." "Very well, then I shall prepare some grilled meat for you. Today everyone caught moo cows, and I have plenty of beef in my space, enough to last you for quite some time." As Xuanqi chuckled. He retrieved a substantial piece of neatly prepared beef from the spatial realm. With a deft flick of his fingers, the sizable chunk transformed into numerous smaller pieces. Gazing at the morsels, Xuanqi fell into contemplation. Despite his efforts to restrain his chill aura, a layer of frost still cloaked the surface of the meat. That moment, he felt a twinge of envy towards Yin Feng's wind abilities. The wind blades could slice through anything effortlessly. Xuanqi picked up a wooden bowl, placed the meat pieces within, and filled it with water to melt the frost. Qianxia sat on a grassy nest, reminiscing about her dream. Yet after much thought, she could not decipher its meaning. It seemed as though she had come specifically to meet her. Shaking her head, she decided to dismiss the thoughts regarding what was said in the dream. She held on to the hope of finding her family. She was determined to do so. As she gazed at the pitch-black sky outside the cave entrance, Qianxiao realized that she had indeed been asleep for quite a while. "Did Coral come looking for me today?" she inquired. "She arrived shortly after you fell asleep, that I told her you were resting, and she left," Xuanqi replied while fishing the meat pieces from the water. Just then, Yin Feng entered the cave. "Qianxia, you're awake," he exclaimed. "Yes, I am awake. That it was Coral who sent you, wasn't it?" Qianxia smiled at him. That it this moment. Yin Feng appeared a bit bashful. His partner had not seen Qianxia for an entire day and had been incessantly fretting. Although Xuanqi had assured her that Qianxia was asleep, she remained unconvinced, questioning how one could sleep for an entire day, insisting he check on her. However, Coral had not anticipated that Qianxia truly had slept the whole day. "Well, I'll go back and tell Coral that she didn't see you today. She has been fretting all day, which is why I came to check on you," Yin Feng said before turning to leave the cave. Before long, a graceful figure appeared at the entrance, followed closely by a tall silhouette. Qianxia, you've finally awakened." "I've missed you so much," Coral exclaimed joyfully. She had not seen Qianxia for an entire day and had been longing for her, finding her meals unenjoyable without her. "Yes, I slept for quite a long time today, enough to startle my partner," Qianxia replied with a smile. That moment, Xuanqi was cooking the meat, and upon hearing Qianxia's voice, he looked up at her. "You truly startled me. That I know that pregnant females tend to sleep more, but you just woke up and then slept for a whole day without eating or drinking." "It was quite alarming," he said earnestly, genuinely concerned. Qianxia approached him, sitting down and gently caressing his face. "That I'm sorry for worrying you. It's "It's nothing," Xuanqi stammered. "That if one were to observe closely, they would notice that his ears had turned a deep shade of red. You weren't here today, so you're unaware. Yesterday, everyone brought a hefty moo cow, while the females gathered fruits and animal hides, piling them high at the cave entrance. The uninformed beast men gathered around, murmuring in astonishment." Coral reminisced about the scene from the morning, expressing her amazement. This spectacle was even livelier than the usual tribal celebrations. "Is that so? I truly appreciate everyone's efforts," Qianxia responded with a smile. She had initially intended to say it must have been quite a sight, but realizing Coral and the others might not grasp the meaning, she withheld her words. Coral suddenly sat beside her, tilting her head to inquire, "Qianxia, I heard you ate a prickly beast, right? Was it the day I invited you to dinner?" Qianxia nodded. Coral looked at her with concern. "Can prickly beasts even be consumed?" "No one in our tribe eats them. One wrong move could lead to death. You clearly had nothing to eat, and I invited you. So why didn't you join me for dinner?" Recalling that day, Qianxia remembered how Coral had stood up for her, and at that moment, her partner had gazed at her deeply. She felt too embarrassed to have a meal at that time. In truth, prickly beasts are edible. Despite their numerous spines, their meat is quite delectable, especially when used to make fish soup, which is simply exquisite. "Prickly beasts are indeed delicious," Qianxia said with a smile, eager to share her culinary knowledge about fish. "The fish in this beastly world is incredibly tasty, and the bones are large, unlike those tiny fish bones that pose a risk of being swallowed. With a little care, one can easily avoid them." When she had grilled fish before, the aroma was delightful, and the flavor was sweet. She could hardly imagine how delicious it would be if made in a soup. "Delicious?" Coral questioned, bewildered. She had only heard of beast men dying from consuming prickly beasts and had encountered others who claimed they were unpalatable. This was the first time she had heard someone say prickly beasts were tasty. Nevertheless, since it was Qianxia who said it, there must be some truth to it. "Yes, it should be delicious. Truth. Prickly beasts are quite tasty. You simply haven't learned how to prepare them. When I was starving, I would catch prickly beasts from the back mountain to roast, and they were delicious. I've caught all the prickly beasts from the back mountain." "Haha!" At that moment, Qianxia spoke cheerfully, yet the gazes directed at her were filled with pity and concern, especially from Xuanqi, who looked utterly heartbroken. Qianxia found their expressions both amusing and touching, knowing they cared for her and lamented her past circumstances. "Oh dear, Why are you all looking at me with such sorrowful eyes? I'm serious. Prickly beasts are truly delicious. How about this? Tomorrow, we'll go catch some prickly beasts and I'll prepare them for you. Just promise me you won't fight over the food. Chapter 30. The man who dedicates himself to his work is most charismatic, faced with the slightly skeptical gazes of the crowd. Qianxia couldn't help but laugh at, "Do you all think prickly beasts are unpalatable? Or are you simply surprised that they can be eaten? Well, it's not that if you say they're edible, then they must be eaten. It's just that I can't fathom how prickly beasts could be delicious." Coral replied, "That you'll find out tomorrow when we catch a few plump prickly beasts and make soup for you all." Qianxia declared. As soon as she finished speaking, a wooden bowl brimming with meat was presented to her. "Come, taste and see how today's cooking turned out." Xuanqi looked at her expectantly. He had always eaten his prey raw and had never tried cooking meat before. If it weren't for becoming Qianxia's partner, he would have remained oblivious to the fact that food could be prepared in such a delightful manner. Lacking experience in caring for females, he had learned to cook and cater to their needs later on from Yin Feng, that he had picked up cooking by observing Qianxia teach him. Initially, his cooked meat could not be described as unpalatable. It was edible, yet he noticed his partner preferred it more tender, that he often struggled to master the cooking time and had privately practiced, consuming all the poorly cooked meat himself. While Qianxia slept during the day, he practiced once more. Now, he had confidently mastered the cooking time, and the meat he prepared was juicy and tender. He was quite satisfied and eager to see if his partner would feel the same. As Qianxia looked at his eager little eyes, she took the chopsticks, picked up a piece of meat, and tasted it. "This is so delicious. Xuanqi, your cooking has improved," Qianxia exclaimed, marveling as she ate. While his previous cooking was not bad, she preferred it slightly more tender, which he had never explicitly mentioned to her surprise. He had noticed, that moment, she felt an inexplicable sense of emotion and even a desire to cry. Having grown up without parents, the headmistress had always been like a mother to her. Yet with so many children in the orphanage, how could she give Qianxia special attention? Nevertheless, she felt immensely grateful. The headmistress was a wonderful person. Now, for the first time, she experienced the feeling of being loved and cared for, stirring a mix of emotions within her. In that instant, she thought perhaps her journey to this beastly world wasn't so bad after all. Here, she had good friends, a caring partner, and soon enough, she would have her own child. She no longer had to worry about daily meals, monthly mortgage payments, or exhausting overtime work for mere scraps. Here, being well-fed and warmly clothed was true happiness. Indeed, when one has no worries, the feeling of happiness is maximized. Upon hearing her praise, Xuanqi's heart soared with joy, though he merely smiled gently in response. "That I'm tempted. May I have a taste as well?" Coral said, somewhat shyly. She recognized it was a bit presumptuous, but she was genuinely craving it. Qianxia quickly passed her the bowl. You eat. My partner's cooking is excellent. Give it or why she spoke. She discreetly glanced at Xuanqi. Although she didn't believe he would be stingy, this was the meat he had cooked for her, and sharing it made her apprehensive that he might feel a bit upset. "Go ahead and eat that if there is not enough. There is still more in the pot that as Xuanqi skillfully seared the meat. A smile graced his lips upon catching sight of Qianxia, who was stealthily observing him. He found it rather amusing. She was simply too adorable. Naturally, he harbored no objections to Coral indulging in the meat he prepared, and on the contrary, he felt immense gratitude towards Coral's family for their care of Qianxia. Treating Qianxia well was tantamount to treating him well. Qianxia's friends were, after all, his friends as well. Turning to Silva Wind, who stood nearby, he offered a slight smile. Silva Wind, sensing his gaze, looked back with curiosity. "What do you intend to do?" he inquired. It's nothing much. That I merely wish for you to chop the beef in my space into smaller pieces, so I can conveniently prepare a meal for my partner," Xuanqi replied. Silva Wind was perplexed. As a 9th-tier powerhouse, was it not a trivial task to slice meat with just a flick of his fingers? "Isn't it a piece of cake for you, being a 9th-tier beast man?" he questioned. "My excessive strength is a hindrance. My lowest-tier fire blade would cook the meat instantly, while the ice blade would freeze it, necessitating a thawing process that it's rather troublesome," Xuanqi remarked nonchalantly. Silva Wind grimaced, feeling somewhat ambushed. He approached the large stone table, instructing, "Toss the meat over." Thus, one threw the meat while the other skillfully sliced it mid-air, the chunks landing neatly upon the stone surface. Once the pile of meat was nearly full, Xuanqi stored it away, continuing to toss and slice. Throughout this, his own frying of meat remained uninterrupted, one hand tossing while the other managed the pan. Qianxia and Coral watched in astonishment. Qianxia, don't you think your partner has become more handsome? Coral mused, entranced by her own partner's skillful display. Indeed, I do, Qianxia responded, her gaze fixed. But as soon as she spoke, she felt a twinge of unease. Coral had remarked on Xuanqi's newfound charm, and now she too felt that he had grown more attractive. How curious that we share the same sentiment, she thought. Coral, momentarily caught up in infatuation, was only smitten with her own husband. Qianxia, amused by Coral's words, leaned closer and whispered conspiratorially, if you adore him so much, why not have a little one with Silverwind? Ideally, it would resemble him, and then you'd have a miniature version of Silverwind to play with. Coral, roused by Qianxia's suggestion, sparkled with excitement that a little Silverwind sounds delightful. Silverwind, you'll be sleeping with me tonight, she declared boldly. Silverwind, taken aback, wondered how it had suddenly turned into him accompanying her for the night, instead of it being Qi's turn. Xuanqi, observing quietly, allowed a smile to creep onto his face. Fully aware that the beast men rotated their companionship duties, unbeknownst to Qianxia, her words were about to deprive a certain male of his opportunity for the night. Coral had 5 beast husbands, each taking turns to spend the night with her. And tonight it was Qi's designated turn. Meanwhile, in a nearby cave, Qi's prepared the sleeping arrangements with great care, eagerly anticipating his time with Coral. Once the meat was sliced, Qianxia and Coral had their fill. After Silverwind assisted Xuanqi in cleaning up, Coral bid farewell to Qianxia and returned home. Feeling sated, Qianxia was suddenly struck with a sense of melancholy. She had just woken up, brimming with energy, yet faced an interminably long night ahead. Sensing her sadness, Xuanqi inquired about her distress. Upon learning the reason, he chuckled, confident she would only remain energetic for a couple of hours before succumbing to fatigue. At Coral's home, Qi's gazed at her with a wounded expression. It had been his turn to accompany her, yet after a brief absence, he returned to find Silverwind taking his place that he had spent considerable time preparing for this night. Observing Qi's dejected demeanor, Coral felt a twinge of guilt that it was indeed unfair to have switched partners on him so suddenly. How about this? You both stay with me tonight, Coral suggested bashfully, and the two men perked up with renewed interest. As night fell, the cave outside was enveloped in darkness, filled with the sounds of chirping insects and distant calls of birds that if one listened closely, they could discern the subtle sounds of intimacy. In the Beastman world, night was the prime time for procreation. Cuddled in Xuanqi's embrace, Qianxia gently caressed her bellied, is it true that after 60 days, you'll be able to sense whether our little one is a boy or a girl? She asked. Yes, but I suspect it will be all boys that I in my clan. I don't believe I've ever heard of a girl being born, Xuanqi replied tenderly, placing his hand on her abdomen. And what if it is a girl? Qianxia challenged. Not having seen one doesn't mean they don't exist, right? Xuanqi pondered. If it is a girl, I shall protect her fiercely, ensuring she suffers no harm, that my daughter will deserve only the best this world has to offer. Qianxia's lips twitched. So, you are a doting father-to-be, she teased, suddenly curious. And what are the boys? Will you treat them the same? Boys, they'll be sent out to fend for themselves, learning independence, he replied without a hint of mercy. This bluntness startled Qianxia, prompting her to sit upright and fix her gaze upon him. Xuanqi, if you dare to cast our son out to live alone, I shall cast you out first, she exclaimed. Vexed, she had endured the trials of pregnancy, and he spoke of abandonment. Xuanqi was baffled by her reaction. In the Beastman society, males were expected to be independent. Many young males began hunting alongside their fathers from a tender age. It was perilous yet essential for their survival. Weak males simply did not deserve to live, for in this world, the strong thrived while the weak perished. After a moment of silence, Xuanqi sat up and faced her. If you refuse to accept me as your beast, who will care for you? If you cannot bear to part with the child, we can keep it close for a time that I can provide for us. He offered gently. Upon hearing this, Qianxia's frustration deepened. What do you mean by keeping it close for a while? She demanded. Her anger flared again. Xuanqi, now perplexed, wondered why she was so incensed. Why are you so upset? In my lineage, the Xianwang serpent clan follows this tradition that I was cast out to survive from birth, and my strength is a result of that harsh upbringing. While other male cubs may not face the same fate from the start. They too learned to hunt alongside their fathers from an early age. Males are meant to be strong. Otherwise, how can they support themselves and their partners? Xuanqi's explanation caused Qinxiao to pause, abruptly calming her. She had momentarily forgotten that she now resided in a different world, one governed by the rules of beastmen, not the modern 21st century. Forgive me, I may have overreacted, she admitted, her voice softening. Qinxiao spoke with a hint of exhaustion. This world is harsh. Without sufficient strength, one becomes prey for the beasts. Only the powerful can survive and thrive. Just like when I first arrived here, I could only forage for wild fruits, and only those I could recognize. The unfamiliar fruits, no matter how hungry I was, I dared not touch. How could I risk my life on such an experiment? Eventually, I discovered fish, which barely sustained me, that I in this beastly realm. Fish are deemed the lowest form of sustenance, the easiest to catch. Yet, even this so-called effortless food required considerable effort and patience for me to procure. Xuanqi gazed at the dejected Qinxiao before him, feeling a pang of sympathy. Enough of this. He thought that as a ninth-tier beastman, few could rival him, but he suggested, if you're reluctant to part with your offspring, then keep them close that I can take care of you both without issue, as long as you are happy. Upon hearing his words, Qinxiao froze, lifting her gaze to meet his. She remained silent, merely observing him. Xuanqi, feeling somewhat uneasy under her scrutiny, asked, "What is it? Why are you looking at me like that?" Without uttering a word, Qinxiao embraced him tightly. She understood the rarity of his declaration. He regarded her with such importance that he was willing to forsake the rigid rules of the beast world, simply to ensure her happiness. They held one another in silence for a long while. "Xuanqi, will you be completely loyal and protect me?" Qinxiao inquired softly, still enveloped in his embrace, that of course, Xiaxiao, we are already bonded as partners. "You are my beloved, whom I shall protect with my life. You need not doubt this," Xuanqi replied with earnest conviction, tightening his hold on her. "But don't you find it rather hasty? We have only just met and lack a foundation of affection. Our union arose from a mere accident." Qinxiao expressed her unease, realizing how amusing it was to feel this way only now, having never considered such matters before. Xuanqi released her, lifting her onto his lap, wrapping his arms around her. "Dio, you know, from the moment I found you in the wild, you have already been my female." He spoke gently, that he now understood that her feelings of anxiety and fear stemmed from her pregnancy. Though he had never been with a female before, his years of wandering had exposed him to many males discussing these very concerns. Their encounter had not been the most auspicious. When she left, he believed she might not have feelings for him. Even after their mating, she had simply walked away, not waiting for him to speak a word of rejection. Chapter 32. How can this not be love? I understand, Qinxiao admitted, her voice tinged with guilt. She was aware of her own actions, of how she had fled despite knowing. "Initially, when I found you, I had no intention of making you my partner or bearing offspring. I merely wished to save your life. Then, unforeseen events transpired, as I previously mentioned. When I returned from hunting that day and discovered you were gone, I thought you must have disliked or even loathed me. You appeared so frail, clearly lacking a partner to care for you. Yet, despite this, even after we had mated, you chose to leave. Thus, with the intent of not disturbing you, I did not pursue this matter. As long as it remains unspoken, no other beastman will know that we have no mark, so it does not count as a true bond, and it will not affect you." Xuanqi spoke earnestly to AS for why I sought you out later. "It was because I sensed your pregnancy. To AT first, I was utterly astonished, for reproduction is not easily achieved, and yet you conceived after only one mating. Upon further examination of my bloodline power, I discovered 3 distinct energies within you, which frightened me greatly. Consequently, I hastily gathered my belongings to hunt and then sought you." Qinxiao was taken aback, realizing the depth of his thoughts at that moment. "Why were you afraid?" she asked, puzzled. Xuanqi chuckled lightly at her question. "I have already explained this. Have you forgotten? I feared for your life. The Xianwang snake clan possesses great power, and even the unborn require energy daily, which is sustained by the food you consume. Moreover, you carry 3 offspring. The demand for sustenance is immense, that if you cannot compensate for that energy, it will draw from your own, endangering your life. That I in the early stages of pregnancy, the demands may not be overwhelming. but they only intensify as time passes. How could you provide for yourself, being a female without a beastman partner? Thus, I came to find you. After speaking, Xuanqi gently turned Qianxia's head to face him. Looking at her with sincerity, Xia, you believe that our limited interaction means we are strangers, and that I chose to bond with you solely due to the offspring, fulfilling a duty rather than love, which causes your unease and fear. Am I correct? Perhaps. Qianxia nodded. To be honest, I did not think much at that time that I only knew that you were carrying my offspring, and that I needed to care for and protect you. Your well-being was paramount. Nothing mattered more than that I had always lived alone, never having been with any other female. You are the only one to speaking of bonding. I acted impulsively that I intended to ask if you would agree. But you fainted, and I was worried. The shaman advised us to bond quickly so that the beast mark could nurture you. Hence I proceeded without your consent. Xuanqi paused, a shadow of sorrow crossing his face. I had resolved that if you did not desire me, I would wait until you safely delivered the offspring to seek the shaman and hold a proper ceremony. His voice trailed off. Growing softer, he truly did not wish to leave her. Emotional connections can be cultivated, yet he feared she might not want him. Qianxia grasped his meaning but struggled to articulate it. Ultimately, he wished to care for her, to cherish her. She was his foremost priority. The emotions of beastmen are both direct and cautious. It is true that he sought her out for the sake of the offspring, to care for her. But it was not merely a responsibility. He genuinely wished to love and cherish her. He attentively tended to her daily needs, even discerning her preferences in food. She had never expressed what she liked to eat. Yet he had noticed. Qianxia felt she was being unreasonable. They were already partners. To delve deeper into these matters seemed pointless. He was so meticulous and caring, almost fulfilling her every wish. What was she even questioning? Even if he did not love her, was his devotion not enough? Surely it was. Xia, I am unsure how to articulate my feelings to ease your mind, that I can only assure you that having chosen to bond with you means I have committed to guarding you at the cost of my life. Your happiness brings me joy. Your sorrow brings me pain, that if you were to perish, I would not wish to live either. Do you understand? Xuanqi gazed at her tenderly, earnestly that to be honest, he felt anxious. He yearned to express his feelings but struggled to find the words. He initially sought her out because of the offspring, yet he genuinely desired a life with her, beyond mere obligation. How can this not be love? He pondered, growing melancholy. His sudden sadness startled Qianxia. That I understand. I truly do. Please do not be upset. Though our time together has been brief, we are now bonded as partners. That a love that blossoms after marriage is not unheard of. I can feel your care for me. Qianxia said, a hint of urgency in her voice. Indeed, lacking a foundation of affection does not preclude love from developing after marriage. Moreover, considering Xuanqi's situation, if we translate it to the 21st century, it is akin to a tall, handsome scion of immense wealth, who dotes on you, catering to your every need, and fears for your well-being, that if he were to claim he did not love you under such circumstances, would you accept that? Absolutely not. Qianxia suddenly experienced an epiphany. She realized she had been overthinking. This is a world of beasts, where the emotions of beastmen are remarkably pure. Choosing to be together signifies a willingness to surrender oneself entirely to the other. Since she has already entrusted everything to him, what further need is there for her to be entangled in feelings of love? It is truly superfluous. Qianxia embraced his neck, her voice laced with sweetness as she said, I am sorry, I've been overly sensitive. Please do not be upset. You have protected me at the cost of your life, so of course, you love me. Xuanqi reciprocated the embrace, resting his head on her shoulder. A solitary tear silently falling, and one knew the turmoil that churned within him, nor did he know how to articulate his feelings that he had chosen her. How could that not be love? What kind of love did she seek? Chapter 33. The truth unveiled. The two held each other closely for quite some time, enveloped in silence and warmth. During this interlude, Qianxia made a pivotal decision. She resolved to reveal to Xuanqi that she was a soul from another world. Her actions were not impulsive. As a soul from the 21st century living in this beastly realm, it was inevitable that she could not continue life in the primitive manner of beastmen. The basics like stone pots and bowls were merely the beginning. Beastmen only understood hunting for meat, for that was the safest sustenance. They were hesitant to explore unfamiliar plants, as that could cost them their lives. No beastman would willingly risk their life to experiment with such unknowns. Currently, there were a few fruits familiar to the tribe, such as the green apples and pears she had seen last time, along with the milk fruit Coral had brought her, and several others whose names eluded her. The discovery of these fruits came from observing wild beasts consuming them and surviving unharmed, which led to their collection. In a previous dream conversation, she and the Beastman had discussed the concept of supernatural abilities, with the most memorable being the power of nature, Tio Chinxia. This power represented a healing ability. However, it bore a crucial aspect. It could command nature and draw energy from it, suggesting that as long as there were plants, one could attain a form of immortality. From another perspective, could the power of nature facilitate communication with plants? If she could engage with those unknown plants through such power, it would reveal whether they were edible or what properties they possessed. It was no wonder that beastmen endowed with the power of nature often became shamans. Chinxia understood the beastly world in this way. Shamans were akin to emperors, revered and respected by the beastmen. The emperor, in turn, was responsible for ensuring the well-being of the populace, which mirrored the duties of a shaman. When Chinxia first arrived, she had hoped to possess a golden finger, akin to the protagonists in the novel she read, with spatial abilities or some binding system. To her surprise, she found herself with nothing, and she nearly faced starvation. The actions she currently undertook were, in fact, not as sound as she had believed. The beastmen possessed simple minds and interacted well, which is why no one had delved deeper into her capabilities. Should anyone raise questions, everyone would become aware. Initially, Chinxia merely wished for her life here to be more convenient, but as time progressed, she realized the dissonance. What she was doing was, at the very least, far advanced for this tribe. That no beastman had yet inquired how she was capable of these actions, or how she discovered the uses of these plants. If someone were to ask, she would have to fabricate a lie to cover her tracks. Yet, one lie necessitated an entire web of further lies. However, she was destined to deceive. How could she confess to everyone that she was not the true beastman Chinxia, but rather a soul traversed from another realm? Since she had to lie, it would be wiser to construct a grand deception, sparing her the burden of countless smaller ones. In the future, she would undoubtedly create more things and possibly recognize even more plants. Regarding Xuanqi, it was clear that she could not keep secrets from him. He would eventually harbor doubts. Moreover, he had traveled extensively and seen the vast world, making it easier for him to uncover the truth. Thus, she resolved to disclose everything. She trusted Xuanqi. Stepping back from his embrace, she gazed earnestly into his eyes. Xuanqi, I wish to ask you something. Regardless of what I do, will you always stand by my side? Of course, he replied with equal seriousness, and no matter what you do, I will always support you. Seeing her earnest demeanor, Xuanqi responded with a determined nod. Taking a deep breath, Chinxia continued, I have something to tell you. It may sound a bit unbelievable, but it is the truth that if you have any thoughts, you may share them with me. Seeing Chinxia's serious expression was a rarity, Xuanqi promptly straightened in his seat and nodded affirmatively. Xuanqi, I am not the true Chinxia. I have traversed from another world. As she spoke, she carefully scrutinized his expression. However, it was evident that Xuanqi struggled to comprehend her words. Before you found me, the original owner of this body had already perished. I just happened to arrive and inhabit this body. You could say I was rescued by you the moment I took my first breath. Do you understand? Chinxia inquired, seeking clarity. You mean to say that the original beast man of this body is dead, and you crossed over and occupied this body, thus reviving, correct? Xuanqi pondered for a moment before asking. Yes, that is correct. The original Chinxia has died. The current me is another Chinxia. At this moment, Chinxia felt a twinge of anxiety. Xuanqi's expression was inscrutable, leaving her uncertain of his thoughts. And then, his simple inquiry caught Chinxia off guard. She had envisioned numerous scenarios, from being deemed a monster to being cast out to reveal her secrets. Yet, she never anticipated this particular situation. Huh? What? Chinxia was astonished. Was that it? Was there nothing more? Why do you look so surprised, Xiaxia? Xuanqi pondered, having encountered numerous confounding moments throughout the day. No, I said I came from another world. I am not the original owner of this body, nor am I a person of this world. Are you not astonished? Do you have nothing to say? Indeed. Do you not have anything to say? At this moment, Chinxia felt the absurdity of the situation. Xuanqi pulled her back into his embrace, astonished. But does it matter? You are you, and you are the one living with me. Whether you were the original Qianxia is inconsequential. He was indifferent to her declarations of crossing over or not being the original owner of the body, and he simply cared that the person he held was her. You. Qianxia never anticipated such a reaction from him. At that moment, she felt her previously empty heart suddenly filled, and what filled her heart was something called love. Suddenly sensing a slight tremor from the person in her arms, she then heard the soft sound of sobbing. Xuanqi panicked. Xia, what's wrong? Did I do something wrong? Don't cry, don't cry. Tell me what I did wrong, and I'll change. Xuanqi comforted her with tenderness. To his surprise, Qianxia's sobs only grew louder. Chapter 34. From beginning to end, it is always you. Qianxia cried for an indeterminate length of time, while Xuanqi soothed her for just as long. When she finally ceased her weeping, she reflected that she was not normally prone to tears. It was odd that she had cried so uncontrollably. She had merely felt that Xuanqi was too wonderful, and her emotions had suddenly overwhelmed her, leading to an unexpected outpouring of tears after crying for a while. She found herself unable to stop. Qianxia lifted her head, her eyes red and swollen as she gazed at him. Why do you not mind at all? Upon hearing that I came from another world. You are not afraid. She thought that such an extraordinary revelation would typically invoke fear in others, that as he looked in her reddened eyes, Xuanqi felt a pang of sympathy. How could this little female be so prone to tears? Mind what? That you are not the original owner of this body. Xuanqi's confusion was palpable. He maintained eye contact with her, his expression resolute as he spoke earnestly. Xia, it seems you have been mistaken about something all along. You claim that you were found by me after crossing over, correct? Qianxia nodded eagerly, as if pecking like a chick. Then that is it. From the very beginning, the person I have come to know is you. You were the one I encountered from the start. What is there for me to mind? She seemed to have never truly grasped the situation. Suddenly, Qianxia felt a pang in her heart, as the emotions she had been suppressing were suddenly released. Indeed, it was only after her arrival in this world that she had any connection with Xuanqi. The beastman Qianxia had perished long ago. It was not as if the original beastman Qianxia had known Xuanqi. And then she had traversed through time. Observing her gradually improving mood, Xuanqi felt a sense of relief wash over him, accompanied by a faint smile. You ask why I am not afraid. I am a 9th-tier beastman. I doubt there are even 2 challengers on this continent who could match me. What could a frail female like you possibly do to instill fear in me? You are truly adorable. Xuanqi couldn't help but chuckle at that moment. Qianxia felt as if she might shatter. Could it be that the saying, once pregnant, foolish for 3 years, held some truth? She considered herself quite clever, yet now she felt reduced to this state. Just as Xuanqi had said, from the very beginning, it was she who had encountered him. Even if she had crossed over, she was merely a delicate female. Why should a 9th-tier beastman fear her? Ultimately, Qianxia could only categorize these thoughts as a byproduct of her excessive reading of novels, fearful of being labeled as an anomaly. Actually, Xia, when I saw you leading everyone to create stone pots and utensils, I sensed that you were indeed somewhat extraordinary. Xuanqi said earnestly that in what way am I different? Qianxia felt as if her previous thoughts were aligning, that I have traveled to many places and encountered numerous tribes. Even residing in several super tribes, yet none have been like yours. Some tribes may cook meat, but that is merely the act of cooking. It is akin to the piece of meat I provided you in the cave. Let alone the thought of crafting stone pots and utensils or discovering the uses of plants like chili and ginger. This alone speaks volumes about your uniqueness. The Xuanqi's words caused Qianxia's heart to skip a beat. Indeed, as she had suspected, her actions were far ahead of their time. It was just that none of the beastmen had yet perceived anything amiss. Once someone raised a question, everyone would inevitably follow suit and begin to doubt. What should she do? Qianxia fell into a state of melancholy. Suddenly recalling her earlier thoughts, she cautiously asked, what if in the future, when others inquire, I simply say I possess natural abilities? How does that sound? No sooner had she spoken than Xuanqi countered. Absolutely not. Do you understand what it means for a female to awaken her abilities, especially natural ones? If word gets out, it won't be long before beastmen from super tribes come seeking you and take you away. The awakening of abilities in females is already a rarity, and natural abilities are even more so. You would be groomed by high-level shamans, ultimately becoming the next high-level shaman yourself. But you have not truly awakened any abilities. There will inevitably come a day when your ruse is exposed, and at that moment, you will be deemed a beast of sin, that a beast of sin is one that is destined to be slain. He had traveled to numerous places, and only the high-level shaman of the Tuya tribe possessed natural abilities. Tuya, an unmistakably feminine name. That high-level shaman was named Tuya, that he had heard some tales about this tribe. Once, the Tuya tribe was not known as Tuya. It was merely a small tribe, too small to be considered significant. The beastmen of the tribe were few, and the males only possessed average abilities, which often led them to struggle for food. One day, a female named Tuya suddenly awakened her abilities upon reaching adulthood. She could sense the life force of all nearby plants, could accelerate their growth, and could utilize them to heal wounds. When she was exhausted, she could recover through the plants. Thus, Tuya's ability to sense plants allowed her to find many edible plants, which ultimately became their primary source of sustenance. As the beast men filled their bellies, the males grew stronger, and the female's physical condition improved. One day, Tuya dreamed of the female deity. The deity spoke to her, expressing that she had witnessed all that Tuya had done for her tribe, affirming her goodness and kindness as a beast man, and decided to make her a shaman, advising her to lead the tribe to migrate swiftly, as their land would soon be beset by calamities. As the female deity faded from her dream, Tuya awoke, discovering an abundance of knowledge in her mind. How to mark beastmen, how to conduct separation ceremonies, and so forth. It was then that she learned that beastmen who fell in love and wished to unite needed to undergo marking, as the beast mark would nourish both partners. Why had she been unaware of this before? It was simply because their tribe was too small. The older beastmen knew that marking was essential to obtaining a beast mark. But their tribe was indeed minuscule and resided at the continent's edge, devoid of shamans or healers to perform the markings. Thus, they continued to live on without ever mentioning this matter to the younger generations. The absence of a beast mark did not disrupt their lives, for they had already recognized each other as partners. However, beyond all this, the most crucial aspect was that she now possessed a route in her mind, leading to a small red. That was the location of their new settlement. Later, Tuya shared this revelation with her tribesmen and instructed them to inform the nearby beastmen. Eventually, Tuya led a multitude of beastmen through arduous journeys, overcoming countless obstacles, until they arrived at the new location in the far east of the eastern continent, near the sea. From that point on, this area would establish a tribe named Tuya. Tuya's deeds gradually became known, attracting many beastmen to join, transforming the Tuya tribe from a modest settlement into a powerful super tribe. Chapter 35. The names of the three little ones. Chinxiao felt deflated. The plan she had painstakingly devised was swiftly dismissed. The reason she had considered such a notion was that she believed, after all, she was a soul from the 21st century. Understanding plants was not a daunting task for her. She had already discovered chestnuts, chili, and ginger, and she had also encountered green apples and pears. Since these existed, surely there would be others as well. In her childhood, she often assisted the headmaster's mother in the countryside, who spoke of learning about and understanding crops. She could even plant rice. Therefore, she felt that she could successfully masquerade as someone with natural abilities. After hearing Xuanqi's words, Chinxia could only sigh, realizing that, ultimately, she was not a native and had oversimplified the situation. Even with her crossing over, why had she not been bestowed with a golden finger or a system to aid her? What did you just say, Xia? Xuanqi seemed to have caught a whisper. Though he could not quite hear her, and nothing, Chinxia deflected. It is late. You should lie down and rest, Xuanqi said, wrapping his arms around her as they lay down together. That moment, Chinxia felt a wave of emotion wash over her. No wonder everyone adored the dual-door refrigerator physique. This embrace provided such a sense of security, enveloping her entire being. Xuanqi, have you thought about what names we should give to our little ones once they arrive? Names are something that ought to be considered early on. Xuanqi fell silent, as he genuinely had not contemplated this question. Well, you are their mother, so you should name them. I will defer to you. He truly was at a loss for names. This matter should be entrusted to her, as the mother of the little ones. Chinxiao began to ponder. It seemed that in the beast world, names could be chosen freely, without consideration of paternal or maternal surnames. That moment, a name suddenly appeared in her mind. Chinxia smiled sweetly. Xuanqi, I have thought of a name, and I think it's absolutely wonderful. Her excitement was palpable, and upon hearing her jubilant tone, Xuanqi was also affected. He chuckled softly and inquired, "What is it?" "Qian, doesn't it sound lovely?" Qianxiao expressed her satisfaction with the name, that it contained one character from her name and one from his. Qian, Xuanqi murmured thoughtfully, then suddenly smiled. "No wonder it is such a good name. It truly is splendid." Qianxia, Xuanqi, Qian, how delightful. It is indeed a lovely name. Truly a remarkable name. Xia, you have a knack for naming. Xuanqi placed his hand on her abdomen, where his 3 offspring were nurtured. In the end, Qianxiao firmly established the names for the 3 little ones. The eldest, Qianxian; the second, Xingya; the youngest, Luobai. Qianxiao was extremely pleased and couldn't help but marvel at her own prowess. Having read countless novels, just as Qianxiao was lost in thought, a deep, magnetic voice resonated in her ear. "Xia, I am quite curious about what you meant when you called me husband earlier." Qianxiao felt utterly enchanted by his voice. She truly adored it. It is a term of endearment for a partner. In my world, an orc can only have one mate. If both parties no longer wish to be together, they may partake in a separation ceremony, allowing each to seek out a new beloved. Qianxiao explained in a manner he could comprehend, and she realized that the beast realm and the modern world share some similarities. However, in the beast realm, it is uncommon for couples to desire separation. Typically, once united, they remain together for life, whereas divorce is quite prevalent in modern society. I see. Then call me that again. You haven't done so in several days. She had recently stopped calling him husband, opting instead to address him by his name. Qianxiao's lips curled into a smile. Was he being playful? Husband, she called sweetly. Her previous use of the term husband had been a momentary adjustment to their relationship. After all, she had never had a boyfriend in her past life, and suddenly finding herself with a husband was quite the leap. Initially intending to call him by name, she felt that such an address would create a sense of distance. So she had unwittingly and effortlessly referred to him as husband. Now that she had grown accustomed to their dynamics, she reverted to calling him by his name. When she called out husband, Xuanqi felt a delightful tingle in his heart. In a low voice, he prompted, "Call me that again." Qianxiao obediently and sweetly repeated the term, the next moment. She found herself swept into his arms, and a fervent, passionate kiss landed upon her lips. After a considerable duration, Xuanqi finally released her, but in the next instant, he quickly rose and headed towards the cave entrance. "Xia, you sleep first. I will step out for a moment." Qianxiao watched as he moved to the entrance, then noticed him carrying away a nearby water bucket. Is it as she imagined? Ha. After all this time, he had been quite disciplined, revealing no inclination in that regard. She had thought him rather ascetic, yet it seemed. However, considering she was now pregnant, any thoughts he might have could not be acted upon. Qianxiao's mind wandered back to the day of the accident. She could not recall it clearly. It was her first experience in such matters, yet she had forgotten what it felt like. All she remembered was the pain. Xuanqi, outside with the water bucket, took a cold shower. Yet it was evident that the desire within him had not diminished in the slightest, and the water in the bucket had run dry. Thus, he transformed into his beast form, his tail coiling around the large wooden barrel as he ventured out of the tribe towards the water's edge. Qianxiao had no intention of sleeping just yet. She wished to wait for Xuanqi to return so they could sleep together. She was uncertain how many days remained until the 60th day. What if they had a female cub? She should think of a girl's name. Qianxiao murmured to herself, then suddenly froze. She had lost track of how many days she had been in the beast realm, including how long she had been pregnant. A wave of melancholy washed over her. Ever since moving into the new cave with Xuanqi, she had neglected to record the days spent in this world. The realization struck her with a pang of sadness. She had forgotten how long it had been since she left her old world. Perhaps she would never remember. Chapter 36. Soon, I will be able to gain weight. Xuanqi lingered in the water for a long time. Finally managing to suppress his urges, he let out a long sigh. The nature of serpents is inherently indulgent, but he had never interacted with a female before, let alone engaged in mating. During each mating season, he would seek out a secluded location and isolate himself, using his strength to suppress his desires, which had generally sufficed. Yet now that he had mated, it was a different story. If he did not wish to think about it, it was manageable, but if the thought crossed his mind, he vividly recalled the days following her departure. It had been utterly torturous. He had only just begun to adjust. Calculating, he realized that he had been in the Lion King tribe for 10 days. During this time, he had been caring for Qianxiao while also learning how to nurture a partner and improve his culinary skills. Practicing repeatedly that he had never considered such matters. Even if he did, what could be done? Qianxiao was now pregnant, and they could not engage in mating, leaving him to suffer the consequences. For instance, at this very moment. It was truly unbearable. As he spoke, Xuanqi emerged from the water. Transforming back into his beast form, he used his tail to lift the nearby wooden barrel and fill it with water before swiftly swimming back to the tribe. Qianxiao had initially planned to wait for his return before sleeping, but after waiting for an extended period without his arrival, she eventually grew tired and dozed off. When Xuanqi reached the cave entrance, he discovered it shrouded in darkness. The fire must have burned out, indicating that Qianxiao had likely fallen asleep. He quietly set the water bucket down, conjured a small flame in his hand, and illuminated the cave once more. Xuanqi gathered some branches set aside and reignited the fire. After quietly tidying up, he lay down as well. Qianxiao's slumber was refreshingly restorative. Upon awakening, she noticed he was still beside her, which surprised her. In the previous days, each time she woke, he was nowhere to be seen. Could it be that he was simply tired last night? Qianxiao murmured softly to herself that in the next instant. What are you mumbling about? Xia. Xuanqi pulled her into his embrace. He was cautious not to press against her belly while they slept, sometimes holding her close, but withdrawing his arms once she fell asleep. Hey, why are you awake? Qianxia asked curiously. Had her soft voice truly disturbed his slumber? I woke up when you did that. He had stirred awake the moment she turned over. Did I wake you? You must have been tired last night. Right? Xuanqi replied, puzzled. Tired? Why would I be tired? Did you not go out last night? Qianxia's cheeks flushed as she spoke softly to Not tired. I merely noticed the water bucket was empty, so I went out to fetch some. Xuanqi feigned nonchalance that I understand. Hee. I don't believe you. Qianxia retorted, and Xuanqi planted a gentle kiss on her forehead before rising. Are you hungry? Today, I will let you try some energy-rich meat and see how it works. The energy-rich meat he referred to was the game he had hunted in the misty forest. He had refrained from giving it to Qianxia earlier, fearing her body was too fragile to handle such energy. After all, the meat from the energy beasts in the misty forest was typically intended for advanced consumption. Now, after 10 days of nurturing her with a beast mark and having shared substantial energy with her, her physical condition should be adequate. Moreover, as their cubs were nearing 45 days, this energy-rich meat would likely be quickly absorbed by them, leaving little excess energy in her body. Originally, if the cubs absorbed a large amount of energy, Qianxia would need to consume numerous foods that the food transformed into energy for her body. The cubs would then absorb that energy. Now, they could directly consume energy-rich beast meat, allowing for immediate absorption. Once satiated, any remaining energy would instead bolster her own health. With the cubs well fed, the food Qianxia consumed would serve to replenish her own body, enabling her to gain weight rapidly. On the day he had asked Coral to look after Qianxia, he had actually gone hunting in the misty forest. What does energy-rich meat mean? Qianxia inquired, intrigued by his explanation. Xuanqi elaborated thoroughly on the topic. This meat is quite beneficial. Let us try it soon. I am thoroughly tired of my own scrawny appearance. Qianxia felt a surge of excitement. With this energy meat for the cubs to absorb, the other meat she consumed would nourish her own body, and she would soon be able to gain weight. With a smile and a nod, Xuanqi began to assist her in getting up and ready for the day. After they finished their morning routine, Qianxia seated herself beside the stone pot, awaiting him to start frying the meat. The fire had burned low throughout the night, leaving only a few embers. Xuanqi added some firewood to rekindle the flames and placed the stone pot over them. He then retrieved the previously rendered fat from a space, scooping a generous spoonful into the pot. Soon, the fat melted, filling the cave with its savory aroma. The pot heated. Xuanqi took the meat out. He had already cleaned the meat, and the last time Silverwind had visited, he had helped cut it into pieces, so it was ready to be fried. The aroma of the energy meat was distinctly different, more enticing than that of ordinary wild game. What kind of meat is this? It smells so much better than regular wild game. Qianxia asked. This is meat from a giant ram. It is excellent for replenishing energy. It is the type of game I hunt most often. Xuanqi spoke. He deftly turned the meat in the pot. The giant sheep and giant cow beasts found in the misty forest are particularly favored by ascending beast men, as they harbor abundant energy within their bodies. Yet their aggression is relatively mild. In terms of the power hierarchy among beast men, They only equate to the strength of a 7th-tier beastman. After all, only those of at least 8th-tier strength can venture into the misty forest. Sheep meat. Qianxia's expression was somewhat conflicted that in her previous life, she had been unable to tolerate lamb, not for any particular reason, but simply because it was too gamey for her taste. Despite having tried various preparations, she found that the distinct flavor never seemed to dissipate. Each attempt resulted in her retching, ultimately leading her to abandon the endeavor altogether. Xuanqi was diligently pan-frying the meat, oblivious to Qianxia's grimace. Before long, the meat was ready. He picked up a small piece, blew on it gently, and after allowing it to cool slightly, fed it directly to Qianxia. She frowned slightly as she took a bite. It's delicious, so fragrant and tender. Qianxia was taken aback. Initially apprehensive, she was astonished to discover that this lamb bore no trace of gaminess. Rather, it was exceedingly tender and sweet. Is the meat in this beast world always of such exceptional quality? She had marveled at this more than once. Once the meat was fully consumed, Qianxia felt a warm sensation coursing through her body. But it quickly dissipated. After eating it, I felt a bit warm. Was that energy? And then it faded away. Does that mean it was absorbed by the cub? She inquired. Yes, that warmth indicates that the energy was absorbed by your body, which in turn was utilized by the cub, Xuanqi replied, feeling quite pleased. Her body was capable of withstanding and effectively absorbing this energy, which was certainly a positive sign. Chapter 37. I want them to kneel and apologize, just as Qianxia was savoring her meal. A voice resonated from the entrance of the cave. Qianxia, are you awake? The voice sounded vaguely familiar. Qianxia glanced at Xuanqi, who understood and rose to approach the cave entrance. Before long, Xuanqi returned, accompanied by Han Xuan. Qianxia was somewhat puzzled. Why did he always arrive so early? Han Xuan took a seat beside Xuanqi, directly across from Qianxia. Did you need something from me? She asked, continuing to eat the meat. That Han Xuan's expression was somewhat grave as he looked at Qianxia with a hint of shame. I have uncovered the truth. The meat that was meant for you was taken by an orc named Hu. Han Xuan began to recount the events leading up to this revelation. Initially, his father, Lion Mountain, had casually instructed an orc to deliver meat to Qianxia, and that orc happened to be Hu Yue. Eventually, Hu Yue was tasked with delivering all the meat. Hu Yue was a 4th-tier beastman, shy by nature and lacking assertiveness, which had hindered him from finding a mate. After delivering meat to Qianxia for 2 consecutive days, he caught the attention of a female named Qina. Initially, Qina assumed the meat was Hu Yue's personal catch, believing he was trying to win her over as a partner. Qina thought it unfair that such a capable male would be pursued by a frail female like Qianxia. Consequently, Qina began to approach Hu Yue, suggesting that if he were to give her the meat, she would consider becoming his mate. Hu Yue hastily clarified that the meat was not his own, but rather a gift from the chieftain intended for Qianxia. However, upon learning the truth, Qina insisted that Hu Yue only needed to provide her with half of the meat for her to still contemplate a partnership with him. Hu Yue found himself tempted but had yet to agree. Qina, feeling that her initial offer was insufficient, took the initiative to engage in relations with Hu, a male who rarely interacted with females. He found himself unable to resist her advances. Eventually, he yielded to Qina's demands and relinquished half of the meat to her. Before long, Qina escalated her requests, demanding more and more meat, until only a small portion remained for Qianxia. When Han Xuan investigated the matter, he found that Qina and Hu Yue had just completed their bonding ritual. This is the full account of what transpired. That I came to ask how you wish to address this situation. Qina, that wretched female Qina. After a moment of silence, Qianxia replied, let's see how the tribe chooses to handle it. She wanted to observe the tribe's decision before voicing her own thoughts. That if she was satisfied, she would refrain from further comment. If not, she would express her perspective. That of course, if they disagreed, she would not hesitate to let Xuanqi reason with them. This moment underscored the advantage of having a formidable partner. Han Xuan fell silent. While Qina's character was questionable, she had 2 beast husbands who were golden lion beastmen. Qianxia, would it be acceptable for Qina and Hu Yue to apologize to you, and for their family to provide all your food from now until the day you give birth? Han Xuan proposed, observing Qianxia's expression with trepidation, fearing she might disapprove of his suggested resolution. Qianxia furrowed her brows, remaining silent. Suddenly, Xuanqi interjected nonchalantly, Xiaxia has approximately 30 days until she gives birth. Qianxia shot him a bemused glance. This subtle hint. He was reminding her that she had a limited time before her delivery, and he seemed to be gauging whether this proposed quantity of food would suffice as compensation. It felt somewhat underhanded. Returning to her thoughts, Qianxia began to contemplate. Truth be told, there was no shortage of food at home. The last batch of beef received was still abundant, and given Xuanqi's capabilities. Procuring food was a trivial matter that in fact, she had discussed the situation with Xuanqi earlier, but at the time, she had been unable to articulate a clear conclusion that as it stood. To everyone else, Qianxia appeared to be thriving. Only she knew that the true beast woman Qianxia had perished in the wilderness long ago. Now, only Xuanqi was privy to this truth. 30 days' worth of food. What sort of punishment was that? She found the outcome unsatisfactory. What if I express my dissatisfaction? Qianxia's sudden cold demeanor sent a jolt through Han Xuan. His fears were indeed realized. Then what do you wish to do, Qianxia? Han Xuan asked, opting to hear her perspective before making a decision. I want Qina and Huyue to be expelled from the tribe, Qianxia stated calmly. That is quite difficult, Han Xuan replied, his brow furrowed. Qina was a member of the tribe, her parents both golden lion beast men, and her current partners were also of the same lineage. In contrast, Qianxia could hardly be considered a tribe member. The beast men within the tribe would naturally lean towards Qina, even knowing she was in the wrong. Moreover, expelling Qina would undoubtedly incite her parents to protest. Even if Qina were to be banished, her husbands would likely follow suit. Several tribes resided in this forest. Aside from the Lion King tribe, the strongest was the Giant Elephant tribe, followed by the Black Wolf tribe and finally the Fox clan. After departing from the Lion King tribe, they would undoubtedly seek refuge with another tribe that if they harbored any intentions of retaliating against the Lion King tribe, their knowledge of the tribes could easily lead to a coordinated attack against the Lion King. At that point, the tribe would be plunged into chaos out of course. This was merely the worst-case scenario he could envision. That possibility is not feasible, Han Xuan stated heavily, reiterating his concerns. Unexpectedly, Qianxia remained remarkably calm. She had anticipated this outcome. I want Qina and Huyue to crawl from the entrance of the tribe to my home, sincerely kneeling to apologize. Beyond that, there will be no negotiation. Her tone turned icy. Han Xuan had intended to persuade her further. But her serious demeanor quelled his words. Observing his hesitation, Qianxia added coldly, "This is my bottom line. Should she refuse, I would not hesitate to allow my partner to eliminate hers." As she finished speaking, Xuanqi, seemingly unintentionally, raised his hand, summoning a blue ethereal flame that instantly dropped the temperature in the cave by several degrees. Han Xuan recognized this as a warning that I understand that I will ensure that Qina and Huyue come to apologize to you. I shall take my leave now. With that, he quickly exited the cave. Chapter 38. Some individuals are inherently malevolent. After Han Xuan's departure, Qianxia lost all appetite for her meal. How could she possibly continue eating? She was baffled. Qina seemed to have several beast husbands. While their strength might not surpass that of Coral's husbands, they were certainly formidable enough. Could a few males not sustain a single female? Why did she resort to such underhanded tactics? Why steal meat? She is fully aware of the original owner's frail and emaciated condition. She knows that the original owner struggles to find sustenance and is acutely aware that no male finds her appealing or cares for her. She knows all of this, yet she still dared to seize her food. Some individuals are simply born wicked. This orc, named Huyue, is equally repugnant. The more Qianxia reflects on it, the more incensed she becomes. In this moment, she genuinely wishes to confront her physically. Lost in her thoughts, tears suddenly streamed down her face. Upon noticing Qianxia weeping, Xianqi hurriedly approached and enveloped her in his arms. What troubles you? Why do you weep? If you feel dissatisfied, would you like me to eliminate them? Xianqi said with genuine concern that I am indeed dissatisfied. How can there be such a cruel beast? She is fully aware that the original Qianxia was weak and defenseless, that she had no males to care for her, and that she lacked any source of food. Even knowing that the meat she stole was provided by the chieftain for her survival, she still chose to take it. Do you know how she died? In a desperate attempt to fill her stomach, she ventured out with the harvesting team despite her frail condition, only to succumb in the wilderness. Not a single orc who went with her noticed her absence. Woe is me! I am certainly not satisfied with this outcome. I even desire for her to pay with her life, but it cannot be. Qianxia sobbed uncontrollably in his embrace, her mind filled with images of the original owner, frail and emaciated, laboring alongside others simply to secure a meager meal. What was labeled as harvesting was merely an amusement for others. While she toiled earnestly for the sustenance she rightfully deserved, she yearned to fill her belly. She wished to survive. Qianqi felt utterly heartbroken that it was the first time he had witnessed Qianxia weep so heart-wrenchingly. How powerless I feel. Only we know she is truly dead that I long to avenge her, but I am unable to. I remain unharmed and intact here. How can I seek revenge? Qianxia's sobs were desperate and breathless. Completely engulfed in sorrow for the deceased or Qianxia. You have done enough, Xia, that if she were to see this, she would understand you. Now listen to me. Do not cry. Excessive tears are not good for the child. Qianqi, at his wit's end, resorted to mentioning the child. Indeed, upon hearing that tears were detrimental to the child, Qianxia ceased her weeping. Though she had stopped, her body still trembled with residual sobs. Qianqi gently patted her back to soothe her. Xia, you have done exceedingly well. Listen to me. Although she has not been ostracized from the tribe, we can ensure her life within the tribe is far from pleasant. Qianqi softly reassured her. Just as Qianxia was about to inquire further, Coral unexpectedly entered. Qianxia, you have awakened, right? Hey, what is the matter? Who made you cry? Coral, having risen late, hurriedly consumed her meal prepared by the orc husbands before seeking out Qianxia. However, upon entering, she was taken aback to find Qianxia in the embrace of an orc, her eyes swollen and red, her body still shaking with sobs that it was evident she had been crying intensely. Naturally, she did not believe that Qianxia's orc husband would mistreat her, so she concluded that someone else had wronged Qianxia. Coral's temper flared instantly. Hey, Qianxia's husband, what is going on? Who made Qianxia cry? It was worth noting that after spending so much time together, Coral realized she did not even know Qianxia's partner's name, that my name is Qianqi. Qianqi, tell me, who has wronged Qianxia? Qianqi succinctly recounted the events that transpired, deliberately emphasizing that Qianxia had nearly starved to death because of this incident. Upon hearing this, Coral's anger surged at so that's why you spoke against Qianxia at the tribe's entrance. It turns out you have long harbored malicious intentions. Coral turned on her heel and stormed off, calling out loudly, In Feng, Kuei Ling Chuan, Le Feng Zhui, all of you come with me. Today, I'm going to settle the score. Coral summoned all the orc husbands. Today, she was determined to teach Qinao a lesson. Hearing Coral's intent to confront someone, Qianxia hurriedly stood up from Qianqi's embrace, only to be pulled back by him. Coral is going to fight for me. I cannot let her go alone, that I need to keep an eye on her. She certainly felt the need to monitor the situation. When Coral's temper flared, she could act impulsively, and her orc husbands would heed her. What if things escalated out of control? No, Xia, you need not stop her. Coral is no fool. She will not kill that female. Besides, isn't In Feng present? He'll keep an eye on things. Moreover, I intentionally relayed this information to Coral. Qianqi stated nonchalantly. What do you mean? Qianxia asked, puzzled. Xia, you do not have a golden lion orc partner. Yet that female is a native of the Lion King tribe that didn't Han Chuan mention that both her parents are golden lion orcs. Even two of her current partners are golden lion orcs. There exists a sense of solidarity among orcs that if you were to clash with that female, ultimately, the orcs of the tribe would side with her. However, Coral is different. She is also a native female of the Lion King tribe. And both of her partners are golden lion orcs. In Feng is a 6th tier, and Kuei is a 5th tier. She holds equal, if not greater, authority than that female, causing a commotion. The tribe's orcs will not lean toward either side, and they will witness the facts unfold. Once Coral recounts the events, everyone will know that the female and her partner will be looked down upon by the other orcs from that day forward. Coupled with your previous contributions to the tribe, everyone will undoubtedly stand by your side. Xia, think about it. How does it feel to be despised by all the orcs after hearing Qianqi's words? Qianxia nearly wanted to applaud him for his strategic thinking. Such foresight could certainly rival that of a wise sovereign in ancient times. She felt a tinge of guilt towards Coral. It's all right. I will speak with In Feng, that I will provide them with a massive bowl as well. Qianqi replied nonchalantly that in reality, Qianxia merely overthought the situation, feeling as though she was exploiting Coral. While in Qianqi's eyes, this was merely the mutual aid among orcs, that he could simply mention it when the time came. Moreover, what he said was indeed the truth. Chapter 39. the truth revealed. Coral, in a whirlwind of fury, led 5 orc husbands directly to confront China. That moment, China was still engaged in intimate activities with her orc partners. China, get out here, you heartless and vile female. Come out at once. Coral was absolutely furious. She would forever remember the day she met Qianxia that time. Qianxia greeted her, and her first reaction was one of terror. Qianxia was alarmingly thin. Frighteningly so. Qianxia need not have endured such hardship. She could have relied on the food provided by the chieftain to nurture her body. Once she regained her health, males would naturally seek her out. By then, life would not have been so arduous. Coral did not believe that in the tribe, there were not many single and exceptional males who would not be drawn to a healthy Qianxia. Originally, Qianxia should have enjoyed a good life. That it was entirely the fault of these 2 wicked beasts that she was nearly driven to death. After a brief moment, China and her partners emerged. Coral, what madness is this? Why are you shouting at my cave entrance so early in the morning? China was somewhat apprehensive of Coral, though she would never show it. What madness? Are you not aware of the deeds you have committed? Coral retorted with a cold laugh. What deeds? What could I possibly have done? I haven't seen you around these days. Why are you taking out your frustrations on me? China continued to feign ignorance. Though she felt an uneasy sensation rising within her, the cause of which eluded her. Yin Feng, what is the meaning of this? Disturbing our slumber early in the morning. Do you not think that is excessive? China's orc husband, Ling Shi, interjected that we females are speaking. What is it to you? Leave. Coral retorted without reservation. Ling Shi felt embarrassed by the rebuke. His face flushed that in the orc world, it was customary for males to refrain from interrupting females while they spoke. Thus, he had directly addressed Yin Feng. However, he failed to notice that Yin Feng had not uttered a single word thus that moment. Yin Feng's gaze towards Ling, she was filled with icy disdain. Yin Feng, with an air of indifference laced with coldness, spoke. I heard Zhe mention that you attempted to lay hands on Coral last time. Ling Shi's pupils dilated, fear etched across his features. The previous incident, where Coral clashed with her partner, had him anxious to intervene, only to be reprimanded by Zhe. That event had transpired days ago, and he had nearly forgotten about it. How had it resurfaced now? I see you have forgotten all decorum. I believe it is necessary for me to teach you what proper conduct entails. The frigid tone of Yin Feng sent a shiver down the spines of Kina's beastmen, particularly Zero's, whose eyes were filled with trepidation that he had merely intended to garner some favor in Kina's eyes, yet how had events spiraled into such chaos? Zero stood anxiously beside Kina, while the other beastmen cast accusatory glances in his direction. In the entirety of the tribe, aside from Han Chuan, Yin Feng was the most formidable. They were certainly no match for him. Were a confrontation to ensue, it was certain they would suffer grievous injuries. All of this was the fault of that foolish Zero's. Coral, what has Kina done to evoke such fury in you? In the crowd of onlookers, a female voice queried that as Coral and her 5 beastmen made their way to Kina's abode. Many had already sensed the brewing conflict and followed to witness the spectacle. Surely, no one was oblivious to the existence of Qianxia. Coral, observing Kina's cold demeanor, raised her voice, prompting a chorus of responses from the crowd. After all, the news of having a 9th-tier beastman mate while carrying 3 cubs had spread throughout the tribe. Furthermore, Qianxia had taught everyone how to craft tools and prepare new dishes, garnering much goodwill among the tribe. Qianxia was brought back to our tribe by one of our beastmen. We have always been a community of self-sufficiency, unlike other tribes that required food to be collected and redistributed. The food Qianxia received was always provided directly by the chief. Initially, in the first 2 days, Qianxia had received a generous portion of meat, but as time progressed, the amount dwindled, leaving her with barely enough for a single meal. Do you know what she resorted to for sustenance? She caught spiny beasts from the waters to survive. That was how she maintained her existence. Coral was nearly exploding with rage at this point. Upon hearing this, Kina began to panic. The color drained from the face of Huyu, who stood behind Kina. She had not anticipated that this matter would resurface after such a long time. Initially, when she had taken the meat, she had felt a twinge of fear, but later realized that no one had noticed anything amiss, nor did anyone care about that female. Thus, she had acted with reckless abandon. Turning to the gathered crowd, Coral continued, "Why is the meat becoming increasingly scarce? If the chief has provided the meat, he cannot simply withhold it. Moreover, the chief had given even more meat subsequently. So what is the reason for this diminishing supply? It turns out that the chief had asked Hu Yu to deliver meat to Qianxia, and upon seeing this, Qina demanded the meat for herself. She told Hu Yu that if he handed over the meat, she would consider making him her mate. Hu Yu explained that the meat was not his to give. It was entrusted to him by the chief for Qianxia. Qina then insisted that he give her half of the meat, promising to consider a partnership with him. In fact, she went so far as to engage with Hu Yu in exchange for that meager portion of meat, and ultimately, he did relent and gave her half. Subsequently, her demands for meat escalated, while Qianxia's supply dwindled to the point where she nearly starved within the tribe. The crowd was left in stunned silence. The Coral's revelations astonished everyone, including her 5 beastmen companions, who were equally taken aback. When they arrived, they were unaware of the unfolding drama. They had simply followed their partner's call to fight. Having formed a friendship with Qianxia, they had interacted with her on numerous occasions and held her in high regard. No wonder Qianxia appeared so emaciated, especially while carrying cubs. How outrageous! Qina, how can you be so shameless? Do you truly have so many beastmen that you cannot afford to feed yourself? Must you resort to stealing from others? Is it that your mates are utterly useless, incapable of ensuring your sustenance, forcing you to barter your body for food? Eating spiny beasts, who among the beastmen would stoop to consume such fare? It is evident how difficult Qianxia's life has become. Qina, your heart is truly blackened, and that Hu Yu is equally despicable. Poor Qianxia. One wonders why she is so frail. Had her mate not arrived in time, she might have perished from hunger. The echoing murmurs and accusations gradually drained the color from Qina's face. Chapter 40. It is my misfortune. No, I did not. Do not speak recklessly. What evidence do you have to prove that I took the meat? Qina trembled, obstinately denying the allegations. Until evidence was presented, she would not concede. Little did she realize that Hu Yu, standing behind her, was ashen-faced. When Han Chuan had confronted him, he had directly inquired what had become of the meat intended for Qianxia, whether it had been consumed by him or given to a female. At the time, he had just completed his imprinting with Qina. Faced with Han Chuan's probing, he had initially remained defiant, refusing to admit to any wrongdoing. That I have already spoken with Qianxia. The first and second days, she received large portions of meat. But from the third day onward, the amount was halved, and it continued to diminish until it was barely enough for one meal. You may deny it, but should Qianxia's mate come looking for you, I cannot be held responsible. Han Chuan's words were both a threat and a warning, yet it was evident that if it struck a chord, Hu was thrown into a panic, merely a 4th-tier beastman. He was no match for Qianxia's 9th-tier mate, who could easily take his life with a mere flick of his wrist. That I confess, I took the meat. Hu Yu admitted, terror-stricken. He feared that if Qianxia's mate truly sought him out, Han Chuan would intervene. However, should he refuse to admit his guilt, Han Chuan would not come to his aid. When Qianxia's mate arrived seeking vengeance, he would be doomed. He recounted the entire sequence of events to Han Chuan, pleading for his discretion and for assistance in negotiating restitution with Qianxia. Han Chuan proposed that the compensation be all of Qianxia's food from now until her delivery. Hu Yu agreed. As Hu Yu surveyed the unfolding scene, his face drained of color, a chill creeping from his toes to the crown of his head. Hadn't they agreed to keep this under wraps? Hadn't he promised to compensate Qianxia with food? How had the situation escalated to this point? Coral, do you possess any evidence implicating Qina and Hu Yu in the theft of Qianxia's meat? A voice emerged from behind Qina and the other beastmen. Then its owner stepped into view of the crowd. This was Qina's first mate, Sha, a 5th-tier Black Wolf beastman. Deep down, Sha already suspected this was mostly true, yet as the first mate, he felt compelled to defend his partner, even knowing she was in the wrong. Evidence? I am the evidence. Is that sufficient? A melodious voice rang out from the crowd. Everyone turned to see Qianxi approaching, cradling Qianxia in her arms. Qianxia, unable to quell her unease, insisted on coming to see for herself. Qianxi, unable to refuse her, had brought her along. Little did they expect that upon arrival, they would overhear such a conversation. Qianxia disembarked from Qianxi's embrace and approached Coral, addressing Sha directly. This body of mine is the evidence. If you require further proof, I can summon the chief and Han Chuan for a thorough discussion. Having nourished herself for 10 days, Qianxia had yet to gain an ounce of flesh, remaining as emaciated as ever. At that moment, Qianqi, standing behind Qianxia, narrowed her eyes, an icy glare radiating from her. Song Sha felt a sinking sensation in his heart, realizing that matters were about to spiral beyond control. He could palpably sense the oppressive aura emanating from the pair. This predicament would be far from easy to resolve. Go, summon the chief and Han Chuan, Qianqi instructed, casting a glance at Yin Feng. Yin Feng, casting a disdainful look, turned away to fetch the chief, and Han Chuan. It was me. It was my selfish desire. I wished to pursue Kina, so I took the meat given by the chief and presented it to her as a gift. It was my wrongdoing. Hu suddenly cried out, his body trembling. He was terrified, yet this seemed to be the best course of action. Now that Kina was his mate, he had to defend her, rather than awaiting the chief and Han Chuan to reveal the truth. He decided to confess everything himself, accepting whatever consequences might follow. Hu's declaration halted the proceedings for several seconds, leaving Kina in shock. Yin Feng's footsteps faltered as well. Qianxia, however, was taken aback that he was typically a timid and bashful individual. Yet now he displayed the courage to admit his disgraceful actions before the crowd. This garnered a measure of respect from Qianxia. Hu traversed the crowd to stand before Qianxia, dropping to his knees. Qianxia, I am sorry that I was blinded by my desire. I could never catch prey, and when the chief tasked me with delivering meat to you, I secretly took some for myself to please my mate. It was my fault. I alone am to blame, and my mate had no part in it. I will do whatever you desire. Hu lowered his head in shame, trembling as 2 droplets fell to the ground. He was crying. And what if I desire your death? Qianxia replied coldly. Hu's heart sank at her words. He looked up in disbelief, his eyes filled with dread. Qianxia, is that demand not a tad excessive? Song Sha said, fixing her with a serious gaze. Before Qianxia could respond, Song Sha was suddenly propelled backward. What manner of being are you to address my mate in such a manner? Qianxia turned her head, only to see Xuanqi waving his hand. At this moment, Qianxia was screaming internally, yet her face wore an expression of indifference. In her heart, Qianxia thought, this man is exceedingly handsome. The atmosphere on the scene was palpably tense. Initially, when Qianxia demanded that Hu go to his death, everyone began to murmur, deeming her request excessively harsh. However, once Tsongsha had flown out, everyone instinctively fell silent. A 9th-tier master, truly, one should not provoke him. Hu, already in a state of panic, was now engulfed in sheer terror. Xuanqi noticed that Yin Feng had yet to depart. He furrowed his brow. What are you still doing here? Yin Feng merely rolled his eyes in response. Hastily, he went to summon assistance. If he delayed any longer, the situation would spiral out of control. The beast men of China silently helped Sangsha to his feet, while casting a sympathetic glance at the kneeling Hu. Qianxia surveyed the crowd, her gaze ultimately settling on Sangsha. Am I being unreasonable? When Hu sought to curry favor with Qin, using the food necessary for my survival, did he ever consider whether I would go hungry? Do you have any idea what my life has been like? I always assumed that the tribe offered me less food because I had not found a golden lion beastman as my partner. If that were the case, I could accept it, for it was the tribe that sheltered me when I fainted in the wilderness, for which I am sincerely grateful. Thus, I joined the harvesting team to earn some food for myself. But I never expected to faint from hunger in the wild, only to be saved by my partner. I am fortunate. Had I encountered a wild beast or a rogue predator, my life would have long since met the beast god. Chapter 41. What do I want your life for? Qianxia's words left everyone present exchanging glances in astonishment. Those who had once deemed her excessive now lowered their heads in tacit understanding. Speechless, they had not anticipated that Qianxia had endured such hardships. Had the same circumstances befell them, they might not have so easily forgiven the transgressor. Do you know what I resorted to during the days I had no food? I hunted for prickly beasts to eat. I've nearly exhausted the supply on the back mountain. And when I remained hungry, what did I do? I sought out fruits, regardless of whether they were edible. For I only knew my stomach ached unbearably, that I nearly starved to death. Do you understand? Qianxia purposefully exaggerated her words, initially intending to highlight her past plight. Yet as she spoke, memories of the former Qianxia, who had nearly perished in the wilderness, resurfaced, causing her voice to tremble by the end. I'm sorry. I didn't realize. I'm so sorry." Huya knelt on the ground, weeping as he apologized. Just as Han Xuan and the chief arrived, they overheard Qianxia's choked and trembling voice. Han Xuan felt a pang of shock. He had not fathomed that she had nearly starved to death. For a fleeting moment, Han Xuan found himself unwilling to defend Qina and Hu Yue. Qina stood stunned by Qianxia's words, unable to comprehend how the situation had escalated to this point. She had never intended for Qianxia to die. She merely desired the meat out of greed. Observing the kneeling Hu Yue and the injured Songsha beside him, she tearfully approached Qianxia and knelt before her. "I am sorry. Qianxia, I was greedy. I was wrong. You can demand anything of me, but please spare Hu Yue. He acted under my guidance. I beg you, do not kill him." Qina was genuinely frightened at the outset. She had contemplated how to evade responsibility, yet she had not anticipated that Hu Yue would openly admit his faults. Taking all the blame upon himself in that moment, she felt utterly bewildered. Having been spoiled by her parents since childhood, she always got what she desired, throwing tantrums whenever things did not go her way. Her parents typically coddled her, ultimately placing whatever she wished before her. Though she had several beastmen partners, she understood that their affections were not genuine. They merely sought offspring, only because the females they pursued had rejected them. In the end, it was only she who agreed. Yet unexpectedly, Hu Yue treated her with sincere affection, that he willingly bore all the blame, and even when Qianxia demanded his life, he never spoke a word against her. "Qianxia, can we not discuss this matter reasonably? Though they have committed a grievous error, you are still alive that Tio demand Hu Yue's life. Let it go." Chief Shirshan addressed Qianxia. His words left her momentarily stunned, rendering her speechless. Observing her reaction, Xuanqi stepped forward and enveloped her in his embrace. The chief had articulated precisely what Qianxia wished not to hear, the very words that pained her the most touched Qianxia's countenance, and Xuanqi's protective gesture led Han Xuan to sense something was amiss. Reflecting on his father's words, he felt perplexed. Why was this happening? Qianxia suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of weakness that at this juncture, she believed she had nearly achieved her goal, to secure justice for the deceased Qianxia. She had never truly wished for Hu Yue's life. She merely intended to frighten them, to make them understand the gravity of their wrongdoing. She wanted them to sincerely apologize and repent. Having achieved the outcome she desired, she should have been satisfied. "Forget it. What do I need your life for? I will not forgive you easily. From now until the day I give birth, ensure that food is delivered to me daily, that I end that moment." Qianxia had nothing further to say. She cast a glance at Xuanqi, who immediately grasped her intent, lifting her in his arms as he turned to leave. Observing Qianxia's discontent and departing figure, Coral hastened to follow suit, with several beastmen trailing closely behind. Chief Shirshan had initially anticipated that he would need to exert considerable effort to persuade Qianxia. He had even prepared a backup plan. If she refused, he would leverage the food he had provided her over time. Although the matter had originated from this incident, he had indeed delivered her meat for quite some time. Regaining his composure, Chief Shirshan coldly addressed the two still kneeling on the ground. "You should be grateful for Qianxia's kind heart. Were she to insist on your lives, I could not intervene. You will deliver food to Qianxia every day, and should you transgress again, you shall all be expelled from the tribe." This matter came to a close. Coral returned home, closely following Qianxia. She had initially intended to seek out Qianxia, but was intercepted by Yin Feng. "Let us wait a bit before you find Qianxia. She probably doesn't wish to be disturbed right now." He had just observed Xuanqi's grave demeanor, coupled with Qianxia's peculiar emotional state, and felt it best not to intrude at this juncture. Coral, feeling deflated, plopped down beside her nest. "These two beastmen are simply outrageous. I knew Qianxia had it tough before, but I never imagined she nearly starved to death. Thankfully, she is resilient and found Xuanqi as her partner. Otherwise, I shudder to think how she would have fared." That was then. Now that Qianxia has Xuanqi, who would dare bully her? She will only thrive from here on out, Yin Feng reassured her. Meanwhile, Kuei Zhe observed the two, his expression oddly contemplative. "Has Qianxia cast some spell on Coral? Since the moment they met, my partner has been entirely consumed by thoughts of Qianxia. Upon waking, she seeks Qianxia, and in everything she does, she wishes to be with her." Yin Feng concurred. Whatever Qianxia's beast husband suggested, he would follow suit. He had not forgotten Xuanqi's earlier mention of seeking the chief and Han Xuan. What Kuei Zhe did not realize was that Coral's fondness for Qianxia had initially stemmed from sympathy for the weak. For at that time, Qianxia was indeed the most pitiable victim in the tribe. Over time, however, it blossomed into admiration for Qianxia's innate charm. Coral found her kind, intelligent, and generous. How could one not cherish such a friend? As for Yin Feng, he had already regarded Xuanqi as a brother. What was there to refuse a small request from a brother? Chapter 42. He wants to form a bond. Upon returning to the cave, Qianxia went straight to be deed it that moment. She wished to think of nothing and simply desired solitude. After confirming that Qianxia had fallen asleep, Xuanqi left the cave, not forgetting to ask Coral to keep an eye on her. All right, go attend to your matters. I'll look after Qianxia. Coral was overjoyed. She could once again care for Qianxia. Perhaps it was due to the first impression, but she truly relished looking after Qianxia, as if nurturing a youngling. Xuanqi was in no haste to depart. He first sought out Han Chuan. With only 30 days remaining until Qianxia gave birth, he would soon need to attend to egg incubation, during which time he would be unable to tend to her needs. Thus, he aimed to find a beast husband for her before the arrival of her offspring, and the chosen candidate for this role was none other than Han Chuan. Have you come to see me for a reason? Han Chuan inquired, observing the visitor. Yes, I have a matter to discuss, Xuanqi replied, leaning against the cave entrance. Han Chuan watched him, anticipating his next words, but Xuanqi remained silent for an extended period. Well, what is it? You haven't come to me simply to flaunt your charms, have you? Han Chuan remarked, exasperated. Xuanqi shot him a glance. What nonsense is this? What charm would I release with a male? Besides, I already have a partner. What need have I to charm anyone else? I heard you were yet to find a mate, Xuanqi said nonchalantly, at this moment. Han Chuan sensed something unusual in the air. You haven't come to suggest that I become Qianxia's second beast husband. Have you? He probed cautiously, lowering his gaze, his brows furrowed in contemplation. Indeed, he was reflecting. Was his apprehension so evident? Regardless, since the matter was laid bare, it would be simpler to speak directly. Xuanqi met his gaze. Seriousness etched on his face. Yes, you are correct. I wish for you to become Qianxia's second beast husband. Han Chuan. Is he serious? He began to feel flustered at What does this mean, exactly? Xuanqi cast Han Chuan a look of annoyance. He suddenly questioned whether this decision was wise. After all, he had just proposed Han Chuan as Qianxia's second beast husband, yet here Han Chuan was, still seeking clarification. Was his intellect lacking? Qianxia is about to give birth. Once the snake egg arrives, I must commence incubation immediately, which will take 60 days during which I cannot leave the egg. Consequently, I will be unable to care for Qianxia, so I need to find her a companion. It is clear that you are the beast I have in mind, Xuanqi explained earnestly. Han Chuan, I truly appreciate your high regard for me, but doesn't he seem quite appropriate? Has Qianxia agreed to this? He asked hesitantly. Upon hearing this, Xuanqi shot him a sidelong glance, his golden serpent eyes gleaming with mischief. What is so inappropriate about it? Do you, Han Chuan, have a female you fancy? Come now, if you did, wouldn't you have already marked her by now? He could hardly believe it that if one truly had a beloved female, could they possibly resist the urge to bond? It was absurd. No beast could endure such restraint. Naturally, they would have long since mated and borne young. Of course, his situation with Qianxia was an exception. Well, it was a gift from the beast god, he thought. Had Han Chuan known he was internally lamenting his age, he surely would have been mortified that he merely wished to grow stronger before seeking a partner. He was only 20 cycles old. Han Chuan fell into silence. Do you genuinely have a female you admire? Xuanqi's tone turned uncertain. No, I do not have a preferred female. Han Chuan replied suddenly. Xuanqi. He felt his patience waning. Let us dispense with the trivialities. Simply tell me if you are willing to become Qianxia's second beast husband. Xuanqi was no longer inclined to indulge in frivolous conversation. Time was precious. He still needed to hunt in the misty forest. Han Chuan fell silent once more. He struggled to articulate his feelings towards Qianxia, yet he did not find the prospect of becoming her beast husband unappealing. Strangely, her image surfaced in his mind, her instructing the tribe's beasts in cooking. Their conversations, and today, her sudden despondency amidst the crowd. Wait, that reminds me. Han Chuan voiced his curiosity. I wish to inquire why Qianxia changed so abruptly after my father spoke today, and you rushed to protect her. What was that about? He pondered this. His father's words had been innocuous enough. Xuanqi regarded him with a knowing look. Once you become Qianxia's partner, you shall understand. Han Chuan was puzzled. Xuanqi opted not to elaborate further. He stood straight, turned, and departed. Consider whether you wish to become Qianxia's beast husband carefully. Provide me with your answer by tomorrow. I shall take my leave now. Truth be told, Xuanqi was unconcerned about Han Chuan's potential refusal. He had an instinct that Han Chuan would agree. After Xuanqi departed, Han Chuan found himself devoid of focus, ultimately opting to lie down. It was not that he had never contemplated the notion of bonding. The tribe boasted many lovely and admirable females, yet he felt no inclination towards any of them. Thus, he had dedicated himself to enhancing his strength. When Qianxia first arrived in the tribe, he had only heard rumors of a frail female being rescued by a beast. And since then, he had paid her little mind. He had not even attended the coming-of-age ceremony, not out of disinterest, but because he had not intended to seek a partner, thus missing the chance to meet Qianxia. His thoughts drifted back to the first time he encountered Qianxia. Her eyes were indeed captivating. Han Chuan was unaware of how long he had been lost in thought, but by the time clarity returned, the night had deepened. He quickly rose, tidied himself, and hastened towards the cave of the chieftain. Inside the cave, Chieftain Shirshan and his partner Kanglin were preparing to dine. Just as they were about to begin, their son rushed in. Chuana, have you eaten? If not, why not join us? Kanglin beamed at her son. Father, mother, I wish to bond with someone, Han Chuan declared. His words fell like a stone into a tranquil lake, startling Kanglin so much that she dropped her chopsticks. While Shirshan stood agape in disbelief. Surely they had not misheard. Their son desired to bond. This stoic boy had finally developed feelings for a female. Speak clearly, my child. Which female has captured your heart? Prompting this sudden change, moreover, does she consent? Kanglin's curiosity piqued, her gossiping instincts stirred. From a young age, her son had always been more resolute than others. While many beasts had found partners early on, he had been preoccupied solely with enhancing his strength. Whenever a female sought to approach him, he would flee faster than anyone, even circumventing the tribe to avoid any encounters. Each time the subject of bonding arose, he would hastily excuse himself, clearly resisting the notion. Kanglin had even entertained doubts about whether her son had any interest in females at all, which had caused her distress for several days. Shirshan was equally curious as to which female had inspired such a revelation. I wish to bond with Qianxia. In those brief words lay the force of two detonations, leaving Shirshan and Kanglin utterly stunned. What? They exclaimed in unison. Father, mother, you have not misheard. I wish to bond with Qianxia. Han Chuan reiterated, his expression calm. My child, please tell me, what prompted this sudden desire to bond with Qianxia? Did she express interest in you? Kanglin inquired, her shock subsiding, replaced by inquisitiveness, having only seen Qianxia once during the coming-of-age ceremony. She remembered her as extraordinarily slender. She had just heard her partner, Shirshan, discuss today's events and was reflecting on them when her son announced his intent to bond. No, Qianxia's beast husband approached me, hoping I would become Qianxia's second beast husband. After some consideration, I agreed, Han Chuan stated nonchalantly. Shirshan fell silent for a moment before asking, when do you plan to bond? Your mother and I will prepare gifts for you both. He needed to clarify the situation, given Qianxia's delicate frame. He assumed her family had little to offer, and he wanted to ensure he brought ample gifts in that moment. He completely overlooked the fact that Qianxia had a powerful ninth-tier beast husband. His mind was consumed with thoughts of his son bonding with Qianxia, and how he could provide support given her difficult circumstances. Kanglin sensed something amiss, pondering for quite some time. Wait, you mentioned that Qianxia's beast husband approached you regarding this matter. What did Qianxia say? Did she agree? You cannot simply decide to bond without consulting her. Han Chuan appeared perplexed. Is there a need to inquire? If Qianxia were opposed, would Xuanqi come to speak with me? You must go immediately to find Qianxia. The proposal was made by her beast husband, not her. Are you intending to live with Qianxia or her beast husband? Hurry, go clarify this matter. Kanglin was utterly speechless and hastily urged everyone to leave. How could she have given birth to such a dull-witted child? He bore no resemblance to how his father had pursued her back in the day. Han Chuan, expelled from the cave by his parents, stood at the entrance, feeling utterly lost. Should he really seek out Qianxia for answers? Uncertainty gripped him. He suddenly felt a tinge of fear at the thought of encountering her. Ultimately, after standing in the darkness for what felt like an eternity, Han Chuan finally summoned his courage and resolved to seek out Qianxia. However, just as he arrived at her cave, he happened upon Shanhua, who informed him that Qianxia had already gone to bed. Once again, he found himself at a loss. Perhaps he should just wait until tomorrow to at that moment. The misty forest was filled with the howls of beasts and the glow of flames. Xuanqi was rampaging through the woods, consumed by thoughts of killing. He was fixated on the idea of slaying as many creatures as possible to return home sooner. Eventually, he fought from night until dawn, only ceasing when the space around him could no longer contain his spoils. Qianxia was experiencing increasingly prolonged slumbers. Upon awakening, she noticed that Shanhua had been up for quite some time, though Xuanqi had yet to return. Shanhua had waited to prepare food for her, ensuring that Qianxia would have a meal upon waking. Qianxia, Hanchuan came looking for you last night, but you had just fallen asleep, so I told him you were resting, Shanhua remarked while savoring her meat soup. Looking for me? Qianxia inquired, puzzled. Before Shanhua could respond, a familiar voice echoed at the cave entrance. Recognizing it as Hanchuan's, Qianxia called out, "You may come in now." Upon entering, Hanchuan found Qianxia and Shanhua enjoying their meal, but there was no sign of Xuanqi. His brow furrowed slightly. "Where is Xuanqi? He said he would wait for my answer tomorrow. Where is he now?" Meanwhile, Xuanqi was outside the misty forest, washing the blood from his body in a tranquil pond. "Is there something you wish to discuss with me?" Qianxia asked in a casual tone. Although her voice was ordinary, it struck Hanchuan's ears as cold. His furrowed brow deepened. What did this mean? Did she not like him? Why was she so distant? If she had no affection for him, why would she send Xuanqi to inquire whether he would be her second beast husband? Hanchuan had no realization that his feelings had already undergone a profound metamorphosis. Unbeknownst to him, Xuanqi's inquiry about being Qianxia's second beast husband was merely his personal inclination. I have something to tell you, Hanchuan hesitantly stammered. Qianxia took a sip of her meat soup and nodded in encouragement. Go ahead. Just as Hanchuan opened his mouth to speak, he remembered Shanhua's presence. Shanhua, could you step outside for a moment? I would like to have a private conversation with Qianxia. Shanhua shot him an exasperated look, but complied, taking her bowl with her as she exited. Qianxia, bemused, wondered what he was up to. Qianxia, do you not like me? Hanchuan asked, a mix of embarrassment and hurt evident in his voice. This question left Qianxia utterly bewildered. What did he mean? What do you mean? I'm not following you, she replied, perplexed. Xuanqi spoke to me yesterday, asking if I would be willing to become your second beast husband, that I pondered it throughout the night. And I agreed, Qianxia was taken aback. Why had Xuanqi not discussed this with her first? Hanchuan's reaction only deepened her distress. What was she to make of this? Once she managed to steady her emotions, she looked up at Hanchuan, only to find him wearing a sorrowful expression. What's wrong with you? Qianxia asked, sensing something was amiss. But what exactly was the problem? Qianxia's mind was in turmoil. Hanchuan gazed at her with a mournful look and said, Qianxia, do you not like me? If you don't, why would you ask Xuanqi to inquire if I would be your second beast husband? Now that I've agreed, why do you treat me like this? Stop saying such things. When have I ever done that? Chapter 44. Do you truly wish to be my beast husband? Wait, hold on, Hanchuan. I'm quite curious about why you agreed. Setting other matters aside, Qianxia was primarily interested in this. She was still quite slender and had yet to regain her beauty, so she was intrigued by why Hanchuan would consent to become her second beast husband. She understood that Xuanqi had approached Hanchuan with this proposition for her sake. Yet he had not thought to consult her first, which left her feeling quite awkward. That I'm not entirely sure. I just went with the flow. When Xuanqi mentioned it, I realized I was not opposed. I found myself inexplicably drawn to you, and after contemplating it overnight, I agreed to become your second beast husband. That I intended to ask you about it last night, but you were already asleep. Hanchuan candidly expressed his thoughts, feeling no shame in doing so. After all, they were to become partners in life. Why should he still feel shy? Hanchuan's words surprised Qianxia. He was actually paying attention to her. You don't mind that I'm so frail? My relationship with Xuanqi was entirely accidental, and we became partners later. But you, Hanchuan, are the foremost warrior of the Lion King tribe. Many females admire you. They are far superior to me. Why would you choose me? To be honest, Qianxia sometimes felt unattractive in her current state. Why would I mind your frailty? You are thin only because you are not getting enough to eat. As your partner, I would never allow you to go hungry. Although I may not be as formidable as Xuanqi, I am still the only 7th-tier warrior on this continent. The females in the tribe may be admirable. But what does that matter? If I had any interest in them, I would have formed a bond with one long ago. Han Chuan himself was unaware of why he felt such an inexplicable connection to Qianxia from the moment he first laid eyes on her and through the events that followed. Even when they were apart, he often found himself thinking of her. Upon hearing this, Qianxia realized that Han Chuan might genuinely have feelings for her, though he was unaware of them himself. She could hardly believe that, in her current state, she could attract the admiration of a male. While her relationship with Xuanqi could be characterized as love after marriage, Han Chuan's feelings seemed to have developed differently. Qianxiao adopted a serious demeanor. Fully aware of her current situation, the day of her delivery was drawing near. She was uncertain whether Beast had a confinement period, but she knew she would observe one herself. Being a person of the 21st century, she could not abandon such practices. When the time came for Xuanqi to nurture their egg while she recuperated, there would be no one to tend to her needs. It was no wonder Xuanqi had hastily approached Han Chuan for answers. "Have you made up your mind? Do you truly wish to be my beast husband?" Qianxia asked earnestly, locking her gaze with his. Han Chuan met her serious eyes and sat up straighter, responding with sincerity. "Yes, I have made up my mind that I wish to be your partner." Qianxia smiled warmly. "Very well, when Xuanqi returns, we shall discuss the matter of our union. This is something that must be arranged by the elder husband." "All right, I shall return to prepare." With that, Han Chuan swiftly exited. Qianxia was left momentarily speechless, wondering what preparations he intended to make. "Huh? What?" Qianxia was bewildered. Prepare? Prepare for what?" Han Chuan, having left, was already considering. "Of course, I shall pack my belongings to move in with my wife." Upon Han Chuan's departure, Shanhua re-entered with her bowl, glancing back at the direction he had gone. "Qianxia, what did Han Chuan want?" He seemed rather elated. Qianxia smiled softly, a hint of joy in her voice that, "Oh, it's nothing much. He wishes to bond with me, perhaps. He's feeling happy about it." "What?" Shanhua exclaimed, nearly overturning her bowl. "Beast gods, what did I just hear? Han Chuan wants to bond with Qianxia?" She immediately moved to sit beside Qianxia. "Wait, what is going on? Why the sudden change? Why does Han Chuan suddenly wish to bond with you?" It is no wonder that Coral is utterly astonished. How many females within the tribe have secretly harbored affections for Han Chuan? Yet Han Chuan, in his peculiar manner, seems to detest the very notion of those females expressing their pursuits, to the extent that he would rather take a convoluted path to avoid them. Conversely, he finds himself engaging in conversation with those who do not openly display their affection. Han Chuan has turned down countless females. Previously, even members from other tribes have approached him, unabashedly stating that should he become their partner, they would bring their beast husbands to join the Lion King tribe. This proposition was indeed tantalizing for the Lion King tribe at that time. However, Han Chuan declined. After all, he is the tribe's foremost warrior, and his elevated standards are understandable. Yet as time passed, his evasion of those females led to speculation among the tribe as to whether he held an aversion to them. Nevertheless, within the beast world, such matters are not of great concern. Males being attracted to males is not viewed with scorn. What they lament is the potential loss of Han Chuan's exceptional lineage, as he may never produce offspring to inherit his remarkable genes. That if Han Chuan were to learn of their sentiments, he would likely be beside himself with indignation. That he often remarked on how everyone gazed at him with a look of pity, even those females who pursued him. The only silver lining to this was that with fewer females vying for his attention, he could enjoy some peace and quiet. With only a few days left until my due date, after I give birth, Qianqi will need to incubate the eggs and will be unable to care for me. Thus, he has decided to find me a partner, and he has approached Han Chuan. Qianxia explained, "Your Qianqi is quite impressive, directly seeking someone to be your partner. What astonishes me is that Han Chuan actually agreed." Qianxia detected an unusual undertone in Coral's words. "It seems there is quite a story behind this, do you tell?" she inquired curiously. Thus, Coral recounted Han Chuan's past in its entirety. Upon finishing, Qianxia's immediate reaction was to glance at her own form. How on earth did he find me appealing? She couldn't help but exclaim that I must say, "Qianxia, you are the most formidable female I have ever encountered if news of Han Chuan wanting to bond with you spreads. The tribe will surely be in an uproar." Coral was clearly relishing the unfolding drama. "Indeed, Qianxia, not only have you secured a 9th-tier beast man as a partner, but now the tribe's foremost warrior is also drawn to you. Absolutely remarkable." Coral was already anticipating the ensuing commotion within the tribe. Chapter 45 Han Chuan. Do you wish to reconsider your words? As Qianqi returned to the cave entrance, he fortuitously collided with Han Chuan, who was in the midst of moving his belongings. Qianqi furrowed his brow. What are you doing? On the other side, Han Chuan also frowned. Shouldn't you take a moment to reflect on your own words? Of course, I am moving in to live together. Qianqi. No, he just went hunting for one night. What transpired? Has he been robbed? Qianxia and Coral, hearing the commotion at the cave entrance, rose to investigate. Upon reaching the entrance, they beheld Qianqi and Han Chuan locked in a silent standoff, with Han Chuan clutching a considerable amount of belongings. Qianxia asked, "What does moving luggage signify?" Coral exclaimed, "How thrilling!" Ultimately, the four of them sat down to clarify the situation. Though it was more accurately three, as Coral was merely a spectator at so, you went directly to find Qianxia. "You've brought all your things with you?" Qianqi exclaimed through clenched teeth. Although he intended to find a partner for Qianxia, the nature of his arrangements and Han Chuan's proactive approach were hardly comparable. "Didn't you say you wanted me to be Qianxia's partner? What does this mean now?" Han Chuan retorted without hesitation. "Isn't that so?" He approached her himself, asking if she would be willing to be his second beast husband. She consented, so what's the issue with him bringing his belongings? Qianxia lamented, "What a headache. What do I do?" Coral gleefully interjected, "How exhilarating." In the end, after all was said and done, Han Chuan moved in. "Xia, you and Han Chuan, you should mate now and then seek the shaman for the marking." God knows just how bitter Qianqi felt when he uttered those words. Qianxia froze. "Ah, is it all right for me to be pregnant?" Qianqi, casting a cold glance at Han Chuan, replied, "I just checked. The little ones are in excellent condition. He just needs to be gentle and careful." Qianqi commanded, "You better be gentle." To be honest, Qianxia did not wish to engage with Han Chuan so swiftly. After all, her interactions with him had been rather limited. She had envisioned getting to know him better once he arrived, gradually nurturing their bond. Now, the sudden demand for immediate intimacy was rather overwhelming. Han Chuan perceived Qianxia's reluctance, and his previously joyous expression shifted to one of disappointment and sorrow. Xia, an additional beast marking signifies an increase in nourishment. Though Han Chuan's strength is slightly inferior to mine, he is still a 7th-tier beast man. With his marking, you will gain weight more swiftly, and it will be beneficial for the little ones as well. Qianqi, recognizing Qianxia's hesitance, explained to her as one would to a young child. He understood that her foremost desire was to gain weight. Han Chuan, initially disheartened, shot Qianqi a glare upon hearing his words. "All you do is talk. You're no better than me." Qianqi's words left Qianxia in silence. She had forgotten all about the nourishment from the beast marking. Well, what must come will come, and what does it matter in what order? Han Chuan, please prepare yourself, Qianxia said, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. At that moment, Coral was bursting with excitement, seizing Qianxia and addressing the other two beasts. "You two get ready. I will take Qianxia to my cave. Once we're prepared, you can come to fetch her." With that, she dragged Qianxia away. The first order of business upon returning to her cave was to summon her 5 beast husbands. The 5 beasts and Qianxia looked at Coral with puzzled expressions, wondering what she intended to do. "Guess what? Who is Qianxia's new partner?" Coral said mischievously. The beasts exchanged incredulous glances, surprised by the revelation. Qianxia has a new partner. They had not stepped out of the cave all day, only returning after preparing soup in Qianxia's cave that morning, while Coral had stayed behind to assist her. Qianxia rubbed her forehead in exasperation. Feng glanced at Qianxia, a suspicion forming in his mind. Could it be Han Chuan? He has been the only one to visit in the last couple of days, but Han Chuan doesn't like females, does he? It is Han Chuan. Haha, are you shocked? Coral was now positively elated. What? The 4 beasts exclaimed in unison, while another beast, though surprised, had anticipated this outcome. Who would have thought? Feng cast a sidelong glance at Qianxia, silently giving her a thumbs up in admiration. Truly impressive. Setting aside Qianqi, just consider Han Chuan. He is the tribe's most exceptional male, yet it is curious how he has consistently avoided the females pursuing him, leading everyone to assume he had no interest in them. Suddenly, he desires to bond. Who wouldn't be astonished? Ultimately, it is Qianxia who is the most formidable to be frank. While Qianxia's current appearance cannot be deemed unattractive, it certainly lacks a certain appeal, possibly due to her slenderness. Nevertheless, she has not only secured Qianqi, but has now also captured the heart of Han Xuan, a 9th tier and a 7th tier beastman, respectively. She could strut through this forest, no, this continent with confidence. Yin Feng could only exclaim, impressive, truly impressive. Meanwhile, on the other side, Han Xuan and Qianqi were locked in a fierce stare. Han Xuan, umph. Qianqi, umph. Han Xuan gazed at the placement of the grass nest. As if contemplating how to arrange the nights he would spend alongside Xia. Qianqi gritted his teeth. We haven't even bonded yet, and Xia is already referring to you. Naturally, I will be the one to sleep with Xia. Han Xuan retorted. Do you wish to reconsider your words? You are the beast husband. Am I not also a beast husband? I do not consent. I am the first beast husband. I simply do not agree. If Qianxia were present at this moment, witnessing their playful banter, she would likely be in fits of laughter, akin to two elementary school students squabbling. In the beast realm, the position of the first beast husband is tantamount to that of an ancient queen, wielding absolute authority and the right to command other beast husbands. Naturally, should the first beast husband lack strength compared to his counterparts, he may very well lose his voice in matters. Despite their quarrels, Xuanqi nonetheless assisted Han Xuan in arranging the cave. Originally, the grassy nest in the innermost corner of the cave was sufficient for him and Qianxia to sleep. But with Han Xuan's presence, it was clearly inadequate. Thus, they transformed the expansive area at the back of the cave into a nest, ample enough for the three of them to rest together. Of course, this arrangement resulted from their bickering. Han Xuan surveyed the well-arranged grassy nest, glancing around thoughtfully. Did I recall there is a smaller cave nearby that has remained unoccupied? Now that I am here, and with Qianxia expecting cubs, this cave will not suffice. Let us create a passage to the adjacent cave, allowing Qianxia to give birth there, and you can use it to hatch your eggs. Xuanqi remained silent, casting a look of appreciation at him before nodding in agreement. Upon deciding to proceed, Xuanqi waved his hand and gathered all their belongings. Meanwhile, Han Xuan concentrated his powers, manifesting purple lightning energy in his palm before releasing it. With a resounding boom, dust billowed. The dust settled. A hole of moderate size appeared before the two beasts. It was evident that this opening was insufficient. Han Xuan then conjured another wind vortex, akin to a drill, rapidly boring through the original hole. As Han Xuan diligently constructed, Xuanqi observed him quietly that dual element abilities were not uncommon. Yet Han Xuan's lightning prowess was somewhat unexpected. Among the natural elemental abilities, lightning possesses the most destructive capacity. Truth be told, it was Xuanqi's first encounter with lightning abilities, and he couldn't help but admire the young one's remarkable talent. Although slightly inferior to his own, it was still impressive. Coupled with his wind ability, the combination of wind and lightning was something Xuanqi dared not imagine in terms of power. Before long, a perfect opening was completed, and Han Xuan utilized his wind ability to clear the debris from the cave, leaving it spotless. Xuanqi couldn't help but reflect once more on how incredibly useful wind abilities were. Meanwhile, in Coral's home, the loud noise from Han Xuan's excavation startled both her and Qianxia, prompting Silverwind to step outside for a look. What on earth? Are they arranging the cave or demolishing it? Coral exclaimed, still shaken. Just as she finished speaking, Silverwind returned, confirming, Coral, you were right. They are indeed demolishing the cave. Demolishing? Qianxia questioned, perplexed. Silverwind seemed to grasp the situation, but chose not to address Qianxia's confusion, merely exchanging glances with Coral. Receiving the signal, Coral hastily reassured, Oh, Qianxia, don't worry about them, but they're surely organizing everything splendidly. Just wait for them to come and fetch you. That moment, Qianxia felt an odd sense of anticipation, akin to a bride awaiting her wedding day. Xuanqi and Han Xuan had transformed the new cave into a remarkably tidy and attractive space. With Han Xuan's wind abilities, the uneven stone walls were smoothed out beautifully. The original cave was also restored to perfection. In the new cave, Han Xuan thoughtfully laid down cut and polished stone slabs to create a bed topped with fresh, soft, clean hay and finished with warm, clean animal skins. Tonight, this would be the place for him and Qianxia to sleep together. Naturally, preparations for their union required meticulous effort. The sleeping area in the original cave was similarly arranged with stone slabs and a newly laid nest. As Xuanqi worked, he observed Han Xuan's joyful demeanor, feeling a pang of envy that he had found a partner for his own mate, and it made him feel despondent. Though he understood this was a perfectly natural occurrence, it still saddened him. Qinxia had once belonged solely to him, but now she would be shared with another beast. Sensing Xuanqi's melancholy, Han Quan approached him earnestly. "That I know you are feeling troubled right now. I am not here to take Qinxia away from you. I'm here to join you. It's far more important for the three of us to live well together." Han Quan spoke with sincerity. At that moment, if Qinxia were present, she would surely be rolling with laughter at the familiar rhetoric. After the two beasts had completely arranged their respective caves, they made their way next door to fetch Qinxia. Han Quan followed Xuanqi into Coral's home, receiving curious glances from Coral's partner, though they bore a somewhat intriguing quality. "Xia, we've come to bring you home," Han Quan announced. Coral, filled with excitement, urged Qinxia to stand and then nudged her toward Han Quan. Gently, Han Quan lifted Qinxia into his arms and turned to leave. In that moment, Han Quan felt a pang of tenderness. Qinxia was truly so light. Xuanqi did not follow. He silently watched the pair leave. Silverwind approached, throwing an arm around his shoulder and giving him a reassuring pat. "That you'll get used to it. It's normal to feel a bit uneasy at first. I felt the same way initially. As someone who has been through it, I can tell you that this life isn't so bad. As the first beast husband, we must be open-minded." Silverwind expected Xuanqi to express gratitude for his comfort, but instead, Xuanqi shot him a glare before walking away. Internally, Xuanqi mused, "Is he all right?" "Hey, you," Silverwind grumbled, finding the beast realm's insults woefully inadequate. He glared at Xuanqi's retreating figure, struggling to articulate his frustration. What a thankless endeavor. When Han Quan returned to the cave with Qinxia in his arms, she was utterly taken aback. The spacious cave they had once inhabited had been beautifully transformed. The walls were smoothed out, and the large stone table that had previously occupied the center was moved to the side, creating a sense of openness. That on the other side of the stone wall, two stoves were set up, one adorned with a stone pot, and small stone stools arranged nearby, resembling a modern dining table. The area was far more spacious, capable of accommodating Coral's family for communal meals in the future. "That I made two stoves for your convenience, one for frying meat and another for boiling broth. I'll craft another stone pot later, and I'll also make a few more sets of dishes." Han Quan spoke gently, knowing that with his arrival, it was prudent to prepare ample supplies for their needs. Having learned the techniques for crafting stone pots and dishes from Xiangshan, he was confident in his abilities. The deeper they ventured into the cave, the more astonished Qinxia became. Her disbelief, she spotted a floor. "Han Quan, how did you come up with the idea of cutting these stones into slabs to lay them down on the ground?" Her astonishment was palpable. That moment, Han Quan gently placed Qinxia down on the grassy nest. "We connected the adjacent cave, and some large stones fell as a result. Initially, I intended to cut them for easier transport and store them outside. Then Xuanqi suddenly suggested cutting these stones further to use as flooring and laying down the grassy nest, which turned out to be a splendid idea," Han Quan explained tenderly. "This floor is simply marvelous," Qinxia exclaimed, her admiration for Xuanqi surging. Her great husband was truly remarkable. This was undoubtedly the first floor in the beast realm. As Han Quan recognized Qinxia's excitement, he felt compelled to interrupt her. "Xia, we can talk about the flooring later. We have something far more important to attend to now." Just as Qinxia was about to respond, a warm pair of lips pressed down upon hers. In the cave, an atmosphere of intimacy enveloped them, as heavy breaths intertwined with soft sighs. Xuanqi stood at the entrance, listening to the exceedingly suggestive sounds emanating from within. And with a wry smile, he turned to leave. Upon reaching the entrance of Coral's cave, he spotted Tiger Yu approaching, carrying a hefty moo cow towards him. The delivery of food has arrived, he realized, suddenly remembering his intention to bring Silverwind a giant cow. Caught up in other matters, he had nearly forgotten. Silverwind, Xuanqi called out, retrieving a giant cow from his spatial storage and tossing it at the entrance. When Silverwind emerged, he was met with the sight of an enormous beast blocking the entrance. He had to maneuver around it to find Xuanqi standing just outside. "What do you want? You don't expect me to cut this meat for you again, do you?" Yin Feng gazed at the colossal bovine beast in silence, pondering its meaning. They are simply allowing it to be cut without processing the prey. Why not leave it at their own doorstep? If it is to be butchered like this, wouldn't their doorstep be drenched in blood? How outrageous! As Yin Feng secretly muttered disparaging remarks in his heart, he heard the other party say, "This is a gift for your family." Ah, what? Yin Feng suddenly became incoherent. "What do you mean this prey is for us?" He was taken aback. "This prey is meant for their family." Damn it. I apologize for my earlier outburst. How petty of me. Qianqi cast a disdainful glance at him, fully aware that this fellow had just been cursing him in his mind, of that he was 100% certain. How generous of him to specifically choose such a large one for him. The thousand-faced beast. "This is the meat of the colossal bovine beast from the misty forest," Qianqi remarked. Judging by Yin Feng's reaction, it was evident he had never seen a colossal bovine beast before. He probably thought it was just a common, plump wild bull. After all, he was only at the 6th level, still far from entering the misty forest, that Iesu approached Qianqi, ready to present the prey to him. He suddenly saw Yin Feng dart forward and embrace Qianqi tightly. Hu, Qianqi. "You, Qianqi, are my dear brother," Yin Feng exclaimed with heartfelt gratitude while holding Qianqi tightly. From this day forth, Qianqi would be his sworn brother. To think such a massive colossal bovine beast was simply given to him. One should know that such a beast could easily fetch 800. No, at least 1,000 blue spirit stones at the trading market. Qianqi, feeling quite put off, pushed Yin Feng away and adjusted his serpent skin attire. "Qianqi, the prey has been delivered today, so I shall take my leave." After placing the prey down, Hu departed. "Qianqi, let us head to the water's edge to process the prey, and I shall cut it into pieces." "All right." Thus, the two beasts gathered the prey, transformed their forms, and swiftly departed the tribe towards the water's edge. Time passed, and the events within the cave had concluded, leaving Qianxia utterly exhausted and fast asleep. She, carrying young ones, was handled with utmost care by Han Chuan. He had stirred her desires to the brink, yet his cautiousness was wearing her down. While it felt pleasurable, there lingered an unfulfilled sensation, an in-between feeling. However, she had no time to contemplate such matters. The careful intimacy was indeed quite exhausting. Han Chuan felt similarly, that as Qianxia drifted into slumber, Han Chuan tenderly washed her with especially soft beast pelts, that as he touched her slender form, his eyes grew warm. Qianxia was a tough exterior with a soft heart. Despite her insistence on demanding submission from beasts and their lives, he knew deep down she merely sought a sincere apology, nothing more. Moreover, during those arduous days when survival was uncertain, she had never once approached the tribe for help, silently striving to find food to fill her belly. She generously imparted her knowledge and skills to everyone without expecting any recompense. How foolish of her! Yet fortunately, Coral was astute. Han Chuan gazed at the slumbering Qianxia with affectionate critique. He would never forget the first time he laid eyes on her, like a startled little rabbit. Both pitiful and endearing. Han Chuan believed her charm lay in those admirable qualities she possessed. Her kindness and generosity, her gentle yet resolute nature. Furthermore, on that day when he learned to craft stone pots and utensils from Xiangshan, Xiangshan had shared tales of Qianxia's deeds. Not only did she teach others to use tools, but she also instilled in the females the importance of acknowledging the male's contributions, that he had been profoundly impacted by this revelation. All along, it had been taken for granted that males were inherently meant to care for females, while females naturally believed males should provide everything for them, even their lives. Han Chuan had witnessed far too many tragic moments of males being ordered around by females. Any hint of discontent was met with violence and scorn, all the while the males bore it silently, that he did not pity them, for they merely sought out any female to bond with. Simply fortunate that this particular female was willing to accept them. They were not together out of love, but merely for the sake of offspring. Yet, why must it always be about offspring? Of course. A better outcome would be that the female chosen at random turned out to be a good one, treating them well. Over time, feelings might blossom, leading to a lifelong bond. That would be the ideal scenario. Many females from the tribe had pursued him, yet no matter how sweetly they spoke or how gently they behaved, they always carried an air of superiority. Among beasts, should it not be a matter of equality? Why do the beast god and female god symbolize the pinnacle of romantic ideals? It is because they love each other, willingly contributing to one another, rather than demanding unilaterally. But in today's beast world, how many females are capable of such? Han Chuan suddenly recalled his first official visit, when Xianxia had been so engrossed in conversation with him that she completely overlooked Xianqi beside them. Xianqi had been somewhat displeased at that moment, and when Xianxia accepted the cooked meat Xianqi offered her, she had said, "Thank you, my dearest snake." He remembered feeling particularly uncomfortable upon hearing those words. In hindsight, he realized he had probably started taking notice of her much earlier. Xianxia was the only female who acknowledged her partner's efforts. Thanks to her, the females in the tribe now held a newfound respect for their partners and recognized their contributions, no longer taking their kindness for granted. The atmosphere within the Lion King tribe was unprecedentedly joyful. Chapter 48. He did it on purpose. After covering Xianxia with beast pelts, Han Chuan exited the cave and headed towards Coral's dwelling. He needed to make a trip to the water's edge. With Xianqi away, he could only ask her to help look after Xianxia. During the earlier preparations of the cave, he had gotten quite dusty. And after both beasts had used a significant amount of water to wash themselves, he had just bathed Xianxia, leaving the water barrel nearly empty. Having just finished his task, he found himself quite sweaty, prompting the thought of heading to the water's edge. Firstly, he would take a proper bath. Secondly, he needed to replenish the household water supply. Upon hearing Han Chuan's request, Coral regarded him with a teasing smile. "Oh, go ahead. I'll keep an eye on things here. You carry on with your business and no need to worry about home. Xianxia is with me." She felt a thrill at the prospect of taking care of Xianxia again. After giving her instructions, Han Chuan transformed into his beast form, preparing to take the large wooden barrel to the water's edge. An awkward scene unfolded. He couldn't carry the large barrel in his beast form. As a grand golden lion, he found himself unable to grasp it. There simply was no space for it. After a lengthy contemplation of the barrel, he turned away and left. Forget it. He would wait for Xianqi to return and let him fetch the water. After all, wasn't he the first beast husband, the patriarch? He could bear the burden of labor. However, to his surprise, upon arriving at the water's edge, he spotted Xianqi and Yin Feng not far away. Han Chuan, why didn't he bring the barrel to fetch water while he was already here? He had used water earlier to bathe. Xianqi had already seen Han Chuan. However, he was in no mood to acknowledge him and refrained from greeting him. Han Chuan shed his beast skin and entered the water, cleaning himself while casting glances at Xianqi and Yin Feng. Sensing the gaze, Yin Feng followed the direction of the aura and spotted the bathing Han Chuan. "Oh, looks like you're done. Han Chuan, are you here to bathe? Have you and Xianxia successfully bonded?" Yin Feng inquired, curious. "Not yet marked. I plan to ask the shaman to perform the marking once Xianxia wakes up." Xianqi replied with a furrowed brow. "Waiting for Xianxia to wake up? Be careful. Did you not heed my warning?" Xianqi's tone turned somewhat cold. Realizing the atmosphere had shifted, Yin Feng quickly sealed his lips. Feeling like a transparent beast, Han Chuan sensed there might be a misunderstanding, and he could feel the chill in Xianqi's voice. But he was indifferent and had no intention of explaining. Surely he wasn't going to strike him. In the next moment, a wave of coldness surged around Han Chuan, and the water surface in his vicinity began to freeze in a small radius. Han Chuan immediately summoned his wind-based abilities, conjuring a whirlwind that expanded from his center, shattering the encroaching ice that he has lost his mind. He actually dared to attack him. What madness is this? Is it not normal to be exhausted after mating? Xianxia fell asleep from fatigue. What is the problem? Han Chuan felt a surge of anger. He did it on purpose. He is the father of the young ones. How could he not know the state of the young? Fine, I won't dwell on this. He had just joined this family. He could understand Xianqi's jealousy, so let him vent his frustrations. Xianqi remained silent, merely casting a faint glance at him before continuing to wash the meat in his hands. At that moment, Yin Feng, he had initially watched in trepidation as Xuanqi made a move against Han Chuan, his heart racing with anxiety, but he had anticipated that the two beasts might engage in combat, pondering how he would intervene to prevent a clash between them. Most importantly, he realized he was no match for either of these formidable creatures. Yet after merely one exchange, one was engaged in the act of cleaning its prey while the other continued its bath. What an utterly bewildering situation. Why was he standing there in shock? He needed to keep cutting. Oh, here we go. Yin Feng resumed his role as a cutting machine. As Han Chuan washed, he observed their synchronized efforts. Xuanqi tossed the beast into the air, and Yin Feng swiftly sliced the meat mid-flight. Once the pieces fell to the ground, Xuanqi collected them for cleaning, storing them neatly into his spatial pouch. Han Chuan thought, I can also use wind blades to cut. He swam over to Xuanqi and inquired, how much meat is left to cut? Without lifting his gaze, Xuanqi replied, 30 heads. Han Xuan was taken aback, while Yin Feng was equally astonished. Han Xuan's first reaction was, has he lost his mind? So many prey? Judging by his demeanor, it was clear that he had already processed a considerable number of beasts, yet he claimed there were still 30 more to handle. Just how many had he slain? Han Xuan suddenly felt envious of Xuanqi's spatial abilities. The beasts Xuanqi held were familiar to Han Xuan. The giant bull, the giant sheep, and the giant pig, creatures of the misty forest, all of a purple spirit stone level. Though he had never ventured into the misty forest himself, he had seen these beasts being traded at the marketplace during previous visits that he had once been tempted to purchase them. But the prices had been prohibitively high, leading him to strive hard to increase his power, hoping to someday brave the misty forest himself. Meanwhile, Yin Feng thought, let him be exhausted, initially feeling somewhat guilty for taking the prey Xuanqi had provided. He now felt justified. He had been cutting for quite a while, roughly estimating. He had processed at least 20 beasts. Although he recognized Xuanqi's strength, 20 beasts from the misty forest was overwhelmingly impressive. Just as he was astonished, he was informed that it was not merely 20, but 30 heads. Truly astonishing strength that could astound any beast. To be frank, at that moment, Yin Feng could scarcely fathom the true extent of Xuanqi's prowess. Silently, he resolved to return and work diligently to elevate his own skills. Count me in. With more hands, we can work faster. And Xia is still at home. That as Han Xuan spoke, he hastily emerged from the water and donned his beast skin skirt. Xuanqi remained silent, merely tossing 2 beasts into the air. When Xinxia awoke, she discovered Shancoral cooking in her home. Xinxia, you're awake. Are you hungry? I originally planned to wait for your companions to return before preparing food for you. But since they've been gone for so long, I feared you might wake up starving, so I went ahead and cooked. Shancoral hurriedly served Qinxiao a bowl of meat soup upon seeing her awake. Accepting the soup, Qinxiao inquired, what are Xuanqi and Han Xuan up to? Han Xuan went to the water's edge, and Xuanqi. It seems Xuanqi went to the water's edge as well, Shancoral replied. Why is everyone heading to the water's edge? Observing Qinxiao enjoying her meal, Shancoral felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Qinxia, you must gain some weight. Your beast husbands are quite clever. They thought to use stones to cut and lay them down as flooring, preventing dirt from getting on their feet. Shancoral had been quite taken aback by the flooring when she first arrived at Qinxiao's new home. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Qinxiao's mind, noticing Shancoral's muddy feet. She conceived a brilliant plan. Chapter 49. Qinxia is the best female. She glanced at the stone flooring beneath her and then at the cave's earthen floor, inspiration striking her. She could cover the entire cave with stone flooring, making it both clean and aesthetically pleasing. The original ground was simply dirt, which hadn't bothered her before, but now that she had this flooring, everything felt different. Shancoral, I've decided to cover the cave with flooring. It will be clean and beautiful. The idea for this flooring was proposed by Xuanqi, while Han Xuan handled the cutting. You could have Yin Feng learn from Han Xuan, and then you can lace him as well. All right. Shancoral's eyes sparkled with excitement. She had taken a liking to the flooring immediately, and before she could even voice her curiosity, Qinxia had already explained everything and suggested summoning their beast husbands to learn. Qinxia truly was the best friend. The flooring appeared somewhat haphazard, giving it a chaotic pattern, but Qinxia pondered how to design it better if she could have the stones cut into uniform squares. Aligning them one after another, it would resemble modern tiled flooring. As she was lost in thought, sounds from outside the cave announced the return of Xuanqi and Han Xuan. Upon entering the home, they saw Qinxia already eating while Shancoral sat nearby. Xuanqi and Han Xuan exchanged glances. Damn it, had I known we would take so long, I wouldn't have dawdled and would have made it back in time to prepare food for Xia. Xuanqi lamented that I should have just returned directly after my bath instead of lingering. Why should I care? Han Xuan echoed that on their first day as partners, he hadn't even prepared a meal for his companion. How embarrassing. You back. I absolutely adore this flooring. Xuanqi, you're so clever. How did you come up with this? Han Xuan, your cutting skills are impeccable. Every stone is cut so evenly and polished so smoothly. It's truly remarkable. Qinxia praised wholeheartedly. That moment, the two beasts exchanged glances again, both noticing the blush on each other's faces. Though it was a trivial matter, something that could be considered their duty as partners. Qinxiao's praise filled them with warmth. Qinxiao is truly the best female. We're out of water at home. I'll go fetch some, Xuanqi said, his face slightly flushed as he turned to leave the cave. Transforming into his beast form, he swiftly rolled up a water bucket with his tail and vanished in an instant at I'll go fetch the village healer. Once the imprint is done, I'll have my beast mark, Han Xuan declared as he turned to leave. Wait, Han Xuan, let us go together. The healer is quite elderly. We shouldn't trouble her to make the trip to as she spoke. Qinxiao began to rise, and Shan Coral hurriedly assisted her. The village healer appeared quite aged, so it sufficed for Han Xuan to accompany her. Thank you, Shan Coral, for taking care of me once again, that I'll have Xuanqi send you some prey later as a token of gratitude. Oh, Qinxia, you don't need to be so polite between us. They were good friends, and among friends, there was no need for such formality. Han Xuan walked over and lifted Qinxia effortlessly. Thank you, Shan Coral, for looking after Qinxia. We'll be on our way. Shan Coral nodded, and as Han Xuan carried Qinxia out, she followed behind. With no one left at home, she naturally returned to her own dwelling to be by the time Han Xuan and Qinxia left. It was late afternoon, nearing evening, the time when the villagers were most active. Those who had gone out hunting were returning, while others began preparing meals, and the young ones frolicked merrily in the open space. Upon seeing Han Xuan carrying Qinxia towards the healer's cave, the other beasts began to gossip. Why is Han Xuan carrying Qinxia? Is she feeling unwell again? But wait, isn't Han Xuan usually averse to physical contact with females? Why is he carrying Qinxia? They were headed towards the healer's cave. The beasts murmured amongst themselves, following behind to the healer's cave. Han Xuan and Qinxia overheard their chatter, and Qinxia couldn't help but chuckle secretly in Han Xuan's embrace. What on earth did you do to make the villagers assume you dislike females? When they discover we've bonded, the village will surely be abuzz. The last time such a situation occurred was when Xuanqi had carried her to the healer. And now it was remarkably similar that I did nothing. They were simply too bothersome, so I took a detour whenever I saw them. Over time, the rumor that I disliked females spread throughout the village, and I couldn't be bothered to clarify, which conveniently dissuaded those pursuing me. As Han Xuan spoke, he stepped into the healer's cave. Inside, the healer saw Han Xuan carrying Qinxia and assumed she must be unwell. Is Qinxia feeling unwell? To be honest, the healer didn't perceive any connection between the two beasts. Though it was odd that Qinxia was not accompanied by her partner, it was not unusual for Han Xuan, as the son of the chief, to care for the village's inhabitants. The notion that Han Xuan disliked females was deeply ingrained in the hearts of the beasts. Granny, we're here for the imprinting. Han Xuan replied with a hint of displeasure. He had never acknowledged that he disliked females. That was merely the assumption of the villagers. To think even the healer believed it, this was simply too much. Han Xuan's words caused the healer to stagger slightly. What? Did I hear that correctly? Young man, could you repeat that? What exactly are you here for? Han Xuan held his breath, preparing to speak again when Qinxia interjected. Grandma, you heard correctly. Han Xuan and I are here to bond as partners. Upon hearing this, the shaman elder was momentarily taken aback. Oh dear, come, take a seat. I shall mark your bond. That moment, the elder's eyes glistened with warmth, her heart swelling with excitement. You rascal, who told you that you dislike females? I was truly saddened for quite some time because of it. How wonderful it is. Qinxia is frail. You must take good care of her. Who on earth spread the rumor that Han Xuan didn't favor females? She had watched him grow up, and he was not only extraordinarily talented, but also kind-hearted. It was only a matter of time before he succeeded Lion Mountain as the tribe's chief. Yet suddenly, there was a rumor circulating in the tribe that he had no interest in females, which had saddened her for days. It was such a pity that such exceptional genes would not be passed on. But now, all was well. Her child had found a lifelong companion, and with Qinxia's strong fertility, she believed they would soon bear offspring together. Chapter 50. Formally bonded as partners before long, the news of Han Xuan and Qinxia's partnership spread throughout the Lion King tribe, leaving all the beast men in a state of astonishment. The males were shocked to discover that Han Xuan, in fact, did not harbor a dislike for females, and then they were further surprised to learn that his partner was Qinxia. It must be noted that at present, Qinxia's appearance was far from beautiful. The females who had once pursued Han Xuan found themselves filled with mixed emotions. They had initially believed that Han Chuan simply had no interest in females, allowing them to resign themselves to that notion. Little did they know, he had never even considered them. The entire Lion King tribe erupted in chatter once again. Why was it once again? Because the last uproar had been when Qian Xia bonded with a 9th-tier beastman and became pregnant with 3 cubs. Lion Mountain and Song Lan soon learned that their offspring had successfully marked their bond. Lion Mountain, do you think this beast skin looks better? Or that one? Song Lan excitedly tried on clothes. She was about to meet her child, and Qian Xia. So she naturally wanted to appear neat and presentable. That I truly thank the beast god for blessing me. My proud child indeed likes females. Otherwise, I would have been utterly heartbroken, unable to hold my little grandchild. Lion Mountain watched his partner's excitement and chuckled. Is there really such need for all this fuss? You're merely delivering some items to the children. Isn't it a fuss? Song Lan replied, that I've even taken out my favorite beast skin skirt, which I usually wouldn't wear. Did I say mother? I cannot be casual when meeting my child's partner. By the way, where is that white bear skin? Hurry and find it. I must send it to Qian Xia. Song Lan was in a splendid mood. You really cherish that white bear skin. Are you certain you want to give it to Qian Xia? Lion Mountain asked, somewhat bewildered. He knew how much his partner adored that white bear skin. So much so that she had never even turned it into clothing. That, oh, we have plenty of skins at home. It's just one white bear skin. If I gift it, so be it, Song Lan replied nonchalantly. On their way back, Han Chuan and Qian Xia attracted a wave of curious glances. Upon arriving at the entrance of their cave, they spotted Qian Qi waiting for them. That in truth, Qian Xia had seen Qian Qi from afar. But for some reason, his figure suddenly appeared forlorn in her eyes. This realization struck her, making her aware that Qian Qi might feel sorrowful due to her new partnership. Upon noticing the golden lion beast mark on Qian Xia's shoulder, Qian Qi felt a twinge of bitterness in his heart. Qian Qi, from now on, you will no longer be the only beast caring for me. That I thank you for all the days you've looked after me alone. Qian Xia said as she stepped down from Han Chuan's embrace. Smiling at Qian Q, it was time to soothe her great husband. Looking at the obediently smiling Qian Xia, Qian Qi could not help but chuckle softly. Utterly defeated by her charm, he scooped her up once more and stepped into the cave, with Han Chuan closely following behind. Qian Qi, when you go hunting, catch an extra prey, will you? Coral has taken care of me quite a bit. I ought to send her a gift of meat. Already done? What, my great husband truly shares a connection with me. Hurrah! Qian Qi, I want to eat some fried beef. I'm hungry again. All right, Han Chuan, I informed Coral that you would teach her the techniques and methods for laying the silver wind floor. Oh, by the way, I want to cover the cave with this flooring. That I have some designs and suggestions for it. Very well. Tomorrow when I go to gather stones, I will bring silver wind along. After you finish your meal, you can share your designs and suggestions with me. Thus, both beasts were thoroughly charmed and compliant. While Qian Qi prepared food for Qian Xia, he and Han Chuan had already defined their respective roles. Since Qian Qi possessed space abilities and all the food was stored within his space, he would take on the responsibility of ensuring Qian Xia was well fed. Currently, there wasn't much that needed doing around the home. So Han Chuan could manage tasks as he saw FIT.AS for food. They would alternate hunting, ensuring one of them was always present to accompany Qian Xia. Most of the food Qian Xia consumed was wild beast meat from the misty forest. If I need to head out, I will prepare food for you in advance. Tomorrow morning, you will be in charge of Qian Xia's meals. However, before serving her, I will taste it first to see how your cooking is. Oh, and remember, Qian Xia prefers her meat to be tender and fatty. As Qian Qi cooked the meat, he conveyed his instructions to Han Chuan. When Qian Xia wakes up in the morning, you must carry her to wash up first. She has a habit of using fragrant wood to clean her mouth. Make sure we have some at home. That IT will only be a couple of days. Qian Xia's appetite will surely increase suddenly, and she may eat several meals a day. This state will continue until the day she gives birth. The food should be a mix of energy-rich wild beast meat and regular wild meat to help her gain weight more quickly. Qian Qi detailed everything meticulously, and Qian Xia felt a swell of emotion at his thoughtfulness, that he truly cared for her well-being, noticing even the smallest aspects of her daily life. Qian Qi felt that having the food stored in his space was somewhat inconvenient now that he wasn't the only one caring for Qian Xia. Han Chuan would also want to cook for her. If he were home, it wouldn't be an issue to simply take it out, but if he needed to go out, he would have to retrieve the food in advance, which would compromise its freshness. Qian Xia, of course, desired fresh food. At that moment, Han Chuan felt a twinge of envy towards Qian Qi's spatial abilities. Listening to Qian Qi's concerns, Qian Xia's first thought was of a refrigerator. Hey, I still don't know what your abilities are, Han Chuan. What are they? I possess lightning and wind abilities. Qian Xia nodded in understanding. Point 2 elemental powers. How impressive. She then turned to Qian Qi. I would like to ask, do the ice blocks created by your ice abilities melt? If I infuse them with specific energy, they will not melt. Although Qian Qi did not understand why Qian Xia inquired, he sensed she was onto a brilliant idea. His answer sparked a light in Qian Xia's eyes that if that was the case, wouldn't it be akin to having a refrigerator? She shared her thoughts, leaving Qian Qi astonished. He had never considered using his ice abilities in such a manner. Without hesitation, Qian Qi set to work, crafting a rectangular refrigerator that matched the size of their stone table. Once again, they were amazed by the wondrous powers of the beast world. Qian Xia had merely described the rectangular freezer from a modern convenience store, and he had fashioned it right before her eyes. As Han Chuan watched Qian Xia's excited expression, he recalled Qian Qi's words. Once you become Qian Xia's partner, you will understand. His Qian Xia seemed to harbor many secrets. Chapter 51. The first refrigerator of the beast world. Qian Qi successfully created the refrigerator. Wow, this freezer is truly impressive. The cooling effect is remarkable. Qian Qi, try placing the meat inside. Oh wait, let us find some large leaves to line the bottom. Otherwise, I worry the meat might stick to the freezer. And no sooner had Qian Xia finished speaking than Han Chuan had already ventured out to find large leaves. Rarely had he seen Qian Xia so animated and full of life, which brought Qian Qi great joy. Before long, Han Chuan returned with several clean, washed large leaves. Generally, beastmen would use them directly, but Han Chuan noticed Qian Xia's preference for cleanliness, and thus took the extra step to wash them. He was about to place the leaves into the freezer when Qian Xia hurriedly stopped him. Hold on, Han Chuan, those leaves still have water on them, but if you put them in like that, they'll turn into ice shards. Wipe them dry before placing them in. Han Chuan retrieved a clean piece of beast skin to dry the leaves before putting them in. Qian Xia looked at Han Chuan and smiled gently. Thank you, Han Chuan. There's no need to be so polite. Qian Xia.it is only natural for a partner to do such things. Han Chuan's face flushed slightly, following Qian Xia's instructions. Qian Qi placed a small portion of freshly cut energy beast meat and ordinary wild beast meat into the freezer, then conjured a slightly thinner ice slab to serve as the lid for the freezer. Thus, the first freezer of the beast world was completed. This is called a freezer, which can preserve our food. Though one must take care, as food left for too long becomes rock hard. When you take it out to cook, remember to thaw it first. A quick soak in water will suffice. Qian Xia spoke softly, feeling a profound sense of happiness. She had two partners who truly cared for her. Just as Qian Qi was about to call Qian Xia to eat meat, a voice echoed from the cave entrance. Qian Xia, is Han Chuan home? Qian Xia glanced at Han Chuan. Isn't that the voice of the chief? Han Chuan smiled gently at Qian Xia. It's my father. I'll go take a look. Summer, come eat the meat. Otherwise, it will get cold soon. The meat had been pan-fried before being placed in the freezer, and if they didn't eat it soon, it would cool down. Hearing this, Qian Xia quickly took her seat, and Qian Qi promptly handed her a bowl filled with meat. As Qian Xia ate, she surveyed the cave, feeling that something was still missing. The floor was in place, the freezer was ready, but what else was needed? While looking at the meat in her bowl, an idea suddenly struck her. A dining table. They were lacking a table to eat at. Previously, they had just sat by the stove and eaten directly from their bowls, never realizing it was a problem. But now, things were different. She wanted to modernize life in the beast world. Qian Qi, I wish to create a dedicated dining table, making our meals more convenient. Just as she spoke, Qian Xia saw Han Chuan entering with Chief Shirshan and an older female, the chief carrying numerous items. Han Chuan beamed. Summer, my father and mother brought us some things to celebrate my partnership. Qian Xia hastily set her bowl down and stood up, and Qian Qi quickly rose to support her. Chief, how should I address you? Qian Xia was uncertain whether the customs of calling one's partner's parents in the beast world mirrored those of modern times. Just call them father and mother like Han Chuan does. Songlan smiled kindly. All right, father and mother, Qian Xia sweetly addressed them. These are just a few tokens from me and your mother, a small gift to congratulate you and Chuan heir on your partnership. Shirshan said, smiling as he handed over the items to Han Chuan, who accepted them with joy. Father and mother, please have a seat. Qian Xia invited Shirshan and Songlan to sit beside the stove. Observing the somewhat shabby surroundings, the need for a dining table became urgent. While Qianxia saw it as shabby, to Shirshan and Songlan, their home was exquisite and wonderful. Hey, Qianxia, why is there a large block of ice in your home? Songlan asked in confusion. Realizing what her partner was referring to, Shirshan also noticed the large freezer against the stone wall. That is a freezer used to store food, with the current weather being rather warm during the day. Ordinary meat would spoil if left out. However, with this freezer, as long as the food is placed inside to freeze, it can be preserved for a long time without spoiling. Very convenient, Qianxia explained gently. Shirshan and Songlan were astonished by Qianxia's explanation. So, ice blocks can be used in this way. Qianxia is truly brilliant. Seeing their curiosity, Qianxia led them to examine the freezer and explained how to use it. This freezer was created by my partner Xian Qi using his ice abilities. I'm still testing its effectiveness, and I'll see how it performs by tomorrow morning, and if it meets my expectations. I'll ask Xian Qi to make one for your home as well. Oh no, that is unnecessary. That would be too much trouble. Songlan waved her hand in refusal. It's quite embarrassing. I came to visit my son and his partner, and now I'm leaving with gifts that it's fine mother. My partner is quite remarkable. It's just a matter of using a bit of ability. Not troublesome at all, right? Xian Qi? Qianxia playfully winked at Xian Qi. He was charmed by her playful gesture. And no trouble at all. I'll return with you shortly to make one for you. But I must clarify. I can make the ice blocks not melt, but it requires energy to maintain that you'll need to replenish the freezer with energy every 3 days to ensure it continues to function. Thank you so much. Thank you, Qianxia. Thank you, Xian Qi, Shirshan said, somewhat excited. This is a fantastic item. With this freezer, we can preserve a lot of food and have fresh meat whenever we want. After a round of pleasantries, Shirshan and Songlan bid farewell to Qianxia. Qianxia is a wonderful female. Chuan heir, you must take good care of her, that if she ever feels unhappy because of you, tell your mother, and I will scold you. Songlan said sternly, causing Qianxia to find it incredibly amusing. Beast World parents and modern parents were quite similar, it seemed. Thank you, mother. Han Chuan will treat me very well. How could he make me unhappy? If he does, I'll let my first beast husband deal with him. No need for mother to lift a finger. Ha! Mother Qianxia, why do you think so poorly of me? How could I possibly make Qianxia unhappy? Am I really such a thoughtless beast? Han Chuan protested. Eager to defend his character, that moment, Xian Qi interjected softly. You're not entirely without the potential to do so. Shut up, you arrogant lion. Chapter 52. Understanding Empathy. Heartache after seeing the chief and his wife off, Xian Qi glanced at Han Chuan, who seemed hesitant to speak, before turning to Qianxia. Qianxia, I'm going to make the table now. There are some things you should tell Han Chuan. Qianxia was momentarily taken aback, but nodded in acknowledgement. She understood Xian Qi's implication. Han Chuan watched Xian Qi's departing figure, a whirlpool of unnameable emotions stirring in his eyes. Xian Qi, he is quite good, indeed. He genuinely believes he is doing well. Although this beast often has a sharp tongue, he truly considers every aspect. This consideration extends not only to Qianxia but also to himself. Sitting face-to-face with Han Chuan, Qianxia picked up her bowl and continued eating, while Han Chuan, across from her, displayed signs of nervousness. Han Chuan, are you feeling anxious? Qianxia chuckled, puzzled by his unease. I don't know. It's just that you're about to reveal your secret to me, and Han Chuan stammered, unable to articulate his feelings. Qianxia set her bowl down and looked at him earnestly. Han Chuan, my secret might seem a bit unbelievable. I hope you're mentally prepared. Her sudden seriousness made Han Chuan tense up. I'm fine. I can accept it. Ha ha ha, Han Chuan, your contrast is so amusing, so adorable. Qianxia laughed, utterly charmed by him. Indeed, in front of outsiders, Han Chuan appeared authoritative and imposing, much like a leader. Yet after becoming his partner, she discovered he had an adorably clueless side. Summer. Han Chuan exclaimed, both shy and angry. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Aren't you curious why I know so much that no one else does, like about stone pots and bowls, and even about the large freezer? Han Chuan nodded. What Qianxia had created was unprecedented in the beast world, or at least within this forest. He didn't believe this knowledge belonged to Qianxia's original tribe. If a tribe possessed such knowledge, it would surely be a super tribe, and that knowledge would have spread. However, he had never heard of any tribe that made stone pots or bowls. nor of any tribe that prepared delicious food, let alone knowing about ginger and chili plants that if they didn't even recognize the plants, naturally they wouldn't understand their uses. The beast people in this world had similar lifestyles, and only Qianxia had broken that mold. Han Chuan, I'm not from this world. I'm a soul that traversed from another timeline. In truth, I'm not mistaken. The real Qianxia starved to death, and then I came to inhabit her body and was reborn. Quite incredible, isn't it? Qianxia spoke calmly, while Han Chuan was left in shock. He had never anticipated such a situation. Soul transference utterly unbelievable, did I? I'm sorry. Han Chuan stuttered in a fluster. Sorry? Why do you say sorry? Qianxia asked, gazing into Han Chuan's eyes. Sigh. Han Chuan endeavored to calm himself, having lost his composure several times that evening. Typically, I would survey the tribe, although this was not a requirement, merely a personal inclination. After all, I am the son of the chieftain, and I yearn to contribute to the tribe. However, during that period, I was on the brink of advancement and thus neglected my patrol duties, focusing intently on ascending. That apology was directed towards the original Qianxia. Had he resumed his patrols post-ascension, perhaps he would have discovered that pitiable orc and uncovered the greed of Hu Yu and Qi Na, potentially preventing her demise. Upon hearing Han Chuan's words, Qianxia offered a gentle smile to comfort him. There is no need for apologies, Han Chuan. It is not your fault. She passed away long ago. During the harvest team's expedition, that I then traversed into her body and was subsequently found by Xian Q, Adatio put it bluntly, were events to unfold as you suggest, I would not have arrived in this world. Nor would I have encountered you, let alone become your partner. While it may seem somewhat disheartening to the original owner, it remains the truth, the effects of time and space. Who can truly comprehend them? She only traversed here because the original owner perished. Had the original owner survived, she certainly would not be present in this realm. Han Chuan hesitated, contemplating his words. Never mind, let fate take its course. Since I have met the current Qianxia, I shall embrace the natural flow of events. Simultaneously, he finally understood why Qianxia had been so resolute in her stance against Qi Na and Hu Yu, insisting they kneel and apologize that because Qianxia truly died, a victim of their avarice, he also grasped why his father had spoken those words with such gravity. Qianxia had been overwhelmed with sorrow, yet she could not reveal to everyone that Qianxia was indeed dead. Everyone only saw her thriving. Han Chuan gazed at Qianxia, hesitating for a moment. Xia, I shall go and give Hu Yu a good beating. Qianxia was taken aback, then donned an expression that conveyed understanding. Han Chuan sought to avenge her. As well as the original owner, a mischievous smile graced Qianxia's lips. That may not be out of the question. Henceforth, the orcs of the tribe would frequently encounter Hu Yu sporting a bruised visage. Of course, these were matters for another time. Noticing Han Chuan's acceptance of the situation regarding his traversal, Qianxia took the initiative to speak of the modern world. The world I inhabit boasts a civilization of 5,000 years, where the utensils used for cooking and dining are exquisitely crafted. Qianxia shared extensively, and Han Chuan listened, enraptured. In fact, the earliest history of my world resembles the present, yet there are no supernatural abilities. Our ancestors lacked fire sources and tools, consuming their food raw. Does this not echo your previous existence? Qianxia recalled her studies on primitive societies, finding parallels with the beastly realm. That's so. It bears a striking resemblance. Before your arrival, our lives followed a similar pattern. Now, with the knowledge you have imparted, the orcs within the tribe lead fulfilling lives. Thank you, Xia. Han Chuan spoke earnestly to Qianxia. At that moment, Qianxia felt a playful impulse to tease him. She leaned closer to Han Chuan, playfully gazing into his eyes. Then aren't you afraid of me? After all, I am a soul that has traversed worlds. Han Chuan chuckled at her jest. He swiftly scooped Qianxia into his embrace. I am merely surprised. Fear is an alien concept to me. Why would I be afraid? You cannot possibly defeat me. Whether she was a soul did not intimidate him. After all, she was no match for him. Xia, come and see if this table meets your expectations. That a voice called from the cave entrance. It was Xian Qi. Let us proceed. I am eager to see what brilliant idea you have conceived. Han Chuan chuckled as he carried Qianxia towards the cave entrance. Chapter 53. The Curious Hormones of Pregnancy, when Qianxia beheld the table crafted by Xian Qi. She could not help but give him a thumbs up. Marvelous, truly exceptional. Xian Qi observed Qianxia's gesture, though he was puzzled. Yet, judging by her expression, it appeared to be praise. Qianqi smiled faintly. Did I ask that your way of complimenting me? Ah, you are quite astute. Indeed, it is a commendation of your skill. Qianxia responded with great delight. The table was constructed from fresh timber, though it was merely a prototype, its surface still somewhat coarse. Roughly estimating, it was around 2 meters in length, about 80 to 90 centimeters wide, and rather tall, reaching her chest that I was unsure of the height you desired, so I refrained from trimming it. What height do you prefer? Qianxia pondered, realizing that with a table, chairs were also essential, as their presence would aid in determining the table's height. Let us set the table aside for now. We must first create some chairs, as only then can we accurately decide the table's height. Qianqi and Han Chuan exchanged bewildered glances. Chairs? What are chairs? As Qianxia contemplated how to construct chairs, she found the endeavor rather daunting. Although she held great faith in the capabilities of her two companions, it seemed unnecessary to complicate matters that it's merely a meal. Let us craft some simple stools instead. Consequently, Qianxia conveyed her idea to the two beasts, who immediately set off to chop wood for the stools. Observing the waning daylight, Qianxia insisted on joining them. After all, the concept resided in her mind, and with her guidance, the process would undoubtedly accelerate, allowing them to complete their task before the sun fully set. Thus, the trio hastened towards the water's edge. Upon reaching the water, Han Chuan suddenly recalled the stone pot and utensils he had intended to create that day. He had forgotten. After bathing, he had gone to assist with meat preparation, completely overlooking the matter. All Qianqi's fault. Han Chuan thought as he and Qianqi identified a suitable tree, commencing their work while Qianxia provided guidance. Qianxia gazed at the water surface. A nagging feeling that she had forgotten something lingered in her mind. As Qianqi and Han Chuan crafted the stools, Qianxia, who had been seated, abruptly stood up. Oh no! I promised to make them for Shanhu, and I completely forgot. Qianxia lamented. But that's what I thought you had forgotten. Not to worry. We can do it tomorrow. Did I suspect Shanhu has forgotten about it too? Or else she would have mentioned it, right? Qianqi reassured her. Qianxia's sudden rise had startled him, as he had feared something was amiss, only to find it was merely this oversight. Under Qianxia's guidance, the stools were swiftly crafted, and Han Chuan employed wind to smooth them out. Before long, 6 stools were completed. Qianqi retrieved the table, and as Qianxia sat on the stool, she compared its height to that of the table, quickly determining the appropriate dimensions. After trimming the table legs to the desired height, Han Chuan polished the table, and soon it was finished. Using the remaining wood, Han Chuan fashioned 2 sets of utensils, and then hurriedly selected a large river stone for the stone pot. Xia, do you think this stone is suitable for the pot? He inquired with a tender gaze. This one will do just fine. Han Chuan smiled faintly and prepared to begin. Suddenly, Qianqi's voice drifted over, laced with an air of melancholy, that he had forgotten to create the stone pot earlier, and had only just recalled the task. Observing his anxious demeanor, it was evident he had intended to make the pot while washing in the water, but had forgotten until arriving at the water's edge. Despite having already chosen the stone, he still sought Qianxia's validation. What a crafty beast. He would not grant him that opportunity. Undeniably, Qianqi was astute. Han Chuan shot Qianqi a glare. It is your fault. Had you not insisted on working with me, I would never have forgotten. Qianxia erupted into laughter at the scene, recognizing it as a classic display of rivalry for affection. Well, who hasn't had their moments of forgetfulness? Ha ha! Let us get to work. Darkness approaches, and I find myself growing hungry again. She had lost track of how many days she had been pregnant, but according to Qianqi, it was nearing 45 days. And her appetite had certainly increased. Having heard Qianxia's renewed hunger, the two beasts promptly shifted their focus. Han Chuan and Qianqi collaborated to swiftly craft the stone pot, which they completed in no time. Qianqi hastily gathered the items, transformed into his beast form, and with his tail, gently lifted Qianxia onto his back, swiftly making their way home. At that moment, Qianqi's thoughts were consumed with, Qianxia is hungry. And the child too. We must prepare the meal quickly. Han Chuan was momentarily taken aback by Qianqi's seamless actions, still processing the situation as Qianqi whisked Qianxia away a short distance. Damn that snake beast, he exclaimed, before promptly shifting into his beast form and racing after them. Wait for me. Upon returning home, Qianxia was stunned to find the floor. Wait, weren't we supposed to be making the floor? She questioned, bewildered. Qianxi, equally perplexed, replied, "Weren't we making stools instead?" To which Han Chuan interjected, "No, Xia. The floor is something I'll tackle tomorrow with info." Qianxia was left speechless to is pregnancy truly capable of impairing one's memory to such an extent. In her previous life, while still working, Qianxia would listen to her married colleagues discuss various topics related to pregnancy. They spoke of heightened emotions and forgetfulness, which she dismissed with a wave of her hand. Some colleagues mentioned that during pregnancy, the sight of a waning moon could bring her to tears, and the sight of wilting flowers could invoke a similar reaction. They joked about leaving the house only to forget their keys. Realizing only upon returning from shopping that they had neglected to take them along. One colleague's emotional struggles were even more pronounced. During her second pregnancy, she would gaze at a small fishbowl on the desk of the colleague opposite her, which had housed the little fish for quite some time. One day, as she watched the fish, she was overtaken by an uncontrollable wave of tears, much to the concern of her nearby colleagues. They rushed to inquire if something was wrong, only to hear her lament that she found the little fish so resilient for having lived in the office for so long. The women in the office who had given birth expressed their understanding, while Qianxia, who had never been pregnant, found it utterly absurd. She couldn't help but recall the night she sobbed and asked Xuanqi if he truly loved her. The effects of pregnancy hormones were indeed overwhelming. With a resigned sigh, Qianxia remarked, "My memory has deteriorated so drastically since I became pregnant. When I returned home and saw the floor, I was taken aback, thinking we had gone to lay down a floor, only to find that we had ended up with a table and chairs instead." Han Chuan approached and gently patted Qianxia's head, reassuring her that such experiences were common among other pregnant females in the tribe. "You needn't worry, Xia. Just focus on eating well and resting. Everything at home will be taken care of by me and Xuanqi." Qianxia felt a wave of happiness wash over her. Chapter 54. The terrifying reactions of pregnancy after a satisfying meal. The night had fully descended. Qianxia sat by the stove, watching Xuanqi and Han Chuan tidy up the cave. As she gazed at them, sleepiness began to envelop her. Xuanqi, who was organizing the meat in the freezer, glanced at Qianxia and noticed her head bobbing as she fought to stay awake. That was rather adorable, yet concerning. Quickly, he set aside what he was doing, rushed over, and swept her into his arms, making his way toward the small cave. "Shoo, sleep now," Xuanqi coaxed tenderly as he laid her down on the soft nest of grass. Qianxia fell asleep almost instantly, observing the slumbering figure before him. Xuanqi gently placed his hand on her abdomen. In truth, Qianxia's belly had begun to swell, though her slim physique made it less noticeable in the serpentine dress she wore. However, the moment he touched her, it was evident that her belly had indeed rounded. Tomorrow marked the 45th day of her pregnancy. Xuanqi retracted his hand and stepped out of the small cave. Han Chuan had just finished cleaning the dishes and turned to see Xuanqi emerging. "Is Xiaoxiao asleep?" "Yes," Xuanqi affirmed. Han Chuan understood and said, "You should wake up early tomorrow." "No, wait, I'll prepare breakfast for the morning. You can handle the later meals. Everything is nearly ready, so go and keep Xiaoxiao company." Xuanqi had initially intended to suggest that Han Chuan rise early to prepare food for Qianxia, but reconsidered, knowing he likely wouldn't be able to cook well. Qianxia would surely be very hungry and wouldn't have time to wait for him to prepare everything slowly. He decided to teach Han Chuan how to cook while they made their own food after Qianxia had eaten her fill. Upon hearing Xuanqi suggest that he go keep Qianxia company, Han Chuan was somewhat taken aback. "Aren't you the one keeping Xiaoxiao company?" Noticing that Han Chuan had yet to move, Xuanqi frowned. "What are you dawdling for? Hurry up." "Oh, nothing. I was just a bit surprised," Han Chuan replied, pouting. Xuanqi rolled his eyes in response. "Is your brain not functioning properly? Today is my first day as Xiaoxiao's partner. Of course, I'm the one who stays with her." Did he really take the previous joke seriously? Xuanqi concluded that he must have. Indeed, it seemed Han Chuan's comprehension skills were lacking, that if Han Chuan knew that Xuanqi thought this way, he would certainly confront him, that he merely respected the first beast husband. As the long night wore on, everyone drifted into a beautiful dream. Qianxiao awoke due to hunger, feeling an insatiable ache in her stomach. "Xuanqi, Han Chuan." She murmured sleepily, still battling the urge to doze off. Upon hearing her call, Xuanqi hurried back inside. "You're awake. Are you hungry?" Qianxiao remained silent, simply reaching out for an embrace. Xuanqi promptly scooped her up and carried her outside. "I'm so hungry, it hurts a bit," Qianxiao whispered, eyes still closed. Hearing her mention the pain of hunger sent a wave of panic through Xuanqi, who quickly sat down with her in his arms, directing energy to her abdomen. Indeed, today marked the 45th day, and the symptoms had begun. Seeing Qianxia dozing in his embrace, Xuanqi called out, "Han Xuan, come in quickly." Han Xuan had risen early. Although Xuanqi had assigned him to prepare the later meals, he had woken up even earlier than Xuanqi, lacking experience in caring for females and unfamiliar with Qianxia's habits. He sought to learn from Xuanqi. Since he was up early, he had already taken the frozen meat from the freezer to soak in water for thawing, just as Xuanqi awoke to find it perfectly defrosted. Xuanqi cast an appreciative glance at him. For breakfast, Xuanqi prepared meat soup, and Han Xuan diligently followed his lead. Once the soup was simmering, he went next door to find Yin Feng, as they planned to work on the flooring that day. At that moment, Han Xuan and Yin Feng stood at the cave entrance, preparing to cut the large stones they had brought back when they suddenly heard Xuanqi calling for him with urgency. Han Xuan quickly ran inside. "You need to prepare food for Xiaxia. The reaction is too strong. I need to deliver energy to her." The Xuanqi's expression was grave. He hadn't anticipated such a strong reaction. Qianxia was not merely tired. She was on the verge of fainting. He had just begun to channel energy into her abdomen, but the little ones within her were voraciously consuming his energy. "Xiaxia, don't sleep. Eat something, or you won't be able to hold on. Wake up, don't sleep," Xuanqi urged anxiously as he gently shook her, while Han Xuan hurriedly prepared the meat soup. Qianxia stirred awake at Xuanqi's touch, her drowsy eyes meeting Han Xuan, who was ready to feed her the soup. "Hand me the bowl," she said. Hearing Xuanqi's words, Qianxia realized it was indeed the 45th day, which explained her overwhelming hunger that felt almost painful. Taking the bowl of warm, nourishing meat soup, she drank deeply, her body relaxing with each sip. "That I need more. I'm so hungry." Han Xuan quickly filled another bowl and handed it to her, and she continued to gulp it down. She ended up consuming 3 full bowls of the hearty soup. After the soup, Qianxia also had a bowl of beast meat before feeling sleepy again, prompting Xuanqi to carry her back to rest. Once she was asleep, Xuanqi checked on the little ones again. Thankfully, their condition had stabilized. With a relieved heart, Xuanqi felt gratitude towards the beast gods that it was fortunate that Qianxia had awakened. Had she not, and the little ones continued to draw energy from her, the consequences could have been dire. She hadn't simply been asleep in his arms. She had indeed been on the brink of fainting. Xuanqi had anticipated that Qianxia would awaken feeling hungry, but he never imagined it would be to this extent that he realized he had been negligent. The inheritance spoke of the fact that on the 30th day, the father beast would sense the bloodline. And on the 45th day, the embryos would begin to take shape and grow, requiring a significant amount of energy. That be why the 60th day, the gender of the offspring could be sensed. Typically, the royal serpent would give birth to a single offspring. But now Qianxia was pregnant with 3, necessitating 3 times the energy. It was his lack of caution, his oversight that as Xuanqi emerged from the small cave. He found Han Xuan waiting anxiously outside. "How is Xiaxia?" "She is stable now. From this point forward, she must not be left alone. If anything arises, either I or you must be present, that we can no longer rely on Shanhua to keep an eye on her. Due to the nature of our species, we may need to provide Xiaxia with energy at any moment." Xuanqi explained the situation to Han Xuan, who furrowed his brow in concern that it turned out that the situation had been so precarious. "We need to keep a close watch on Xiaxia during the night, as well. As her due date approaches, the demand for energy from the little ones will only increase. That we cannot allow a situation like today to happen again. It was my negligence." Xuanqi felt a wave of guilt. Han Xuan glanced at the sleeping Qianxia in the small cave and replied softly, Chapter 55, Shanhua deserves it. By the time Qianxia fully awoke, it was already midday, and the cave was filled with the enticing aroma of meat. The delightful scent made her feel hungry again. Sighing, Qianxia thought to herself that pregnancy truly was a trial. "Xiaxia, did you sleep well?" Xuanqi turned around to see Qianxia sitting up from her nest. She nodded. "I'm hungry again." She realized she could eat an astonishing amount now, perhaps several times more than before. Xuanqi smiled gently. "The meat soup is still warm in the pot. Would you like some? Or do you prefer grilled meat? I long to indulge in a feast. I also crave some greens." "Greens?" Qianxia abruptly regained her senses, realizing she had spoken thoughtlessly. "No, what I truly desire is meat soup and fried meat. Are there any fruits at home? I wish to have some." Fortunately, her digestive system has been quite accommodating after so many days in this beastly realm. Consuming meat daily, it is a relief that she has not suffered from constipation. Xuanqi gently lifted Qinxia to wash up, saying softly, "I will ask Hanchuan to gather some. I discarded the spoiled ones we had earlier." As Xuanqi carried Qinxia to the cave entrance to wash with water, outside, Hanchuan and Yinfeng were diligently cutting stone blocks. Hanchuan paused for a moment. Xiaoxiao wishes for some fruit. Please gather some of what we usually have at home. Upon hearing Xuanqi's words, Hanchuan lifted his gaze and noticed that Qinxia had awakened. "All right, I will fetch the fruit. Xiaoxia, please wait a moment." With that, he transformed into his beast form and swiftly dashed off. Yinfeng, observing Qinxia, glanced toward their cave. "Xiaoxia, are you feeling better? Coral has been wanting to see you." Hearing that Coral wanted to find her, Qinxia couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed that Coral was either sleeping or looking for her to play. She worried that her beast husbands might become jealous. Coral is truly adorable. I am feeling much better. Please call Coral, and I shall wait for her at home." Afterward, Xuanqi led Qinxia into the cave. While Yinfeng hurriedly set down the large stone slab he had been working on and walked briskly towards home. Qinxia sat at the newly crafted dining table as Xuanqi placed a bowl of meat soup before her. "First, enjoy the soup. I shall go fry the meat. Please wait a moment, Xiaoxia." Xuanqi was overflowing with tenderness at that moment. Just as Qinxia began to eat, Coral's voice echoed from the entrance. "Xiaoxia, Xiaoxia, you have finally awakened. I have missed you for so long." As she spoke, Coral had already arrived in front of Qinxia. "What is this?" Coral's eyes sparkled as she gazed at the pristine dining table. Indeed, Qinxia was the most astute female. She always managed to create wondrous things that astonished the beasts. Qinxia smiled affectionately at Coral. "This is called a dining table. Usually, when we eat, we hold our food in our hands. Look, for instance, as I am having this soup. It is quite hot when freshly cooked, making it inconvenient to hold. Now that we have a table, we can place it there without worrying about burning our hands. When we eat together, it is so much more enjoyable." If Coral's eyes had previously shone with excitement, after hearing Qinxia's words, they were now filled with twinkling stars. Before Coral could speak, Qinxia continued, "Let Yinfeng learn from Hanchuan." Qinxia spoke with a playful tone. But upon reflection, she suddenly felt a twinge of sympathy for Hanchuan. Hanchuan was like a brick, moving wherever needed. Qinxia couldn't help but laugh that it was inevitable. Both Yinfeng and Hanchuan possessed wind-type abilities, making them ideal for cutting and polishing. Xuanqi's fire and ice abilities were more suited for cutting. So while he could fell trees for tables and chairs, the finer details were ultimately left to Hanchuan for meticulous refinement. Before long, Hanchuan returned with fruits. "Xiaoxia, please take a look and see which one you would like to eat. Should the remainder be stored in the ice cabinet?" In Hanchuan's eyes, the ice cabinet could hold anything. Qinxia chuckled. She was genuinely charmed by Hanchuan's adorableness. Upon hearing ice cabinet, Coral looked curiously at a large block of ice leaning against the wall. How had she not noticed such a large one upon entering? "No need. Just place the fruits on the table that if we put them in the ice cabinet, they will freeze hard and become unpalatable when thawed. Not everything can be stored in the ice cabinet. Thank you, my great lion, for gathering the fruits for me." The phrase "thank you, my great lion" caused Hanchuan's face to turn crimson. He lowered his head slightly, attempting to conceal his embarrassment from Qinxia. Flustered, he placed the fruits on the table, only for two to roll off and fall. His anxiety heightened. Meanwhile, Xuanqi, who was frying meat, had been observing the dining table and couldn't help but smirk at Hanchuan's demeanor. Clearly, he is still unaccustomed to this. He thought that in the past he too had been shy, but now he had grown more composed, though his heart still raced. Wasn't that essential for life? Qinxia laughed, explaining and inviting Coral to enjoy the fruits. However, Coral remained unresponsive for quite a while. When Qinxia turned to her, she found Coral lost in thought, gazing at the large ice cabinet. Qinxia waved her hand in front of Coral's eyes to snap her back to reality. "Once I finish, I will ask Xuanqi to create one for you." The effects of the ice cabinet exceeded her expectations. Thank you, Qinxia. Coral's heart soared with joy, and she began to devise ways to express her gratitude to Qinxia. The day prior, Yinfeng had returned with a substantial piece of energy beast meat, stating that Xuanqi had gifted them a giant cow beast from the misty forest. She was unaware of the meat's significance, but her beast husband's eyes had lit up with excitement. Only after Yin Feng explained did she realize how precious Xuanqi's gift was. Now, with the addition of the dining table and ice cabinet, Coral rushed to Qinxia's side and embraced her tightly. Wah, Qinxia, you have been too kind to me. I can never repay you. Qinxia felt that today was the day she had laughed the most at Coral's words made her want to laugh again. Qinxia poked Coral's forehead with her finger. Repay? Who said anything about repayment? What nonsense are you talking about? She was happy to treat her well. There was no need for repayment. Coral deserved this kindness. When she had nothing, Coral had been the only one to extend goodwill to her. She vividly remembered how Coral had urged her to ride on Qi's beast form, offering to bring her food. That was when they had first met. Xuanqi approached, carrying a bowl of freshly fried meat, and placed it in front of Qinxia. Xia, eat first. I will go make an ice cabinet and return. With that, he turned and exited the cave. As Han Xuan picked up the fallen fruits, he saw Qinxia smiling at him. Thank you for your hard work. Han Xuan, about that floor. Let me explain. Qinxia hurriedly conveyed the details regarding the floor, hoping to remember before it slipped her mind. After their meal, Qinxia and Coral stood at the cave entrance, watching Han Xuan and Yin Feng work on the stone slabs. The other beast husbands had already cleared the cave, eagerly awaiting the completion of the stone slabs that on their end. Xuanqi had efficiently stored everything away in his space. Using burnt charcoal, Qinxia drew a square on the stone slab, instructing Han Xuan to cut along the lines, thus achieving a square piece for the floor. The remaining slabs could be cut similarly. Qinxia was delighted with this flooring. You are truly clever, Xia, Coral exclaimed, practically a devoted fan of Qinxia. Before long, under Qinxia's guidance, Han Xuan and Yin Feng had cut and polished all the stone slabs, creating beautiful floor pieces. Next came the task of laying the flooring. Han Xuan and Xuanqi followed Qinxia's instructions meticulously, aligning the pieces and pressing them down firmly. Coral's 5 beast husbands observed and learned eagerly that in no time, the flooring was complete, and the cave appeared more spacious, brighter, and remarkably cleaner. All the beasts, except for Qinxia, were astounded. The transformation was nothing short of miraculous. With excitement, Coral's 5 beast husbands rushed back to their own cave to begin laying their own flooring. Qinxia accompanied Coral, while Han Xuan and Xuanqi remained home to tidy up. Coral, I had mentioned wanting to catch a prickly beast, but I completely forgot until now. Once the flooring is finished, we shall set out to capture one, Qinxia said apologetically. Oh, I forgot too. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have completely overlooked it. Let us go catch a prickly beast once we finish. Coral replied with a hint of amusement, proving Xuanqi's words true. Coral herself had also forgotten that moment. Qinxia suddenly remembered her earlier intention to plant chili peppers. She placed her hand on her forehead in exasperation. How could she forget? Coral's cave was somewhat larger, and by the time they reached the end of the flooring, they found they were short on materials. Yin Feng hurriedly went to fetch more stone blocks for cutting and polishing. As soon as they finished flooring Coral's side, Qinxia felt hungry once more. Coral, you continue your work. I will return home for a bite to eat. I will have Han Xuan come to fetch you for the prickly beast later. Coral nodded in agreement. Just as Qinxia turned to leave, Xuanqi approached. How are you feeling? Are you hungry? Xuanqi's greatest concern was whether Qinxia was hungry, that he had already planned to cook extra food each time, storing what she didn't finish in his space, as it could manipulate time, effectively freezing it. What went in remained unchanged when taken out home. They could enjoy freshly cooked meals, and when out, food would always be available whenever hunger struck. Yes, I am hungry. The pot was simmering with meat soup, and the fried meat was ready as well. Xuanqi effortlessly carried Qinxia back to their home. As Qinxia enjoyed her meal, her mind wandered to the task of capturing the prickly beasts. The water's edge that the tribe had frequented was sourced from a magnificent waterfall cascading down from the mountains, a sight to behold. Given the strength of the current, it seemed unlikely that fish could thrive in such turbulent waters. The waterfall's landing formed a sizable circular pool, leading into a steady, linear flow. This particular stretch was a favored spot for the orc tribes, where the water was gentle and shallow, with banks that were merely 2 or 3 meters apart. Here, the orcs conducted their daily activities, from bathing to processing their hunts. Previously, while traversing downstream with Shanhua, it appeared that there was a vast lake below, although they had not ventured further at that time. It was indeed a place where fish and shrimp might be found. After much contemplation, Qinxia resolved to head towards the back mountain. The last time she had ventured there, she had successfully caught fish. And now, with some time having passed, it was plausible that there were more to be had. Besides fishing, she also yearned to explore if the brook at the back mountain had suitable spots for planting chili peppers and ginger. Fortunately, the flora in this world was quite robust. Aside from a portion she had shared, her remaining ginger and plentiful chili peppers would suffice. The variety of chili was unknown to her, but its potent aroma was undeniable. However, she and Xuanqi did not consume much of it, hence the surplus. Han Xuan, please call Shanhua. We are heading to the back mountain, she instructed. Understood, he replied promptly. Soon, Shanhua arrived with Yin Feng and Qi in tow. Upon their arrival at the back mountain, Qianxia was delighted to spot several plump fish leisurely swimming in the brook. Quickly! There are 4 or 5 prickly beasts, just perfect, she exclaimed, almost instantaneously, as her words hung in the air. Xuanqi and Han Xuan unleashed their abilities. Xuanqi conjured 5 ice needles to shoot forth, while Han Xuan summoned a bolt of lightning. Qianxia cast a perplexed glance at Han Xuan. With that lightning strike, won't the fish be cooked? She mused. Xuanqi playfully smacked the back of Han Xuan's head. What on earth are you thinking? You're using lightning to catch prickly beasts. Han Xuan, poised to retort, faltered upon seeing Qianxia's expression. Isn't it acceptable to use lightning on prickly beasts? The thing is, they're in the water and wind abilities aren't very handy, which is why I opted for lightning. He stammered. Han Xuan struggled to articulate his thoughts. It's all right, it's my fault for not being clear, Qianxia reassured him, having forgotten that Han Xuan possessed a lightning skill. Meanwhile, Shanhua, Yin Feng, and Qi stood aside, their bodies trembling with suppressed laughter. Who could blame them? The trio could hardly contain their amusement. Moments later, as the water settled, 5 fish floated to the surface, just as anticipated. Simultaneously, Han Xuan found himself the center of attention. Han Xuan, please retrieve the fish, the prickly beasts, for us to examine, Qianxiao instructed. Judging by her observation, these fish appeared quite satisfactory. In no time, Han Xuan had brought the fish ashore. Of the 5, only 1 bore the charred marks of the lightning strike, while the other 4 remained unscathed. Qianxia surmised that the lightning had struck precisely that one fish, while the shockwave had dispatched the others. That seems plausible. Ultimately, they were still fit for consumption. She smiled at Han Xuan. Look, the other 4 are perfectly edible, that we have succeeded after all. Han Xuan exhaled in relief, grateful that it hadn't gone awry. See here, these are known as scales on the prickly beast, that we do not consume these. So they must be scraped off, Qianxiao informed them, momentarily disheartened as she realized she had misplaced the small stone shard she had previously used for fish preparation. Chapter 57. The first family gathering. Qianxia crafted a new small stone knife, while Han Xuan, having learned, fashioned a larger stone knife. With both a small knife and a chef's knife at hand, Qianxia commenced her lesson. First, we scrape off the scales, then we gut the fish, removing the innards. The gills must also be discarded. That will prepare the prickly beast for cooking. Do you all understand? The group of orcs nodded obediently. Well then, we have 3 prickly beasts left, Yin Feng and Qi. You may give it a try. Qianxia handed her small stone knife to Yin Feng, who adeptly followed her instructions, successfully preparing one of the fish, while Qi mirrored his accomplishment with equal finesse. What shall we do with the remaining fish? Qianxia queried, glancing at Xuanqi and Han Xuan. Without hesitation, Xuanqi pointed at Han Xuan. He asked the newcomer. Let him learn and practice, that I'll give it a try, Han Xuan decided, opting to use his own large stone knife. With a decisive motion, he scraped off a significant portion of the fish scales. He marveled at the effectiveness of his newly crafted tool. This is incredibly convenient. Often, abilities aren't always practical, especially when it comes to tasks like preparing prickly beasts. However, with this stone knife, handling simple food preparations is much easier. Following Qianxia's guidance, Han Xuan successfully processed the prickly beast. Everyone is doing quite well. Haha. Qianxia praised lightly. The next order of business was to find suitable spots for planting the chili peppers and ginger. After walking a short distance, she decided on a location at the foot of the mountain near the water source. Han Xuan used his wind abilities to create a small hole in the ground, into which Qianxia placed the entire chili plant, covering it with soil. Shanhua used leaves to carry water to nourish the roots. Qianxia planted the ginger a small distance away from the chili, digging a hole to bury the cut pieces of ginger. Although she had never planted ginger before, she recalled that when she had leftover ginger at home, it would sprout naturally, so she felt confident that burying it would yield similar results. While they tended to the planting, Qianxiao instructed the males to gather large branches to encircle the area, as she wanted to protect their little patch from any potential disturbances by small animals. Once everything was set, they made their way back home. Upon returning, Qianxiao first had a bowl of fried meat to quell her hunger. The Shanhua's family had arrived at Qianxiao's cave for their first family gathering. With a larger group, space became limited, prompting Qianxiao to assign Han Chuan to create tables and chairs, while others lent a hand. Le Feng, please wash the 2 pots. Zhu Yi, smash the fuzzballs and extract the chestnuts. Ensuring to make a slit in each. It seems 2 pots may not suffice. Shanhua, could you bring your family's pot as well? As Qianxiao delegated tasks, everyone busily set to work. Watching the flurry of activity around her, Qianxiao felt a deep sense of fulfillment and joy. Perhaps this was what they referred to as a simple, yet blissful life. She first guided Xuanqi to boil the chestnuts in water, and once cooked, to pour off the water to extract the chestnuts, before starting to prepare the chestnut meat soup. Just as the soup was nearing completion, Han Chuan and Yin Feng returned. With a flourish, Yin Feng conjured a wooden dining table and 6 chairs, merging 2 tables to create a proper dining setup. Seeing the 2 return, Qianxiao was ready to begin her cooking lesson. All right, everyone is here. Let's start preparing the prickly beasts. She smiled as she sat before the 2 stone pots, beckoning everyone to gather around her. First, we heat the pots, then add a scoop of fat to melt. At this point, we can introduce the prickly beasts. Remember, the beasts must be patted dry, or else the water will cause the oil to splatter, which can lead to burns. She placed a large fish into each pot. A sizzling sound filled the air. After frying one side for a while, we'll flip it to continue cooking until both sides are golden brown, just like this. At that point, we'll add a slice of ginger and pour in boiling water, allowing it to simmer for a spell. The other pot, Qianxiao resumed heating oil. Qianxiao, what are you preparing? Shanhua inquired with curiosity. That I'm making soup with these 2 prickly beasts for everyone, while the others will be fried for a delicious treat. Qianxiao replied, glancing up at Shanhua as she scooped oil into the stone pot. Whoa! The orcs exclaimed in unison, their anticipation palpable as the aroma of the fish soup began to fill the cave. It smells divine. Is this truly the scent of prickly beasts? I can scarcely imagine how delectable it will be. Scaredy cat. I dare to imagine. Qianxiao chuckled heartily as for the fried fish, once the oil was heated. She added the sliced ginger to saute briefly, all to eliminate any fishy odor before introducing the prickly beasts into the pot. Once again, the sizzle of cooking fills the air. This frying pan belongs to Shanhua's family. With a larger household, they have a bigger stone pot that can comfortably accommodate 2 fish. Before the fish is fried until both sides are golden brown. At this moment, she pushes the prickly creature aside and contemplates adding some. Can you all eat chili? Just as Qianxiao is about to toss in the chili, she suddenly remembers this detail. That's fine. They can eat it. Hearing the affirmative response, Qianxiao confidently adds the chili to the pan and stirs it. There's no other seasoning available at the moment. Seasoning? Oh dear. She forgot to add salt earlier. A light stir of the chili will suffice for now, and then she needs to push the prickly creature back, remembering to flip it so both sides are flavorful. At this point, she can sprinkle a bit of salt, turning it over to season the other side as well, by the time the fish is ready to be served. The fish broth has also reached perfection. Wow, this broth is so white, resembling creamy milk. The Shanhua's eyes sparkle with excitement. The broth is ready, and a pinch of salt is all it needs before serving. Qianxiao initially intended to ladle out the broth but was stopped by Xuanqi, who picked her up and carried her to the dining table, placing her on a stool. The subsequent tasks can be left to us males. Your teaching has concluded, and you've worked hard, Xia. Qianxiao beamed sweetly. All right then. Next comes the ladling of broth and arranging of bowls. Chapter 58. Now, all that remains is to wait for others to recognize her. Before everyone digs in, Qianxiao specifically reminds them to be cautious with the prickly creature. If they encounter any spines, they should spit them out as they are quite large and easily felt. The group acknowledges her caution and begins their meal. In perfect unison, their first action is to fill their bowls with fish soup. Wow, this tastes amazing. How can I describe this flavor? Qianxiao chimes in, fresh. Both delicious and aromatic. Indeed, it's so fragrant and fresh. Who knew the prickly creature could be so delightful? I must try this meat. At that moment, Shanhua pulls a piece of fish meat from the soup. Chewing it carefully, relieved that there are no spines. Qinxia, this prickly creature is so tasty. The meat is so tender and soft. Shanhua exclaims excitedly before reaching for a piece of the pan-fried fish. The crispy outer layer encases tender meat, enhanced by the simple seasoning of chili, making it utterly delectable. Shanhua turns to Qinxia with a hint of regret. If only you were male, Xiaxia did as soon as the words leave her mouth. Both Xuanqi and Hanchuan turn to look at Shanhua, and her beast husbands do the same. Awkward silence ensues for a few moments. Did I it because you see me cooking? Your beast husbands can learn to cook for you as well. If I were male, I wouldn't have encountered my partner, and I certainly wouldn't give that up. Qinxia jokes, lightening the strange atmosphere. I was just saying it casually. How could Xiaxia possibly become male? Shanhua scoffs, noticing the expressions on Hanchuan and Xuanqi's faces. Wasn't it obvious that she was just speaking whimsically? How could Qinxia ever turn into a male? Amidst various exclamations and praises. The first family gathering concludes splendidly. After the meal, Qinxia begins to feel drowsy. Hanchuan carries her off to sleep, while Shanhua is also taken home by Yin Feng, leaving the others to tidy up the remaining items. Remember to take your table back, Xuanqi reminds them. When Qinxia wakes, it's already evening, and Xuanqi is holding her. Awake now? Are you hungry? He knows the moment she stirs that you am. I'm hungry. Xuanqi rises first, then carries Qinxia outside. Hanchuan happens to be frying meat, and upon seeing Qinxia in Xuanqi's arms, he smiles slightly. Xiaxia well rested. I've fried some meat. Come, taste how it is. Qinxia smiles back. Sure as soon as she sits down. Hanchuan places a bowl of perfectly fried beef in front of her. Qinxia quickly picks up a piece and tastes it. This is delightful. Just the right amount of tenderness I enjoy. Thank you. Hanchuan, it's delicious. Qinxia beams at Hanchuan, who is filled with happiness and contentment, while Xuanqi shoots him a disdainful glance. Who knows who it was that wasted 3 moo cows that afternoon? He only wasted 2. Hanchuan, come here. I have something to ask you, Qinxia says as she continues to eat, looking toward Hanchuan. Surprised, Hanchuan wonders why Qinxia is seeking him out. Sitting across from her, he asks seriously, what does Xiaxia want to know? I'd like to inquire about the tribe nearest to ours. Qinxia speculates that since the original host was found near the Lion King tribe, perhaps her mother and siblings could also be nearby. The closest tribe to us is the Black Wolf tribe. The Giant Elephant tribe and the Fox clan are on the opposite bank of the river we are heading to, Hanchuan explains. Puzzled by Qinxia's sudden inquiry, Qinxia glances at Xuanqi standing nearby, who takes a seat beside Hanchuan upon receiving her gaze. It's like this. Qinxia recounts her dream of the original host to the two of them. Xiaxia, the day you slept all day was when you had that dream. Xuanqi recalls that day vividly. Qinxia nods. To be honest, I feel like she came to meet me specifically. She was such a wonderful female. Never once complaining about her past misfortunes or mentioning tribal matters. She only wished for me to help her find her family. Nothing more. I'll investigate this matter. I'll also inquire about the Giant Elephant and Fox clan tribes. Hanchuan's expression grows serious. Since it was her request, he is determined to fulfill it. At that moment, he feels an urge to spar with Huyu. Hanchuan's words come out through gritted teeth. Count me in, Xuanqi adds softly. Hanchuan looks at him in surprise. In their shared glance, an unspoken agreement is reached. Oh no, how did I forget to ask clearly? Let me think. She mentioned siblings, so can I assume she has an older brother? An older sister, a younger sister, and a younger brother? That interpretation seems reasonable. After speaking, Qinxia begins to worry again, realizing that knowing this now may not be of much use. The original host, aside from her father, had 4 other fathers, yet she knows nothing of what kind of beastmen they were, nor what her siblings were like. While Qinxia had previously envisioned rabbit beastmen, she now finds herself pondering this issue. Oh no, I was so focused on asking her about this world that I didn't clarify these details. Aside from her biological father, she has 4 other fathers, but she didn't mention what kind of beastmen they were or what her siblings were like. I didn't ask. It's my fault. What should I do? Suddenly feeling inexplicably anxious, Qinxia finds herself on the verge of tears. Xiaxia, don't panic. It's alright that I can handle this if there are beastmen from other tribes. It won't be too difficult to investigate, though we have several males from other tribes in our tribe. I'll ask them when the time comes. Don't worry. Hanchuan reassures her. Hanchuan is right. Don't be overly concerned, Xiaxia, that it's quite feasible to ascertain whether there are any newcomers in a tribe. Besides, Han Chuan is the son of the chief. He can inquire and find out easily. The kind words from Han Chuan and Xuanqi help soothe Qinxia's anxiety. After some thought, Qinxia suggests, I'll go with you. It'll be easier to find them, that if they see me, surely her mother and siblings will recognize me. After exchanging glances, Xuanqi and Han Chuan, I think it would be better for you to gain some weight before going. Han Chuan is right. You're too thin right now. There may be a difference in appearance. And what if they don't recognize you? Qinxia falls silent, realizing that they do have a point. She is no longer the original host. Some of the habits the original host had may no longer apply to her. Furthermore, she can no longer recall what her parents looked like, so she must wait for them to recognize her first. Chapter 59. Finally, some weight gained. After chatting for a while, it's time to sleep. Tonight, Xuanqi will accompany Qinxia as she rests. As Xuanqi holds Qinxia and lies down, she suddenly sits up with such force that it startles him, prompting him to sit up as well. No, I can't meet them. I've forgotten what they look like. Even if they stood right in front of me, I wouldn't recognize them, and that could lead to trouble. Qinxia was suddenly struck by a thought, leaving her quite startled. She could hardly fathom how to navigate the situation if it were to truly unfold. After a moment of contemplation, Xuanqi devised a solution. Xiaxia, let us do this. Wait a moment. Han Chuan, please come in. He decided to call in another family member before commencing their discussion. When Han Chuan entered, he wore a puzzled expression. Aren't we supposed to be sleeping? Why summon me? He wondered. Could it be that all three beasts were sleeping together? Xuanqi conveyed Qinxia's concerns to Han Chuan before articulating his thoughts. Here is my idea. Han Chuan, you mentioned that other orc tribes have come to our village. Could you please request them to return to their tribes and inquire if there are any outsiders among the orcs, particularly those who, like Xiaxia, may have been brought back? That if there are, it's crucial to ascertain their identity and origin. You must provide them with an excuse to address the tribe members, that we won't ask them to inquire for nothing. We will offer them a piece of giant bull meat in return. Xiaxia, you should focus on nourishing yourself for now, and later, we can send word to those tribes, stating that a female named Qinxia from the Lion King tribe is searching for her family. If they are indeed your kin, I believe we will receive news, or they may even come directly to the tribe to find you. Upon finishing, Xuanqi noticed both individuals staring at him in a daze. What is wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? He inquired. His surprise. Both raised their thumbs in silent approval. That moment, Qinxia felt an overwhelming admiration for Xuanqi, who could understand. Her husband was not only handsome, but also intelligent. With an impressive physique and combat prowess, Han Chuan interjected, I am truly in awe. I genuinely admire you. Xuanqi chuckled lightly. You too. I am utterly defeated by you. An inexplicable warmth surged within his heart. Han Chuan smiled and addressed Qinxia. Now you can rest easy, right? For this period, just focus on eating and drinking well to gain some weight, that I will go relay messages to other tribes once I return. Now get some sleep. Qinxia beamed sweetly at Han Chuan and replied, All right, you should also rest early. Han Chuan couldn't resist ruffling Qinxia's hair before turning and exiting the small cave. All right, let us take a rest and time for sleep. For the next half-month, Qinxia found herself engaged in a cycle of eating and sleeping. Not having ventured outside even once that as her pregnancy lengthened, the energy consumed by the little ones was immense. She now indulged in 8 to 9 meals a day, and shortly after eating, she would feel drowsy, waking only to eat again. This was all while Xuanqi and Han Chuan diligently provided her with ample energy. Thus, unless under special circumstances, she remained indoors. The only source of comfort for Qinxia was that she had indeed gained weight. Her abdomen was noticeably rounded, and her limbs appeared fuller. In recent days, Xuanqi and Han Chuan had been regarding her with peculiar expressions, and when she inquired about it, they merely shrugged it off. Conversely, Coral would visit her, marveling at her beauty, which delighted Qinxia immensely. She longed to gaze into a mirror to see her current appearance. Xuanqi, let's go play by the water today. I haven't been out in ages and wish to enjoy the scenery. Qinxia whimsically suggested. Very well, we shall go once Han Chuan returns. Qinxia quickly added, let us bring Coral along for some fun, that I'll go inform them now, Xuanqi said before turning towards Coral's home. Before long, Coral bounced over, followed by Xuanqi and her entourage of beast husbands. Qinxia, you look even more beautiful today, Coral exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She had not expected that Qianxia would look so lovely after gaining weight. With rosy lips, pearly teeth, large captivating eyes, and a petite, well-defined nose. Her beauty was truly exquisite. Although there were no particular standards for skin color in the beast world, most females had slightly tanned skin due to their fondness for sunbathing. Qianxia, however, preferred to stay out of direct sunlight, often shielding herself with large leaves on sunny days, resulting in her notably fair complexion that stood out among the orcs. Perhaps influenced by Qianxia, her entire family had begun to avoid sunbathing as well, as she too desired to maintain her fairness, a testament to the self-cultivation of beauty in the beast realm. Haha, you always make me laugh, Qianxia said, grinning that I'm not joking. I speak the truth. Yinfeng. Do you agree? The named Yinfeng nodded earnestly. To be honest, since Qianxia gained weight, she resembles a completely different beast, truly stunning. Those who did not choose Qianxia as their mate must be regretting it now. By the way, is there any plan for today? Just then, Han Chuan returned from Lion Mountain, spotting a group gathered at his home. Qianxia mentioned wanting to see the scenery by the water, so we're waiting for your return to set off. Xuanqi explained while clearing the fruit from the table. Han Chuan immediately transformed into his beast form at the entrance. Well, let us head out then. Thus, Han Chuan led the way, with Qianxia seated atop Xuanqi and Coral perched on Yinfeng, followed by Coral's other beast husbands. The lively group made their way towards the tribe's entrance. That I asked that Qianxia. Is it really her? Wow, how did she become so beautiful? Hearing these remarks, Coral turned to Qianxia, proudly asserting, see, I told you the truth. You really are stunning. All right, I get it, and it makes me happy. Qianxia responded with a smile. Though she felt she hadn't gained much weight, it seemed her beauty had returned. Upon reaching the water's edge, Qianxia gazed at the natural scenery, feeling an overwhelming sense of comfort. She turned to the others, beaming, everyone, let us have a picnic. The crowd momentarily appeared puzzled by the term picnic. But after Qianxia briefly explained, they eagerly agreed that a flurry of activity ensued as the males busily prepared, laying out beast skins and gathering food, even improvising a pot from a large river stone. The atmosphere was joyous and delightful. Chapter 60. The little yellow flower of the story. As Qianxia approached the water's edge, the gently flowing surface mirrored her beauty. Her long, straight black hair cascaded down her sides, and her almond-shaped eyes appeared both innocent and endearing, sparkling with clarity. Below her petite yet prominent nose lay a pair of rosy, tender lips. Her fair skin, complemented by her raven locks, accentuated her beauty even further. She was indeed a stunning example of pure allure. Truth be told, her visage bore a resemblance to her past life. Yet it seemed even more captivating this time around that a little more weight would likely enhance her allure even further. Gazing at her reflection in the water, Qianxia mused aloud. Suddenly, a pair of hands encircled her waist from behind, and a deep, sultry voice whispered in her ear, "Be careful not to fall into the water." Turning her head, Qianxia smiled sweetly at Xuanqi. "I'm being very careful." Xuanqi affectionately tapped her nose. "The beast skins are laid out. Let us return and sit." Coral, already seated on the beast skin carpet, called excitedly, "Qianxia, come quickly. This feels amazing. I absolutely adore picnics." The sensation of sitting by the water, enjoying delicious food, and admiring the scenery was simply unparalleled. After taking her seat, Qianxia observed the view before her. Sunlight danced upon the water's surface, shimmering like a dream, while dappled light and shadows filtered through the branches overhead. Qianxia's thoughts drifted away. The little yellow flower of the story has floated since the year of its birth, swaying on the swing of childhood, lingering in memory until now. On this windy day, I once tried to hold your hand, but alas, the rain gradually fell, obscuring your figure from my sight. Time passes so swiftly. She had been in this world for quite some time now. Qianxia softly sang, "Once upon a time, there was someone who loved you for a long time, but alas, the wind gradually distanced us." She had drifted far away from her past self. "Qianxia, are you singing? It sounds wonderful." Coral's voice interrupted her reverie, her eyes wide with amazement. "Qianxia can sing. I love it even more. Did you compose this yourself? The melody is so beautiful. May I learn it?" Coral's eager gaze sparkled. Whenever Coral displayed such enthusiasm, Qianxia couldn't help but smile. Despite Coral's mature appearance, her personality and daily behavior resembled that of a whimsical girl from a novel. leading Qinxia to feel that their personalities had swapped in relation to their appearances. Thus, such moments with Coral always evoked a strong sense of contrast. Yes, I composed it. The weather was so lovely that I felt like singing. And this song is called Sunny Day. Come, I'll teach you how to sing it. Qinxia replied somewhat sheepishly, my apologies, Jay Cho. In this world, let us consider my own composition. The Tale of the Little Yellow Flower. The tale of the little yellow flower, it has been drifting since the year of its birth. It has been drifting since the year of its birth, the childhood swing. The childhood swing, ah. What is a swing? This, I shall have Xuanqi Hanchuan create one for you another day, and then you shall understand what a swing truly is. The companions are busy preparing delectable food, and the two of them are joyfully savoring this delightful moment. Perhaps the essence of life sometimes lies within these beautiful instants. Just as Qinxia is teaching Shanhua to sing, Han Xuan and Yinfeng suddenly approach, carrying a creature of an unknown species, its arm-sized bulk drawing attention. Before they can utter a word, Qinxia has already spotted a large lobster. This is so enormous that one cannot even determine whether to call it a small or a large lobster. Qinxia, do you recognize this creature? Han Xuan inquires with a hint of excitement that he and Yinfeng had initially intended to explore the downstream lake for prickly beasts, but upon finding none, they thought to drop a piece of meat into the water to see if it would attract them. To their surprise, it attracted such a creature instead. Yinfeng had been ready to discard it, but he stopped him, considering that Qinxia, being from another world, might have encountered it before. Thus, he decided to bring it back, only to discover that Qinxia indeed recognized it. Qinxia gazes at the gigantic lobster with exhilaration that a lobster of this size would surely be a delight to consume. Steamed or boiled, it should be delectable, right? At this moment, Qinxia is already contemplating how to prepare the lobster. Qinxia, can this be eaten? If not, I shall discard it. Han Xuan queries, his curiosity piqued as he tightly grasps the lobster. Yes, it is edible. This is called a small lobster. And it is quite tasty. Qinxia hurriedly responds. This is indeed a treasure. It is said that small lobsters thrive in murky waters, yet the environment in the beast realm is pristine, not to mention the absence of water pollution. The nearby water sources are sustained by this waterfall. The beastmen would only protect the water source, never harm it. Small lobsters inhabiting such a clean aquatic habitat must be both healthy and delicious. Is that truly the case? Come, Han Xuan. Let us seek more. Shan, I shall find lobsters for you to enjoy. Shanhua nods in agreement. Without waiting for Han Xuan to respond, Yinfeng takes his hand and begins to walk away. Ever since Qinxia made the prickly beast soup, he has been thoroughly impressed by her culinary skills. Delicious, absolutely delicious. With new food available, they cannot miss this opportunity. Wait, hey? I haven't had the chance to speak with Qinxia more. Yinfeng hastens away with the aid of his wind abilities, leaving Han Xuan's words trailing off, for Qinxia, being human, is already out of sight and sound. Qinxia finds the situation amusing. When did Yinfeng become so impetuous? She recalls him being quite composed in the past. Qinxia, is this lobster truly delicious? Shanhua, the curious one, asks, It is delicious. Once they catch it, we shall prepare it immediately. You will surely love it, Qinxia replies with a gentle smile. To her surprise, the beast realm has lobsters as well. How unfortunate that there is no soy sauce or dark soy sauce. It seems boiling will have to suffice to at that moment. Xuanqi and another companion Lufeng approach with a platter of freshly cooked meat, placing it before their respective partners. Thank you, my great husband, thank you, Lufeng. Free husband, Shanhua remarks, feeling a bit shy. Observing Shanhua's slightly flushed cheeks, Qinxia finds her utterly adorable. Likewise, Lufeng blushes at Shanhua's words. Shan, you go ahead and eat. The sweet potatoes can wait, I will go check. Lufeng quickly turns and walks away after speaking. Qinxia and Xuanqi share a knowing glance, chuckling softly. Chapter 61. The eight-tailed golden fox, as for Shanhua suddenly calling her partner husband. It all began when she was inspecting the planting conditions on the back mountain. That time, she had playfully called Xuanqi great husband, which Shanhua overheard and inquired about its meaning. Thus, an explanation ensued. Having spent time with Qinxia, Shanhua unconsciously absorbed certain expressions. For instance, when Xuanqi or Han Xuan hands Qinxia something, she expresses her gratitude with a thank you, and soon, Shanhua began to treat her own partner similarly. Regarding the sweet potatoes, this discovery was significant and occurred while Qianxia was inspecting the ginger and chili plants on the back mountain. She stumbled upon a small patch of sweet potato fields on the other side of the creek, a place she had never ventured to before. The discovery was prompted by Shanhua, who spotted some beautifully blooming flowers across the way and ran over to pick them, calling for Qianxia to join her. Upon arriving, Qianxia recognized the sweet potato leaves, which sparked her excitement. Now, they had a staple food source along with vegetables. Subsequently, Qianxia fenced off that patch of sweet potatoes, intending to consume some while attempting to cultivate the rest. The back mountain has since transformed into a planting sanctuary. Xuanqi continues to gather food for Qianxia, aware that their current provisions are insufficient. Qianxia, I will step away for a moment. Please enjoy your meal, Shanhua says before swiftly disappearing into the nearby thicket. Qianxia chuckles softly, watching Shanhua's vanishing figure. Indeed, time spent with Shanhua is always particularly joyful. Observing the shimmering water surface, Qianxia rises and approaches the water's edge. Carefully sitting down while supporting her pregnant belly, dipping her feet into the cool water. How delightful! On the other side of the forest, Fuyu has just hunted down a beast, the blood from its body splattering across him. A cleanliness enthusiast, he finds it intolerable, and at this moment, he drags his prey towards the water's edge. Damn it, I just cleaned my beast skin skirt yesterday, and now it's ruined. That he is usually meticulous in handling his prey. But this particular beast was quite stubborn, leading him to swiftly slice its throat, that he rarely ventures upstream. But today he followed his quarry to this area. Fuyu, observing the bloodstains on his body with disdain, steps out of the forest and onto the bank. As he lifts his head, a stunning figure captures his gaze. Simultaneously, the beautiful figure across the way looks up at him. Qianxia, who had been gazing down at her feet in the flowing water, lifts her head to behold a tall figure dragging its prey toward her. With the banks not too far apart, she clearly sees his appearance. This beast man is remarkably handsome. Such beautiful eyes. Qianxia secretly marvels within. The beast man before her is roughly the same height as Xuanqi, with cascading, slightly curled red hair that reaches his waist, chiseled features, and exquisitely defined facial contours. His broad shoulders taper into a narrow waist, his arms displaying prominent muscle definition and a well-defined set of 8 abdominal muscles. As Qianxia gazes at this extraordinarily handsome beast man, she recalls a high-end Bijadi doll she once owned, now seemingly brought to life before her. His pair of eyes reminds her of the glass beads she played with as a child, golden irises encircled by a hue of red, with black pupils at the center. Is he beautiful? Fuyu smiles subtly, then sets down his catch to cleanse the blood from his body in the water. If I don't wash quickly, the blood will dry. Very beautiful, Qianxia replies honestly. Hearing her response, Fuyu's smile deepens. The little female before him is indeed lovely, though she appears somewhat naive, her skin remarkably fair, a rarity he has never encountered before. While he generally despises being stared at, he feels no resistance to her gaze. Unlike those females who obsessively gaze at him, her eyes seem to appreciate something beautiful. Something beautiful? Fuyu's smile broadens as he takes a few steps closer. Little female, which tribe do you belong to? Suddenly, he senses a fleeting murderous intent and the imposing aura of a high-ranking beastman. He swiftly turns his head to the side, spotting a black-haired beastman clad in a black serpent-skin skirt approaching steadily. Fuyu's heart races. When did a 7th tier or higher beastman appear in the forest? He had only recently ascended to the 7th tier, having previously heard of the beastman Han Chuan from the Lion King tribe advancing to that level. Yet, the oppressive aura that he had just sensed was distinctly beyond that of a mere 7th tier. Qianqi had just finished preparing the soup when he turned to see a male figure approaching Qianxia. His expression immediately darkened as he unleashed his pressure. Initially intending to freeze the surface of the water, he realized that Qianxia's feet were submerged and thus opted to exert his aura instead. Sensing this unusual presence, the other beastmen from Coral also rose and approached, curious about the unfolding situation. Just as Kaeze finished speaking, he spotted the towering figure standing in the water before he could utter a word. Lu Feng interjected, Fuyu, what brings you here? Lu Feng was somewhat surprised to encounter this individual in such a setting. His words drew everyone's attention towards him, leaving Lu Feng momentarily flustered. Do you know him? Qianqi inquired coldly. Yes, he is a beastman from our fox tribe, the 8-tailed golden fox. Lu Feng explained to the group that at this moment, Aside from Qianxia and Qianqi, everyone else expressed astonishment. So this was the famed eight-tailed golden fox. Qianxia regarded the figure, reflecting. So he is a fox beast man. No wonder he exudes such an enchanting aura. Upon seeing Le Feng, Fu Yu's tense demeanor relaxed somewhat. However, when did the Lion King tribe acquire such a formidable beast man? Fu Yu glanced at Qianxia, offered a slight smile, and took a few steps back, stating, "Isn't it obvious why I'm here?" At that moment, everyone finally noticed the beast on the opposite shore. Qianqi said nothing further. He simply placed the soup down and returned to scoop Qianxia into his arms. "The water is cold. Let's not play for now. Have some soup." The tenderness Qianqi displayed now was a stark contrast to his earlier coldness. As a female, Qianxia was naturally impervious to Qianqi's pressure. Yet she could clearly sense that something was amiss. Could it be that they mistakenly believed the beast man, named Fu Yu, intended to harm her? Thank you, my dear husband. That beast man didn't do anything to me. He arrived with blood on him from hunting and merely asked which tribe I belonged to. Nothing more? Qianxia explained that at that moment, Coral emerged from the nearby thicket. That, oh dear, I should have listened to Qianxia. If I had known, I wouldn't have eaten so many sweet potatoes that I've been tooting away and couldn't come back for ages. How embarrassing. Eating while passing gas. How disgraceful for a beast man. Chapter 62. It only proves you are not that impressive. Coral's appearance shattered the eerie atmosphere. Simultaneously, Han Chuan and Yin Feng returned, though they bore nothing in their hands. Just as Han Chuan was about to speak, he caught sight of the tall figure in the water, his back turned to them. Red-haired? Fu Yu. Han Chuan called out tentatively, and the figure turned around. Upon hearing his name, Qianqi glanced at Han Chuan but quickly diverted his gaze. When Fu Yu heard someone call his name, he turned to see Han Chuan standing opposite him, wind blades coalescing in his hands. That in an instant, the wind blades shot forth, prompting Fu Yu to hastily release his powers. With a resounding clang, he shattered the wind blades with a single hand. The group of beastmen watched the scene unfold in bewilderment. Coral, sitting beside Qianxia, whispered, "Who is that red-haired beast man? Why is Han Chuan attacking him?" She had just stepped away and missed the unfolding drama. I don't know," Qianxia replied, equally perplexed by the situation. The atmosphere grew tense. Yet in the next moment, it thawed as Han Chuan grinned. "You've reached the 7th tier." Fu Yu shot him an exasperated look and resumed his bathing. Han Chuan, brimming with excitement, quickly approached the shore and crouched down. "You're still behind me, having taken so long to advance." Fu Yu rolled his eyes in silence, refusing to engage. "Are you well acquainted with him?" Qianxia asked. Hearing her query, Han Chuan turned with a smile. "Yes, very well. That of course. They shared a long history of childhood rivalry. However, he hadn't seen Fu Yu in quite a while, so he had felt uncertain upon first spotting the red-haired figure. He never imagined it would indeed be him." Qianxia nodded, choosing not to comment further. "That I'm sorry, Summer, that I'm not sure if there's only one lobster. We waited quite a while without seeing another." Han Chuan lamented. Qianqi rolled his eyes. "Feeling sorry for yourself for not catching prey. Pathetic." Qianxia smiled gently, ruffling his hair. "What is there to apologize for? If you didn't catch it, you didn't. We're not lacking in food. You've worked hard waiting for so long." That moment, Han Chuan felt incredibly moved. His partner was indeed the best female. Not only did she not blame him for failing to catch prey, but she also comforted him and acknowledged his efforts. Coral observed the interaction between Qianxia and Han Chuan, hesitating for a moment before looking up at Yin Feng and saying, "You've worked hard too." Yin Feng, taken aback, felt a smile tugging at his lips, only to suppress it, then smile again. "Thank you, Shan Shan. What a delightful feeling." The conversation behind him reached Fu Yu's ears, leaving him astonished to think that the beautiful little female was Han Chuan's partner. Fu Yu subtly shifted to the side, appearing to wash himself carefully while discreetly observing with his peripheral vision. This little female was actually pregnant. He hadn't noticed before that he couldn't recall the last time he saw Han Chuan. Back then, he was only at Tier 6 that the next news he heard was about Han Chuan's advancement. Now, Han Chuan seemed far more mature, perhaps due to having a partner. The Fu Yu's gaze discreetly shifted to Qianqi, then lowered. This beast man was likely more than just 8th tier. The Fu Yu's thoughts were tangled. When did such a high-tier beast man appear in this forest? And why was there no news about it? Moreover, it was evident that this beast man was also the partner of the little female, just as Han Chuan was. Considering this, Fuyu glanced back at Han Chuan, who was now crouched in front of the little female. Grinning broadly, Fuyu rubbed his forehead in frustration. Whatever the case, this guy could never be the top beastman, To clarify. Not all powerful individuals are the top beastman. Earlier, I introduced this concept. It's just that if a newly joined beastman has a significant power gap, it can diminish the authority of the top beastman. Yet this varies by individual. If a powerful newcomer respects the top beastman, then the latter retains authority. Conversely, if a strong beastman disregards the top beastman and the partner does not intervene, the top beastman effectively loses his voice. Thus, Fuyu pondered who might be the top beastman and concluded that Han Chuan likely was not. Suddenly, Han Chuan glanced back at Fuyu still in the water. Then at Xianxia and Xianqi, his expression uncertain. Summer Xianqi, may I invite Fuyu to join us for a picnic? He hadn't seen him in ages. Xianxia instinctively turned to Xianqi, who frowned slightly. Xianqi felt a mix of helplessness and amusement as both Xianxia and Han Chuan looked at him, the former with cautious eyes, the latter with eager anticipation. Since the beastman named Fuyu hadn't done anything wrong and was merely Han Chuan's friend, having a meal together wouldn't be problematic. Prepare your own meal, Xianqi replied coolly. The food was nearly ready, and inviting others to join would mean there wouldn't be enough to go around. Your friend, your responsibility. Han Chuan jumped up excitedly, throwing an arm around Xianqi's shoulder. I knew you were a good beast. Before Xianqi could express his disdain and push him away, Han Chuan had already turned to the shore. Fuyu, come join us for a picnic. Han Chuan squatted at the water's edge. A twig he had plucked from who knows were clamped between his teeth. Xianqi glanced at the twig, then at the nearby thicket, where a branch clearly bore signs of having been recently broken. Xianqi smirked. I thought you were genuinely grateful. How laughable. Fuyu was taken aback that he was actually invited. Turning around, his first glance fell upon the high-tier beastman on the shore, who wore a nonchalant expression. The others were preoccupied with their own tasks. Fuyu chuckled. Sure, then this prey will serve as a token of gratitude. You'd better catch it. As soon as he finished speaking, Han Chuan's expression shifted. Suddenly, the prey was hurled toward him from across the way. Han Chuan quickly stood and used his wind abilities to ensnare the creature, gently setting it down to the side. Are you out of your mind? What if I don't catch it? Han Chuan was somewhat exasperated. The young man tossed something aside without a care. Had he failed to catch it, it would have struck another beast. If you were unable to catch it, it simply indicated that you were not as capable as you thought. Fuyu spoke lightly, then made his way to the opposite bank. Chapter 63. He is simply greedy. After Fuyu came ashore, he first expressed his gratitude to Xianqi and then to Qianxia that if the partner and the first beast husband did not agree, Han Chuan could not invite him to join the picnic. Although Fuyu was unaware of the meaning of a picnic, seeing them resting and eating in this place led him to ponder. Could it be that a picnic means eating outdoors? While Fuyu contemplated, Han Chuan swiftly guided him toward the stove he had constructed behind them. Jokingly, he insisted that Fuyu must help. Sitting idly and waiting for food was out of the question. Qianxia observed the two retreating figures and smiled at Xianqi, remarking, he is surprisingly polite. Xianqi responded with a faint smile. As Han Chuan began to kindle a fire to prepare their meal, Fuyu, observing his actions, was filled with confusion. What are you doing? Watching the hollowed-out stone and the sparks of small lightning igniting the fire. He was utterly perplexed. You wouldn't understand. You are quite fortunate to have encountered me. Today, I shall introduce you to the exquisite flavors of the world, Han Chuan declared with pride. With the cooking provisions conveniently prepared, Han Chuan first scooped a spoonful of fat into the pot. The fat melted swiftly, followed by the addition of the chopped meat. What is this? Fuyu swallowed involuntarily, though he had no idea what was happening or what the food was. The aroma was undeniably enticing. Meanwhile, on the other side, Le Fong brought over several roasted sweet potatoes that had cooled slightly. Shan, Qianxia, the sweet potatoes are ready. Take them away. I want to eat. I absolutely refuse. You all should eat less too. Coral gazed at the roasted sweet potatoes with heartache, reluctantly declining. It wasn't that she didn't want to eat. She had already consumed a great deal that morning and could not afford to pass gas again, at least. Not at this moment. Her insistence that they eat less stemmed from her desire to avoid returning home to a house full of beasts passing gas. Le Fong glanced at the roasted sweet potatoes in his hands, then at Coral, who appeared pained and resistant, before turning to Qianxia. Qianxia smiled gently. Just give me one. You all can have the rest. After handing a sweet potato to Qianxia, Le Feng turned back to Coral. Shan, are you really not going to eat? I said I want to eat. Take it away. If you don't take it away, I might not be able to hold back, and will regret it. Though Le Feng could not understand why his partner suddenly disliked sweet potatoes, he decided to heed her words that as he walked away, he muttered, "How strange. Why did she suddenly lose her appetite? She was so happy eating them this morning." Once Le Feng had distanced himself, Qianxia glanced at Coral, who appeared somewhat listless. Amused, Qianxia surmised she understood why Coral was refusing the sweet potato. She broke the sweet potato in half and offered it to Coral. "Here, eat this." Then she leaned in closer and whispered, "Eating half a sweet potato won't make you pass gas. Don't worry." Coral was nearly moved to tears at this understanding. She began to relish the sweet potato. It's so delicious. Come, try it." Han Chuan served the pan-fried meat to Fuyu, instructing him on how to use the chopsticks. Of course, these chopsticks were merely 2 twigs hastily fashioned together. They had just enough pairs for each person at home. Leaving no extras for him, Fuyu struggled for quite some time with the chopsticks, and after finally managing to pick up a piece of meat, it slipped from his grasp and fell back into the bowl. After several attempts, Fuyu threw the chopsticks aside in frustration. "What is this? It's infuriating." He promptly picked up a piece of meat with his hands and tasted it, his eyes widening in disbelief. Moments later, the bowl was empty. Hey, that is mine. Han Chuan protectively clutched the bowl of meat, glaring fiercely at him. This wretched fox. Having finished, he came back to steal from him. He was just as mischievous as he had been in childhood. Fuyu, still unsatisfied, glanced at the bowl of meat that Han Chuan was guarding and then at the stone pot beside him. "That I haven't had enough. What you haven't had enough of is of no concern to me. If you want me to prepare it for you, you must promise to do one thing. Anything. Then say it. You're not as good as I am, that I'm not as good as you." "Anshuan." "Wait, you?" Han Chuan was momentarily taken aback. I end their long-standing rivalry. They had battled since childhood, and even when he had been overpowered, this brat had never admitted to being inferior. Now, over a bowl of meat. How utterly infuriating. What a ridiculous thing to argue over. With a few swift bites, Han Chuan polished off the meat in the bowl. Fuyu watched him eat, swallowing hard, though Han Chuan had no intention of acknowledging him. He noticed Fuyu's actions. Fine that it's just cooking. What's the big deal? Enough of this nonsense to go. Deal with the prey, and I shall indulge you just this once today. Before the words had left his lips, Fuyu had already sprung to his feet and dragged the discarded prey toward the water's edge. Han Chuan. He finally understood. This brat, who used to snatch food from him as a child, was genuinely greedy. While Fuyu dealt with the prey, Han Chuan inquired about the method for preparing lobster from Qianxia. After all, this lobster had been caught by him and Yinfeng together, so they ought to share it equally. Simply boil it in water, remembering to add a couple of ginger slices. When you see its shell turn a vibrant color, it is done. Then take it out and plunge it into cold water for a moment, and you can peel off the shell. Qianxia explained in detail. "Got it, Xia, wait for me." Han Chuan excitedly went to prepare the pot of water. Qianxia silently sighed to herself. This lobster, no larger than an arm's length, could only be boiled here. That it was a pity that there were no dipping sauces. However, with ginger and chili on hand, how far could scallions and cilantro be? She was confident they must exist, just a matter of discovering them. Coral munched on the fried meat, occasionally sipping the broth while also indulging in some fruit. "Qianxia, let us go on picnics more often." "I love picnics. I can eat so much more." Coral found picnics to be absolutely delightful. Enjoying beautiful scenery while savoring delicious food was bliss. They still had a couple of days to do this. After that, it would be impossible. The time for giving birth was approaching, and once the cubs were born, Qianqi would need to incubate the eggs. She couldn't leave him to fend for himself while she played. Qianxia smiled, gently caressing her rounded belly. Hearing this, Qianqi felt deeply moved that if you wish to go, then go. "I want mine, Xia." Qianqi gazed at her with tender eyes. "That want do. A family should be together." Coral's eyes lit up. Yes, a family must be whole. Her family and Qianxia's family were, after all, one and the same. Chapter 64. Purely coveting what is yours. Once the lobster was cooked, Han Chuan carefully peeled the shell to extract the meat, dividing it in half to serve to Qian Xia and Coral. Coral, gazing at the small piece of lobster meat with curiosity, eagerly swallowed it in one bite that I think, chew, 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 this meat is chew, 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 delicious, but it's a bit lacking in flavor. Coral finished it in just a couple of bites while Qian Xia still held her portion in her hand. The thing is, we currently lack suitable seasoning. Nevertheless, it is still quite tasty, right? Qian Xia smiled warmly, then divided the remaining small piece of lobster meat into 3 portions. Xian Qi, Han Chuan, you both should also taste it. Upon hearing this, Han Chuan looked at Xian Qi, who simultaneously met his gaze, and they both saw the shock and joy reflected in each other's eyes that, oh no, I ate too quickly. Xia Xia, you eat. There is no need to share with us. Exactly. I'll go downstream tomorrow to see if I can catch more. Xia Xia, you eat. Naturally, Xian Qi and Han Chuan were unwilling to partake. There was hardly any to begin with. How could they steal food from their own partners? It's fine, Are the two of you not listening to me now? Qian Xiao feigned anger, and Xuanqi and Han Chuan exchanged glances, clearly understanding her intent. They ceased their pretentiousness and took up pieces of shrimp to eat. Qian Xiao smiled faintly, joining them in savoring the shrimp, which, though devoid of dipping sauce, was remarkably tender and sweet. Coral glanced at Qian Xia, then discreetly cast a sidelong glance at Yin Feng before lowering her head to play with her fingers. Qian Xia habitually thought of her partners, yet she consistently accepted their kindness with ease. That was her manner of treating her partners that Coral sought to emulate. Though she often stumbled in her attempts to that moment, Coral felt a wave of frustration. Sensing Coral's discontent, Qian Xia suddenly realized something and sent Xuanqi and Han Chuan away, leaving just the two of them. Qian Xia moved closer to Coral and gently tilted her head. What is wrong? Why the glum face? Let me guess. Is it because you feel you haven't shared the shrimp with your partners? Upon hearing this, Coral lifted her head in surprise, gazing at Qian Xia. You. Qian Xia, do you possess mind-reading abilities? How did you know? Coral's voice grew faint as she spoke, and she lowered her head once more. Qian Xia took Coral's hand and gently reassured her. Honestly, I think it's better for you to enjoy it yourself. Look, I have 2 beastly partners, and this tiny piece of shrimp is barely enough to share. But you have 5 partners with just this little piece. Dividing it into 6 means each one barely gets a morsel. Though this lobster is the size of a forearm, the meat is truly scant. Coral raised her gaze to Qian Xia, saying nothing, yet Qian Xia understood her look perfectly. You think that even if you don't share with the other partners, you should give it to Yin Feng, right? After all, he and Han Chuan caught this lobster together. Am I right? Coral nodded vigorously. Qian Xia chuckled softly, reaching out to stroke Coral's little head. But have you considered that if you give it to Yin Feng, what about the other partners? While I know they may not voice any objections, they might still feel a bit disheartened. Your intention is to treat each partner equally, but sometimes, like in the case of this shrimp, when it's hard to share, it's better to enjoy it alone. This, in a way, is another form of fairness. Don't you agree? Qian Xia's gentle guidance instantly rejuvenated Coral. That you're right, Qian Xia. I truly adore you, Coral exclaimed, her excitement prompting her to reach out for a hug, only to retract her arms midway, suddenly remembering Qian Xia was expecting. Hee. In the end, Coral playfully rested her head on Qian Xia's shoulder, linking her arm with Qian Xia's and gently swaying. From now on, I'll learn more from you. You have no idea when I watched Xuanqi and Han Chuan during the shrimp sharing. The tenderness, the affection in their eyes. All words were encapsulated in that sound. Qian Xia smiled sweetly and patted her little head. What an adorably charming girl, while Qian Xia radiated joy. Han Chuan was embroiled in chaos. After peeling the skin off the prey, Fuyo hesitated for a moment, glancing back at the stone pot, then extended a paw, a layer of golden light slowly enveloping it. With a few crunches, the prey was sliced into numerous pieces. Fuyo frowned at the scattered meat chunks, picking them up and washing them clean before returning them to the stone pot, arranging them neatly. He then went back to collect more meat, repeating the washing and returning process. Han Chuan stood with one hand on his hip and the other on Xuanqi's shoulder, watching Fuyo's back-and-forth movements with a complicated expression. Is he not the sharpest tool in the shed? Why can't he just clean the meat and place it on the beast's skin instead of repeatedly washing it? Xuanqi remained silent, his expression placid as he glanced at Han Chuan before shifting his gaze back to the beast who was busy moving the meat. And no wonder they get along so well. Once Fuyo had organized the meat, He began searching for Han Chuan. Before he could speak, Han Chuan approached him. "Did I have to ask? The piece of meat I gave you earlier was only this big, and yet you cut yours into such a large chunk." Fuyo, sitting on a nearby stone, replied nonchalantly, "Not enough to eat." Han Chuan was momentarily speechless, then darkly remarked, "Why did you steal my food before? Were you just being greedy and too lazy to hunt for yourself, thus resorting to stealing from me?" This time, Fuyo finally looked at Han Chuan squarely, his expression unchanged as he replied, "No, I simply wanted to steal yours." "Hey, you little rascal." Han Chuan, exasperated, unleashed a bolt of lightning at Fuyo. He knew it wouldn't harm him, but it was a way to vent his frustration that as Han Chuan summoned lightning, Fuyo activated his ability, enveloping himself in a layer of golden light in an instant. With a crack, a cloud of gray-black smoke erupted. When the smoke dissipated, Fuyo sat upright, as if nothing had occurred. "You infuriate me." Han Chuan released several bolts of lightning towards Fuyo, who remained as steadfast as a mountain. Han Chuan was beside himself with rage. Though aware he couldn't injure Fuyo, he still yearned to strike him just to vent his ire. Chapter 65. Are you a beast? Such a commotion naturally attracted the attention of other males, including Qinxia and Coral, who briefly glanced over but soon returned to their own matters. They were all familiar beasts. At most, it was just a bit of male rivalry. Yinfeng approached Xuanqi, observing the scene with confusion. "What is going on? Aren't they acquainted? Why are they fighting?" To be precise, it was Han Chuan fighting unilaterally, while the other remained unmoving. "Who knows?" Xuanqi replied dismissively. "These two beasts can't even muster a complete brain between them. How could he possibly know them? He has a brain, though is this the golden ability? It seems rather impressive," Yinfeng remarked, stroking his chin as he observed the golden light surrounding Fuyo. "There are various abilities. However, those derived from natural forces tend to be more potent. Among them, the golden ability primarily serves as a defense mechanism, capable of withstanding all attacks when activated. That, of course, if the opponent is of a higher rank, the defense may not hold for long. If the rank difference is substantial, it can be breached in an instant. But against opponents of the same rank, it is virtually invincible. Golden abilities are indeed intriguing." Xuanqi had heard of such powers, yet it was his first encounter. Yinfeng reminisced, then continued, "However, this Fox Beastman's golden ability seems different from the ordinary. Besides defense, it also possesses a solidifying aspect, though the specifics elude me." Vaguely, he recalled that when a nine-tailed fox was born into the fox tribe, the tribe excitedly sent a beastman to invite the chieftain to a celebration, and it seemed that other tribes had invited them as well. But that was a long time ago for how he knew the Fox Beastman's ability was distinct. It was because Han Chuan had mentioned it to him. He was a year older than Han Chuan. Han Chuan had a penchant for wandering off in his childhood, and one day he returned, claiming to have made a new friend, which surprised Yinfeng. Why was he surprised? Because young Han Chuan was truly unlikable to beasts. Not only did those within their tribe avoid him, but even those from other tribes did as well. Han Chuan often sought out fights. But no beast cub of his age could best him, and the older ones wouldn't engage him. So he ventured out to challenge others. Sometimes, when the fights escalated, the beast men from other tribes would come demanding compensation. Thus, when he heard Han Chuan mention a new friend, how could he not be surprised? A beast willing to befriend him. Han Chuan had told him that this new friend was a beast man from the fox tribe across the river, boasting 8 tails, which he found fascinating, that he then recounted the details of this friend, which was how Yinfeng learned of the Fox Beastman's abilities. "That I'm sorry." Fuyo suddenly apologized, leaving Han Chuan momentarily stunned. "What did you say?" Han Chuan repeated incredulously. Fuyo met Han Chuan's gaze, speaking deliberately. "Yes, I apologize." Han Chuan jumped back in shock, his expression one of disbelief. How could this fellow not follow the script? He was actually apologizing, and sincerely at that. In truth, Han Chuan was overthinking it. Fuyo merely wished to avoid wasting time and feared that if Han Chuan became overly upset, he wouldn't cook for him. So he concluded that an apology would suffice. "Are you a beast?" Hearing Han Chuan's words, Fuyo was puzzled. "You need to check what you're saying. What language are you speaking?" Fuyo retorted, perplexed. Who else could he be if not himself? Han Chuan cast a fleeting glance in the direction of Qianxia before shifting his gaze towards Fuyo. "Well, since you have already apologized, I shall not hold it against you," he remarked while rekindling the fire, preparing to commence cooking. Xinqi, In just a few days, Qianxia will give birth to her cubs. Correct? Silver Wind casually inquired, draping an arm over Qianqi's shoulder. Indeed, there are only 7 days left until the time of the cubs' arrival, Qianqi replied, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips whenever Qianxia and her impending offspring were mentioned. During her pregnancy, Qianxia had shared numerous tales about cubs from her world with both him and Han Chuan. It was then that he finally comprehended why she had been so furious when he suggested sending the cubs away to fend for themselves. Ultimately, the values inherited from their respective worlds differed. Yet if Qianxia wished to keep them close, he saw no reason to object. After all, he was certainly capable of caring for them. It was merely a matter of taking them out for training, much like any ordinary beastman would. With Han Chuan in the household, though he was a lion, he likely possessed more experience in this area, given that lions were social creatures. Time was running short. It seemed he would need to embark on a proper hunt in the coming days. Once upon a time, there was someone who loved you for a long time, yet alas, the rain gradually distanced them. Why don't you give it a try? Once upon a time, there was someone who loved you for a long time, yet alas, the rain gradually... how does it continue? Coral exclaimed, her laughter bubbling forth uncontrollably. She simply could not contain herself. Earlier, she had been teaching Coral a song, yet this particular line stubbornly eluded her memory, as she consistently faltered at this juncture despite numerous rehearsals. Stop laughing. It's so embarrassing. Coral's cheeks flushed red, feeling utterly mortified. There's no need for embarrassment. It's just the two of you that I in my presence. What is there to be shy about? We are like family, Qianxia reassured her, attempting to soothe the child. Just as she was about to say more, a sudden roar broke through the air. Ah! How long has it been since you last ate? Han Chuan exclaimed, exasperated as he cooked the meat that he prepared a potful for himself, yet his pace could hardly keep up with his ravenous appetite. Fu Yu, savoring the moment, gently licked his fingers. Your cooking is delightful. This heartfelt compliment instantly quelled Han Chuan's fury, and he resumed cooking in silence. The onlooking males could not help but chuckle. It was the first time they had witnessed Han Chuan humbled. And it was simply too amusing. Qianxia, what are they up to over there? Coral asked, her curiosity piqued as she noticed both of their beast partners gathered in a circle. I'm curious too. Let's go take a look, Qianxia replied. As they approached, they found Han Chuan focused intently on cooking, while Fu Yu was engrossed in eating. What is happening here? Qianxia inquired, sensing an unusual atmosphere. Qianqi gently wrapped his arm around her waist, his deep, soothing voice resonating in her ear. It's nothing. This fox beastman simply adores the meat that Han Chuan prepares. Qianxia glanced between the two, then looked questioningly at Qianqi, unconvinced. Just as Han Chuan finished a pot of meat, Fu Yu eagerly snatched it up and began devouring it. Could you not eat so quickly? At least leave me some time to cook. Han Chuan found it impossible to contain himself any longer. How long had it been since he had eaten? He couldn't care less about the heat. He simply grabbed the meat as soon as it was ready. In mere moments, he had devoured most of the pot, leaving him gazing longingly at the remaining meat as if he were about to burst. Han Chuan turned to retrieve his previously used chopsticks. Darkly threatening, you must use chopsticks to eat. If you don't, you might as well not eat at all. Fu Yu hesitated, eyeing the brooding Han Chuan warily. After receiving the chopsticks, he walked to the water's edge to wash them, then returned to sit down and began attempting to eat with them. Watching him, Han Chuan exhaled deeply. Mastering the use of chopsticks would take time, but at least he could now focus on cooking the meat properly. Who could understand? Cooking the meat was more stressful than hunting itself. It was driving him mad. Qianxia watched as Fu Yu clumsily attempted to pick up a piece of meat, only for it to fall back into the bowl. After several failed attempts, he finally managed to lift a piece to his mouth, only for it to plummet to the ground with a thud. Fu Yu stared at the fallen meat, furrowing his brow. Such a pity, but it's dirty now. Should I wash it? After a moment of indecision, Fu Yu was about to pick up the meat to wash it when a gentle voice interjected. If it falls, then let it be. There is plenty of meat available. I'll teach you how to use chopsticks. Qianxia surmised that he might have a slight cleanliness obsession, before she had introduced everyone to cooking with stone pots. They would simply wash things off and eat, not caring if there was a bit of dirt. However, when Han Chuan had handed him the chopsticks he had retrieved from the ground, she distinctly noticed his hesitation and distaste, prompting him to wash them before using them. Qianxia approached and took the chopsticks from his hands, demonstrating how to pick up meat with them. Fuyu's heart raced as he looked up at her, suddenly feeling quite flustered. The proximity was too intimate. See, hold them like this and apply slight pressure, and you can easily pick up food, she explained. Qianxia had not intended to create any particular atmosphere. Yet seeing Fuyu struggle to grasp the chopsticks, only to drop the food repeatedly, was quite tragic. Just follow my instructions and give it a try, she encouraged, handing the chopsticks back to Fuyu. He glanced at her, then accepted the chopsticks, attempting to pick up the meat as she had instructed. After a few more failed attempts, he finally succeeded in lifting a piece to his mouth. Qianxia beamed at his success, smiling before turning to leave. Thank you, Fuyu said softly, watching her retreating figure with warmth and sincerity. Qianxia paused, glancing back with a smile. You're welcome, as Han Chuan's friend. You are also considered part of our family. Han Chuan is quite skilled in cooking, so do enjoy it. With that, she turned to Han Chuan and added, Thank you for hosting your friend, Han Chuan. Han Chuan's smile radiated brightly. It's no trouble at all. Thank you, Xia. In truth, Han Chuan felt quite moved that he had always known Qianxia to be a wonderful female, yet every instance that unfolded further impressed upon him her exceptional character. For example, she was completely unaware that the meat they were enjoying was a product of Fuyu's hunting prowess. She only saw Han Chuan preparing it in abundance. Were it another female, witnessing her mate treating others to such a feast might evoke some discontent, even if unspoken, given that food was precious in their world, regardless of abundance. Yet, Qianxia exhibited no displeasure. Instead, she encouraged him to treat his friends well and urged them to eat their fill. Qianxia flashed Han Chuan a soft smile before turning to Xianqi. I'm feeling a bit sleepy. I would like to rest on you. Who could comprehend? Xianqi's beast form was incredibly comfortable, cool, and refreshing. On a slightly warm day, reclining on him was the epitome of bliss. Shall we head home? Xianqi asked, a hint of concern in his voice. Not at all. Everyone is in high spirits today. If we leave now, it would ruin the atmosphere. Besides, Han Chuan is here entertaining his friends. I'll just take a short nap on the fur carpet over there, she replied. Today was a rare occasion when everyone was so joyous. Should she leave now, Coral would undoubtedly follow her back. If Coral returned home, her beast partner would likely accompany her, leaving Han Chuan alone to entertain his friends. All right, I'll follow your lead. Xianqi scooped up Qianxia and began to walk back, ready to accompany his partner as she rested. As Qianxia prepared to sleep, Coral, unsure of what to do, decided to join Silverwind in taking a nap as well. In essence, whatever Qianxia did, she would follow suit. Fuyu observed everything from the sidelines, glancing at the meat in his bowl and then at Han Chuan, suddenly feeling disinterested in what he was holding. This insufferable lion had such a remarkable partner. Jealousy bubbled within him. I won't eat anymore, Fuyu declared, setting down his bowl. Han Chuan raised an eyebrow, eyeing the last pot of meat in his hands before looking at Fuyu with a cold smirk. If you don't finish this pot of meat today, we will have a reckoning. Choose wisely. He was not jesting. It infuriated him. Earlier, his cooking pace had failed to keep up with Fuyu's voracious appetite. And now that he had finished cooking, Fuyu declared he wouldn't eat. Fuyu hesitated, then replied, There's no need for such theatrics. I can eat, can't I? He picked up the bowl once more and resumed eating. Not out of fear of Han Chuan, but simply because he deemed it unnecessary to argue with him. Han Chuan, how long have you been mated? Fuyu's sudden question left Han Chuan momentarily stunned as he pondered the duration of his bond with Qianxia. Perhaps a little over a month? And how did you two meet? Wait. Why are you asking? You can't possibly be. I am merely curious about how someone as wooden as you finds a partner. Fuyu quickly explained for himself, while Han Chuan looked at him with suspicion, observing him closely. After a while, he noticed that Fuyu's expression was calm, so he decided to trust him for now. Fuyu lowered his head and continued eating meat, concealing the tumultuous thoughts swirling in his eyes. When Fuyu finished his meal, Qianxia also awoke, gazing at the gradually fading sunlight. It was time to return. Let us tidy up, we should head back, she said. All right, everyone responded in unison. Today is a beautiful day. Chapter 67. Departure from the tribe. The group packed up swiftly, and after distributing their belongings, Xianqi and Yin Feng waved their hands, storing everything into their spatial pockets. When you have the time, feel free to visit the Lion King tribe. We shall take our leave first, Han Chuan said to Fuyu with a hint of pride. Another day I will bring prey to visit you. Oh no, I'll bring two. I was supposed to share the catch with them today, but I ended up eating it all myself. Though Fuyu was speaking to Han Chuan, his gaze had already traversed beyond him to the charming figure behind. Han Chuan nodded and then transformed into his beast form. Qianqi lifted Qianxia and placed her onto Han Chuan's back. Once Qianxia was settled, Qianqi also shifted into his beast form, and the group slowly made their way back to the tribe under the warm glow of the setting sun. Fuyu watched the departing figures, his expression dimmed. Such a splendid atmosphere truly evokes envy in beasts. Qianxia, seated on Han Chuan's back, leaned slightly forward, gently stroking the fur at his neck. Han Chuan sensed her touch and turned to glance at her. Thankfully, he was in his beast form. Had he been in human form, his delighted grin would have been all too apparent. This was indeed the first time Qianxia rode on his beast form. Although unsure why Qianxia suddenly chose to do so today, he was immensely pleased. Meanwhile, Qianxia thought to herself, "Wow, I'm touching a big lion. A super huge one at that. Who understands? I never visited a zoo in my past life to see lions, and now I have a lion husband." However, it seemed that since becoming mates, she and T actually touched Han Chuan's beast form or ridden on it. In their daily excursions, she always rode on Qianqi's back. Earlier, when she mentioned returning, she had told Qianqi that she wanted to ride on Han Chuan's beast form. Initially, Qianqi was reluctant because her belly had grown larger, and he wasn't entirely comfortable with her riding on a lion. The snake's head was stable. No matter how much the lower body moved, the head remained still. Thus, every time they ventured out, she sat atop Qianqi's head, which was quite steady and offered no discomfort. However, now, riding on Han Chuan, she could distinctly feel the undulations beneath her. Choosing to ride on Han Chuan's beast form for the return journey, she initially thought it was only fair since she had come on Qianqi's back. But now she realized she had already shown favoritism. "Han Chuan, your beast form is truly large," Qianxia complimented. "Indeed, among lions of my age, I am the strongest, and my beast form is the largest." After declaring this, Han Chuan proudly lifted his head. Not only among those of the same age, but he was the strongest overall. Yin Feng, walking alongside, turned his head to glance at Han Chuan, a smirk hinting at his teeth. He remained as unpopular with the beasts as he was in his childhood. "Oh, beast god above, can you not silence him?" As Qianxia and the others neared the tribe's entrance, they noticed Qi Na standing there, while her beast husbands were busy carrying out their belongings. "What is happening here?" Qianxia asked, curiosity piqued. "Oh, she must be heading to the Black Wolf tribe." Shan Hu replied nonchalantly. She had heard rumors days ago that Qi Na intended to leave the Lion King tribe for a life in the Black Wolf tribe. But she hadn't thought much of it. If she wanted to leave, so be it. Leaving the tribe? I'm rather surprised. Qianxia rarely roamed the tribe, partly due to her pregnancy and partly because she preferred to avoid interacting with other beasts, which could be quite exhausting. Recently, there had been much chatter about an icebox at the chief's home, and curiosity led many to visit and see it for themselves. The chief had explained its function and usage to everyone. The crowd was awestruck and naturally inquired how the chief obtained such a marvel. He shared the details honestly, and soon, Qianxia's home was abuzz with excitement. The tribe's beasts clamored to possess an icebox of their own, bringing their finest and most precious furs to Qianxia's home, only to be amazed anew by its splendor, all declaring they desired one as well. The flooring and furniture were manageable. Han Chuan could teach the other males. But the icebox matter rested entirely with whether Qianqi was willing. Other ice-type beasts attempted to replicate the icebox, but before long, the ice melted, leading them to seek out Qianxia once more. To ensure Qianxia could rest well, Qianqi, finding it not too taxing on his abilities, agreed to create an icebox for each request. Now, the Lion King tribe was quite sophisticated, with every household boasting floors, tables and chairs for dining, and an icebox for food preservation, but one household did not. After the incident became public, Qina's family found themselves in a precarious situation within the tribe. Initially friendly females ceased their interactions with Qina, even ignoring her presence when they encountered her. Her beast husbands lacked influence among the males in the tribe. Before the incident, the other females had assumed Qina was merely ill-tempered and had a sharp tongue. Little did they know, her malice extended beyond mere words. A beast with such a nature would naturally find no companionship. Once their own partners began to disregard them, it was no surprise that the others would follow suit. Gradually, An unspoken agreement formed in the tribe. No one wished to interact with them any longer. Qina made numerous attempts to appease her former friends, but they simply ignored her, even when she offered her finest furs and food. Observing the other males embellishing their caves, and once the decorations were complete, their caves transformed into stunning abodes. Qina's husbands approached them for advice, yet not a single beast would lend them an ear. Eventually, they watched as every family in the tribe adorned their caves beautifully, each boasting a grand icebox, while they were left with nothing. Unable to endure the isolation, Qina resolved to leave the tribe and seek a new life elsewhere. After consulting with Song Sha, she decided to move to the Black Wolf tribe. Once her decision was made, Qina approached the chief, who without hesitation granted her request and reminded her to send food to Qianxia, who had yet to give birth. That Qina awkwardly nodded and returned home to pack her belongings, resulting in the scene Qianxia witnessed. Suddenly, Qianxia recalled something and turned to glance at Qianqi, who met her gaze with a slight smile. She returned the smile. Qianqi, will the chief not try to keep her? Qianxia wondered aloud, curious about the treatment of a female. She is originally a female of our Lion King tribe. If she wishes to depart, she has every right to do so, requiring only to inform father. Furthermore, why should he try to keep her? She is hardly a commendable female, Han Chuan remarked dismissively. Chapter 68. What if she were Qianxia? As Qianxia and her companions drew closer, the onlookers shifted their attention to them. That I asked that the once frail Qianxia. She looked so fair and so beautiful. How enviable for Shan Hu. She can call Qianxia her friend. Even Shan, who seemed to have become more radiant. Whispers of astonishment and admiration filled the air, while the single males looked on with regret, lamenting their missed opportunities to pursue Qianxia. Yet, regret was futile. They had once overlooked her, but now she would not glance their way. Hearing the praises directed at Qianxia, Qina's face paled. Stealing a glance at Qianxia, she quickly lowered her head and turned away. As Qianxia and her group entered the tribe, the beasts warmly greeted her. Qianxia, long time no see. Did you go out to play today? You look so beautiful after such a long absence. Qianxia, may I invite you to my home for a meal? I wish to be your friend. Qianxia smiled gently at everyone, responding, your warm welcomes make me feel a bit shy. Thank you for the compliments. Yes, I did go out to play today. Though her face bore a smile, her hand, hidden within Han Chuan's mane, was rapidly patting him. At that moment, Qianxia's inner thoughts raced. Hurry up. There are so many beasts here. We must leave. Sensing her agitation, Han Chuan understood and took 2 large strides, swiftly moving away from the crowd's gaze. Due to the sudden movement, Qianxia was jolted backward on Han Chuan's back, startling Qianqi, who immediately transformed into his human form and rushed over to support her. What did I tell you? Be cautious as you walk. Do not jostle Xiaxia, that you treat my words as mere whispers in the wind. Xuanqi's tone was exceptionally frigid, causing Han Chuan to shudder involuntarily. Han Chuan, how terrifying. Xuanqi is genuinely angry. At that moment when Qianxia leaned back, my heart nearly stopped. It was no wonder Han Chuan felt this way. I had signaled him to hurry, and he was merely following my instructions. Qianxia hastily defended Han Chuan, as it was indeed she who had urged him to move swiftly. Xuanqi shot a glare at Han Chuan, who was bowing his head like a great lion, and coldly remarked, even if Xiaxia urged him to hasten, he ought not to be so reckless. Does he not realize you are on his back? I am not chastising you, but it is your first time riding on his beast form, and you are also carrying young ones. Shouldn't you be more careful? My fault, I got carried away with joy. At this moment, Han Chuan had yet to transform into his human form, obediently sitting with his lion body bowed in submission. Joy? What joy? Qianxia queried, puzzled. Han Chuan raised his large lion head to gaze at Qianxia. Xiaxia. It is your first time riding on my beast form. I am very happy. Qianxia exclaimed, oh dear, my poor lion, it is all her fault. Xuanqi retorted, is he unwell? Xiaxia is to give birth in a few days. Once the cubs are born, he will be responsible for incubating the eggs. At that point, he will be solely tasked with caring for Xiaxia. Forget riding on his beast form. He will even have to sleep beside her. And now he is making such a fuss. He is beginning to regret choosing to be the second beast husband. He possesses strength, but his intellect is lacking. All right. Ultimately, it was my suggestion that led Han Chuan to act this way. Xuanqi, do not blame him. Qinxiao resorted to her charming tactics. Xuanqi huffed in response. Seeing Han Xuan being reprimanded, the corners of Yin Feng's mouth could not help but curl upwards. Xuanqi, you truly are my good brother. Letting you flaunt your prowess. Is it? Unable to defeat you, is it? Yes, he cannot defeat you. But that is of no concern. There are brothers to handle it, he. After this brief interlude, Qinxiao resumed her position atop Xuanqi's beast form, preparing to head home when someone called out to her. Xia. Qinxiao and the others turned to find Qina addressing her. Puzzled, Qinxiao remained silent, while the surrounding beastmen also turned their gazes toward Qina. Feeling the weight of so many eyes upon her, Qina felt awkward and uneasy but steeled herself to step forward. I apologize. Although I must leave the tribe, I will still send food. With an expressionless nod, Qinxiao acknowledged her, then patted Xuanqi, signaling it was time to return home. That as soon as Qinxiao moved, Shanhua's family immediately followed suit, but unexpectedly, Qina called out to Shanhua once more. What is it? Speak quickly, or let it out. Shanhua was quite impatient, eager to play with Qinxiao. Qina, feeling somewhat embarrassed, took a deep breath to steady herself. Shanhua, I apologize for my past. It was my wrongdoing. Surprised by Qina's apology, Shanhua was taken aback. Not only was Shanhua astonished, but even the beastmen who had not left were equally surprised that in recent days, it seemed Qina had changed considerably. Shanhua scrutinized Qina quizzically, unsure of why she had suddenly altered her demeanor. However, since she had apologized, Shanhua decided to accept that in the past, Qina had merely been a bit loquacious, often arguing with her, but she was always the one to suffer the consequences. Reflecting on this, Shanhua crossed her arms defiantly and said, Since you have sincerely apologized, I shall generously forgive you. Thank you. Shanhua did not spare Qina another glance and urged Yin Feng to catch up with Qinxia, as it would soon be dark and she would not be able to play with her. Qina stood there, watching as Qinxia and Shanhua faded from view, before finally turning her gaze to the other beastmen. Everyone, I apologize. I was in the wrong. Qina solemnly extended her apologies to the others. The worst thing she had done was covet Qinxia's meat, yet she had not committed any egregious acts against the other beastmen. At most, there had been some quarrels. Others could not best her in arguments, but when it came to Shanhua, she would become enraged and retaliate, and Qina had never managed to defeat Shanhua. Qina's sudden apology left everyone in silence. Until a female beast who had previously clashed with Qina finally spoke up. Did I accept your apology? I hope you will become a good beast. With that, a beastman stepped forward, and the remaining beastmen followed suit. Expressing their acceptance of her apology, that I too accept your apology, that I hope you will be a good beast, for you surely do not wish to see your partner isolated by others because of you. Qina nodded, suppressing her emotions, and turned away, tears streaming down her face. During this time, her partner had endured much scorn in the tribe due to her actions, and not a single beast was willing to speak to her family. Fuyue's situation was even more precarious, being mocked by other males in the tribe and often returning home injured, only to receive cold treatment from the other beast husbands that he had begun to grow silent. Eventually, her partner ceased venturing out, and apart from hunting, they scarcely left their home. The spirits of every beast were notably low and despondent. In terms of daily life, the other partners treated her as usual. But she distinctly felt a sense of distance in other aspects. She had apologized to her partners, but they had not responded. Sangsha urged her to reflect deeply on her actions, that if she were in Qinxia's position, what would she do? If she were one of the beastmen she had argued with, how would she behave? That time, she sat down for the first time and began to ponder Sangsha's words. If she were Qinxia, what would she do? Chapter 69. He is going too. Qina's family departed from the tribe, and the promised food continued to be delivered punctually by Huyue. Xuanqi meticulously assessed the food supplies at hand and decided it was time to hunt. With a day gone by, there were only 6 days left until Qinxiao was to give birth. He needed to stockpile ample provisions to carry them through the subsequent 2 months, although his beast form could sustain him for a considerable time after a hearty meal. With the delectable offerings available now, who would prefer the fishy and bland raw food? He could not prepare food while incubating the eggs, but he could have Han Chuan assist him. Today, he would venture out to hunt. With Han Chuan at home, if worst came to worst, there was still Shanhua's family. He should have no issues stepping out. Xia, I am going out to hunt. Han Chuan will take care of you, that I will inform Shanhua's family. And if Han Chuan is overwhelmed, he can call Yin Feng. Xuanqi gently caressed Qianxia's cheek as he spoke tenderly to be honest. He felt a twinge of concern for Han Xuan, yet with Shanhua's family present, he felt much more at ease. Shanhua adored Qianxia, and it would not be a bother for her to enlist Yin Feng's help that if Shanhua knew Xuanqi's true feelings, she would undoubtedly exclaim with excitement. Feel free to use him. After all, she relished caring for Qianxia at this moment. Qianxia was just waking up. Upon hearing Xuanqi's words, she merely nodded absent-mindedly. Qianxia, I am awake, though not fully. Xuanqi gazed at her increasingly lovely visage, smiling indulgently before turning to leave the small cave to inform Han Xuan. Who would have thought that the once scrawny, overlooked female would now look so stunning and soon bestow upon him 3 strong male cubs? Indeed, he had felt it 60 days ago, 3 vibrant lives within her. Meeting Qianxia had truly been a stroke of luck. After briefing Han Xuan, he proceeded to Shanhua's home to relay the same information. And unsurprisingly, Shanhua nodded enthusiastically. Beside them, Yin Feng quipped, another day as a tool. Huh. By the time Qianxia had lingered in bed long enough, Han Xuan had prepared the meal. After Han Xuan carried Qianxia to freshen up, they sat down at the dining table to enjoy the food. Just as they were eating, Shanhua and Yin Feng walked in. Have you eaten, Shanhua? Would you like to join us? Qianxia asked with a smile. Shanhua vigorously shook her head in refusal. Qianxia, you are eating for 2 now, but I am not pregnant. I woke up long ago and have already eaten today as they dined. Qianxia recalled Shanhua mentioning her desire to go on a picnic the previous day and inquired. Didn't you say you really enjoyed picnics? Do you wish to go today? Shanhua first glanced at Yin Feng, then at Han Xuan. I would love to go, but Xuanqi isn't here today. Is that all right? At present, Xuanqi had undoubtedly become the central figure for both families. For any collective activities involving both households, one would always consider Xuanqi's stance first. Just as Qianxia was about to respond, a voice echoed from the entrance. Han Xuan, are you home? Han Xuan felt the voice was familiar, but could not recall whose it was. Before he could speak, Qianxia chimed in. I'm here. Come in. Upon hearing the melodious female voice, Fu Yu's lips curled into a faint smile as he casually tossed the 2 prey he had caught at the entrance before stepping inside. From the outside, the cave appeared dark and uninviting, obscuring what lay within. However, once Fu Yu entered the cave, he was momentarily taken aback by the stunning sight before him. He had never encountered such a beautiful and orderly cave. At that moment, in the center of the cave, there were peculiar wooden structures with Han Xuan and Qianxia seated on either side, alongside the other female from their picnic and her partner. What was that female's name? He could not remember. Wait, you arrived so quickly? Han Xuan was astonished to see Fu Yu. Did this lad miss him so much? Yesterday, I consumed the prey I had promised you, and I feel a deep sense of guilt. Therefore, I am eager to present you with a new offering as compensation. Fu Yu explained her intentions while casting a furtive glance at Qianxia. Qianxia observed Fu Yu's flowing red locks, pondering whether her beast form would be striking. Considering she was a fox, is that so? Where is the prey? I left it at the entrance of the cave. Fu Yu never brought prey into the cave, as the lingering scent of blood would remain for quite some time, which she found unpleasant. Come sit, Fu Yu. Qianxia gestured to the seat before her. Fu Yu walked over and sat down directly, while Han Xuan rose to inspect the prey she had brought. You've shown some thoughtfulness, bringing 2 pieces of prey, but we must process them quickly and store them in the icebox, Han Xuan remarked as he entered. This. Shanhua's eyes brightened. Processing the prey would necessitate a trip to the water's edge. And since they were going there, why not have a picnic as well? An icebox. Fu Yu began to survey her surroundings within the cave. The area was remarkably even, with the floor covered in an unknown material that resembled smooth stone. Against the right wall rested a large block of ice, which puzzled her. Could it truly preserve items without melting? Was this block what Han Xuan referred to as an icebox? She glanced at the stool she occupied and the large wooden structure before her, feeling a sense of novelty about everything. Qianxia did not miss Fu Yu's expressions of wonder and smiled as she began to introduce the items. What you are sitting on is called a stool. The object before you is a dining table where we typically eat our meals. The surface beneath your feet is the floor, and that large ice block is indeed the icebox, which keeps food fresh by freezing it. Fu Yu was somewhat astonished by Qianxia's explanations, her cheeks slightly flushing. Did she just observe him examining the cave? Otherwise, why would she be explaining these items? Han Chuan approached and casually draped his arm over Fuyu's shoulder. How did you know I reside here? Upon uttering this, all four beasts present turned to look at him, expressions filled with unspoken words. Fuyu shot him a bemused glance and then turned to Qinxia, asking, "What do you see in him?" Qinxia sighed. Perhaps it was due to her limited interactions with him before. She had not previously perceived Han Chuan as such a simpleton. Han Chuan frowned. "Hey, what are you doing? Are you speaking ill of me in front of my partner? Do I need to speak ill of you? Should you not reflect on what you just said? I had no idea where you lived. I was merely inquiring about your tribe's beasts." Han Chuan was suddenly at a loss for words. "Well, you do have a point." He awkwardly scratched his nose and attempted to change the subject. "Didn't we say we were going for a picnic? This is perfect. We can process the prey outside while we're at it. That makes sense. Shanhua, Yinfeng, why don't you tidy up? We shall set off for the picnic," Qinxia said with a slight smile. Shanhua excitedly clapped her hands and then paused. "But what about Xuanqi? Is it really all right without him?" It wasn't that Shanhua feared Xuanqi. Rather, she felt a bit uncertain without him around during this special period for Qinxia. Although her partner and Yinfeng were both strong, she still harbored concerns. Qinxia reassuringly grasped Shanhua's shoulders, smiling. "We are merely going to the water's edge. With Han Chuan, Yinfeng, and Fuyu present, along with your several beast husbands. What could possibly go wrong? Rest assured, now go and prepare." Thus, Shanhua joyfully took Yinfeng back to gather supplies. Meanwhile, Fuyu gazed at Qinxia with astonishment. What did she just say? She mentioned him too? He was going along as well? Chapter 70. Truly stunning today as Xuanqi was absent. Yinfeng took charge of gathering supplies, and once everything was ready, the group prepared to depart. With Fuyu's assistance, Qinxia climbed on Han Chuan's lion back, while Shanhua mounted Qi's beast form. Why did Qinxia request Fuyu's help instead of Yinfeng's? Qinxia felt it would be somewhat inappropriate for Yinfeng, being Shanhua's beast husband, to assist her in climbing onto Han Chuan's form. Although she knew neither Shanhua nor Yinfeng would mind, she couldn't help but feel a sense of boundary, being a soul from the 21st century, that if Fuyu were not present, Qinxia would have had to let Yinfeng carry her up, as he was the most familiar among Shanhua's partners. But now, with another beast around, one who was a friend and single, she felt it appropriate to ask for assistance. When Qinxia announced their departure, Fuyu suddenly transformed into a magnificent crimson eight-tailed fox. In an instant, everyone halted in their tracks, momentarily captivated. Fuyu too paused, puzzled. Fuyu? At that moment, everyone was awestruck by Fuyu's beast form that was breathtaking. The fiery red of her form, with 8 splendid tails adorned with exquisite golden patterns, created a stunning contrast of red and gold. The markings on her head mirrored this color scheme, featuring a small golden flame-like emblem on her forehead, exuding both beauty and allure. This is the Qijin red fox. Truly magnificent. Oh, among those marveling, Han Chuan was not included, having long been acquainted with and impressed by Fuyu's beast form. Qinxia gazed in a daze, beginning to understand the sentiments of a certain king. Han Chuan had taken several steps forward, but noticed that no one was following. Thus turning to inquire, "Why aren't you coming?" Han Chuan. Upon turning, he found the others staring blankly at Fuyu's beast form, while Fuyu looked back at them in confusion. "What is going on? Are we just going to stare at each other? Hey, are we moving or not?" Han Chuan called out impatiently. In an instant, everyone snapped back to reality and hurried to catch up with Han Chuan. Fortunately, they were all in their beast forms. Otherwise, the embarrassment of blushing would have been hard to conceal. A group of males staring at another male. What would that sound like if spoken aloud? Due to the previous incident where Han Chuan had startled Qinxia, he walked particularly cautiously and slowly, resulting in them reaching the water's edge in half the usual time. Finally, I'm jumping in to splash around. Upon arriving at the water's edge, Shanhua could hardly contain herself and leaped down from Qi's back, startling her beast husbands. After all, there was a bit of height involved when dismounting from a beast form. Yinfeng began to unpack their supplies, while Han Chuan and Qi's hastily laid out fur on the ground, allowing Qinxia and Shanhua to sit and rest first, while the others began washing pots and setting up the cooking area. Fuyu initially planned to process the prey, but Han Chuan called out to her, saying he would handle it himself. "Then I have nothing to do." Fuyu frowned, having no knowledge of preparing food. Han Chuan glanced at the others and then back at Fuyu. It seemed he could only go along with her to process the prey. "All right, let us go together." You can watch how I do it, and then you can replicate it. Otherwise, if you cut the meat too large, it will be inconvenient for Qianxia and Shanhua to eat. Thus, the two of them took a prey each to process nearby. Qianxia, Shan, I'm going to check that spot where we caught the lobster last time to see if I can catch another one. Yinfeng was still thinking about that large lobster. Shanhua waved her hand. Go ahead. If you find any spiny beasts or anything, catch a few ditto, and could you bring out a couple of my fur skirts? Sure, I'll leave the fur skirts here, and then I'll be off. Shanhua nodded. After Yinfeng left, Shanhua eagerly jumped into the water to play tea this moment. The sun was not too strong, and being in the water felt pleasantly cool. Qianxia, this feels so comfortable. It's a pity you're pregnant. Otherwise, it would be wonderful to join in a few days. I'll give birth, and once I've delivered, we can come back to splash around. Qianxia said, smiling as she stroked her belly. I can't wait. 3 little males. Shanhua gazed at Qianxia's rounded abdomen, expressing a hint of envy. She wished to have a little lion to play with. Yet she hadn't conceived after all this time. Speaking of which, Qianxia felt a bit helpless. She had been excited about having a female cub, for who could resist a soft and tender little girl? However, at 60 days, Xuanqi informed her that all 3 cubs in her belly were males, shattering her dreams of a little girl. I want a female cub, one that's soft and adorable, that's easily arranged. You could have a little girl with Hanchuan next time, and who knows, you might just get a female cub. Shanhua said this mischievously, which made Qianxia chuckle. Don't turn the tables on me. Weren't you the one who wanted to have a little Yinfeng? How is that going? I do wish for one, but what can I do if it hasn't happened yet? Shanhua replied, looking somewhat helpless. She didn't specifically want a little lion. She simply wanted to conceive, regardless of whose offspring it was. Besides, she had made efforts, sometimes even with 2 beast husbands at once. Qianxia was somewhat puzzled. While she understood that reproduction in the beast world was not easy, it shouldn't be this difficult. Otherwise, how had she managed to conceive at once? Shanhua, when did you last come into contact with that thing? Qianxia suddenly recalled. What thing? What are you talking about? In a moment of confusion, Shanhu found herself at a loss for words. Qianxia, momentarily choked up, instinctively wanted to refer to her menstrual cycle, but paused to ponder. When was the last time you bled? Oh, is that what you meant? Let me think. Speaking of which, since Qianxia arrived in the beast world, she had yet to experience her period before conceiving. This won't do. She must inquire about this matter of menstruation. Shanhu, how often do we females bleed? It's been quite some time since I conceived, and I can't recall when I last bled. Qianxia struggled to find a plausible excuse to ask. Typically, we bleed once every 3 months, and it occurs twice a season. However, it varies. Do you remember Dolly? She only bleeds once a season, Shanhu replied, then continued to reflect on when she last bled. Qianxia exhaled in relief. Glad that Shanhu had not detected anything amiss. She began to contemplate. It seems that the females in the beast world experience their periods every 3 months, though there are numerous possibilities. Is Dolly's once-a-season cycle akin to a seasonal menstruation? This appears somewhat similar to modern-day girls, albeit with differing timelines. Typically, modern girls menstruate monthly, yet some may have cycles that occur every 3 months. This is what is known as seasonal menstruation. There are even rarer cases referred to as hidden menstruation. Qianxia pondered whether the modern ovulation cycle could apply to beast folk. Chapter 71. How can there be a female who remains unmoved? No, you're cutting it too large. Make it smaller. Is this still large? Do you think females eat meat in the same manner as we do? Forget it. I won't argue with you. You're just a single beast. What do you know? Fuyun. Why resort to personal attacks? After Hanchuan gestured to Fuyun, Fuyun swiftly swatted him away. Just cut it to this size. After Hanchuan spoke, he resumed cutting the meat in his hands. When suddenly a thought struck him, it's been a while since we last met. What have you been up to? Nothing much, just took a trip away from the forest to the central continent. Hanchuan looked at him in surprise. What business did you have in the central continent? Wait, tell me, what did you do there? It's been such a long time since I've seen you. Were you there all this while? Hanchuan fixed his gaze on him, demanding answers. Stop asking so many questions. Just cut your meat and quit dawdling. Fuyun's expression grew somewhat unnatural as he hastily lowered his head to continue cutting the meat. Hanchuan observed his peculiar demeanor, narrowing his eyes to guess. You didn't go to hide, did you? As he spoke, Hanchuan momentarily forgot the name of the female who had persistently wanted Fuyun to be her beast husband. What was her name again? I can't recall at the moment. The Fuyun's face turned awkward, but with his head bowed, Han Chuan couldn't see it. Han Chuan was aware that Fuyun had a female who was quite fond of him. She had long since matured but had turned down all suitors, insisting that Fuyun be her first beast husband. Reflecting on this, Han Chuan glanced at Fuyun. With a face like his, which female wouldn't be smitten? Wait, no. As this thought crossed his mind, Han Chuan suddenly realized something. Sitting up straight and glancing toward Qianxia in the distance that, oh no, could Qianxia also be feeling attracted? Han Chuan turned to Fuyun, his gaze now fierce. This fellow must not be allowed to remain. At that moment, Fuyun had just finished cutting the meat. After concealing his emotions, he looked up at Han Chuan, intending to inform him that the meat was ready. But instead, he was met with Han Chuan's fierce expression. What are you acting out for? Fuyun thought to himself. He was merely cutting meat. What was with this intimidating demeanor? Why are you here? Han Chuan growled. Did I not mention? I came to deliver the prey. Besides, weren't you the one who invited me, saying I could visit the tribe whenever I had the chance? Wasn't that your words? Fuyun maintained a facade of nonchalance. Though he was acutely aware of his own unease after returning home that day, his mind was filled with memories from the picnic, particularly the moment she taught him how to use chopsticks and spoke to her partner with such tenderness. All these images of her lingered in his mind, causing him to lose sleep that night. Thus, at the break of dawn, he hurried out to hunt. Han Chuan continued to glare at him, attempting to discern any hint of honesty beyond his calm exterior. Unfortunately, despite his prolonged scrutiny, he could not find any, and so he shifted his gaze. What Han Chuan did not see was that the moment he averted his eyes, Fuyun let out a sigh of relief. The situation was preferable this way. With that, Han Chuan resumed cutting the meat, hastening his pace lest Qianxia and Shanhu should wait too long. Utilizing several wind blades, he quickly finished cutting the meat and began to gather it to head back when suddenly, a hand seized him. Frowning at the hand that grasped him, Han Chuan turned to Fuyun. What now? You need to wash the meat again before taking it back. Han Chuan shot a glare at Fuyun, turned, and attempted to leave. But Fuyun clung to him, rendering him immobile for the moment. Wash it. Do as I say. Irritated, Han Chuan tossed the chunks of meat at him and stormed off. Ultimately, Han Chuan found himself seated on a stone by the stove, watching as Fuyun first washed the animal hides, then meticulously cleaned each piece of meat before placing them on the hides, that he couldn't fathom why Fuyun was so particular about cleanliness from childhood. Everyone had simply processed their catch minimally before consuming it. Yet Fuyun insisted on washing the prey by the water's edge, stripping the hide cleanly, and thoroughly cleaning everything before they could eat. The remaining hides would be washed meticulously and left to dry on the banks before being neatly folded to take home. It is worth mentioning that he even washed the surface of the shrubs before laying them out to dry. As a child, Han Chuan often found himself at odds with Fuyun over this. Where's the meat? Q Eyes inquired, glancing at Han Chuan sitting off to the side. Everything else is nearly prepared, but where's the meat? Han Chuan pointed towards the approaching figure of Fuyun, who bore a package wrapped in animal hide. Behold, the meat has arrived. Q Eyes turned to see Fuyun approaching with the hide-wrapped object. It should be the meat. As Fuyun reached the stove, Q Eyes effortlessly took the hide from him, beckoning the other beast husbands to begin cooking. Fuyun glanced at Han Chuan, his brow furrowed. Aren't you going to fry the meat? Han Chuan had been admiring the scenery from his stone seat when he inadvertently caught a glimpse of Fuyun's expression. Ah, I see. Their culinary skills were quite impressive, perhaps even superior to his own. So why worry? Han Chuan shot him another glare. He had almost forgotten that this cunning fox had a peculiar trait. If he liked a particular food, he would indulge in it without restraint. He vaguely recalled a time in their childhood when they went to catch gugu chickens. After tasting them once, Fuyun became enamored with the flavor, insisting on hunting gugu chickens every time they went out. They ended up capturing gugu chickens for an entire month, depleting their numbers entirely. Thank goodness they did, or who knows how much longer they would have been at it. Heaven knows, as a lion, those tiny gugu chickens were hardly sufficient to sate his appetite. So after hunting with Fuyun, he would still need to hunt for additional prey. Fuyun plopped down beside Han Chuan, who rolled his eyes in response. The two sat in silence, the bustling activities of Q Eyes and the others in the background. Just as Han Chuan was about to check on what Qianxia was doing, a thought struck him, and he turned to Fuyun. By the way, has your tribe welcomed any new beast folk recently, or have you found any beast folk out in the wild? Fuyun looked puzzled, questioning the reason behind Han Chuan's inquiry. However, he vaguely recalled that there were indeed some new additions to the tribe, though he wasn't entirely sure of the details as he had only just returned and hadn't paid much attention to tribal matters. That I think there might be. Why do you ask? Han Chuan quickly explained the situation to Fu Yun and clarified his expectations for how he should proceed. Understood. Once I return to the tribe, I will inquire further. Chapter 72. He had already understood her completely. ASQIs and the others were nearing the completion of their meal preparations. Yin Feng returned, once again empty-handed. How strange. Logically, if such prey is present, there shouldn't be just one. Why can't we catch any? Yin Feng muttered to himself. Qinxia, I've just remembered. The last time I bled was about 10 days ago. Did I in the water? Shanhua was speaking, and from the corner of her eye, she caught sight of Yin Feng approaching. Turning her head to look at him, she discerned from his expression that he had once again failed to catch the lobster. At that moment, Qinxia was still calculating the timing of her menstrual cycle. Qinxia mused, it has only been a little over 10 days since my last period. In this beastly world, it comes around every 3 months. She sighed, unable to make sense of it, concluding that it was certainly not the ovulation period, and decided to leave it to fate. As Yin Feng reached the two of them, Shanhua smiled brightly and remarked, Did you not manage to catch the lobster? Yin Feng nodded somewhat awkwardly. Yes, I guess correctly. He replied, surprised. How did you know, Shan? He asked, looking at her with astonishment. Shanhua, supporting herself with her hands on the shore, sat down at the water's edge, letting her feet dangle in the water. Your expression never changes whenever you fail to catch prey. I can always tell at a glance, she said, gesturing helplessly. Yin Feng chuckled. Is it that obvious? It's strange. Logically, if there is prey to be found, there should be more than one. Yet I have gone twice without even seeing a shadow. It is truly baffling. Pondering over this perplexity, he exclaimed, if I can't catch it, then there's no need to bother. It isn't particularly delicious anyway. Certainly not as tasty as the spiny beast. Shanhua could only offer him this consolation, fearing that he would dwell on the lobster otherwise. Sure enough, upon hearing that lobsters were not as delectable as spiny beasts, Yin Feng's expression shifted immediately. If it's not tastier than the spiny beast, then I won't bother looking for his words. Shanhua cast a slightly smug glance at Qinxia, who smiled in response, having received Shanhua's signal that she understood her beast husband all too well. Shanhua, you should change into a beast skin. Wearing these damp clothes could make you ill. It's almost time for dinner, Qinxia suggested, noticing that QIs and Han Chuan were approaching with bowls in their hands. All right, Yin Feng, could you transform into your beast form to shield me while I change? Shanhua replied, rising to take a beast skin skirt from the side. Yin Feng promptly transformed into a grand lion, shielding her completely. When Shanhua emerged, clad in her beast skin skirt, QIs and the others had just arrived. As QI set down the food and prepared to leave, Qinxia called out to him, QIs, Han Chuan, why not lay out the beast skins nearby? We can all eat together here. The previous day, everyone had tacitly allowed Qinxia and Shanhua, the two females, to spend time together, hence they had not dined together. Today, however, they would share a meal. Yin Feng reverted to his beastman form and retrieved a beast skin from his space to hand to QIs, who, along with Han Chuan, began laying out a carpet of beast skins that this moment. Fuyu stood silently a little farther back, unnoticed by anyone, his gaze fixed intently on Qinxia, watching Han Chuan and QIs busy themselves. Qinxia glanced around at everyone. They were all present, except for her beloved husband. Suddenly, a wave of regret washed over Qinxia. How could they enjoy this beauty and happiness without Xuanqi? She hadn't thought of it at the time. Initially, she had planned to remain at home for the 5 days leading up to her delivery. Today marked the 6th day before giving birth, and she would need to wait for Xuanqi to finish incubating the eggs before she could venture out again, making today the last opportunity to enjoy the outside world. Yesterday, when Shanhua expressed a desire to have a picnic, Qinxia had taken note, remembering only that today was her last chance to play outside. After all, she would be busy afterwards. Based on her earlier promise to Shanhua, she had asked if she wanted to go for a picnic, and coincidentally, Han Chuan had mentioned needing to handle prey by the water, prompting their outing. Reflecting on her earlier words about having a complete family, she felt a sudden wave of disappointment. Qinxia felt a pang of guilt towards Xuanqi. Yin Feng, adhering to Xuanqi's instructions, was particularly attentive to Qinxia's state. Upon noticing her sudden despondency, he immediately patted Shanhua's shoulder, prompting her to look at him in confusion, that he gestured for her to observe Qianxia, and when she turned to see her friend's expression, she too was taken aback. Quickly, Shanhua sat beside Qianxia, concern etched across her features. Qianxia, what is wrong? Are you feeling unwell? I look around and see everyone here, except for Xuanqi that I said yesterday that we should all be together. And yet today, Qianxia's voice trailed off, her sadness deepening to at that moment. Yin Feng interjected, Qianxia, don't be upset. Xuanqi anticipated that you would come out. He specifically instructed me to keep an eye on you if you decided to venture out. Besides, you Haven T abandoned him. He has his own matters to attend to and cannot be by your side. Yin Feng felt relieved, thinking it wasn't such a big deal after all. Earlier that day, Xuanqi had come to their home, asking them to look after Qianxia while he went out hunting, and after giving some instructions, he had pulled Yin Feng aside to speak to him privately. Qianxia was momentarily taken aback, while Shanhua shared her confusion. Did Xuanqi mention that when he visited today? She wondered aloud, casting a questioning glance at her partner. Yin Feng quickly clarified, when you went to the cave entrance to drink water. Xuanqi called me aside to discuss it. Xuanqi had long anticipated that Qianxia might wish to venture outside. He distinctly remembered yesterday, when Coral mentioned to Qianxia her desire for a picnic. Xuanqi had been present at that moment. He recalled Qianxia stating that she could still go out in the next couple of days, but after that, it would be impossible as the time for her to give birth approached. Once she had her offspring, she would not abandon him to frolic outside. Moreover, Qianxia had previously mentioned that during the days leading up to her delivery, she intended to remain at home, based on his understanding of Qianxia. During the subsequent 2 months when she would be hatching eggs, she would not leave him to play, especially since she had promised Coral that she could go out in these days. Unless Coral herself was unwilling to go, it was highly probable that Qianxia would accompany Coral. After all, she had already consented to Coral's invitation, and having spent so much time together, he was well aware of Qianxia's nature. Once she promised something, she would surely follow through to this moment. Xuanqi was making his way to the misty forest, for the supply of energy beast meat in his space was dwindling, and he needed to prepare for Qianxia. He remembered Qianxia mentioning that in her world, one must observe a month of confinement after giving birth. Initially, he did not grasp the concept of sitting the month, but later, Qianxia explained that it entailed nourishing oneself to replenish the nutrients lost during childbirth, primarily to restore her body. Additionally, during this period, she was not to be exposed to wind or cool water. Naturally, avoiding wind and cool water was not an issue. This was about recuperation, and the meat from the misty forest was essential. After all, the distinction between energy-infused meat and ordinary meat was akin to night and day ditto, and he needed to catch more giant sheep beasts, as Qianxia had recently developed a fondness for them. The misty forest was located at the juncture of the central, southern, and eastern continents. It was said that due to its unique geographical position, the plants within it naturally possessed energy. Consequently, the animals that resided there thrived on these energy-rich plants. And as a result, they too developed energy within their bodies, often undergoing energy advancement. Carnivorous animals would prey upon those that consumed energy plants, creating a cycle of survival. The forest earned its name from the perpetual cloak of toxic gray mist that enveloped the area. While this mist posed no threat to plants and animals, lower-tier beastmen would experience difficulty breathing and convulsions if they inhaled it, and without timely consumption of the ghost orchid, they would meet their demise. The ghost orchid was a deep blue flower that grew on the outskirts of the misty forest. Small and inconspicuous, it served as the antidote to the mist. The existence of the misty forest had naturally attracted a considerable number of beastmen. After extensive trials by various beastmen, it was concluded that those of the 8th rank and above were immune to the effects of the toxic mist. Indeed, strength was the key factor. Beastmen who had ventured into the misty expanse were astonished to find that the ordinary prey within were comparable to their own 7th rank abilities. As for whether there were higher-tier prey, they could not ascertain, as they had yet to encounter any. Perhaps it was due to the scarcity of beastmen hunting in the area, but the prey thrived remarkably well and flourished in great numbers. Beastmen had innate talents, and advancement was no simple feat. 8th rank beastmen were rare, and those above that rank were even more scarce, which limited the number of beastmen who could enter the misty forest. Some beastmen would capture prey in the misty forest and sell it at the market, thus earning a handsome profit. After all, ordinary individuals could not enter the misty forest, and those with the means clamored for any source of energy-infused beast meat. At the riverside, Silverwind observed the perplexed Qianxia and explained, Xuanqi informed me that he intends to venture into the misty forest. The journey is not far, but it will require some time, that he needs to stockpile food for the 2 months during which he will be hatching eggs. Furthermore, he wishes to return a few days before you give birth. Today is the optimal time for him to hunt, that he anticipated that you would want to go out, but he had no alternative. If he did not set out today, he feared that unforeseen circumstances might arise later, causing delays that would prevent him from being present for your delivery, that he cannot allow for any changes in his plans. So he asked me to keep a closer watch over you. Therefore, Qianxia, you need not feel disheartened. Upon hearing Silverwind's words, Qianxia felt even more sorrowful. He had considered everything, yet she had not thought of him when contemplating the picnic. She had naturally assumed that he had his own affairs to attend to, and thus, she would pursue her own interests. However, now that she saw everyone so joyful and carefree, with him absent, she suddenly felt selfish. Noticing Qianxia's lack of cheerfulness, Coral expressed both concern and confusion. Qianxia, why do you feel sad? Every beastman is freed, he knows what he is doing, and why must you be upset about this? There are many more happy days ahead. One day does not matter. If I wanted to go out and Silverwind had matters to attend to, I would simply think, Silverwind can busy himself, and I shall enjoy myself. There is nothing wrong with each of us pursuing our own activities. We merely engage in separate endeavors occasionally. It does not signify a lack of affection. While the reasoning was sound, Qianxia could not shake off an inexplicable sense of guilt. That moment, she sensed that her emotions were askew. Before their departure, her thoughts had been quite simple. Today was the last day she could enjoy herself outside, and she had promised Coral a picnic yesterday. Xuanqi had matters to attend to, so he would handle his responsibilities while she engaged in her own pursuits. Yet now, she felt that her actions were somewhat excessive, and she had been rather thoughtless. Xia, let us have a meal, Han Xuan said, approaching with meat soup in one hand and grilled meat in the other. However, as he neared Qianxia, he distinctly sensed that something was amiss with her emotions. Han Xuan promptly set down the food and looked at Qianxia with concern. Is something wrong? Why do you seem unhappy? After speaking, Han Xuan cast a glance at Silverwind and Coral. Coral, without waiting for Qianxia's response, recounted the situation to Han Xuan. Xia, you are overthinking this, that we males do not ponder such matters. Xuanqi has his responsibilities, and it is not as if we have left him alone at home while we enjoy ourselves. Besides, I had intended to address some hunting matters as well. This arrangement is rather fortuitous. Do not dwell on it too much. Let us eat. Han Xuan realized that Qianxia was exhibiting the emotional symptoms associated with her pregnancy. Earlier, Xuanqi had cautioned him that as the time for her delivery approached, her emotions would become more sensitive and prone to overthinking. Not long ago, Qianxia had cried for half the day while gazing at the crescent moon, lamenting why the moon was not full, how it could be incomplete. Both he and Xuanqi had been left bewildered. However, I feel so guilty toward Xuanqi, Qianxia said pitifully to Han Xuan. Han Xuan promptly sat down, embracing Qianxia tightly, his expression earnest as he gazed into her eyes. Xia, Xuanqi and I are males, and each male has his own responsibilities that at present. Xuanqi is fulfilling his duties as a father and partner. The fact that you think of him already brings him joy. My responsibility now is to care for you and ensure your happiness. Since we are out to play, we must enjoy ourselves. You have already stated that in the coming days, you must remain at home awaiting your delivery. And after giving birth, you will need to observe confinement, which means you will not be able to venture out for quite some time. Therefore, today we must relish our time together, that Han Xuan's words successfully soothed Qianxia. As the golden sunlight faded into a dusky hue, Xuanqi finally arrived at the misty forest, while Qianxia and her companions concluded their picnic and began their return journey. After tidying up their belongings, they set off. Silverwind and Han Xuan, both lions, walked side by side, their partners perched atop their backs, while Fuyu followed closely behind Han Xuan. After walking a few paces, Han Xuan felt that something was amiss that he turned back to take a glance. However, he could not identify any issues that it was only after his third glance that he finally realized what was wrong. Han Xuan halted, turning to look at the crimson gold fox trailing behind him, his expression filled with confusion. Why are you still following us? Your home is not in the Lion King's tribe. Han Xuan was perplexed. They were all heading home, so why was this fox still with him? Hearing Han Xuan's inquiry, Fuyu froze momentarily. Oh no, I forgot. Fuyu feigned calmness and spoke, "I merely wish to accompany you a little further to express my gratitude for today's hospitality." Han Chuan turned away, continuing forward, dismissively stating, "No need for that. Do not forget what I told you. Return to your tribe." With that, Han Chuan resumed his pace, and the others naturally followed, leaving Fuyu standing alone, quietly watching their retreating figures, his eyes filled with melancholy. However, he quickly rallied his spirits, recalling the task Han Chuan had assigned him, and promptly darted off toward the opposite shore that he needed to return to his tribe to attend to business. When Qianxiao arrived home, she found that Xuanqi had yet to return, for some reason. She felt a twinge of unease. Han Chuan, did Xuanqi mention how long he would be gone? The sun is nearly setting, and he still has not returned. Han Chuan cradled Qianxiao in his arms and walked directly into the small cave. After gently placing her on the grassy nest, he gazed into her eyes and said he didn't specify how long he would be gone, but if he doesn't return tonight, he should certainly be back by tomorrow. Was it not the same before? So, Xia, you needn't worry. Besides, he is a 9th-tier beastman. Despite Han Chuan's reassurances, Qianxiao felt a lingering unease, her heart racing. Noticing her worried expression, Han Chuan comforted her. Qianqi will be just fine. He is exceptionally powerful. What could possibly happen to him? Would you like to rest for a while? Qianxiao had never doubted Qianqi's strength, yet she thought it best to refrain from overthinking, as it would only amplify her sorrow. Nodding, she lay down. Xia, I will be right here in the main cave. Just call for me if you need anything. All right. Han Chuan waited until he saw Qianxiao fall asleep before stepping outside. After tidying up a bit, he lay down in the grassy nest of the main cave. Meanwhile, Qianqi was embroiled in a fierce battle within the misty forest, having transformed into a colossal beast to withstand the onslaught of his adversary. The fight was challenging for him, as his opponent was of the same rank. Both were 9th-tier beastmen. Moreover, the enemy was a flying beastman, while he was grounded, placing him at a distinct disadvantage as Qianqi surveyed the enormous black dragon soaring above. He pondered in confusion. When did a 9th-tier beastman appear here? And a dragon beastman at that? With my presence included, that makes 3 9th-tier beastmen. Suddenly, the black dragon opened its maw and unleashed a torrent of dragon flames towards him. The intensity of the flames startled Qianqi. He quickly shifted back to his human form and deftly evaded to the side. The fiery breath struck the ground, igniting a blaze. Observing the flames, Qianqi unleashed his ice abilities in an attempt to extinguish the fire before it could spread throughout the forest. However, to his astonishment, despite encasing the flames in ice, they continued to burn fiercely within his icy prison. Before long, the flames melted the ice, igniting the surrounding vegetation. This fire won't go out. It was no wonder he had sensed the danger of the flames earlier, prompting him to evade in his beast form. Faced with the encroaching fire, Qianqi disregarded all else and called out to the black dragon above, "You must extinguish this fire. Do you wish to incinerate the entire forest?" When the dragon remained unresponsive, Qianqi rubbed his forehead in frustration and added, "I apologize. I truly did not intend this. Allow me to explain, but please, extinguish the flames first." And no sooner had he spoken than the black dragon descended before the blazing inferno, transforming into its beastman form. With a wave of its hand, the raging flames were immediately quelled. Witnessing this, Qianqi recalled a saying he had heard in the past. He then cautiously inquired, "Are you from the dragon tribe of the western continent?" Qihua was taken aback that a beastman possessed knowledge of the dragon tribe, and he regarded Qianqi with newfound respect, though he refrained from responding. Noticing the silence, Qianqi introduced himself. "I am Qianqi, a 9th-tier serpent beastman from the southern continent, that I sincerely apologize for inadvertently injuring you while pursuing my prey." Truth be told, Qianqi felt somewhat guilty, for he had clearly seen a small hole in the dragon's wing when it had transformed. This situation was indeed absurd. After entering the misty forest, Qianqi had begun hunting and had captured numerous prey on the outskirts. However, while pursuing a large 8th-tier giant sheep beast, he ventured into the inner circle of the forest. He had never previously entered this area. His purpose for visiting the misty forest was solely for hunting, as the outer circle was teeming with prey, eliminating any need to explore the inner circle. Furthermore, he had no adventurous inclinations to uncover the mysteries of this enchanting forest. He typically left once he had gathered enough game. Perhaps due to an influx of beastmen hunting recently, he found the outer circle's prey significantly diminished this time, which prompted him to chase after the 8th-tier prey into the inner circle. This was the first time he had encountered such a high-tier prey in the outer circle, and he thought the flavor might be particularly exquisite. Thus he pursued it. The inner circle was distinct from the outer circle. The latter was devoid of mist, whereas the inner circle was enveloped in a layer of gray mist, obscuring visibility as soon as one strayed too far. After entering the inner circle in pursuit of the giant sheep beast, he directed his abilities toward the creature. Soon, he glimpsed a shadow in the mist, mistaking it for the giant sheep beast, and launched a decisive attack with a fire rocket. However, he was met with a thunderous roar and he found himself perplexed. Was this the cry of an 8th-tier giant sheep beast? Suddenly, a fireball surged forth from the mist, revealing a dragon's head before him. Qianqi, where is the giant sheep beast I was chasing? Chapter 75. The legendary dragon tribe. Upon returning to the tribe, the first thing Fuyu did was seek out the chieftain. From the chieftain, he learned that several new beastmen had indeed joined the tribe, one of whom was a rabbit beastman. Upon hearing this, Fuyu eagerly urged the chieftain to take him to see these newcomers, as this rabbit beastman could very well be Qian Xia's family member. Meanwhile, Qianqi had explained the circumstances to the dragon beastman, sincerely apologizing for his unintentional offense. The dragon merely huffed, seemingly unwilling to forgive him. After pondering for a moment, Qianqi produced a substantial number of spirit stones from his spatial pouch and offered them to the dragon. This was the only sincere gesture he could think of, as beast meat was readily available but spirit stones were not. His reasoning was straightforward. The energy within the spirit stones could be utilized for upgrades, and it could also aid in repairing the dragon's wing. Qi Hua was astonished at the sight of the pile of spirit stones, for among the blue stones were several purple ones and 2 red ones. Damn, this serpent beast is quite wealthy. Is this for me? Qianqi nodded in response to the dragon's surprised expression. This dragon beast has a penchant for spirit stones. Qi Hua happily accepted the stones, setting aside a few purple and 2 red ones, while devouring the rest. Soon, a rich energy began to surge through his body, prompting him to transform into his beast form. His massive dragon body became enveloped in a faint blue glow, and the small hole in his wing gradually mended under this luminescence. Once Qi Hua fully absorbed the energy, he reverted to his beastman form and, with a haughty expression, addressed Qianqi. In light of your sincere offer, I shall forgive your transgression against me, Qianqi. This demeanor of his, how reminiscent it is of the foul lion at home. Qi Hua began to play with the remaining spirit stones in his hand, as it was his first time encountering red spirit stones. Such red stones are rare. This serpent beastman had directly gifted him two, truly affluent. Having journeyed from the western continent to the central continent, passing through a couple of tribes, Qi Hua had sought to barter for some beast hides, but had been turned away, as they only accepted spirit stones. Initially bewildered, he had assumed that the barter system would still apply in the central continent, having experienced it in the western continent. This was Qi Hua's first taste of defeat. Who would have thought that as a 9th-tier beastman, he had only encountered 5 blue spirit stones and 1 purple one throughout his hunts, and he had already consumed them. Little did he know that in the central continent, transactions were conducted with spirit stones. However, unbeknownst to him, had he been in a smaller tribe, bartering would have been feasible, but within the super tribe he belonged to, everyone sought to enhance their power, rendering spirit stones the universal currency. Much like Qianqi, who lived in the Lion King tribe, where spirit stones were virtually unnecessary, as he currently had no aspirations for power upgrades and hoarded all his spirit stones. Qi Hua regarded Qianqi with a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. Perhaps this friend could be of value. You are correct. I hail from the Western Continent's dragon tribe, that my name is Qi Hua. Qianqi nodded in acknowledgement before inquiring, were you asleep just now? Why did Qianqi pose such a question? This pertains to issues of bloodlines. What are beastmen? They are creatures that have evolved from beasts into humanoid forms through the passage of time. They possess the ability to shift between their beastly and human forms. Despite their evolution into humanoids, they retain the abilities and instincts of their animal ancestors. Take him, for instance. His speed is remarkable, and in his beast form, his agility would be even greater. Furthermore, with the arrival of winter, he becomes lethargic and enters a state of hibernation. This exemplifies the fundamental abilities and instincts inherent to him as a serpent beast. Regarding bloodlines, the Xianwang snake is regarded as the sovereign of serpents. Wherever it appears, serpents within a 100-mile radius instinctively retreat, a phenomenon known as bloodline suppression. However, within beastmen, bloodline suppression manifests primarily in terms of combat prowess. To illustrate, Xuanqi is a terrestrial beastman with a serpent as his true form that if he were to face an eagle beastman of equal rank without transforming, it would merely be a contest of strength. Yet, should he engage in battle using his true form, he would be at a distinct disadvantage. For in the natural order, the snake's nemesis is the eagle. Moreover, terrestrial beasts are fundamentally incapable of launching attacks against aerial beasts. Even if they attempted to strike, the aerial beast could effortlessly evade by ascending to a greater altitude. This accounts for the arduous struggle Xuanqi faced when confronting the flying Qihua. Nevertheless, when there is a significant disparity in strength, bloodline suppression becomes irrelevant. For instance, if Xuanqi of the 9th tier were to confront a 6th-tier eagle beastman, the latter would be unable to reach him in his true form, let alone mount an attack. The dragon race is undoubtedly a lineage of noble blood, capable of suppressing 99% of wild beasts that as Xuanqi pursued his prey into the inner circle, his opponent exhibited no immediate reaction. And he even inadvertently harmed him. Given all these circumstances, Xuanqi could only surmise that the opponent had transformed into his true form and was soundly asleep, deeply entranced. Due to bloodline suppression, his true form was immense, rendering him virtually immune to any potential attacks from wild beasts. Qihua, feeling somewhat embarrassed, nodded and said, "Well, I had my fill earlier, and then I grew drowsy, so I simply took a nap that moment." Xuanqi understood why there seemed to be such a scarcity of prey in the outer circle. It turned out this fellow had consumed quite a bit, that I am curious as to why a dragon from the western continent would venture into this misty forest. The dragon race has nearly become a legend among beastmen that time. He merely listened without taking it seriously. Yet now he found himself face to face with a genuine dragon. Dragons are inherently proud and tend to look down upon ordinary beastmen, which is why they seldom emerge from their secluded territories. Their rarity has led to very few beastmen having ever encountered them, and those who had are now long since aged, if not deceased. The elderly beastmen would recount tales of the dragons to their descendants, but since the latter had never laid eyes on a dragon, they naturally regarded such accounts as mere legends. Others told me that the prey here possesses spirit stones. So I came. After passing through 2 tribes that spoke of spirit stone trade, he pondered finding spirit stones, casually stopping a male beastman to inquire where he might catch beasts with spirit stones. The response led him to this place. However, he never anticipated that, as usual, he would be unfortunate. Having consumed numerous wild beasts, not a single one contained a spirit stone. Chapter 76. Because he is formidable. Xuanqi regarded the individual before him, uncertain whether this beastman was genuinely simple-minded or merely inexperienced. However, one thing he could ascertain was that this beast had been played for a fool. Why this conclusion? Because from the beginning until now, he had never released any pressure. After inadvertently harming him, and amidst the obscuring mist that limited visibility, he failed to respond with the pressure befitting a 9th-tier beastman to warn his opponent. He merely emerged in a dazed manner. The reason for describing his emergence as dazed is that following his unintentional injury, a thunderous roar erupted from within the mist, and a dragon's head suddenly emerged. Its body obscured by the fog, and throughout this encounter, it had emitted no further sound. The sensation was akin to asking, "Who dares to disturb me?" Even in a state of injury, his first instinct was not to release his pressure as a warning to the other party, let alone during his usual movements where he would exude pressure. To validate his hypothesis, Xuanqi inquired further, "Have you ever disclosed your rank to other beasts, or showcased your prowess?" Qihua shook his head. "Why would I bother with such trivialities? Thus, it follows that no other beasts are aware of your rank, and the beastman you detained also lacks knowledge of your tier, that I in the absence of inquiries regarding your rank. This beastman brazenly informed you that the prey in the misty forest contains spirit stones, correct? Are you aware of the nature of the misty forest?" Qihua nodded, then shook his head, his expression one of confusion. "Is there a problem?" Xuanqi, somewhat exasperated, rubbed his forehead. Fortunately, his strength was considerable. Had he been weaker, he could only imagine the dire fate awaiting this fool, in a sense. The beastman was not entirely incorrect. The wild beasts of the misty forest are indeed more likely to possess spirit stones than those found elsewhere. However, the fact that this beastman, unaware of his rank and without inquiring, recklessly advised him to hunt in the misty forest indicates malicious intent. How could a beastman residing in this area be unaware of the nature of the misty forest? This is purely premeditated. The misty forest is a domain that only 9th-tier beastmen may enter, for the mist is toxic. Beastmen below the 8th tier who inhale this mist will experience difficulty breathing and convulsions. If they consume the Yulon flower in a timely manner, they will be unharmed. However, if they fail to do so, they will meet the beast god, as Xuanqi explained. The other party suddenly lamented. I should have asked more thoroughly. Xuanqi? Is that the crux of the matter? Xuanqi gazed up at the invisible sky, his eyes filled with melancholy. He could not comprehend why he continuously encountered such naive beasts. Suddenly, he recalled Han Xuan. Before Han Xuan became bonded with Qian Xia, he had exhibited remarkably normal behavior. Even when Xuanqi initially sought him out, he managed to guess Xuanqi's intentions without Xuanqi having to divulge them. Yet, after they formed a bond recently, he had also encountered a fox. Though he had not interacted with it extensively, it seemed somewhat simple-minded, yet it appeared to get along well with Han Xuan, which was hard to assess. Now, facing this individual, should he describe him as innocent or simply foolish? Why have you come to this continent? The dragon race has not emerged for an exceedingly long time. Has it? Xuanqi tentatively asked. This continent borders the western continent, so I came over, Qihua explained. The northern continent also borders your western continent. Why not travel there? Qihua shot him an incredulous glance. Because I want to visit the central continent. Not the northern continent, because I want to— What kind of question is that? Truly perplexing. Xuanqi. It seems to make sense, yet something feels amiss. Xuanqi awkwardly rubbed his nose, feeling somewhat embarrassed. What is your purpose in seeking spirit stones? Is it for advancement or trade? For trade, Qihua replied, then recounted his journey in detail, ultimately sighing with relief. Finally, there is a beast who can listen to his grievances. Xuanqi regarded him with a complex expression. While there was a degree of foolishness, it was also evident that he was simply inexperienced. Xuanqi had never been to the western continent and was unfamiliar with the situation there, but he gathered from Qihua's words that the region operated on a barter system, indicating that there might not be any super tribes. Indeed, the tribe he belonged to is not a small tribe, but rather a super tribe. The beastmen of super tribes possess greater strength than those of ordinary tribes, rendering them less reliant on hunting for prey and hides. They pursue strength above all else, leading to spirit stones becoming the primary currency for trade within super tribes that if you were traversing other smaller tribes. Bartering would be feasible, as food is of utmost importance in those smaller communities. Xuanqi elucidated. Qihua appeared astonished, realizing that the outside world was divided into tribes of varying sizes. Did I ask the tribe you reside in a super tribe or a small tribe? Qihua posed this question, puzzled. Given that they were both 9th-tier beastmen, they should logically reside in a super tribe. Qihua's inquiry caught Xuanqi off guard as he began to contemplate the size of the Lion King tribe. It hardly seemed to be a small tribe, perhaps a medium tribe. I believe my tribe falls into the category of a medium tribe. It's neither particularly large nor small. Upon hearing this, Qihua's interest peaked. What? Beyond super tribes and small tribes, there exists a medium tribe. I want to go. May I accompany you to your medium tribe? Qihua's eyes sparkled with excitement. At this moment, Xuanqi was taken aback. Why do you wish to return to my tribe with me? I have never seen a medium tribe before, and I am curious. Indeed, sincerity is the ultimate weapon. You have yet to explain why you have come here. I mean, why have you left the dragon clan to travel such a great distance? Xuanqi inquired once more, recalling how he had responded the first time he posed the question. It seems his answer was not without merit. No, he had simply led him astray. Xuanqi felt a wave of frustration. Oh, that's because my father and mother are pressuring me to find a mate that I don't wish to settle down. So I ran away. Qihua replied nonchalantly, as if finding a mate was nothing special. Just a daily routine revolving around the females. He cherished his freedom and had no desire to be tied down. Pressure to find a mate? Xuanqi was quite astonished. It is common for fathers and mothers to be fond of their offspring and encourage them to settle down, but to force them into such a situation was a first for him. Is your father the chieftain? And why is he pressuring you to find a mate? What is a chieftain? He's the one whose words everyone follows. Oh, indeed. My father is the clan leader. Why does he pressure me to find a mate? It is because I am exceptional. Xuanqi. Chapter 77. Free and Powerful Labor. Just because you are exceptional, he wants you to find a mate? My father insists that someone with my remarkable lineage must ensure its continuation. Upon hearing this, Xuanqi could only twitch his lips in disbelief. He would absolutely never impose such expectations on his own offspring, no matter how great their talents. As he thought of his future children, Xuanqi suddenly realized the passage of time. When he entered, the sun was still shining, though its light had grown dim. After being inside for a while, it was nearing sunset. Indeed, not long after this thought crossed his mind, the light began to fade. With a whoosh, two flames ignited simultaneously. Xuanqi, struck by inspiration, extinguished his own flame and said to Qihua, I will gather some branches and then use your everlasting flame to ignite them. In truth, this everlasting flame can burn even when nothing is present. Xuanqi primarily aimed to designate a burning area and delineate it from the surroundings to avoid accidentally igniting the forest. As night fell, Xuanqi and Qihua found themselves seated by the fire, engaged in idle conversation. To be honest, it was only after I arrived in the central continent that I discovered how beautiful the outside world truly is. Qihua remarked, gazing around at the enveloping darkness. Among the dragon clan, tales have been passed down from his grandfather's generation, warning of the outside world's wretchedness and the ordinariness of the beastmen's bloodlines, suggesting that even the weakest beastmen from their clan would be considered strong among the outsiders. Before he ventured out, he had genuinely believed such tales. However, after his departure, he was met with verdant mountains, crystal-clear rivers and streams, and the warm, comforting embrace of sunlight and gentle breezes. The land was fertile, teeming with wildlife, and food was abundantly plentiful, while the interactions among beastmen were remarkably cordial and friendly. All of these experiences were unattainable in the Western continent. The Western continent primarily consists of plains, with a few continuous mountain ranges and canyons. Spring is the most pleasant season, as plants flourish and beasts reproduce, transforming the arid landscape into lush grasslands. However, spring in the Western continent is exceedingly brief. Ordinarily lasting 3 months, it is reduced to a mere month and a half, just as spring is expected to last. The scorching season begins, with long days and only a brief night. From this point on, plants gradually wither, and what was once a vibrant grassland turns into a desolate expanse of yellow sand. The winds of the Western continent are dry and searing, and the spring water is perpetually murky, in stark contrast to the clarity of the water in the central continent that as the scorching season arrives. The land becomes increasingly arid, and it can be said that a significant portion of the year in the Western continent is characterized by drought. The rainy season that follows the scorching season is eagerly anticipated by both beastmen and the flora and fauna. Although it is called the rainy season, it only occasionally brings rain, as if the beast god fears the death of life on this land and deliberately sends down a life-sustaining elixir to allow the land to endure until the cold season. The cold season, on the other hand, is simply bitterly cold. Yet fortunately, beastmen have evolved from wild beasts, possessing thick fur that helps them endure the harsh conditions. Should water run low, they can quench their thirst with snow. Though hunting during the cold season becomes relatively challenging, as many beasts hibernate, and the bitter chill discourages activity. Fortunately, the cold season in the Western continent is rather brief, akin to spring, and both beastmen and beasts stockpile food in advance to survive this harsh period. When the cold season passes and spring returns, the snow atop the mountains gradually melts, feeding the plains and nourishing the seeds hidden beneath the yellow sand, allowing them to sprout anew. Thus, the cycle continues. Life perpetuating itself. That as for the long-held belief that the beastmen outside are weak, that is a grave misconception. Just the other day, he encountered beastmen whose strength matched his own, and he is considered the foremost warrior among the dragon clan. Who exactly was the ancestor that claimed the beastmen outside were inferior? Such rumors are nothing but fabrications. If it weren't for the fact that returning would mean he could not leave again, he would truly wish to go back and inform the beastmen of his clan just how splendid the outside world is. Those who have lived in the Qihua Mountain for nearly a century ought to venture forth and see the world beyond. Once Qihua's thoughts returned to the present, he eagerly looked at Xuanqi. Can I accompany you back to your tribe? When are we leaving? Xuanqi was left puzzled. What does he mean by when are we leaving? Did he promise him he could come along? Why would you want to return with me? Wouldn't it be better for you to find a tribe of your own, with your strength? There are plenty of tribes that would welcome you, Xuanqi. Sorry, but I must decline. Upon hearing this, Chihuahua immediately moved to sit beside him, his clear and pure eyes gazing intently. Because I only know you. Throughout this journey, he had only learned the name of this one beast man. Well, how can that not be considered knowing? Xuanqi was at a loss for words. That I asked that truly a valid reason? If you come with me, I can at most ask the chieftain to arrange a cave for you to stay in. I will be quite busy in the coming days, and I want to have time to entertain you. Xuanqi subtly declined. Busy? Busy with what? Chihuahua's curiosity was piqued, and my maid is about to give birth in a few days, and once the cubs arrive, I will have to spend 2 months incubating the eggs. In my clan, one cannot leave the snake eggs during incubation. As he spoke, Xuanqi idly tossed firewood into the flames. Chihuahua stood up and sat back down across from Xuanqi, his face a mask of confusion. What is so great about finding a mate? Why do so many of you want to settle down, revolving around females without any freedom? However, since you are my first friend, I can go hunting for you while you incubate the eggs. Xuanqi, no need for that. Do you guess why I came here? To hunt. Knowing I came to hunt, do I still need you to bring me prey? Besides, it's unnecessary. My mate has other beast husbands. If food truly runs short, he will naturally go hunting. Insufficient food? That is non-existent. Moreover, who wants him to bring prey? That would be quite scandalous. Xuanqi shot him a glare, understanding that he was completely ignorant. Yet it was precisely because he knew this that he refrained from reprimanding him. Xuanqi, this is getting more bothersome. Oh well, you do your thing, and I'll do mine. When are we going back? Chihuahua had already assumed he would accompany the other back to the tribe. Xuanqi glanced at Chihuahua's innocent and sincere demeanor and thought to himself that having an additional 9th-tier beast man in the Lion King tribe would indeed be advantageous. Do you truly wish to return with me and join the tribe? Yes. Let us go. Where to? Xuanqi smiled slightly at the earnest beast man before him. To hunt. Once we have enough to fill the space, we can return. This is free and powerful labor, just what we need. Given their combined strength, they would likely fill their quota in no time, and then they can make their way back home. It was night, and with Xuanqi as a black dragon soaring through the sky, no other beast would notice them. Otherwise, he would have to worry about how to transport Chihuahua back during the day. Riding on his back? That was absolutely out of the question. Chapter 78. We can only bring him home for now. Xuanqi and Chihuahua began their search for prey in the misty forest. Before long, the forest echoed with the sounds of wailing, and flames flickered intermittently. Xuanqi moved swiftly, and Chihuahua, eager to keep pace, quickened his own hunting speed. Under their combined efforts, the ground in this area became strewn with the corpses of their prey. Xuanqi passed by each one, sweeping his hand to gather them into his spatial storage. Oh, you actually have spatial storage. Chihuahua exclaimed in surprise. Xuanqi raised an eyebrow at him and replied, What, don't you have one? No, I don't. He had merely intended to tease him, truly. Xuanqi observed the flames in Chihuahua's hands. Fire and wind dual affinity. Chihuahua nodded, and then with the other hand conjured a small whirlwind of fire. A splendid combination of dual natural abilities, fire and wind, augmented by the unique, indomitable flame of his race. The wind aided the fire's intensity, creating a rather exquisite synergy. Chihuahua retracted his powers and turned to him, inquiring, Are you endowed with both fire and spatial abilities at this moment? Xuanqi smiled with pride. I possess both ice and fire abilities, along with a high-level spatial power. Wow, Chihuahua exclaimed in surprise before continuing. Then why didn't you use your ice abilities just now? Xuanqi replied, Just take a look at the time. It's dark. Fire can illuminate the surroundings more clearly. Besides, when you unleashed that indomitable flame earlier, did I not already employ my ice abilities? Why ask? I seem to have forgotten, Chihuahua admitted. Gazing at the plethora of prey, Xuanqi ensured no embers were left behind before contentedly making his way out, with Chihuahua closely following. Upon exiting the forest, Xuanqi swiftly transformed into his beast form, while Chihuahua morphed into a black dragon. Stay close. I need to process the prey by the water's edge before returning to the tribe, Xuanqi succinctly instructed. Chihuahua nodded and took to the skies, the serpent and dragon traversing the night. Meanwhile, Qianxia abruptly awoke. Although she typically slept soundly, today seemed different. An inexplicable sensation stirred her awake. Casting a glance at her abdomen, she called out to Han Chuan. "Why am I awake at this hour?" Han Chuan, hearing Qian Xia's summons, promptly entered, puzzled, as she had never woken in the middle of the night before. "I don't know. It just happened suddenly. I can't shake the feeling. Is Qianqi returning? Or perhaps, was it merely her longing for Qianqi manifesting? That couldn't be. He usually returned the following day. Are you hungry? Would you like something to eat?" Qian Xia smiled sweetly. "Yes, I crave fried meat. The fattier, the better." "All right," Han Chuan chuckled lightly, lifting Qian Xia and carrying her to the dining table. Once she was seated, he began preparing the meal. Fortunately, 2 pieces of meat had thawed early, so he could start cooking immediately. Simultaneously, the serpent and dragon arrived at the water's edge. After a brief rest, Qianqi ignited 2 flames of indomitable fire and commenced processing the prey, while Qihua received guidance on how to cut the prepared meat into suitable portions. With one working swiftly and the other slicing adeptly, their cooperation was remarkably harmonious. The prey was soon processed, and Qianqi led Qihua back to the tribe as night had fallen. Aside from the gatekeeper orcs, the rest had succumbed to slumber. Arranging a cave for Qihua with the chief would have to wait until the following day. Approaching the tribe's entrance, Qianqi urged Qihua to revert to human form. If the gatekeeper orcs discovered a dragon beastman in the tribe, it would undoubtedly cause a stir by morning. At that point, Qihua would likely become the center of attention, given that the dragon race had not been seen in ages. Upon reaching the tribe's entrance, the gatekeeper orcs greeted Qianqi warmly, but expressed curiosity upon seeing the unfamiliar face beside him. "Qianqi, who is this beastman?" "This is a friend of mine. He wishes to join our tribe. However, we returned too late, and I will take him to see the chief tomorrow to explain," Qianqi replied. "Oh, all right. Please enter." Nodding, Qianqi led Qihua to the tribe, realizing that for tonight he would have to stay at his home. The 2 gatekeeper orcs watched as Qianqi and Qihua departed. Suddenly puzzled, doesn't Qianqi usually enter and exit in beast form? Why is he walking this time? "You're right, but why concern ourselves with others?" As Qianqi approached his cave, he noticed a warm glow emanating from within. While the cave belonging to Coral's family was shrouded in darkness, given the brightness, could it be that Qian Xia had not yet slept? That was unusual, as she typically never awoke in the middle of the night. Qianqi hastened into the cave, with Qihua closely following. "Han Chuan, I still want to—" "Oh, Qianqi, you're back." "Huh. Why is there still a beastman following you?" Qian Xia, initially intending to express her lingering hunger to Han Chuan, was taken aback by Qianqi's entrance, especially with a tall, dark-haired beastman in tow. The beastman's eyes were strikingly red, leading Qian Xia to instinctively think of Western vampires. Qianqi quickly stepped forward, enveloping Qian Xia in a tight embrace. "Yes, I have returned." After a brief hug, Qian Xia withdrew, grasping his hands and scrutinizing him with concern. "Are you all right? Are you hurt?" "I felt an inexplicable anxiety this afternoon." This afternoon? Qianqi's heart jolted. Was that not when he was engaged in combat with Qihua? Qian Xia had sensed it. Placing a hand on her abdomen, he leaned down to kiss her softly. "I am unscathed. How could your husband be so easily harmed?" His deep voice resonated in her ears, causing Qian Xia to feel as though her body might melt as long as you're fine. "That's all that matters. I was so worried." While Qianqi and Qian Xia reveled in their affection, Han Chuan observed Qihua standing nearby with curiosity that he took a step closer, fixating on him and asking, "Who are you?" Qihua greeted him with a friendly smile. "Hello, I am Qihua, here to join the tribe." "Join the tribe?" Han Chuan scrutinized Qihua, noting his long black hair, red eyes, robust physique, and similar height. Apologetically, he admitted he could not discern his beast type. "What is your true form, and why do you wish to join our tribe?" Before Qihua could respond, Qianqi interjected. "Qihua, come sit." Han Chuan. "You too, did I have something important to discuss with you both?" Han Chuan appraised Qihua once more before joining them at the table, with Qihua following suit and sitting beside him, opposite Qianqi. Qianqi settled beside Qian Xia, holding her hand as he addressed them. "Before we delve into this matter, I need everyone to brace themselves." Qian Xia and Han Chuan exchanged glances, both reflecting a shared sense of bewilderment, as it was the first time they had seen Qianqi so serious. "Speak. What is it?" Han Chuan inquired impatiently, his mind racing with thoughts of a sudden announcement that this beast man was to be Qianxia's third beast husband. An absolute no. Yet in the next moment, his frown transformed into shock and trepidation. Qi Hua is of the dragon race, a black dragon, a ninth-tier beast man, and he wishes to join our tribe. What? Han Chuan exclaimed, springing to his feet. Incredulity etched across his face as he gazed at Qi Hua. The dragon race? The legendary dragon race? At that moment, Han Chuan's expression resembled a palette of colors, a myriad of emotions swirling within him. To encounter a dragon race member was astonishing enough, but to discover he was a ninth-tier beast man, wasn't that equivalent to a legendary being? How could this be? It was one thing to have one legend in the family. How could they possibly have brought back a legend of a legend? Qianxia, not being from this world, was initially taken aback by the existence of dragons, unaware of their status within this realm. Had she known, she would have exclaimed. Golden legend Qi Hua regarded Han Chuan with a gentle smile. Yes, I am of the dragon race, my true form being that of a black dragon. Then am I permitted to join the tribe? Han Chuan, momentarily at a loss for words, simply gazed at him in silence. Qianxia, still examining Qi Hua, noted his long black hair, eyes shimmering like high-quality rubies, deep-set features, and a robust physique that exuded strength. His lips, when he smiled, bore a hint of mischief. Were he to be placed in a modern context, Qi Hua could easily be mistaken for a striking mixed-blood individual, his ruggedly handsome visage capturing the essence of divine craftsmanship. As a dragon, why do you wish to join our tribe? Because I have left the dragon race, and I have nowhere else to go. Upon meeting Qianqi, I decided to return with him. Upon the conclusion of Qi Hua's remarks, Han Chuan's piercing gaze immediately fell upon Qianqi, as if reproaching him for carelessly bringing a beast back. Qianqi, however, did not meet his gaze and merely stated with indifference. Do you no longer wish to keep those eyes of yours? Han Chuan's expression softened instantly, a smile gracing his lips. Damn it, if I weren't at a disadvantage otherwise. Qianqi retorted. Oh really? Can I not handle you? What does your dragon form look like? Qianxia, filled with curiosity, pondered whether the dragons of the beast realm were akin to those described in modern tales. Would you like to see? Just wait a moment. Qianqi exclaimed in terror, but before he could finish, Qi Hua had already taken several strides forward and, with a swift motion, transformed into his dragon form. With a thunderous roar, the cave was enveloped in a cloud of dust. Cough, 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 cough. As the dust settled, it revealed a colossal dragon form that completely obstructed the cave entrance, even causing the stone walls above to be punctured by its horns, with debris strewn across the ground. The coral family in the adjacent cave was jolted awake by the tremor. What was that? An earthquake. Coral, bleary-eyed, sat up in her grassy nest, while Yin Feng and Kei Zhe scanned their surroundings with vigilance. After a while, sensing the stillness, they coaxed Coral back to sleep. Curse it! The cave I painstakingly arranged. Han Chuan was on the verge of a breakdown. Qianqi, feeling a headache coming on, rubbed his forehead in regret, lamenting that he should never have brought him back. Qi Hua, awkwardly situated within the cave, finally turned his gaze to Qianxia and said, this is my beast form. Following that, he swiftly reverted to his human shape. Observing the chaos he had caused, Qi Hua offered a sheepish smile. Would it suffice if I compensated you for your prey? The truth was, Qi Hua harbored a misconception regarding his own size. In the Dragon Clan, they resided in caves high upon cliffs and were accustomed to entering and exiting in their beast forms, but he had not given it much thought, simply assuming that the cave was spacious enough, and thus transformed into his beast form without hesitation, unaware that it could not accommodate his size. Are you truly oblivious to the enormity of your beast form? Could you not transform into a smaller version? Qianqi could hardly find the energy to blame him. In truth, when beastmen transformed within caves, if their beast form was particularly large, they would typically manage to shrink it down, like Qianqi. Conversely, if their beast form could be comfortably accommodated by the cave, as was the case with Han Chuan, there would be no need for such an effort. Yet, Qi Hua lacked this understanding. He had lived his entire life in such a manner, even accustomed to sleeping in his beast form. Among the three, one was exasperated, another resigned, while only Qianxia felt a sense of wonder and novelty. This was not the modern depiction of dragons soaring through the clouds, but rather akin to the dragons from Game of Thrones, like the grand dragon named Drogon. Oh heavens, she had always adored the three dragons in Game of Thrones, and often fantasized about how marvelous it would be to raise a dragon like Daenerys. Although it was not her own dragon, witnessing one in person brought her immense joy and satisfaction. Qianxia couldn't help but chuckle at Chi Hua's flustered demeanor. Unable to contain herself, he resembled those university students working summer jobs. With an expression of innocent foolishness, the night had grown late, and it was time to tidy up the house. Once more, my great serpent and lion would be burdened with labor. Chi Hua, this is your doing. So you best contribute more. Chi Hua nodded awkwardly. Of course, that at tea that moment. Qianxia began to feel drowsy, and after issuing her instructions, she requested Qianqi to carry her back to sleep. Qianqi and Han Chuan had intended to instruct Chi Hua to clean the cave, but then considered that he was unfamiliar with the tribe's layout. Should he venture outside and mistakenly toss stones into another's cave?